Chapter 1. Chang'an City, Chang'an, the Zhou Kingdom. The capital, Chang'an City. Wow, come take a look. Isn't that Chang'an? Oh my god, it really is him. He went missing a year ago, and then his life lamp went out. The Chun family was thrown into chaos, and everyone thought he was dead. That's right, I heard he might have accidentally entered the abyss of the demonic burial. Gosh, the abyss of the demonic burial. That place is a dead end with no way out. A place where one faces certain death. Then how'd he come back? Could it be seeing ghosts in broad daylight? No, that's not a ghost. And have you noticed? He has no aura of spiritual power. Could it be he has lost his cultivation? In the great Zhou Academy, as a tall, cold-faced young man walked in slowly, it caused an uproar and shock among the crowd. Moreover, the aura he displayed was completely devoid of cultivation. But with his appearance, the news of his complete lack of cultivation spread rapidly, causing a sensation throughout the academy, with countless people gathering to watch. This person was none other than the Chang'an they spoke of. He was a peerless genius from a year ago, a 20-year-old martial artist at the martial realm, comparable to those family ancestors who were 100 or 200 years old. He was even named by the ruler of the great Zhou Kingdom, with the name Chang'an from Chang'an City bestowed upon him. In an instant, he was the center of attention, overshadowing the young talents of the entire kingdom. But then he mysteriously disappeared, and his life lamp went out, leading everyone to believe he was dead. Unexpectedly, today he had returned. A year, or 100 years? Chang'an murmured softly, walking leisurely inside. His gaze was filled with a sense of experience, not the youthful innocence of a 20-year-old, but rather tinged with a hint of weariness. At this moment, a tall, graceful girl appeared in front of him. She had a stunningly beautiful face, exquisite and soul-stirring, captivating anyone who laid eyes on her. Seeing the girl, Chang'an walked directly towards her. The crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. Isn't that the most beautiful woman in the great Zhou Kingdom? Gu Qingcheng? TSK. This young Master Chun really is infatuated. The first thing he does upon returning is to find her. Of course, I heard that there were countless girls who were infatuated with young Master Chun back then. But he was only devoted to Gu Qingcheng, caring for her with utmost attention, and I also heard that young Master Chun gave her a lot of precious materials. He practically spoiled her to the heavens. As the crowd discussed, Chang'an arrived in front of Gu Qingcheng. Chang'an, you actually didn't die. Gu Qingcheng's stunningly beautiful face bore a complex expression as she spoke in astonishment. Then, sensing Chang'an's lack of any cultivation aura, a hint of disappointment and disdain flashed in her eyes, along with what seemed like a sigh of relief. It's good that you're back. Although you have lost your cultivation, with the Chun family's regard for you, you will still be able to live comfortably as a young master. Gu Qingcheng said, looking into Chang'an's star-like black eyes, continuing, you shouldn't come looking for me anymore. We're no longer possible. Wow, I didn't expect the peerless genius from a year ago to have turned into a waste. How lamentable that this moment. A woman of notable appearance beside Gu Qingcheng spoke mockingly. Her eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. My Gu Qingcheng is already at the first level of the earth martial realm. You are no longer worthy of her. This woman, named Lu Cece, was Gu Qingcheng's close friend. Cece, stop it at Gu Qingcheng glanced at her, then at the silent and cold Chang'an, her expression involuntarily revealing an air of superiority, as if looking at an ant. Chang'an, did you hear that? From now on, don't disturb me. We should have no relationship whatsoever, and that our engagement should have been dissolved a year ago when your life lamp shattered. Now that you're back, find an opportunity to come to my house to dissolve it. As Gu Qingcheng spoke, she intended to pull Lu Cece and turn to leave. For the now-waste Chang'an, she no longer felt it worth her while to glance at him again. Wait. At this moment, the silent Chang'an finally spoke. What? Chang'an, are you trying to plead? Give up on that thought. The current Qingcheng is a woman you cannot aspire to. Lu Cece turned back, speaking arrogantly to Chang'an. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, I didn't expect Gu Qingcheng to be so heartless, not even giving young Master Chen a few more words. You don't know, do you? I heard that Gu Qingcheng has caught the eye of the young masters from the 4 great families of the Holy Land. Having found a better option, she naturally seeks to climb higher. TSK, who would have thought? Young Master Chun used to be so obedient to Gu Qingcheng, spiritual herbs, elixirs, spirit stones, weapons. She provided everything for her so she could grow quickly in the academy. TSK. Could this be what they call cutting ties with a loved one after reaching the shore? The discussions around them made Gu Qingcheng's expression slightly awkward, but then she regained her composure. In this world, strength is paramount. A man without strength is worthless, not even worthy of her to use. Gu Qingcheng thought as she heard Chun's in different words. You mentioned dissolving the engagement in 3 days. I will personally come to dissolve it. What? Gu Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, turning around, thinking she had misheard. In her view, Chun Chang'an would surely cling desperately, yet he responded so calmly. Before she could process her surprise, Chun Chang'an continued speaking. Also, I came to find you not to reminisce, but to ask for the return of the spatial ring I gave you back then. As Chun Chang'an spoke, his emotionless gaze fell on the sword in Gu Qingcheng's hand, as well as on every spirit treasure and accessory she wore. In his thoughts, that black spatial ring was the only item left to him by his mother, of course. Since we were dissolving the engagement, then all the spirit treasures I gifted you for the purpose of marriage, including that heavenly grade snow princess sword, earth, grade snow ling clothes, Qiankuan jade bracelet, ice soul heavenly heart chain, A.S. Chun Chang'an listed them one by one. The surroundings fell into a sudden silence. Everyone's mouths gaped open, their pupils rapidly contracting, filled with disbelief. Chun Chang'an spoke for a full dozen breaths, paused for a moment, and then continued, and the 3 million spirit stones I gave your father back then, which were also the betrothal gifts predicated on marriage. In 3 days, I will personally come to your house, hoping your father can return everything completely. After Chun Chang'an finished speaking, he calmly extended his palm. First, return all the spirit treasures on you, as well as the spatial ring that my mother left for me. The scene was silent. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the two of them. Gu Qingcheng's heaving chest rose and fell violently. She stared intensely at Chun Chang'an, an inexplicable rage spreading throughout her body. She silently roared in her heart. Those were given to me. Once given to me, they are mine. Why should you take them back? Chun Chang'an, what do you mean? Before Gu Qingcheng could speak, Lu Cece angrily shouted, Are you even a man? You want to take back what you've already given away? You really are such a lowly man. Chun Chang'an glanced at her, his expression indifferent as he replied, Get lost. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you say one more word, it'll smash your mouth. Chapter 2. Chun Family. Old Master Chun Jiao, feeling the fierce light in Chun Chang'an's eyes, made Lu Cece feel as if she were being targeted by a vicious beast, causing her heart to tremble, and she couldn't help but hide. Behind Gu Qingcheng, the title of the former #1 prodigy of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Although it was just a past title, it still intimidated her. But she quickly remembered, he's just a useless person now. Why should I still be afraid of him? How ridiculous. Gu Qingcheng's face was extremely ugly. She tightly gripped the sword, emitting a blue glow in her hand, feeling the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations from it, making it hard for her to let go. Especially the spatial ring given by Chun Chang'an, which seemed capable of holding living things. This was definitely not an ordinary item. She felt an immense pain in her heart. Chun Chang'an, how can you be so shameless? You want to take back the things you gave me? What did you say back then? You said you would love me for a lifetime. You said you would never let me be sad, never let me suffer even a little. Look at what you've done now. Gu Qingcheng shouted with a face full of grievance. She was reluctant to return the gifts given by Chun Chang'an. After all, those were the most precious treasures, especially the black ring and that snow princess sword, which were crucial for her in the upcoming academy competition in half a month. That competition would be observed by the strong from the Holy Land. It was the only way to enter the Holy Land, and she couldn't afford to lose the help of this heavenly rank snow princess sword. Heavenly rank weapons, even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, could make the ancestors of the King realm envious. Chun Chang'an revealed a faint smile. Didn't you say you wanted nothing to do with me? Those things are mine. They bear the emblem of my Chun family. As he spoke, Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. I'm not joking with you, nor am I negotiating. If you don't return them, from now on, your Gu family will be the sworn enemy of my Chun family, until death. Until the end. Boom! As soon as his words fell, The people around instantly erupted in an uproar. One by one, they looked at Chun Chang'an in shock. Oh my god, is this still the Chun family young master who was so afraid of scaring Gu Qingsheng with a raised voice just a year ago? TSK. Today's Chun is so domineering. No death, no peace. Let's see if the Gu family dares to confront the Chun family heathen. Does the Gu family even qualify? The Chun family is one of the top families in our great Zhou. Their strength is undeniable. However, since the engagement is being annulled, returning the gifts is reasonable, right? I didn't expect Gu Qingsheng to just want to take without giving. What does she get to face? Faced with the mocking words of those around her, Gu Qingsheng's expression became even uglier. Her pupils trembled rapidly, and her hand gripping the Snow Princess sword began to turn pale. Chun Chang'an, you are already a person without cultivation. You might not even be able to protect yourself. Do you think you can still be the young master of the Chun family? You can still represent the Chun family? What a huge joke. Since the mask had been torn off, Gu Qingsheng no longer cared about face and sneered. In her view, a Chun Chang'an without cultivation would definitely be stripped of his position as young master by his family. Moreover, countless fellow clansmen would come to harm his life, both openly and secretly. In Chang'an City, and even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, conflicts over the position of family young master occurred frequently. The words of the young master are the attitude of our Chun family. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came, causing Gu Qingsheng's body to tremble. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw a tall, middle-aged man with thick black hair flowing behind him, exuding a rugged aura as he walked over. As he approached, he radiated boundless dominance and astonishing pressure. Behind him were dozens of excited young men and women. They came to Chun Chang'an's front, bowing in unison, respectfully greeting him. "Greetings, young master! Greetings, young master!" The loud shouts from these people, along with their passionate and excited faces, were genuine, creating an overwhelming momentum that shook the surroundings. Numerous onlookers retreated in succession, their faces showing astonishment. Chun Chang'an revealed a smile, looking at the leading middle-aged man, and respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to Elder Jiao." The newcomer was indeed one of the 9 clan elders of the Chun family, ranked 9th, Elder Jiao. "Ha ha, Chang'an, you finally returned. That's great. I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Elder Jiao clenched his fists, his expression excited, asking with concern, "By the way, where have you been for the entire year? What happened?" Chun Chang'an smiled and said, "Elder Jiao, it's a long story. Let's talk about it when we get back." "Ha ha, good, good, good." Elder Jiao repeated the word "good" 3 times, then turned to the side where Gu Qingsheng's pale face was, his gaze sharp and his voice low. "Little girl, since you want to annul the engagement with my young master, you must return all the spiritual treasures he gave you. This is also what I, Chun Jiao, say." "What? Are you unhappy?" Elder Jiao's momentum was extremely shocking, and his piercing gaze made Gu Qingsheng stagger, her face turning pale. "Humph, how can a dignified clan elder of the Chun family, a powerful king realm expert, only know how to bully a little girl?" At this moment, another middle-aged woman strode forward, her phoenix eyes slightly slanted, her face fierce. "Master." Seeing this person, Gu Qingsheng seemed to have found a backbone, immediately stepping forward to respectfully greet her. "Mother." Lu Cece also walked over, feeling the pressure exerted by Chun Jiao significantly decrease. The newcomer was Lu Rumeng, Lu Cece's mother and Gu Qingsheng's master. Seeing this person, Elder Jiao was unceremonious, scoffing with disdain. "No wonder Gu Qingsheng has that arrogant face, wanting to take without giving. It turns out someone taught her. TSK, truly an eye-opener for me. Mind your words." Lu Rumeng glared at Chun Jiao, her face filled with anger. "Get lost. This matter has nothing to do with you." Chun Jiao spoke irritably, without courtesy, then turned to look at Gu Qingsheng with a menacing gaze. "Will you return my young master's things, or not? If you still have that arrogant face and refuse to return, I will immediately go back and bring the entire Chun family to declare war on your Gu family." Boom! These words were like a thunderclap, causing everyone in the venue to be stunned, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. If Chun Chang'an's words of no death, no peace lacked power, then the Chun family Elder Jiao was definitely someone not to be ignored. Oh my god! As expected of Chun family Elder Jiao, what a fiery temper. TSK. He has a notorious explosive temper and a killing intent. Even a national lord has to give him some face. Moreover, he seems to be a blade king. Hiss, I really didn't expect the most beautiful woman in the great Zhou kingdom to be so thick-skinned, wanting to annul the engagement, yet not wanting to return the gifts given for marriage. Yeah, she looks good, but her heart is a bit too dark. Exactly. Now she looks down on Chun Xiao for losing his cultivation. She probably wants to cling to that so-called Holy Land young master, right? But she's reluctant to part with the gifts from Chun Xiao. TSK. What kind of mindset is this? So disappointing. The crowd pointed and discussed among themselves. Gu Qingqing's face grew increasingly ugly, as if she had eaten a big lump of flies. This was completely beyond her expectations. If it were a year ago, Chun Chang'an would have begged her not to leave, constantly sending gifts to win her favor. Unexpectedly, he had changed. Indeed, no man is a good thing. They are all so fickle. What was said so nicely back then, and now it has turned into this. Gu Qingqiang thought indignantly in her heart, her face showing a weak, pitiful, helpless look, tears brimming in her eyes. But this appearance not only failed to elicit sympathy from those around her, but rather more ridicule. Oh my God, did you see that? She even looks aggrieved. Wow. Although she looks like she's about to cry at this moment, which is truly pitiful, her previous heartless attitude makes me feel nauseous just thinking about it. Wow, that's so dramatic, acting so aggrieved, as if Chun Xiao bullied her. Yeah, Chun Xiao even said that breaking off the engagement is fine as long as she returns all the spiritual treasures. It's such a simple matter. Maybe she wants to have her cake and eat it too. The words of the people around her pierced her heart, making Gu Qingqiang wish she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She steeled her heart and had no choice but to throw the spatial ring and the Shueji sword into Chun Chang'an's hands. Chapter 3. You will always be our young master. As the black ring and the snow princess sword were thrown out, Gu Qingqiang felt a pang of heartache. But in front of so many people, she couldn't stop, especially with Chun family's 9th master watching her like a hawk, as if she owed him millions, which made Gu Qingqiang very unhappy. Moreover, under the threat of 9th master, her master didn't even dare to make a sound. Gu Qingqiang stomped her foot in frustration, and at the urging of Chun Chang'an's gaze, she had no choice but to continue removing her accessories and spiritual treasures, one by one, throwing them to Chun Chang'an. With each item thrown, it felt like a piece of flesh was being cut from her, making her heart ache deeply. Even Lu Rumeng beside her couldn't help but feel the pain. The resources Chun Chang'an provided to Gu Qingqiang would also benefit her master, since Gu Qingqiang would still show her some respect. I've already returned everything to you. Is that enough? Gu Qingqiang said with a grim face. Chun Chang'an looked at her clothes. Chun Chang'an, are you really this shameless? Do you want me to take off this precious robe now? Gu Qingqiang retorted angrily. The people around her suddenly lit up with excitement. Chun Chang'an's expression was indifferent. 3 days later, have your father prepare the spirit stones. And those precious robes I sent you must also be ready. I will personally come to annul the engagement. After his words fell, Chun Chang'an no longer wanted to look at her. Cici, let us go. Gu Qingqiang's eyes turned red with grievance. With a cold snort, she took Lu Cici's arm and left angrily with Lu Rumeng. Chun Chang'an glanced at their retreating figures with indifference before turning to leave with 9th Master and the others from the Qin family. As the storm settled, everyone sighed. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqiang, on her way out, felt a mix of emotions. Min has indeed changed. If it were before, he would never speak to me like this. The more Gu Qingqiang thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Qingqiang, that Chun Chang'an is not a good person. He has already sent away something that belonged to you for a year, and he still wants it back. I've truly opened my eyes today, Lu Cici said indignantly. Don't be sad, Qingqiang. Even though he still has cultivation, he is not worthy of you. Only that Jun Wujian from the Taicong Sword Domain, the young master of the holy place, is your match. Lu Rumeng also coldly added, Cici is right. You are so beautiful and talented. It's rare for Jun Wujian to take a liking to you. This is your fortune and blessing. What is that Chun Chang'an worth? Lu Cici slightly nodded. At first, she felt a bit sad when she heard about Chun Chang'an's soul lamp being extinguished. Later, she realized it was just that she was used to someone giving her gifts and showering her with attention. A month ago, Jun Wujian, the young master from one of the 4 great families of the holy place, came to the great Zhou royal city to select a group of young disciples for cultivation in the holy place. This news caused a sensation throughout the great Zhou kingdom. Thus, all the outstanding talents in the great Zhou academy had to compete in a grand contest to gain the favor of the holy place. Moreover, Jun Wujian had taken a liking to her and began to pursue her. Thinking about entering the holy place made Gu Qingsheng feel a little better. Moreover, the resources provided by Jun Wujian would surely be better than those from Qinchang'an. Let us go, Qingsheng. Let us find young Master Jun to take charge for us. We can't return the spirit stones given by Qinchang'an, and we'll also make sure that he returns today as precious sword and the treasures you gave back to him. Lu Cici's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. Gu Qingsheng's eyes gradually brightened, and the gloom in her heart lifted. Cici, you are truly my good friend. I'm so glad to have you. Gu Qingsheng said sincerely, greeting Lu Rumeng before hurriedly searching for Jun Wujian. Chun family. As the first family in the great Zhou kingdom, the Qin family's mansion was incredibly vast. In the main hall, all the clan elders and family members gathered. The return of Chun Chang'an excited everyone immensely. It's good that you're back. Ha ha ha. Our young master, Chun family's pride. How could he fall so easily? The family head, Chun Xiantong, said with a hearty laugh, his face filled with relief. The stone in his heart finally fell. Everyone around was smiling and sighing with relief. For the past year, they had not eaten well or slept soundly, all for the sake of finding Qinchang'an. Moreover, many had died because of it. However, the 9 clan elders had different thoughts, their gazes filled with profound meaning. Qinchang'an was unaware of the implications behind the eyes of the clan elders. The warm and welcoming scene moved him deeply. He never expected the Qin family would treat him so well. He said solemnly, "Family head, I have lost all my cultivation and am no longer suitable to be the young master of the Qin family. You should choose another among my younger cousins." As soon as his words fell, the hall fell silent. Before Qin Xiantong could speak, a woman in a black long dress stepped forward, looking at Qinchang'an. She had an exquisite face and an icy demeanor, her phoenix eyes containing a sense of disdain for all living beings. Qinchang'an looked at her, his expression respectful, and bowed, "Greetings, elder." This was the highest-ranking elder of his family, a young-looking woman. Although she was female, she was also a master. Others called her elder. Behind her hung a sword, as black as ink, seemingly containing destruction and death, making Qinchang'an's heart tremble every time he saw it. "Xiao, what are you talking about? This position of young master is yours, and it will always be yours. No one else is qualified to take it." The Chun family had 9 elders, elder, second elder, up to 9th elder, 6 men and 3 women, each possessing extraordinary abilities and strength. That's right. You can regain your cultivation. I don't believe that with the full support of the Chun family, you can't restore your former strength. The 9th elder, who brought Qinchang'an back, spoke boldly. Indeed, the honor and resources that the young master has brought back to our Chun family are unattainable by anyone in the younger generation, and this is beyond doubt. The 6th elder among the 9, a refined middle-aged man, smiled as he spoke. His gaze was deep like the starry sky, as if he could see through everything, sometimes containing a mysterious glow that made everyone feel inexplicably fearful. Elder 6 is right. I, Elder 2, also agree. The elegant Elder 2 spoke. He wore a scholarly robe, his long beard reaching his chest, his complexion rosy, and his eyes deep as if containing the principles of heaven. His hair was neatly combed and secured with a wooden hairpin on top of his head, and his robe was embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, each stitch revealing an extraordinary essence. Brother Chang'an, don't belittle us. None of us have the ability to take your place. Even if you have lost your cultivation, you will always be our young master. That's right. You will always be our young master, and we are willing to follow you for a lifetime. Dozens of young disciples spoke in unison, all expressing their unwillingness to covet this position of young master. Qinchang'an looked at the united crowd in the hall, feeling deeply moved. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by an elderly man. Xiao, and don't speak of the young master position anymore. Just tell us where you have been this past year. Chun Chang'an looked at the old man with white hair, who exuded the scent of elixirs and wore a kind expression, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Yes, fifth master." Then, Chun Chang'an glanced at the eager gazes of the crowd and sighed. "I entered the abyss of demon burial." The abyss of demon burial. Indeed, as soon as these three words were spoken, the scene instantly fell silent, with everyone wearing a look of surprise mixed with disbelief. Inside the abyss of demon burial, there are millions of bronze coffins, as well as decaying bronze coffins, and it is shrouded in black mist, with demonic energy soaring to the sky. It is a desolate place. Xiaolan, how did you get in? And how did you come out? The family head, Chun Xiantong, looked shocked, his heart suddenly tensing. Head of the family, I also don't know who brought me in. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a coffin, and then... Chun Chang'an's expression was complicated. He did not expect that when he came out, it would already be a year later. The crowd was astonished, looking at each other in disbelief. Everyone found it bizarre. A coffin in the abyss of demon burial. Staying for a year and not dying? This is simply unimaginable. Chapter 4. The Burial God Coffin. Damn it. Chun Xiantong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Investigate. We must find out which scoundrel brought Chang'an into the burial demon abyss. My Chun family will never let him go. We will crush his bones to ashes. Yes, in the great hall, everyone was united in their anger, a wave of murderous intent pervading the air. All right, the young master has returned. He should rest well. At this moment, a beautiful woman with a gentle expression spoke up. Her ethereal beauty was otherworldly, her hair like a waterfall, her eyes shimmering like rippling waves. But at this moment, there was also a glint of extremely cold light in her gaze. Yes, the third master is right. Let the young master return to his room to rest. A few elders quickly nodded, their faces showing concern. Thus, Chun Chang'an, under the caring gazes of everyone, returned to his room and locked the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed, rolling up the sleeve of his right arm. On it was a striking red character, Dian, burial, God, coffin. Chun Chang'an said softly, pronouncing these three words. As his words fell, an ancient bronze coffin, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as if it came from ancient times, floated before Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an stared at the coffin, lost in thought. A year ago, he was attacked, his bloodline was taken, and he was thrown into the burial demon abyss. Inside the abyss, there were countless decayed coffins and bronze sarcophagi. But he survived against all odds, and upon awakening, found innumerable evil spirits and bizarre skeletons. He fought with those evil spirits and skeletons for days and nights, eventually exhausted. He took refuge in a bronze coffin. Unexpectedly, inside the coffin was an endless starry universe. He spent 100 years inside, and when he came out, only a year had passed outside. Moreover, his physical body was refined and reforged inside. So naturally, he had lost his cultivation. Now, he had to start cultivating all over again. This place is called the Holy Martial Continent, where the levels of cultivation are divided into Huangwu Realm, Xuanwu Realm, Diwu Realm, Tianwu Realm, Tianwang Realm, Shengwang Realm, Shengjun Realm, Shengzuan Realm, Shengdi Realm, and Shunting Realm. Each realm is further divided into 10 levels. Chun Chang'an thought to himself as he glanced at several spatial rings beside him. Inside them were most of the resources of the Chun family. They were sent to help Chun Chang'an recover his cultivation quickly. There was also one that Chun Chang'an had obtained from Gu Qingchen. This space ring was pure black, exuding an ancient charm, and its space was vast enough to hold living beings. However, some living beings couldn't stay inside for long before dying. But this was the only item left to him by his mother. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones inside, which he had previously given to Gu Qingchen. However, there was a barrier inside, and it could only open automatically after a certain period. A year had passed, and there were still quite a few left. After spending 100 years in the burial god coffin, he had also been lonely for 100 years, and his temperament had been tempered to be perceptive and resolute. Reflecting on 100 years ago, he felt that his actions were particularly childish. Moreover, he had gradually seen through Gu Qingqing's true nature over the long river of time. After he came out, he heard that the Chun family had spent most of their fortune looking for him. Thus, he thought of asking Gu Qingqing for those spirit stones back to compensate the family. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingqing's first sentence was to annul the engagement. This made him even more certain of that woman's character. "Coffin Master, I hope you won't deceive me," Chun Chang'an said. During this 100 years, this Coffin Master will dissolve your physical body, scatter your cultivation, and then use chaotic energy to condense your body. The primordial energy will become your essence and true spirit consciousness. The blood of the ancient evil god will be refined into your bloodline. The eternal and endless black hole will become your dantian. The billions of stars will become your meridians and bones. All of this is to help you condense a body of the Creator God. Don't be dissatisfied. As the Coffin Master spoke, the coffin lid slowly opened, revealing a scene inside that resembled the starry universe. Chun Chang'an fell silent. He didn't know what the spirit of the coffin was saying, but he had no choice now but to believe. After all, the Chun family treated him this way, and he didn't want to disappoint them. Thus, he poured all the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and all the resources given by the Chun family into the coffin. The burial god coffin swallows the 4 seas. The coffin stabilizes the 8 wastelands, forming a cosmic star river inside, capable of melting living beings, burning through the ages, refining the heavens. From within the coffin, the voice of the coffin's spirit resonated, shaking countless beings. This made Chun Chang'an's heart tremble. What a domineering statement. Buzz. At this moment, a roar erupted from inside the coffin, and a series of powerful fluctuations radiated, causing Chun Chang'an's expression to change slightly. Soon, all the resources that Chun Chang'an had previously placed inside the burial god coffin, whether elixirs, weapons, or magical artifacts, were quickly melted. Then they transformed into the most primal source energy, forming strands of white smoke that slowly floated out, entering Chun Chang'an's mouth, being devoured and absorbed into his dantian, nourishing his entire body. Buzz. Shen Chang'an aura surgi de fierceté. From a mortal body, he stepped into martial arts. Huangwu Realm Level 1. Huangwu Realm Level 2. Huangwu Realm Level 3. Huangwu Realm Level 10. Xuanwu Realm Level 1. Xuanwu Realm Level 10. When he reached Xuanwu Realm Level 10, Chun Chang'an's realm stopped. He opened his eyes, a flash of chaotic energy passed, bringing forth a terrifying light. He had risen by 20 small levels. This is simply unbelievable, Chun Chang'an exclaimed in shock. Spending 100 years in the burial god coffin had already tempered his resolute mindset, but at this moment, he was also deeply moved. TSK. And you're already so happy at Xuanwu Realm. Truly an inexperienced kid. A voice filled with ancient mockery came from the burial god coffin. Kid, if you want to level up quickly, you can kill more people. Put their corpses in here to melt. Or put more heavenly materials and earthly treasures in here. As long as they are living things, it works. This master will refine them, and their energy will be converted to you, allowing you to grow rapidly. The voice of the burial god coffin made Chun Chang'an's heart leap with joy, but he was also filled with confusion. Coffin Master, why did you choose me? What exactly do you want from me? Chun Chang'an asked in confusion. TSK. Among tens of millions of coffins, you managed to lie in this old man's embrace. Perhaps this is fate. Or you could say, you're the chosen one, that works too. Listening to the voice of the coffin master, Chun Chang'an fell silent. Then he didn't think too much. He was still too weak at the moment. He feared that only by growing to a certain extent could he uncover more secrets of this world. During this 100 years, the coffin master described a vast world to him, which broadened his horizons. Thus, Chun Chang'an began to meditate and solidify his cultivation. At the same time, in the core room of the Chun family, 9 elders and the family head Chun Xiantong gathered together. Everyone exchanged glances, but all felt relieved in their hearts. Old 10, after experiencing such a grand cycle of reincarnation, everything seems to have succeeded perfectly. Moreover, that thing seems to have accomplished the tasks we concealed in our minds, automatically deriving them, as well as the plan to shape the body of the Creator God. Second Master spoke lightly. revealing a meaningful smile as he said, Chapter 5 money is for women to see. If there were outsiders present, they would be shocked to discover that the second master of the Chun family, called the head of the family, is actually referred to as Old Ten. Yet Chun Xiantong, on the other hand, seemed utterly unconcerned, smiling as he said, That guy up in the starry sky sent us a message, saying this is the calamity of Chang'an, and it's also his fortune. Let's take our time waiting, otherwise we'll all go mad this year. We don't have that much patience. The crowd nodded slightly, showing a hint of satisfaction. However, soon, the space twisted and blurred, as if someone was intervening, causing the expressions of the clan elders to turn blank again. It was as if some memories had been sealed away, and the overwhelming pressure transformed back into the roles of the elders of the Qin family. Chen Xianong looked at everyone again and sneered. It seems we have been too low-key, leading some to not take our Chan family seriously. From today onwards, anyone who dares to act against us or bully the young master will be killed without mercy, no matter who the opponent is. Understood. The 9 clan elders nodded slightly, their momentum rising at that moment, distorting the space. This was not the heavenly king realm known to others, but right head of the family. The young master is going to the Gu family to annul the engagement in 3 days. But according to the news we received, that Jun Wujian is at the Gu family. How should we face that guy? At this moment, the 9th master spoke, a smirk on his face. What attitude can we have? Whatever the young master says to do, we will do. Anyone who disagrees will be beaten until they comply. Chen Xiantong said coldly. Understood. The crowd nodded. At this point, the 9th master stepped forward, saying, Let me and the 8th master go with you to meet those 2 old guys from the Taitsong sword domain. Sure. The 8th master stepped forward, nodding slightly. He was a refined, middle-aged man, carrying a sword wrapped in cloth, his demeanor steady and heavy. Yet when he spoke, his eyes were filled with the light of a sword. Head of the family, I didn't expect that after returning a year later. The young master has become more sensible. Knowing our family's difficulties, he directly went to reclaim the resources he gave to Gu Qingcheng, which I had never thought of before. At this moment, the second master spoke with a gratified expression. Yes, indeed. Chun Xiantong nodded in agreement, but we still need to act a bit struggling. So he knows the difficulties and can strive to improve himself. We can't let him become a playboy. All the clan elders exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, everyone in the Gu family was trying their best to please a young man, Jun Wujian. In the hall, Jun Wujian sat at the head, looking down on everything with an arrogant gaze. Listening to Gu Qingcheng's weeping, he disdainfully said, Qingcheng, don't worry. If that Qin Chang'an dares to come in 3 days, I will definitely make him kneel and apologize to you. Upon hearing Jun Wujian's words, everyone in the hall immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Qingshan, the head of the Gu family, flattered with a smile, Qingcheng, hurry and thank young Master Jun. If it weren't for young Master Jun, we might have been bullied by the Chun family. Okay, father. Gu Qingcheng smiled sweetly, bowing gracefully to Jun Wujian. Thank you, young Master Jun. Your great kindness. I will never forget. Qingcheng, you're too polite. Your matters are my matters. Bullying you is bullying me. Jun Wujian squinted his eyes, stepping forward gently to hold Gu Qingcheng's jade hand, saying softly, Exactly. Qingcheng, don't you understand young Master Jun's intentions? You must not disappoint young Master Jun's good intentions. Lu Cece, standing nearby, chimed in with a flirtatious expression. As her words fell, Gu Qingcheng shyly lowered her head. This made Jun Wujian feel an urge to kiss her. But there were too many people around. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha, Cece is right. Seeing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Gu Qingshan was overjoyed. If young Master Jun is infatuated with my daughter Qingcheng, once she breaks off the engagement with that Qin kid, I, the old man, will take charge and marry my daughter to young Master Jun. Upon hearing this, everyone around was smiling. Gu Qingcheng lowered her head even further, mumbling, Oh dear father, why are you suddenly saying this? After saying that, she shyly pulled Lu Cece and ran away. As they left, Lu Cece's gaze intertwined meaningfully with young Master Jun's in the air. Watching Gu Qingcheng leave shyly, everyone burst into laughter. But Jun Wujian wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes, coldly snorting in his heart. to marry into my June family? Dream on. But playing around is fine. After all, it seems her primal lean is still intact. Chun Chang'an, you treat her so well. Yet you didn't even take a drop of blood. Truly ridiculous. Thinking this in his heart, but what Jun Wujian said was another thing altogether. To be able to marry Miss Qingsheng is my lifelong honor. However, I still need to cultivate feelings with Miss Qingsheng first, so as not to be abrupt with the fair lady. Ha, that is right, that is right. Young people like to have some little tricks, I understand. Gu Qingshan laughed heartily, feeling very good. After all, it was the Chun family that supported their Gu family, allowing them to quickly establish themselves in the great Zhou royal city. Now being able to find an even bigger support, he felt fortunate to have given birth to a good daughter. Then I will go find Qingsheng first, Jun Wujian said with a smile. Young Master Jun, please feel free, Gu Qingshan said with a beaming smile, flattering. Following that, Jun Wujian took a follower and 2 old men, walking out of the Gu family hall towards the back courtyard. Young Master, do you really want to marry this Gu Qingsheng? I'm afraid the old master won't agree. Along the way, one of the old men beside him whispered, moreover, this Gu Qingsheng seems to be constantly hinting at you to give her various spiritual treasures. Young Master, this woman has quite a deep scheme. Hee, of course I won't marry her. Let us sleep together first. Jun Wujian scoffed, his eyes slightly narrowing. As for giving her spiritual treasures, I want to give her a damn thing. As he walked, Jun Wujian casually remarked, money is for women to see, not for women to spend. Got it? Young Master is wise. The old man behind him was taken aback for a moment, then slowly nodded. However, this Gu Qingsheng is a bit interesting, coy and hesitant, wanting to refuse yet welcoming, wanting to capture, yet letting go. She wants my investment while trying to dangle me? Don't even think about it. If I don't get a bite, she should expect to gain anything? Jun Wujian said disdainfully. He had had countless women in the Holy Land. As soon as Gu Qingsheng made a move, he would know what position she wanted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the news of Chun Chang'an's return spread to every corner of the royal city, causing a massive stir. After all, he was once the most dazzling genius, and now, without any cultivation, it was inevitable that countless people would have many thoughts. Today, everyone's gaze was focused on the Gu family. Chapter 6. The Evil Demon Blood God Technique. Chun Residence. The home of Chun Chang'an. Strange. I can't sense that brat Chang'an at all. Could it be that he's not in his room? Impossible. He hasn't shown up for the past 3 days, and he specifically instructed us not to disturb him. Outside Chun Chang'an's room, the sword-bearing 8th Master and the large knife-wielding 9th Master voiced their confusion. In their eyes, there was deep shock. With their strength, they couldn't even detect Chun Chang'an's presence, which was indeed puzzling. Meanwhile, deep in the starry sky, in a boundless chaos, a colorful bridge spanned millions of miles of the cosmos. In the depths of the bridge, an ancient oval mirror floated, emanating vast divine power, as if it could suppress everything in the universe. Within the mirror, a shadow sensed everything in the Chun family, letting out a cold snort. The ancient great gods of the eternal life divine palace were playing such childish games, only a mere avatar, yet still sealing their memories to play at family games. TSK, truly boring. The voice of the sentient intelligence within the mirror was unheard by anyone. At the same time, in the Chun family of Chang'an City in the great Zhou kingdom, after entering the god burial coffin, Chun Chang'an seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. At this moment, he found himself in a vast and limitless cosmic starry sky. Sitting cross-legged, his aura was steadily rising, accompanied by a violent energy that seemed to be contained within him, causing him to exude a terrifying presence like an ancient fierce beast. After an unknown amount of time, Chun Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Evil demon. Bloodline, he murmured, his eyes filled with excitement. This was the bloodline left to him by the god burial coffin. In addition, there was also a technique and a sword technique. Evil demon blood god technique and the world burial sword technique. Kid, you have now obtained the inheritance of the evil demon god, his bloodline, his techniques, and his sword moves. Over the past 3 years, you have successfully cultivated the first 3 moves. Not bad, not bad. In the vast starry sky, The comforting voice of the Coffin Master echoed. "Thank you, Coffin Master." Chun Chang'an stood up, his expression respectful, bowing to the void. At this moment, he was indeed inside the god-burial coffin. Outside, only 3 days had passed, but here, 3 years had already elapsed. During these 3 years, he not only received the inheritance given by the Coffin Master, but also mastered the techniques of the Chun family. Gaining immensely, the Coffin Master had no physical form, only a light laugh in response, seeming both distant and near. To open the time, 1,000 Layers realm requires the Wheel of Time. This time's opening has completely consumed the energy of the previous Wheel of Time. In the future, you will need to find the Wheel of Time to continue cultivating in the time 1,000 Layers realm. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an showed a hint of disappointment. After all, he had cultivated here for 3 years, while only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Soon, he thought of an illogical point. Coffin Master, if I cultivate here for 100 years, then wouldn't only 100 days have passed outside? Why was a year last time? The Wheel of Time has varying degrees of purity in the divine rights of time. The time differences triggered by different purities of the Wheel of Time will vary. The Coffin Master explained. Chun Chang'an fell silent, feeling a bit regretful. If he could cultivate here for another 100 years, when he went out, only a year would have passed outside, then wouldn't he be even stronger? It's just a pity that the previous 100 years were spent by the Coffin Master reconstructing his physical body. The recently activated 3 years helped him recover his cultivation and inheritance. But soon, he became invigorated again. He firmly engraved the phrase Wheel of Time in his heart. Thinking of this, Chun Chang'an's breath quickened again, and he respectfully bowed. Coffin Master, I remember. Then let's go out. At this moment, the space distorted, and a vortex appeared. Chun Chang'an stepped out, and when the scene before his eyes solidified again, he found himself back in his own room. Evil demon. God? This name was unfamiliar to Chun Chang'an, but he knew it might be a powerful existence from a higher dimension. The Coffin Master hadn't revealed everything to him. Clenching his fists tightly, Chun Chang'an felt an explosive power. 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. Inside the god-burial coffin, he not only broke through to the heavenly martial realm, but also recovered to the level he was a year ago. Moreover, the current him was world apart from who he was a year ago, the person who extracted my bloodline and threw me into the abyss of demon burial. Once I find out who you are, I will definitely drain your blood. Bit by bit, Chun Chang'an said coldly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Who? Taking a deep breath, Chun Chang'an regulated his emotions, sensing the 2 people outside the door, and immediately stood up to go out. Opening the door, he saw it was the 8th Master and 9th Master, and Chun Chang'an bowed respectfully. Greetings, 8th Master, 9th Master. The 8th and 9th Masters were stunned. Chang'an, you have restored your cultivation. The 2 exclaimed in shock. Chun Chang'an smiled slightly. It was thanks to the family's resources. This kid will not disappoint the family's cultivation. Haha, great, great. As expected of our Chun family's young master. The 9th Master laughed heartily. The 8th Master also wore a gratified expression, nodding repeatedly as he looked at Chun Chang'an. 8th Master, 9th Master, let's go to the Gu family now. Chun Chang'an said. Now that the Chun family was in financial crisis, it was better to retrieve those several million spirit stones. All right. The 8th Master and 9th Master nodded in agreement, following behind Chun Chang'an. At this time, a voice from the Coffin Master echoed in Chun Chang'an's mind. TSK, your Chun family is not simple. Oh, how is it not simple? Chun Chang'an responded curiously. He secretly glanced at the excited 9th Master and the elegant and gentle 8th Master. I opened the time 1,000 Layers realm for you twice, losing my spiritual perception, but if I'm not mistaken, the 9 clan elders of your Chun family are definitely not at the Heavenly King realm, as you said. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an's heart stirred. Could it be that they have entered the Saint realm? The Saint realm encompasses the Saint Emperor, Saint Monarch, and Saint Venerable levels. Thinking of this, Chun Chang'an's heart raced. Could it be his family background was very strong? This I do not know. This world is strange. It seems something is suppressing it. You can figure it out for yourself. Chun Chang'an used his spiritual perception to sense the 2 of them, but the feeling he received still hinted at the Heavenly King realm's aura. Afterward, He didn't bother to think too much about it. The strength of these clan elders was also a good thing for him. It would also determine his attitude towards the Gu family, whether to be domineering or even more tyrannical. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Gu family. Young master of the Chun family, Chun Chang'an, is here to visit. Chun Chang'an looked at the few guards at the door and spoke indifferently. The guards exchanged mocking glances. Oh, so it's the young master of the Chun family who has become a waste. Just wait, I'll go in and report shortly. That's right. Our family head is currently receiving important guests. Once he is free, he will naturally meet you. The guard at the entrance spoke lazily, putting extra emphasis on the words important guests. In the past, when Chun Chang'an visited the Gu family, he was always polite and courteous. After all, he was pursuing their young lady. Moreover, their young lady was about to climb the social ladder, and these guards had become arrogant. Ha! Chun Chang'an sneered contemptuously, his eyes narrowing as he raised his foot and fiercely kicked the chest of the guard in front of him. Boom! The dull sound was like a thunderclap. With a loud bang, blood burst from the guard's chest, sending him flying backward, crashing hard into the door of the Gu family. When the guard fell heavily to the ground, he was already like a dead dog, unaware of life or death. You dare to make a move. The other guards trembled violently, speaking in shock. Chun Chang'an lifted his leg and walked inside, saying, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. A mere dog thinks it can bark wildly in front of me. The remaining guards no longer dared to stop him, their eyes filled with terror as they shrank back. Chen Ba and Chun Jiao exchanged a glance, grinned, and then leisurely followed. The commotion caused by Chun Chang'an's intrusion soon reached the main hall of the Gu family and into Gu Qingshan's ears. Gu Qingshan's face instantly darkened. Oof. This brat is lawless. Today, I must teach him a lesson on behalf of the Chun family. Ha! This is truly amusing. Let us see who has the right to teach me a lesson on behalf of the Chun family. Just as Gu Qingshan finished speaking, a disdainful cold laugh came from outside the door. Dressed in white, elegant and handsome like a god, Chun Chang'an strode in, and Gu Qingshan's face turned fierce as he shouted angrily, Chun Chang'an, kneel down for me. Chapter 7. Truly unaware of death. Chun Chang'an remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. He noticed that Gu Qingshan and Lu Sisi were present, along with all the clan elders of the Gu family. There was also a young man dressed extravagantly in a bright yellow-orange robe. Standing behind him were two elderly men. The young man wore an arrogant expression, seemingly unwilling to even glance at Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an, what do you mean by this? Why have you harmed others? Hurry up and kneel to admit your mistake and apologize. Otherwise, if Chun Xiantong can't teach you properly, I will teach you in his stead. Gu Qingshan spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an sneered, just you? You aren't even qualified to make me kneel. Besides, you a mere second-rate family head. Think you can replace the first-rate Chun family head to teach others? Who gave you that face? Gu Qingshan was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the handsome young man before him. He had once been respectful and gentle towards him, but now it seemed there was a hint of coldness. Moreover, a dog wants to block me? Not smashing him is already showing mercy. Chun Chang'an disdainfully remarked, too lazy to pay attention to Gu Qingshan's pale face. He then took out the marriage certificate from his embrace. No more nonsense. I'm here to annul the marriage, Chun Chang'an declared, slowly tearing the marriage certificate in his hand. He then scattered the shreds into the air, filling the great hall with fluttering fragments. Impudent! Gu Qingshan suddenly roared. You are too disrespectful. Didn't your elders teach you the word politeness? As he spoke, a pressure from the heavenly king realm enveloped Chun Chang'an, seemingly trying to force him to kneel. However, to everyone's surprise, Chun Chang'an remained straight and relaxed. Politeness? I'm already quite polite, Gu family head. Don't make it hard for both sides. The marriage certificate has been torn. Return the 3 million spirit stones I gave you back then. Chun Chang'an said, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, speaking. Gu Changqing's expression turned even uglier. He wanted to intimidate Chun Chang'an, thinking that even if the marriage was annulled, the subsequent gifts and spirit stones wouldn't need to be returned. But now, this arrogant Chun Chang'an was becoming unmanageable. He couldn't help but glance at the calm and seemingly entertained Jun Wujin beside him. Clap, clap, clap. Jun Wujian lightly clapped his hands, slowly standing up. Wonderful, truly wonderful. TSK, this small great Zhou kingdom, the so-called first-rate family, how domineering. It really opened my eyes. Jun Wujian walked slowly to Chun Chang'an's front, squinting his eyes, his face filled with disdain as he said, a frog at the bottom of a well. Being arrogant in this great Zhou kingdom is one thing. But if you were in the Holy Land, you probably wouldn't even know how you would die. Seeing Jun Wujian speak, the Gu family members all breathed a sigh of relief, turning to look at Chun Chang'an with faces full of mockery. Gu Qingsheng and Lu Sisi gazed at Jun Wujian with sparkling eyes, as if looking at a male god. This made Jun Wujian even more pleased with himself as he snapped open the fan in his hand, fanning himself gracefully. Chun Chang'an tilted his gaze to the person before him, sneering, "Tiske, who is so unethical that their pants can't even be tightened, and something like you falls out?" The words fell, and the crowd gasped. Some couldn't help but glance at Jun Wujian in his yellow-orange attire. It did indeed resemble a pile of excrement. In an instant, countless people struggled to suppress their laughter, turning their faces red. Bold! At this moment, Lu Sisi raised her head and said, "Chun Chang'an, do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land, and the son of the Holy Monarch. Speaking like this, are you tired of living?" Jun Wujian maintained a smile, but as Lu Sisi's words rang out, the smile at the corner of his lips became even more contemptuous and playful. He, as the son of the Holy Monarch, you must know what kind of status the Holy Monarch represents. His gaze fell on Chun Chang'an, as if looking at an ant. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? The words you just said offended me. Do you want to wait to die obediently, or wag your tail and beg for mercy, dreaming that I would spare your worthless life?" "Huh!" Chun Chang'an chuckled lightly. The son of the Holy Monarch, a transcendent existence in the entire central continent. Yet you are here in this border country, helping a minor family gain prominence. TSK, it seems your status in the Holy Land is quite low as well. Chun Chang'an's words made Jun Wujian's gentle face instantly stiffen. If he were truly a noble-born, high-status son of the Holy Monarch, he would never bother to come here to flaunt his power and act arrogantly. You are probably just a waste that even your biological parents don't want to look at. That's why you came here, to bask in the admiration of countless people, to reflect your pitiful self-esteem, right? Chun Chang'an's words pierced the heart. A layer of anger gradually surfaced on Jun Wujian's face. Chun Chang'an's words struck at a sore spot. Faced with Jun Wujian's ashen expression, Chun Chang'an extended his finger, lightly shaking it, and disdainfully said, "I, a frog at the bottom of the well, am still better than you, a despised piece of trash. Even the son of the Holy Monarch is no exception. You are still the dirtiest and smelliest trash. Your parents don't love you, and your siblings are ashamed of you. You come to the great Zhou kingdom, and they probably can't wait for you to die here, right?" Chun Chang'an's words were like knives, rendering the great hall silent. Everyone tilted their heads back, dumbfounded. Even the 8th and 9th elders at the entrance were filled with shock. "Old 8, how did Chang'an become so eloquent?" TSK, it seems he wants to take on the Holy Land family. The son of the Holy Monarch? Interesting. The two of them exchanged smiles, completely unafraid. In the Great Hall, Jun Wujian's reaction exceeded Chun Chang'an's expectations. His face turned a visible shade of liver color. He slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers clenching wildly, his pupils filled with malice and twisted light. Jun Wujian let out a strange laugh, momentarily unsure of how to torture Chun Chang'an to vent his anger. Very good, very good. A mere border country, a place where even the Heavenly Emperor realm is the highest level. How dare someone provoke my Jun Wujian's majesty? I will let you know that your mouth will bring you and your Chun family a nightmare of extermination. Just you, a waste of the heavenly martial realm. Dare to jump around here? Chun Chang'an retorted without reservation, pointing at the 2 old men behind Jun Wujian. Or are you going to rely on those 2 old wastes from the heavenly king realm? Chun Chang'an's words undoubtedly ignited the anger in Jun Wujian's heart. His gaze turned sinister, his teeth clenched tightly. "Good, very good. I will slowly tear your flesh piece by piece, your bones one by one." In a fit of rage, Jun Wujian lunged forward, his 5 fingers reaching directly for Chun Chang'an's head. The Gu family members were instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Chun Chang'an with pity. Gu Qingsheng and Lu Sisi both spat at the same time, truly unaware of death. Chapter 8. Hidden and Unseen. Looking at the murderous Jian Wujian, Chun Chang'an's palm suddenly reached out to grab his incoming hand. The pressure released far exceeded the realm of the Tianwu realm, instantly suffocating the proud Jian Wujian, his pupils dilating as if about to burst. Bang! The 2 hands collided fiercely. A shrill scream and the sound of shattering bones erupted. In that moment, Jian Wujian witnessed the most unbelievable scene. His entire palm shattered in an instant, and simultaneously his entire arm cracked inch by inch. The next moment, countless shards of bone flew everywhere. Before Jian Wujian could scream in agony, in the next instant, a cold hand pierced through his chest bones, directly stabbing into his heart, brutally grasping his heart in its 5 fingers. "Stop it! Buzz!" A roar echoed, and 2 figures charged down from above Chun Chang'an, exuding en overwhelming aura. Boom! But at that moment, 2 others appeared beside Chun Chang'an. They sent the 2 old men Jian Wujian had brought flying with a single punch. The entire great hall trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. "You have some nerve. Let go of our young master." The 2 old men in gray robes, with short hair and long beards, stare at the 8th and 9th lords beside Chun Chang'an, their faces filled with shock. Although they were merely outer elders of the family, they were all at the 10th level of the Tianwang realm. They were actually sent flying with a single blow. How is this possible? Who are these 2? You. Wu. With his heart grasped by Chun Chang'an, pain and fear overflowed from Jian Wujian's mouth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as if trapped in a nightmare. Just a moment ago, the other party was still a humble border brat in his eyes, like a grasshopper, akin to trash by the roadside. He thought he could crush him whenever he wanted, but in an instant, his life was completely in the other party's hands. He knew that as long as Chun Chang'an crushed his heart, he would undoubtedly die. "Let him go. Do you really want to go to war with my giant family?" The 2 gray-haired old men looked extremely grim, each word carrying a terrifying kingly pressure. The members of the Gu family turned pale with fear. Countless elders slumped to the ground. Gu Qingsheng and Lu Sisi fell as if they were in a dream. How could he be so strong? He easily defeated Jian Wujian. This Chun Chang'an has gone mad, daring to offend the young master of the giant family. It's over. The Chun family is definitely doomed. The 2 felt waves of turmoil in their hearts, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Let him go, or else go to war with your giant family." The might of the giant family did not instill the slightest fear in Chun Chang'an. He laughed coldly. After all, he was the one who wanted to kill me first. Can he only kill me, but not allow me to kill him? As he spoke, Chun Chang'an turned his gaze to the 9th lord beside him. "9th lord, if I kill him, can our Chun family withstand it?" The 9th lord was taken aback, and before he could reply, the 8th lord casually said, "Kill him." Those 2 short words contained boundless killing intent, making the atmosphere icy cold. It made it seem as if the 8th lord was allowing Chun Chang'an to kill a mere lowly figure, not the illustrious young master of the giant family. Everyone in the Gu family felt as if they were in a dream. Chun Chang'an has gone mad. Could it be that the clan elders of the Chun family have also gone mad? Chun Chang'an's heart stirred. Sure enough, the Chun family was not as simple as it appeared. "Elder 12, save me, save me." Jian Wujian trembled as he spoke. His heart was tightly grasped. He dared not move, but his whole body trembled like a sieve. "Who are you?" The 2 gray-robed old men stared intently at the 8th and 9th lords. The pressure that suffocated them was not something the Tianwang realm could compare to. Could it be the Holy Emperor realm? Thinking of this, they both gasped sharply. This was just a small border country in the east of the human race. How could there casually be someone at the Holy Emperor realm? "We are the clan elders of the Chun family," the 8th lord said lightly. The 2 gray-haired old men frowned deeply. "I don't care who you are. You know he is from the giant family in the central continent, the son of the holy monarch." You should understand that killing him would be an incredibly foolish act. The gray-robed old man spoke coldly. The other continued, let him go, or else. But as soon as he finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out in the hall. Chun Chang'an exerted force, not knowing which part of Giant Wujian he had crushed. Ugh! Giant Wujian let out a scream like a dying duck. You! The two gray-haired old men took a step forward, their eyes bloodshot. But they were also wary of the 8th and 9th lords, not daring to act recklessly. Otherwise, what would happen? Kill me? Chun Chang'an spoke indifferently. Kid, if you dare to kill him, the Chun family will be utterly destroyed. Don't say I didn't warn you. Just as the gray-haired old man finished speaking, Chun Chang'an had already crushed Giant Wujian's heart. Boom! Giant Wujian's eyes widened in terror, quickly losing focus. His head drooping as he collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. You! The gray-haired old man's eyes widened in shock. The other immediately grabbed his arm, his eyes filled with fear, shouting, run! With a bang, the two broke through the roof and shot off into the distance. But at that moment, a blade of light flashed, directly slashing towards them. Swish! The blade was incredibly sharp, and in an instant, two perfectly good heads flew off. Their bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Chun Chang'an squinted, his expression meaningful as he said, 9th Lord, hidden and unseen. Huh? I'm just a bit stronger than them. The 9th Lord laughed heartily, awkwardly trying to cover it up. I believe you not. Chun Chang'an scoffed inwardly. He then turned his gaze to Giant Wujian, who had already harbored the intent to kill him, which was why he counterattacked. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome no matter what. It was better to just kill him. At this moment, the pungent smell of blood spread throughout the great hall. This made all the members of the Gu family look terrified, shrinking back. Chun Chang'an's gaze fell on Gu Qingshan's pale face, and he said lightly, I have already canceled my engagement with Gu Qingshan. Is what I want already. This. Gu Qingshan trembled all over in fright, and then shouted at several elders, Quick, return the resources young Master Chun gave us. Yes. The other elders quickly trembled away, eager to grow a couple more legs. Not long after, a number of spatial rings were delivered. After collecting them, Chun Chang'an didn't even glance at the pail and nearly urinated Gu Qingqing. He turned to collect the bodies of Giant Wujian and the two gray-robed old men. This strange behavior astonished the 8th and 9th lords. Young master, what do you want these bodies for? The 9th lord asked curiously. I have my own use. Chun Chang'an smiled. Could it be that the young master wants to destroy the corpses to erase the evidence? There's no need for that. With our connections and strength, we are not afraid of the giant family. The 8th lord said lightly. Chun Chang'an was taken aback. He looked at the 8th lord, hesitating. 8th lord, we won't also be from the Holy Clan or the Imperial Clan, right? The 8th lord was stunned. The Holy Clan represents at least having a Holy Monarch-level expert in the family. The Imperial Clan represents having a Holy Emperor-level expert in the family. How could that be possible? You grew up in the Great Zhou royal city. If we were of the Holy Clan or the Imperial Clan, wouldn't your intelligence and cleverness make you aware of it? 9th Master said with a laugh, his expression extremely sincere. This made Chun Chang'an squint his eyes, deepening his doubts. As the three of them left, the remaining silent Gu family was instantly thrown into chaos. Chapter 9. Storm in Chang'an City. It's over, Dad. They've killed people from the Jun family. What should we do? Will the Jun family blame us? Gu Qingqing's face was filled with panic. Lu Sisi was even more at a loss. Jun Wujian. Is he really dead? The two elder protectors he brought are also dead. Slap. At this moment, Gu Qingshan slapped Gu Qingsheng hard on the face, huffing, it's all your fault. If it weren't for your desire to cling to Jun Wujian, we wouldn't have ended up like this today. That Chun Chang'an's cultivation must have recovered, and his family S-Clan elder is not simple either. We not only offended the Chun family, but also the Jun family. It's all because of you. Stupid woman. Gu Qingsheng was stunned by the slap and immediately began to cry, pointing at Gu Qingshan angrily. Wasn't I trying to help the Gu family develop? If it weren't for me constantly using the resources given by Chun Chang'an to support the Gu family, could you have today? Could you have entered the Heavenly King realm? How could you hit me now? Woo-woo. Seeing Gu Qingshang crying, Gu Qingshan suddenly felt regret. He stared blankly at his own hand. He had just struck his daughter, whom he had always been proud of. Enough! At this moment, an old woman leaning on a cane slowly walked into the main hall. Ancestor! Gu Qingshang, and others respectfully spoke, their expressions filled with excitement. The visitor was none other than the Gu family's ancestor, Gu Changhong. I already know everything. Gu Changhong slowly walked to the main seat, her gaze falling on the bloodstains in the hall, her expression grave. Ancestor, what should we do? Gu Qingshan respectfully asked, feeling uncertain. Ancestor, he hit me. Gu Qingshan walked to Gu Changhong's side, hugging her arm, sniffing, her eyes red as she spoke. Qingshan, how can this be blamed on Qingqing? Gu Changhong glared at Gu Qingshan, gently patting Gu Qingqing's hand, and said kindly, since we have offended the Chun family then, let us fully cling to the Jun family's thigh. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Ancestor, you mean? Gu Qingshan asked hesitantly. That's right, we announced to the outside world that Jun Wujian is engaged to our Qingsheng, and they have already become a couple. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Qingqing's face immediately turned red. Ancestor, what are you saying? I'm still a maiden. Gu Changhong patted her hand, kindly saying, I know, this is just a strategy. As she spoke, her gaze flickered with cold light. Looking at Gu Qingshan and everyone in the hall, she coldly declared, all of you must listen to me. We will say to the outside world that Qingqing and Jun Wujian are a couple and are engaged. But Chun Chang'an, out of resentment, fought with Jun Wujian. We will use the 8th and 9th elders of the Chun family to kill him and completely destroy the body. In the hall, everyone was stunned, each one gasping in shock. Bang! Gu Changhong forcefully struck the ground with her cane, as if striking the hearts of everyone. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Everyone felt that the ancestor's strategy was excellent. Not only did it latch onto the Jun family's thigh, but it also isolated the Chun family. After all, who would dare to associate with the Chun family after offending the Jun family? Moreover, Chun Chang'an might even earn a reputation for being petty, narrow-minded, and lacking perspective. Qingshan, you are responsible for contacting the Jun family, telling them that Jun Wujian was killed by the Chun family. Also, even if Jun Wujian is dead, Qingsheng is still their daughter-in-law, so request them to send someone to handle it. Gu Changhong said calmly, her gaze deep. Yes. Gu Qingshan replied, the ancestor is wise. At that moment, Gu Changhong's gaze fell on Lu Cece, Miss Cece. Lu Cece came back to her senses, still feeling dazed. But soon, she realized something and immediately understood. Gu family ancestor, I know what to do. I, Lu Cece, am willing to testify. Good. Also let your mother exert some effort, so that Chun Chang'an cannot stay in the Dajo Academy. At the very least, when the Jun family attacks the Chun family, even if the Dajo royal family and the Dajo Academy do not participate, they must remain uninvolved. Gu Changhong said sternly. Lu Cece's eyes brightened, and she immediately said, Gu family ancestor, I understand. All right, everyone disperse. Gu Changhong waved her hand. If this is done well, it could still be an opportunity for us to enter the Holy Land. Gu Qingshan and the others' eyes lit up at this. The ancestor is wise. Everyone respectfully bowed, admiring her, and then went out to carry out their tasks. Soon, Chun Chang'an came to the Gu family to withdraw the engagement. And then the Gu family quickly turned around to establish an engagement with Jun Wujian. This news spread rapidly throughout Chang'an City, especially the incident where Chun Chang'an, out of jealousy, fought with Jun Wujian, and the 8th and 9th elders got involved and killed Jun Wujian, created a huge uproar. For a time, the entire Chang'an City was in a state of panic with discussions everywhere. After all, he was a young master from a family of the Holy Land, who died tragically in Chang'an City. The ruler of Dajo would probably find it hard to explain. Thus, all kinds of storms headed towards the Chun family, forming a shocking momentum. Chun family. After Chun Chang'an returned, he went to the discussion hall. Head of the family. These 3 million spirit stones were given to me by you. I now return them to the family to alleviate the family's urgent needs. Chun Chang'an handed a black spatial ring to Chun Xiantong. Chun Xiantong and the other clan elders looked at Chun Chang'an with gratified expressions. Keep it. Your intentions are enough to make me happy. Our family still has money, so you don't need to worry. Chen Xiantong said with a smile. Head of the family. Over this past year, the family has spent a lot of manpower and resources to find me. Chen Chang'an was about to speak when he was interrupted by the elder. Since Chang'an is so filial, then head of the family, you should accept half of it. The elder looked at Chen Chang'an, her stunning face cold as ice, resembling a celestial being, but she smiled at Chen Chang'an and said, Chang'an, there's no need to say any more emotional words. The remaining half is for your cultivation. You don't need to decline. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiantong also didn't decline but accepted it and then returned half to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an nodded and said no more. He could see that the clan elders looked at him with concern, which filled his heart with warmth. At this moment, Chen Xiantong said with a smile, Chang'an, regarding the matters with the Gu family, Old 8th and Old 9th have told us all about it. It was Chang'an's recklessness. Please punish him, head of the family. Chen Chang'an immediately cupped his hands in apology. Haha, punish what? Chen Xiantong laughed heartily. You did very well. From now on, you can boldly do anything. If the younger generation or those who differ from you by a major realm challenge or pursue you, we won't help. But if the older generation wants to intervene, we old folks won't agree. As for Jun Wujian, if he is dead, then he is dead. There is no need to fear the Jun family. A mere son of an outer sect elder who is accompanied here probably isn't favored either. Even if the Jun family dares to come, we'll let them experience the might of our Chun family's tyrannical bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was deeply moved. Chapter 10. The Powerful Chun Family. Chen Chang'an had a strange expression and an endless amount of doubt surged in his heart. Master, could it be that I am the young master of some mysterious big family? In fact, you are not my real uncle at all, and my biological parents are still alive. And they are both very powerful beings. Am I just being raised outside? Oomph. Chen Xiantong snorted and curled his lips, saying, How is that possible? You are my real nephew. Chen Chang'an touched his nose and curiously looked at the 9 elders. Then don't you blame me for causing a big mess? You still let me charge ahead? Aren't you afraid that one day I might break through the sky? Ha, break through the sky? Then our Chen family can patch it up. At that moment, the 9th elder laughed heartily and added, Moreover, our Chun family has always been united, and we always help our own. That's right. If you're timid, how can you grow? The 8th elder smiled. At this time, the 1st elder said solemnly, Old 8 is right. You are clearly an extraordinary gold. How can you be tempered gently? The 2nd elder, holding a goose feather fan, also slowly spoke, Chang'an, we cultivators must bear everything with our lives. Do not believe in heaven. Do not obey fate. Nothing can stop us. The beings of the world must not be buried in their hearts, and the gods must not make us bow down. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The Chen family disciples looked at each other with burning eyes, all feeling honored to be born into the Chen family. Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of blood. These clan elders were all supporting him to bravely charge ahead, unafraid of heaven and earth. So, his future style of action would have to be domineering. Of course, it should not be about bullying the weak for no reason, but about being unafraid of powerful forces, unafraid of fierce enemies. After all, he had the Chun family and the god burial coffin. With these 2 powerful foundations, Master, something bad has happened. At that moment, the Chun family steward, an old man named Chen Wu, hurriedly ran in from outside. Oh, what happened? Chen Xiantong frowned slightly. Master, esteemed elders, young master. Chen Wu entered with a hurried expression. He gasped for breath, took a deep breath, and continued. The other 3 major families in the royal city, the Liu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family, have all announced the severance of business ties with us. Additionally, our multiple businesses and spirit stone mines have also faced resistance from various families. Even the royal family has issued an announcement stating that our Chun family's actions have nothing to do with the great Zhou kingdom. As soon as these words fell, the venue fell silent instantly. What on earth is going on? Chen Xiantong frowned and then seemed to understand something. Could it be that the Gu family has taken some action? Chen Wu secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an and said with his head down, the old master was right. Is indeed the Gu family. The Gu family has leaked news that Gu Qingsheng has already had a marital relationship with Jun Wuji, and both sides have also engaged. They said, The ninth elder's eyes widened. What did they say? They said our young master was driven by love and hatred, which led the eighth and ninth elders to kill Jun Wuji. So now, all the families in the royal city want to distance themselves from our Chun family. As soon as Chun Wu's words fell, the ninth elder roared in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Is that what the Gu family said? Yes. The ninth elder's imposing aura made Chun Wu tremble with fear. Everyone fell silent, their eyes narrowing. He Chang'an, what do you say? At this time, the second elder, wearing a scholar's robe and holding a goose feather fan, looked at Chun Chang'an with a smile and asked. Chun Chang'an sneered disdainfully. I didn't expect that the Gu family would choose to be wrong all the way, rather than come to us for peace. His eyes narrowed, and he thought that this strategy probably did not come from that fool, Gu Qingshan. That's right, it must be the idea of their ancestor, Gu Changhong. The second elder smiled slightly. I'm afraid they're trying to isolate our Chun family in the entire royal city. Interesting. Indeed interesting. Chun Chang'an sneered earlier. I didn't kill the Gu family's people because they didn't have killing intent towards me. If they provoke me again and cross my bottom line, I won't be polite. If people do not offend me, I do not offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely kill. Chun Chang'an said coldly, his gaze disdainful. This made Chun Wu, the steward, tremble in his heart. The other clan elders nodded in agreement. Let them be. Those families want to isolate us, so let them. If they want to extend their claws toward our Chun family, whoever extends their hand, we will chop off their hand. Chun Xiantong said coldly, showing complete disdain for those families isolating the Chun family. Yes, Chun Wu immediately replied respectfully. After the matter was settled, Chun Chang'an returned to his room. He directly placed Jun Wuji and the two old men's corpses into the god burial coffin. Soon, the three bodies disappeared without a trace. A stream of pure energy flowed back into Chun Chang'an's body, beginning to nourish his dantian. Too little, Chun Chang'an said with dissatisfaction. He then found a sword. This was a heavy sword that was a foot wide and nearly 8 feet long. A heavenly grade, overlord sword. This was a heavy sword collected by the Chun family at the heavenly grade. Weapon grades are divided into Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, Wang, Huang, Jun, Zun, and Di. Each realm corresponds to a level of weapon. Then, Chun Chang'an began to practice the burial world sword technique. First move, instant kill. Second move, throat seal. Third move, shatter heaven. The next day, a servant hurriedly arrived outside Chun Chang'an's door, and an anxious voice came in. Young master, something bad has happened. Young master Xian has been bullied at the academy, and the master wants you to handle it. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Chun Chang'an's eyes as he put the overlord sword around his neck and placed it in a space ring worn on a rope around his neck. Then he strode out. When he saw the anxious servant outside the door, Chun Chang'an said coldly, "Take me there." Okay. The servant breathed a sigh of relief and immediately led the way. Chun Chang'an couldn't help but think of a youthful face and a small figure. Young Master Xian. That is Chun Xian, the biological son of Chun Xiantong, Chun Chang'an's cousin. The two had a very good relationship since childhood, like brothers. Someone actually dares to bully him, truly seeking death. Chun Chang'an muttered coldly, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou Academy, in a corner that went unnoticed, crack, with the sound of bones breaking, a somewhat frail figure was heavily thrown to the ground. Crimson blood quickly stained a large area of the ground. While the bones are really hard, a young man dressed in blue, with a sinister expression, walked over leisurely, looking down at the unable-to-stand boy. TSK, Chun Xian, your Chun family is about to be exterminated, and you are still so arrogant? Two other young men also slowly approached, arms crossed, with expressions full of disdain and pity. Isn't it just 100 spirit stones? Just hand them over. When your Chun family is exterminated, we 3 families might still spare your dog life. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong. Chun Xian's left arm was broken, and he had over a dozen injuries on his body. The immense pain made his face pale and sweat poured down like rain. Gritting his teeth, he said, My elder brother is back. If you dare to hit me, just wait for your necks to be washed clean and wait for death. Chapter 11. Instant kill, throat strike. Shatter the sky. Oh, your elder brother? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong exchanged glances, then burst into laughter simultaneously. Ha ha ha. Lu Hong kicked Chen Xian fiercely, sneering. Your elder brother Chen Chang'an, right? He can't even protect himself. How could he come and help you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. That's right, he's just a pitiful worm. The woman was taken by Jun Xiao, and he himself disregarded martial ethics, letting the clan elder kill. TSK, TSK. I'm afraid that in a few days, the wrath of the Jun family will descend upon your Chun family. By then, not a single one of you will be left alive. How pathetic, how sad. Wang Gang squinted his eyes, sneering continuously. You guys. Cough, cough. Chun Xian lay on the cold ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood in anger. Lu Hong casually approached, stepping directly on Chun Xian's head, slowly saying, Chun Xian, little junior brother, let's not even talk about your elder brother Chen Chang'an losing his cultivation. Even if he recovered, so what? Behind us are the 3 top families of Wang City. Plus, we have the second prince backing us. Even if we kill you today, your father wouldn't dare to say a word. Do you believe that? Chun Xian gritted his teeth but couldn't utter a word. Since Chun Chang'an's disappearance, the Chun family disciples had become low-key in the Dajo Academy. The academy students are divided into ranks A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the 4 martial realms: Tianwu, Diwu, Xuanwu, and Huangwu. He was merely a C-level student, naturally no match for these 3 B-level students. Ever since the news broke that Chun Chang'an killed Jun Wujian, these people had begun to bully the Chun family disciples, which made him feel extremely suffocated. Hee, today I'll kill all 3 of you, and your family wouldn't dare to say a word. Do you believe that? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind the 3 of them, causing them to shiver. Who is so brazen? Liu Heng, Wang Gong, and Wu Hong were all furious and disdainfully turned around. Suddenly, all 3 froze. Then they gasped in unison. You, Chen Chang'an. Ignoring the 3, Chen Chang'an slowly walked to Chun Xian's side. Big brother. Looking at Chun Chang'an, who had come to his side, 15-year-old Chun Xian's lips trembled. The cruel bullying had never made him submit, but at this moment, he was filled with tears. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong were stunned for a moment, finally coming back to their senses. Lu Hong curled his lips in disdain and said, Oh, so it's the cuckolded young Master Chun. What? Aren't you going to hide? What are you doing here? Chun Chang'an squatted down to check on Chun Xian's injuries, then raised his head, his gaze coldly falling on the 3 before him, and asked, How you want to die? Ha ha ha, so arrogant. Lu Hong laughed derisively. Chun Chang'an, weren't you supposed to have lost your cultivation? Just because you used your clan elder to kill Jun Wujian, you think you could scare us? That's right. You've already offended the Jun family. Do you think you can also offend our Lu family, Wang family, and Wu family? Do you dare? Do you dare to kill us? TSK, just relying on borrowed power. Wang Gang sneered as well. In their eyes, the Chun family now had to ally with other families to seek self-preservation. They absolutely could not make the foolish mistake of offending other families again. Big brother, they took my spirit stones, and don't even put our Chun family in their eyes. Chun Xian spoke with a face full of grievances, his eyes red. All right. Focus on recovering, don't talk. Chen Chang'an frowned and fed Chun Xian a healing pill. Then he slowly stood up. He drew the Overlord sword and struck out. Swish! The burial world sword technique. Instant kill. In an instant, Liu Heng's head flew off, his eyes filled with terror. The burial world sword technique sealed the throat. Puffed. Wang Gang's neck was instantly pierced by his sword. Boom! The next moment, the sword hummed as his neck was crushed. In the next instant, Chen Chang'an's figure appeared above Wu Hong. Burial world sword technique, shatter the sky. Bang! A massive pressure, like a collapsing mountain, instantly descended. When the sword fell, Wu Hong's body couldn't withstand the immense pressure, and with a bang, he shattered into countless pieces. Having killed 3 people, Chen Chang'an looked expressionless ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their 3 figures rushed over rapidly. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, looking at the 3 before him. These three were A-level students at the Tianwu realm and were the older brothers of the previous three. Seeing the ground covered with flesh and the horrific sight of dismembered bodies, the three who arrived roared, "Chun Chang'an, you dare kill my brother? Chun Chang'an, are you crazy? Do you want to be enemies with my Lu family?" Chun Chang'an coldly snorted. "They insulted and beat the son of the Chun family head. They have already chosen their death." Saying this, he slowly raised the giant sword in his hand. "If you want to come forward, come and die together." Arrogant. An A-level student from the Lu family angrily spoke, drawing a sword and stabbing it toward Chun Chang'an's neck. Burial world sword technique, seal the throat. Puffed. Chun Chang'an almost used a strange sword technique to instantly stab the sword into his throat. "Oh, you." This Lu family disciple looked at his neck being pierced, his face filled with horror. The other two gritted their teeth. "Chun Chang'an, you dare kill. Your Chun family is finished, and you still dare to kill our family disciples." But what responded to them was Chun Chang'an's sweeping sword. This sword was heavy and powerful, and the terrifying pressure crashed down on their bodies like a mountain. Boom! Oh! Amidst the shrill screams, as their arms tried to block, they shattered, and their remaining broken bodies were violently sent flying. Chun Chang'an continued to pursue, stepping on one person's neck, slowly rotating and crushing. His eyes narrowed, and in the slit of his eyes, there was a terrifying cold light. "Those who bully the disciples of my Chun family shall die." After finishing his words, Chun Chang'an raised a wide long sword and slammed it down. Puffed. Instantly, this A-level student's head was nailed to the ground. Chun Chang'an, you. The remaining one was shocked, almost having his eyes pop out, unable to speak fluently. Intense fear surged wildly in his heart and soul, and he immediately took out a communication stone, crying out in terror, Elder, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Save me. Save me. Stop it, you brat. Let him go." At this moment, 6 powerful figures rushed over rapidly. Tianwang realm. Upon reaching the Tianwang realm, one can basically fly briefly. The 6 who came over were the protective elders of the Lu, Wang, and Wu family disciples. "Elder, help me." Seeing the newcomers, the remaining one screamed in terror, a sense of survival spreading through his body. But in the next moment, Chun Chang'an's foot crushed his head. The sound of his terrified screams abruptly stopped. "Damn it, you are bold." The 6 elders glared angrily, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at Chun Chang'an. They never expected that, even after they arrived, their family disciples would still die at Chun Chang'an's hands. Chun Chang'an inserted the huge overlord sword aside, crossed his arms, snorted dismissively, and didn't bother to respond. His gaze fell on the trembling servant in the distance who had brought him here. "You come here. Take young Master Xian back to the family." "Oh, okay, young master." The servant timidly jogged over and helped Chun Xian up. "Young Master Xian, let's head back." Chapter 12. The great competition of the academy. "No, I want to wait for my brother." Although Chun Xian was injured, he was exceptionally resolute. He looked at Chun Chang'an's back and said, "Brother, this is my mess. You should leave quickly and don't worry about me." Chun Chang'an glanced at him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am the young master of the Chun family. Who can do anything to me?" Chun Xian was stunned, his eyes filled with admiration. He then turned to the 6 elders in front and said anxiously, "It was Lu Hong and the others who attacked me first, my brother only." "Oof. No need to explain." One elder coldly interrupted Chun Xian, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he looked at Chun Chang'an. "He killed 6 disciples from our 3 families. That's a fact." "That's right, Chun Chang'an. What else do you have to say?" Another elder also said coldly. "Ha!" Chun Chang'an sneered. "They bullied my brother and even wanted to kill him. They deserve to die. If you dare to take action, I'll kill you all the same." Chun Chang'an's words ignited the fury of the 3 elders. "Don't waste time talking to him. Capture him and take him back to the family head." One elder shouted as he charged at Chun Chang'an, a terrifying pressure enveloping Chun Chang'an's entire body, as if fingers that could tear apart space were reaching for his neck. Chun Chang'an remained expressionless and did not move an inch. But just then, a teasing voice slowly rang out. "Oh, 6 old fools bullying the young." Boom! With a loud crash, the charging elder was sent flying by a single punch, his arms shattered and his face pale. Beside Chen Chang'an stood a young woman. She was petite with a resolute face, snow-white skin, stunning beauty, and dressed in a blue outfit that exuded a refreshing aura. Seeing this person, both Chen Chang'an and Chen Xian quickly saluted. Greetings, Seventh Master. The newcomer was indeed the Seventh Master, one of the 9 clan elders of the Chun family. Among the 9 clan elders, the First Master, Third Master, and Seventh Master were all women. Chen Chang'an knew there was a protector behind him, so he was not intimidated earlier. Well done, Shaoan, Seventh Master said with her hands on her hips, smiling in praise. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. Protecting my younger brother is what I should do. You dare to shelter him. He killed our family's disciples. The elder opposite said grimly. The elders of the Chun family did not know their names, only that there were 9 remarkable and hidden elders in the Chun family. Oomph. It was your family's disciples who bullied my little Xian first, and they even had the intent to kill him. Seventh Master coldly snorted, her face turning icy. You. The elder was furious, but could not kill anyone. What if I kill? This is self-defense. If you don't leave and continue to make a fuss, I'll kill you right now, Seventh Master declared, hands on her hips, exuding an imposing aura. You. The 6 elders across from her were so furious their chests heaved violently, forcing the words back down, afraid to speak again. Enough of this nonsense. Either fight or get lost, Seventh Master scoffed. The 6 elders exchanged glances, waved their hands, and collected the scattered flesh on the ground before hurriedly leaving. Seeing them leave, Seventh Master turned back to Chen Chang'an. You kid have come back and offended the Jun family, and now added the Lu family, Wang family, and Wu family. Haha, impressive. Seeing that Seventh Master was not angry, Chen Chang'an respectfully saluted. With the powerful Seventh Master here, I'm not afraid of offending any family. Oh, you can talk back now. Seventh Master rolled her eyes. She was not even as tall as Chen Chang'an's shoulder, but the power and aura she exuded were like an abyss. TSK, this Seventh Master is probably a great master of body refinement, with a body as strong as a divine body, extremely powerful. At this moment, the voice of the COFFIN Master echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an curiously looked at Seventh Master. Let's head back first. This Chen Xian kid is also quite injured. Seventh Master blinked and said, thus, with the assistance of a servant, Chen Xian, along with Chen Chang'an and the 3 others, returned to the Chun family. In the main hall of the Chun family, everyone looked at Chen Xian, who had almost recovered, and their expressions turned angry. TSK, it's only been 2 days, and these dogs dare to bully our Chun family. Ninth Master scoffed, full of disdain. Perhaps the other 3 major families and the royal family think we will be exterminated by the Jun family. What a joke. Eighth Master said with amusement. At this time, Chen Xian looked at Chen Chang'an and asked, Chang'an, what are your plans? Chen Chang'an thought for a moment, looked at Chen Xian, and suddenly said, Chen Xian, isn't the great competition of the Dazhou Academy about to start? Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. That's right. Tomorrow is the competition for the A-grade students. Are you going to participate, big brother? Oh, the A-grade student competition of the academy? That's right. The top 10 will represent the Dazhou Kingdom to compete with the 4 major nations, determining how many people from each country will enter a spiritual energy secret realm for cultivation. There's also a chance to go to the Holy Land and enter the Taitsong Sword sect. Big brother, you must participate. You can definitely come in first place. The first prize is 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade spirit pill as a reward. Chen Xian said excitedly. The others in the hall also looked over. The family head, Chen Xiantong, thought for a moment, then patted Chen Chang'an's shoulder and said, Chang'an, you should participate and bring back more resources. You also saw the difficulties our family is facing. Now the entire royal city's families are isolating us. The other elders exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, their faces filled with indignation. That's right, young master. This way you can also train yourself. In Eastern State, the spiritual energy in that secret realm is incredibly rich, and there should be many treasures. It is a place of cultivation blessing. Young master, we suggest you participate. Everyone spoke up. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes at them, thinking these guys Each one was definitely not an ordinary person, yet they pretended the family was in trouble. Their expressions were too poor. Okay, I will participate. I want to see if these people will unite to oppress our Chun family. Chun Chang'an said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Moreover, the trouble caused by Gu Qinsheng also needed to be resolved. Therefore, suppressing the other prodigies of Dazhou and restoring his reputation as a genius would be the best proof and counterattack. At the same time, whether in the competition or entering the secret realm, it was a way to obtain a large amount of resources. He also wanted to observe during the competition who possessed his overlord bloodline. Chun Xian Tong smiled and said, "You killed those 3 families' disciples. They currently don't want to directly go to war with our Chun family. So, they will probably want to challenge you to a life and death battle in the competition. You need to be careful." Family head, I understand. Chun Chang'an nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The next day, when Chun Chang'an and a group of Chun family disciples appeared at the Dazhou Academy, it immediately caused an uproar. Hey, isn't that Chun Chang'an? He actually dares to show up? Didn't he say he was so enraged by love that he ordered the clan elders to kill the Jun family's young master? Why isn't he running away? He still dares to come to the academy? Wow, this guy is too bold. He dares to show his face. Isn't he afraid the Jun family will come to wipe him out? Please don't bring disaster upon our Dazhou kingdom. TSK. You don't know this, but yesterday, Chun Chang'an had a conflict with 3 other top families. Hey, what happened? People around were discussing animatedly. When encountering the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, their clan's descendants stared at Chun Chang'an and his group like they were enemies. Chun Chang'an was unfazed, leading a group of young members from the Chun family straight into the academy. Before long, they entered a very spacious competition hall. At that moment, a surprise voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Chun, it really is you." Chapter 13. Ji Songhai. Ji Mingyu. Upon hearing the voice, Chun Chang'an stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the newcomer. The others, upon seeing this, respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness." Chun Chang'an squinted his eyes. The person before him was exceptionally handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was the second prince of the Great Zhou, Ji Songhai. In the Great Zhou Academy, students were divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Chun Chang'an had long been the top student in the A grade. This person before him had been stuck in second place for ages. Liu family's young master, Liu Tianla, was third. Wang family's young master, Wang Deshui, was fourth. Wu family's young master, Wu Meiling, was fifth. So it's the second prince. Chun Chang'an squinted his eyes and said lightly, Ha, I knew you wouldn't die. Sure enough, not only have you come back, but your cultivation has also recovered. Ji Songhai approached, putting his arm around Chun Chang'an's shoulders, speaking enthusiastically. By the way, Brother Chun, you went a bit too far with that matter. It could lead to big trouble. I have already discussed it with my father. Our great Zhou will firmly stand by your side. Ji Songhai whispered in Chun Chang'an's ear, his face serious and filled with deep concern. But Chun Chang'an was no longer the person he was a year ago. If counting his real age, he was actually around 120 years old. At this moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of jealousy in Ji Songhai's eyes. Chun Chang'an's heart stirred. The first person to suspect him after he was stripped of his tyrant bloodline and thrown into the abyss of the demon grave was the young masters of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families. Now it seemed that his best friend, the second prince Ji Songhai, also seemed to have some suspicion, because only Ji Songhai had often shown jealousy towards his tyrant bloodline. The two exchanged pleasantries, and amidst the polite exchanges, they arrived at the arena in the academy. When Chun Chang'an and Ji Songhai arrived, they instantly attracted countless gazes. Wow, Brother Chang'an, that's great. You're really okay. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful girl strode over. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with enchanting eyes, cherry lips, and eyebrows like the moon. She approached Chun Chang'an quickly, emanating a fragrant aura and a surprised smile. Next to her was a tall and handsome man in a white robe. Upon seeing these two, Chun Chang'an slightly nodded and clasped his fists, saying, "Your Highness, Princess Mingyu." The newcomers were none other than Crown Prince Ji Songshan and Princess Ji Mingyu. So it's our great Zhou's unparalleled prodigy returning. However, Chen Chang'an, you cause such a huge ruckus as soon as you return. It's truly worrisome. Yitzhak Shan spoke indifferently. He seemed to have little fondness for Chen Chang'an. Before Chen Chang'an could respond, Ji Mingyu, with a worried expression, said, "Royal brother, this matter must not be blamed on Brother Chang'an. There must be a reason behind it." Saying this, she looked at Chen Chang'an with her beautiful eyes, worriedly saying, "Brother Chang'an, why do you dare to appear here? You should hurry and leave Chang'an City to avoid trouble." The Jun family is one of the 4 great families of the Sacred Land, and the consequences could be severe. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Princess." Chen Chang'an smiled and comforted her, revealing a rare, gentle smile. He was fully aware of Princess Ming Yu's feelings for him. It's a pity that back then, his heart was only for Gu Qingcheng, and he didn't realize that true beauty was right beside him, having grown up together since childhood. Ji Ming Yu was momentarily stunned, then became exceedingly happy. Although Chen Chang'an had always been respectful towards her, there was a natural sense of distance, but at this moment, it seemed different. "Not good, big brother. That Lu family's young master is coming this way, and Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi are with him." At this moment, Chun Xian, behind Chen Chang'an, whispered, and the other members of the Chun family looked serious. "Oh, I thought who it was." It turns out to be the wasteful young master who relies on the clan elders to bully others. As the voice fell, a group of people slowly walked over. Leading them were Lu Tianla, Wang Deshui, Wu Meiling, along with Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi beside them. A large group of family disciples follow behind. "Greetings, Your Highness." Second Prince, Princess. Upon their arrival, they all bowed to the 3 members of the Ji family. So it's Lu brothers and their companions. "I've heard that all 3 of you have advanced to the Tianshu realm level 10. It's truly impressive." Ji Hai said warmly as he looked at them. Ji Shan let out a dismissive humph, his pride evident. Ji Ming Yu completely ignored them, her gaze lingering on Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an observed the expressions of everyone, then glanced sideways at the newcomers, disdainfully saying, "If I'm a wasteful young master, you can go to hell and ask your brother. He'll tell you the truth." "Chen Chang'an, you're bold and unruly. Do you really think no one can deal with you?" Hearing Chen Chang'an bring up the matter of killing their brother, Lu Tianla became furious. At the same time, Wang Deshui and Wu Meiling beside him also wore angry expressions. The 3 of them unleashed their Tianshu realm level 10 auras, creating an astonishing pressure directed towards Chen Chang'an. Boom! The atmosphere in the arena turned tense and extremely heavy. The commotion drew countless onlookers, all eager to watch the spectacle. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes as he looked at Lu Tianla, disdainfully saying, "Someone can indeed deal with me. That's true, but I can assure you, that person is definitely not you. Chen Chang'an, you won't be arrogant for long. The Jun family will soon send someone. Just wait and see how you die." Gu Qingcheng fixed her gaze on Chen Chang'an and suddenly spoke. Chen Chang'an glanced at her indifferently, harboring even more disdain for a woman who would abandon her reputation to align with a powerful family, dismissively saying, "Idiot, you really don't know what's good for you." Gu Qingcheng was infuriated. She finally understood that the man who once cherished her was now looking at her like she was nothing. She felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. A wave of regret surged within her. "Qingcheng, don't mind him. He's just a clown who won't last long." Lu Sisi comforted, holding Gu Qingcheng's arm. Gu Qingcheng's heart was filled with complex emotions. "Oh, Chen Chang'an, after all, you were once a lover, so why speak so harshly?" At that moment, the flamboyant Wang Deshui spoke, sneering, "No wonder you're so angry. Your woman has become someone else's plaything. TSK, no wonder you were filled with rage, leading the clan elder to kill Jun Xiao. I truly admire you. You are a real man." As Wang Deshui's words fell, the crowd burst into laughter. Chapter 14. Killing 3 young masters in a row. They all looked at Chen Chang'an's head as if it was radiating green light. However, Wang Deshui's words made Gu Qingcheng's face turn red with anger. What did he mean by plaything under Jun Xiao's crotch? She was still a maiden, okay, but she couldn't refute it now. After all, her family had already spread rumors that she was Jun Wujian's woman to bind with the Jun family. Facing the ridicule of those around him, Chen Chang'an's expression remained calm. He wouldn't completely ignore it, although he couldn't kill them all. If he could take out a few of the most boisterous ones, it would silence everyone. Endure? Impossible. He directly rushed out, instantly arriving at Gu Qingqing's side, and suddenly yanked at her arm sleeve. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed, revealing Gu Qingqing's snowy white arm, on which there was a conspicuous chastity mark. Seeing this scene, the crowd erupted in an uproar. That was a chastity mark. What the hell? Didn't they say Gu Qingqing had already slept with Jun Wujian? So Chun Xiao was furious and killed her. Could it be that they didn't sleep together? TSK. This woman is really impressive. Chun Xiao didn't take her first blood, and even Jun Xiao couldn't conquer her. This woman is really reckless, joking with her own reputation. The discussions around finally made Gu Qingqing react, and she angrily shouted, Chun Chang'an, what do you want to do? Huh? Chun Chang'an sneered. I don't want to do anything. Saying this, he fixed his gaze on Gu Qingqing, his killing intent palpable. Although I don't care about the reputation of being arrogant and indiscriminately killing innocents, if you use such despicable and ignorant means to provoke me again, killing you is not out of the question. Feeling the murderous gaze from Chun Chang'an, Gu Qingqing stumbled back, her face pale. How can you treat me like this? Chun Chang'an ignored Gu Qingqing. After all, she was someone he liked 100 years ago. As long as she didn't go too far, he didn't want to do anything to her. If she continued to court death, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way. He thought to himself, then turned his gaze to Lu Tianla, Wang Desui, and Wu Meiling, disdainfully saying, You three were trampled under my feet a year ago, as humble as dogs. Now that your realms have reached the Tianshi level 10, you are still so timid, only able to chatter without daring to act directly. TSK, you still fear me so much. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. The young master of the Wu family, Wu Meiling, scoffed and said, Chun Chang'an, a year ago you could defeat us, but now it might not be the case. Let me teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. With that, her figure shot out, fingers clawed, fiercely grabbing at Chun Chang'an's neck. In her view, although Chun Chang'an had restored his cultivation, he might not be her opponent now. But to her horror, Chun Chang'an raised his right hand, moving so fast it was like an afterimage. Smack! An incredibly loud slap echoed throughout the hall. Everyone heard it clearly. Wu Meiling was directly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! This slap stunned everyone present. All were wide-eyed. That Wu Meiling was at Tianshi level 10, and when Chun Chang'an appeared a few days ago, he had no cultivation aura at all. Even if he had been practicing again during this time, it was impossible for him to recover to the point of being able to defeat someone at Tianshi level 10. Right? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A year ago, you three were garbage in my eyes. Now a year has passed, and you're still garbage. You will always be garbage. You really haven't made any progress at all. Hitting you is just a matter of slap. Chun Chang'an spoke with extreme contempt, then lightly flicked his wrist, looking at Wu Meiling, whose mouth was bloodied, and disdainfully said, Wu Meiling, your skin has indeed thickened. My hand hurts a bit. You, seeking death. I will kill you. Wu Meiling was utterly enraged by such humiliation. With a furious roar, she raised her hands, purple light erupting from them, and charged at Chun Chang'an. The crowd quickly dispersed, revealing a large circle in the middle. The Wu family's Tiger Rush fist was now unleashed by Wu Meiling, wielding a force of over 10,000 pounds. The momentum was incredibly terrifying. Be careful, Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue instinctively shouted, having been pulled away by Ji Songhai, but still clearly feeling the terrifying power in Wu Meiling's hands. Wu Meiling's eyes glinted with ferocity, wanting to annihilate Chun Chang'an with one blow. At this moment, she could care less about anything else. Chun Chang'an's mouth revealed a triumphant smile. He spoke that way earlier to provoke her, so he could kill her openly. Grave word soit technique, instantil. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic sword appeared in Chun Chang'an's hand, and with a fierce sweep, it shattered Wu Meiling's purple glow. At the same time, the giant sword continued its horizontal slash, directly cutting at Wu Meiling's neck. Swish! In the next moment, her head flew off. Gurgle, gurgle, as the blood-spraying head rolled on the ground. Its eyes still blinked continuously, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. The surroundings fell into a deadly silence. All the students in the academy stared wide-eyed, breathless. In everyone's hearts, two words resonated in unison. What the hell? Ji Tsongshan and Ji Songhai's pupils constricted sharply. Ji Mingyue's mouth was nearly big enough to fit an egg. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Cixi instantly hugged each other tightly, looking at Chen Chang'an in terror. Bang! Chen Chang'an drove the overlord giant sword into the ground, gently leaning against the giant's sword, his gaze falling on Lu Tianla and Wang Deshui. You two, stop wasting breath. Come on, let's have a life-and-death battle. Since we've offended each other, let's just kill each other. Chen Chang'an, you dare to kill in the academy. Do you think you can escape? You're dead for sure. That's right, you dare to kill her. She is the young master of the Wu family. Lu Tianla and Wang Deshui growled. Heh, so much nonsense. Chen Chang'an's figure flickered, and he suddenly shot out again. Lu Tianla and Wang Deshui's pupils shrank sharply, quickly preparing to defend. Phantom sword, limitless blade slash. One wielded a sword, the other a blade, unleashing all their cultivation, launching an attack at Chen Chang'an. Grave world sword technique, seal the throat. Swish, a sword pierced out, instantly shattering Lu Tianla's phantom sword technique. Then it plunged into his neck. In the next moment, Chen Chang'an pulled out the giant sword and appeared in front of Wang Deshui, swinging the giant sword down fiercely. Grave world sword technique, shatter the sky. Boom! The violent energy rampaged, crushing everything, instantly obliterating all of Wang Deshui's limitless blade slash power. Then, the overlord's sword landed on his right shoulder, slashing down violently, cleaving Wang Deshui's body in two. PFFF. The stench of blood spread throughout the hall. The scene instantly became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. In just a few breaths, Chen Chang'an had killed the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. How? How dare he? Even Ji Tsongshan, the crown prince, had an extremely ugly expression. This Chen Chang'an is ruthless. The academy's grand competition hasn't even started, and he has already killed 3 young masters from top-tier families. Boldly, who told you to kill here? At that moment, an angry roar suddenly echoed. Then, 4 furious figures rushed into the hall. Great, the mentor has finally arrived. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The overwhelming pressure from Chen Chang'an made it hard for them to breathe. Chapter 15. My rules are the rules. The 4 who entered were Lu Rumeng and 3 other old men, Gu Qi, He Wentian, and Jiang Zheng. These 3 elders were the masters of Lu Tianla, Wang Deshui, and Wu Miling. After they entered, their faces were as dark as ink. Gu Qi looked at his dismembered disciple. His gaze fell on Chen Chang'an, and his anger surged. Why did you kill them? Lu Rumeng immediately turned to her disciples, Gu Qingcheng and Lu Cixi. What happened? Lu Cixi quickly spoke up, Mother. Chen Chang'an killed senior brother Lu, senior brother Wang, and senior sister Wu. Upon hearing this, the 4 mentors' faces turned extremely grim. Elder Gu, Chen Chang'an is completely lawless. He doesn't even regard our great Zhou Academy, Lu Rumeng said coldly. Continuing, he killed someone in the academy, disregarding the rules of the great Zhou Academy. We should capture him first and hand him over to the law hall for punishment. That's right. Another mentor, He Wentian, also spoke grimly. Chen Chang'an, you must pay for your crimes, even if the Chun family protects you. I want to see if Chun Xianhong dares to oppose the entire great Zhou Academy in the great Zhou kingdom. There's no need to waste words with such a despicable person. Someone, take him down. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Another mentor, Jiang Zheng, shouted angrily. Soon, over a dozen people rushed into the main hall. The leader among them was the elder of the law hall, Gu Tianma. The Chen family disciples surrounded Chen Chang'an, all with fierce expressions. Big brother, what should we do? Chen Xian asked in a low voice, his eyes revealing a fierce light. The other Chen family disciples also looked at Chen Chang'an with fierce glints in their eyes, as if they would fight to the death at Chen Chang'an's command. Chen Chang'an raised his hand to calm them down. then looked at the elder of the law hall who had entered, saying, I was acting in self-defense. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Gu Tianma stared coldly at Chen Chang'an. Are you trying to say you're innocent? Of course. Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Wu Miling attacked first. She charged at me with killing intent, so I naturally had to defend myself. I didn't expect her to be so weak. The crowd was taken aback. Wu Miling. Weak? However, upon reflection, it was indeed Wu Miling who had attacked first. Elder, our Lu family's young master didn't attack first. It was Chen Chang'an who attacked first. Yes, our Wang family's young master was also killed by Chen Chang'an's initial attack. The disciples of the Lu and Wang families shouted angrily. Chen Chang'an shrugged. They had the motive to kill me. I was just minimizing losses, which counts as emergency self-defense. Minimizing losses. Emergency self-defense. The crowd stared at Chen Chang'an in shock, speechless. Chen Chang'an, the Great Zhou Academy has no such rules as you claim. Gu Tianma said mockingly, staring at Chen Chang'an. If there are none, then I'll add this rule right now. Chen Chang'an swept his gaze over the crowd. His expression indifferent. My rules are the rules. What? You're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Lu Ruming shouted sharply, Elder Gu. Why haven't you captured this villain yet? Gu Tianma's face turned ashen, and he was about to step forward to seize Chen Chang'an when suddenly Chen Chang'an pointed at Lu Ruming and shouted, Old hag, I've tolerated you for long enough. What are you even worth? Come, I challenge you now. A fight to the death. Do you dare accept? Old hag, a challenge? A fight to the death? Hiss. Countless people in the crowd gasped in shock, looking at Chen Chang'an in disbelief. Lu Ruming's face turned extremely ugly. Just as she was about to explode, the three beside her, Gu Qi, He Wentian, and Jiang Zheng, all shouted in unison, Chen Chang'an, how dare you? You're so arrogant and disrespectful. Chen Chang'an suddenly pointed at the three of them and shouted, You don't accept? Then you can all come at me together. Hiss. Everyone's eyes widened again, almost popping out of their sockets. The second prince, Ji Sanhai, narrowed his eyes, observing Chen Chang'an's back, his gaze flickering. The crown prince snorted in disdain, muttering, Fool. Only Ji Minghua looked worried, quickly walking to Chen Chang'an's side, concerned, Brother Chang'an. Hurry and leave. How can you dare challenge the mentors? They're all at the heavenly king level. Looking at the worried Ji Minghua, Chen Chang'an smiled and patted her head. It's fine. Saying this, he walked towards the four. I can easily take down your three little dogs. And I would mind sending you old dogs to hell as well. After all, your master-disciple bond is deep. Ji Minghua stood frozen in place. Her face flushed. Brother Chang'an actually patted my head. But soon, she became worried again for Chen Chang'an. Wanted to step forward to stop him when the crown prince pulled her back. Imperial sister, since that fool wants to seek death, why do you need to stop him? Crown prince brother, how can you say that? He is my brother Chang'an. Ji Minghua said anxiously. But Ji Sanhai stopped her, clearly not wanting her to intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming in the arena laughed angrily. Chen Chang'an, I didn't expect you to return after a year and be so arrogant. It seems you have gone mad. Since that is the case, I will fulfill your wish. Saying this, she flew onto the duel platform. Wow. The crowd was instantly in uproar. Countless people were shocked. A student challenging a mentor, and it's a fight to the death. Even in the 1,000-year history of the Great Zhou Academy, this had never happened. At this moment, everyone's blood suddenly boiled. Although Chen Chang'an was arrogant and reckless, his domineering nature and cold features truly captivated countless female students. Especially with his handsome face and extraordinary figure, he attracted the attention of many female students. Since Mentor Lu is stepping in, I want need to take action. Elder Gu Tianma of the Law Hall coldly stated, then turned to Lu Ruming. Mentor Lu, break his hands and feet, but keep him alive. After all, a student who so blatantly disregarded the rules of the Great Zhou Academy should be left in a miserable state for others to take as a lesson. Don't worry, Elder Gu, Lu Ruming said with a cold smile. She was afraid of the Chen family as elders. But that didn't mean she was afraid of Chen Chang'an. Moreover, she believed that even if she killed Chen Chang'an in this life-and-death battle, the Chen family's elders wouldn't come looking for her trouble. In the arena, the Chun family disciples were all extremely worried. Big brother, no. You. Chen Xian grabbed Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an gave him a comforting look, whispering, "Do you think our elders will let me be killed here?" Hearing this, Chen Xian finally relaxed. After all, he knew the Chen family would protect their own. Chen Chang'an, don't want to fight me to the death? Come up. Let the mentors see what kind of opportunity you have gained in this past year that makes you so arrogant and ignorant. Lu Rumeng shouted disdainfully. Chen Chang'an let out a cold laugh, lightly leaping onto the dual platform. Chapter 16. Destroying Lu Rumei, suppressing the mentor. Chen Chang'an dragged the heavy overlord sword in his hand, his gaze slightly tilted as the evil blood god technique slowly operated. The evil blood god technique is a method to enhance explosive power. It allows Chen Chang'an's combat power to surge dramatically, achieving the ability to fight beyond his level. Within the same realm, the storage of a person's spiritual power is limited, but different levels of martial skills and techniques can unleash even greater power. This is the difference in level techniques. The evil blood god technique can fully enhance a person's physical potential, causing explosive bursts and even entering a state of rage. The evil blood god technique can unlock a person's ninefold martial aperture realm. The first level of the aperture realm, the demon soul, is activated. In an instant, all of Chen Chang'an's apertures, meridians, and the spiritual power in his dantian began to gradually stir. At the same time, the first move of the evil blood god technique, Bloodbath Demon Light, activated. Boom! In an instant, the aura around Chen Chang'an's sword, surpassing the limits of the heavenly martial realm, entering the terrifying level of the heavenly king realm. Wow, what? Lu Rumei was at the third level of the heavenly king realm, but at this moment, her phoenix eyes widened in shock. She could actually feel a powerful oppression from Chen Chang'an, making it almost difficult for her to breathe. Old lady, enjoy the last few seconds of having a complete body. A sinister smile crept across Chen Chang'an's lips, his body radiating a faint blood red and black glow, suddenly leaping up, turning into a black afterimage, charging towards Lu Rumei. My God, Chen Chang'an's aura is so terrifying. He is clearly only at the heavenly martial realm, yet he can unleash such immense pressure that reaches the heavenly king realm. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? That is the Chen family's Thunder Extreme Phantom. What terrifying speed! The people in the entire hall were shocked and gasped. In the blink of an eye, the two figures on the stage had already collided. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out, and a terrifying energy wave formed a hurricane, instantly pushing countless people away. On the stage, Chen Chang'an's heavy sword smashed down hard on Lu Rumei's slender long sword, instantly bending her sword down, heavily pressing against her heaving chest. Her massive bosom visibly deformed at a rapid pace, and with Lu Rumei's shocked expression, her body was sent flying backward. Poof! As Lu Rumei steadied herself, blood already oozed from the corner of her mouth. My God, how is this possible? Mentor Lu was sent flying. Mentor Lu is injured. Chen Chang'an is so terrifying. Countless people in the audience gasped. At this moment, they looked at the cold young man in black robes dragging a giant sword, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. With one sword, he sent Lu Rumei flying, and Chen Chang'an continued to advance, the heavy sword in his hand instantly erupting with incredible power. All the spiritual power surged wildly into the Overlord sword. The Burial World sword technique instant kill. Swish! Chen Chang'an's Overlord sword swept towards Lu Rumei's neck with an unbelievable speed. The combination of the evil blood god technique and the speed unleashed by the Chen family's Thunder Extreme Phantom made the current Burial World sword technique completely different from before. The sword intent was fierce, accompanied by a stormy momentum. Wherever it passed, it stirred up a raging hurricane. The power of this sword made many students gasp in shock. Boom! The weight of a mountain crushed Lu Rumei's counterattack, heavily striking down on her chest. Bang! Even though Lu Rumei was at the third level of the Heavenly King realm, she could not withstand such terrifying power and was once again blasted away, spitting blood repeatedly in midair. When she heavily fell to the ground, she was already gasping for breath. Mother! Lu Cece, seeing this, snapped back to reality from her shock and was about to check on her mother, but suddenly realized that Chun Chang'an's figure had already reached Lu Rumei's front again, and the giant overlord sword was about to strike down fiercely. Chun Chang'an, if you dare to kill my mother, my Lu family will not let you go. Lu Cece threatened, but just as her words fell, the other three mentors also reacted and rushed over quickly. Stop, you brat! How dare you stop? But Chun Chang'an revealed a reckless smile, completely ignoring the shouts of the three mentors, and the giant sword in his hand still slashed down fiercely. Poochie! Gurgle! In an instant, Lu Rumei's head rolled to the ground, rolling far away, blood splattering everywhere. You are dead! Gu Qi Huinten and Jiang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. They stared at the scene in shock. Then, filled with rage, they immediately charged at Chun Chang'an. Burial world sword technique, trois cils. Chun Chang'an's giant sword swept again, and the violent spiritual power erupted wildly. A heavy sword, unexpectedly wielded by him, created countless terrifying sword shadows in the sky. Coupled with the heavy sword, the noise created was like a windmill, sealing off all of the opponent's attacking routes. Boom, 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 boom. The three mentors did not dare to be careless. Their entire cultivation erupted in an instant, almost using all their trump cards. Full power attack. In an instant, the four of them were entangled in a battle. Even so, Chun Chang'an still suppressed the three of them. The violent energy crazily destroyed the incredibly solid competition platform. All the students present, whether they were princes or the elder Gu Tianma from the law enforcement hall, were all left dumbfounded. Chun Chang'an versus the mentors. To everyone, this was undoubtedly a fight to the death. But what no one expected was that Chun Chang'an killed Lu Rumei in just 2 moves. Now, he had the three mentors gasping for breath. It was simply absurd. Boom! Just then, only a few breaths had passed in the competition, and another wave of violent sword energy erupted, sending the three mentors flying out, blood spurting from their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. Everyone looked at the three figures flying out, speechless for a long time. They could not wait for Chun Chang'an's defeat, but were instead shocked again. The three mentors were defeated again. The arena was filled with screams, and Chun Chang'an continued to attack, following up with a series of sword moves that made the three mentors spit blood and scream. In a corner of the competition arena, an old man with white hair watched Chun Chang'an in battle, his heart shaken for a long time. Chun Chang'an's cultivation realm was still at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. But after he made his move, the explosion of spiritual power was surprisingly great. What is going on? Could it be that he is hiding his strength? This is impossible. He hasn't hidden his strength at all. Rather, his spiritual power is being released at a terrifying 100%. The white-haired old man murmured in shock. But beside him, a middle-aged man gently waved his goose feather fan, his eyes shining with excitement. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, he glanced at him disdainfully and said, Lord Duanmu, you're using my family's young master as a tool to eliminate the other 3 forces in the royal city. Don't you plan to give my Chun family an explanation? This person's words were extremely arrogant. Even though the person in front of him was the head of the Great Zhou Academy, he did not put him in his eyes at all. What was even more shocking was that the Duanmu Lord, with a respectful expression, said to the middle-aged man in front of him, Second Master, our emperor has always respected the Chun family, viewing them as the guardian family of our great Zhou nation. After this matter, there will naturally be a satisfactory response for the Chun family. Chapter 17. Come over and fight me. The middle-aged man, holding a goose feather fan in front of him, was none other than the second master of the Chun family. The white-haired old man was the head of the Great Zhou Academy, Duanmu Tsang. Hearing Duanmu Tsang's words, the second master did not speak, but narrowed his eyes, focusing on the duel arena. At this moment, the duel arena was silent, because Chun Chang'an had actually killed 3 mentors, Gu Qi, Huintian, and Jiang Zheng. Under his sword, 3 great heads rolled on the ground, intimidating everyone. These 3 had previously wanted to suppress him, and Chun Chang'an naturally would not surrender. So, counterattacking was only natural. Therefore, he showed no mercy. Chen Chang'an, you dare kill my mother, I will fight you to the death. At this moment, Lu Cece, with blood-red eyes, pounced towards Chen Chang'an. Cece, don't go over. Gu Qingcheng was shocked and wanted to pull her back, but was suddenly held back by an old man beside her. Miss, don't be impulsive. Chen Chang'an is clearly insane with killing intent. Whoever goes over will die. Indeed, as Lu Cece rushed forward, Chen Chang'an showed no compassion and cleaved Lu Cece in half with a single sword. This so-called best friend was the most annoying. If it weren't for her instigation, Gu Qingcheng might not have gone increasingly outrageous. Seeing this scene, everyone around was shocked, their eyes wide open, finally gaping in disbelief. Miss, let us go. An elder from the Gu family grabbed Gu Qingcheng, his face full of fear. Chen Chang'an, watching her best friend die tragically, blood vessels filled Gu Qingcheng's eyes. She fixed her gaze on Chen Chang'an, took a deep breath, and quietly turned to leave. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. She initially thought Chen Chang'an had become a waste, which made her feel endless disdain and contempt. She thought Chen Chang'an would be dismissed by the family and become a pitiful creature. Unexpectedly, not only was he not dismissed, but he was also protected everywhere. Moreover, his cultivation had also recovered, and his combat power was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng felt infinite regret, but then she gritted her teeth, believing she would never be wrong. Chen Chang'an, you can't be the man I've missed. You are just a small genius from this border nation. Just wait, I will immediately contact the Sacred Land's Jun family, and then, once I arrive at the Sacred Land, I will have the strength to make you regret. Gu Qingcheng thought angrily as she quietly left under the escort of the family elder. In the arena, it was still dead silent. Everyone was at a loss. After a moment, countless low murmurs began to arise. The four mentors, actually, were killed by Chen Chang'an. Damn, Chen Xiao is too terrifying. What realm are these four mentors? How could they be killed by Chen Chang'an? At 21 years old, he is at the 5th level of the Tianwu realm, with astonishingly thick spiritual power, and his movement is mysterious and unpredictable. No wonder he is Chen Chang'an, the unparalleled genius known throughout the great Zhou kingdom. Such talent and strength. I'm afraid only the geniuses from the Sacred Land can compare his. Countless people's hearts were stirred, their eyes filled with shock. Elder, what should we do? The disciples of the law enforcement hall were dumbfounded, and they all looked towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma felt bitter in his heart. He looked at Chen Chang'an, who resembled a killing god, unsure whether to capture him. What a joke! For mentors at the 3rd level of the Tianwang realm have all died at Chen Chang'an's hands. I'm also at the 3rd level. I don't want to die. Rules? Rules are made by the strong to restrain the weak. They cannot restrain the strong at all. Moreover, Chen Chang'an has the Chen family behind him. 9 clan elders, plus the family head. That is, at least 10 peak Tianwang realm experts. If they could have subdued Chen Chang'an earlier, pinned a crime on him, killed him, and then allied with other families, they could have contended with the Chen family. But now, Chen Chang'an cannot be suppressed. Gu Tianma thought complexly. How bold. Chen Chang'an, you actually dare to kill a mentor. You really are lawless. At this moment, someone finally spoke up. Upon seeing who it was, Gu Tianma let out a sigh of relief and quietly retreated behind the crowd to watch the show. Whoever wins, he would help. At the same time, he was full of doubts. In such a significant event, the head of the academy and those senior elders should have appeared long ago, yet not a single one was seen. Something was off, Gu Tianma thought, focusing his gaze on the person who spoke, who was none other than His Royal Highness, Prince Ji Songshan. Chen Chang'an looked at him and said indifferently, I had a life-and-death battle with the 4 mentors. Even so, you shouldn't have used lethal force. Do you have no respect for your elders? Ji Songshan did not expect Chen Chang'an to retort him, momentarily stunned. He seemed to feel his face was damaged, unable to endure, and immediately questioned back. Huh? Chen Chang'an sneered. Are you deaf? This is a life-and-death battle. You. Ji Songshan's face flushed. As the prince of the great Zhou kingdom, he was publicly humiliated by Chen Chang'an, and his face instantly felt hot. Your Highness, don't say any more. At this moment, Ji Songhai spoke up. Ji Mingyue immediately pulled her royal brother. Prince brother, don't conflict with him. Humph, for the sake of my royal sister, I won't hold it against you. Ji Tsongshan backed down, seizing the opportunity while Ji Mingyue was speaking to take a step back. The second prince, Ji Tsonghai, looked at the chaos around and thought for a moment, then looked at Chun Chang'an. Brother Chun, what you did is indeed a bit impulsive. Chun Chang'an looked at the second prince, Ji Tsonghai, and suddenly said coldly, Ji Tsonghai, I know you are behind all this. Whether it's the three great families provoking my Chun family or my disappearance a year ago, it's all you're doing. ISNT it. Haha. Now, in the academy competition, the other three geniuses have been killed by me. So you're the last one. Come, I'll give you a chance. Come over. Let us have a life-and-death battle. Upon hearing this, everyone in the arena was stunned. Then they all looked towards the second prince, Ji Tsonghai. Ji Tsonghai's face instantly froze, then turned bewildered. Brother Chun, I don't know what you're talking about. You come over. Chun Chang'an suddenly roared. Stop spouting nonsense. The dignified second prince, do you dare not fight me? Kulme, let me see how much of my overlord bloodline you have fused with after taking it from me. The crowd erupted again. Countless people looked at Ji Tsonghai and Chun Chang'an. Could it be that Ji Tsonghai was behind Chun Chang'an's disappearance a year ago? No wonder Chun Chang'an was so arrogant. Even the prince and Ji Mingyue were similarly bewildered. Only Ji Tsonghai's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected Chun Chang'an to challenge him. Moreover, how did Chun Chang'an know that it was he who had someone strip him of his bloodline? He absolutely could not admit it. Thinking of this, Ji Tsonghai forced out a smile. Brother Chun, you must have misunderstood me. Stop the nonsense. Come and fight me. If you have my overlord bloodline, you can't hide it. Chun Chang'an sneered, unceremoniously saying, besides, isn't this the academy competition? In any case, it's just you and me competing for the first place. Just right. Seeing Ji Tsonghai's mouth twitch repeatedly, Chun Chang'an scoffed. What's wrong? The noble prince of the great Zhou kingdom. Are you afraid? Have you turned into a coward? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students began to look at each other with strange expressions. Whether he had plotted against Chun Chang'an could be known through a battle. Unexpectedly, he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Ji Tsonghai's gaze gradually turned cold. He knew that the battle with Chun Chang'an was inevitable, no matter what. Chapter 18. The 7-Day Agreement. Brother Chang'an, do you misunderstand my royal brother? Ji Mingyue stepped forward, her face full of disbelief as she spoke. My royal brother has always regarded you as a brother, always calling you brother. How could he do something to harm you? Ji Mingyue looked at Ji Tsonghai, saying, Royal brother, you speak. Chang'an has gone missing, and his bloodline has been taken. It cannot possibly be you. Chun Chang'an remained silent. Ji Tsonghai also did not speak. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, almost suffocating. However, Prince Ji Tsongshan wore a playful expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. Ji Tsonghai was too monstrous, making his position as prince unstable. Moreover, he called Chun Chang'an his brother, which made him feel insecure. Now, this situation was exactly what he wanted to see. In the arena, the competition was full of twists and turns. This left countless students shocked, their hearts surging. But the Qin family disciples looked at the second prince with fierce eyes. If their young master was harmed by the second prince, then they would naturally be the angriest group. In a corner, the lord of the estate, Duanmu Tsang, felt a chill all over. Because the second master of the Qin family was already casting a murderous aura over him, he felt extremely regretful, like a stampede in his heart. Second prince, oh second prince, how foolish you are, clearly having such a good relationship with the young master of the Qin family, yet doing something so foolish. The only way now is to sacrifice the second prince to appease the anger of the Qin family. Thinking this, Duanmu Tsang bitterly said, Second master, I will give the Qin family an explanation. Saying this, he walked out and entered the arena. Chun Chang'an, let your duel with the second prince be arranged 7 days later. How about it? After all, you have fought so many battles, and your spiritual power is greatly consumed. We cannot let the second prince take advantage of it, right? As soon as Duanmu Tsang's words came out, everyone in the arena looked at him. So was Lord Duanmu. The Lord has finally arrived. That's great. Greetings to the Lord. Countless people bowed. Duan Mutsong ignored them and looked at Chun Chang'an, saying in a low voice, Chun Chang'an, give me some face. Can you and the second prince compete 7 days later? Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. His mind was racing. Soon, he understood Duan Mutsong's plan. Now he had offended the Liu, Wang, Wu, and Lu families, and the Jun family from the Holy Land. If within 7 days his Chun family was not destroyed, then the Lord in front of him might really sacrifice the second prince. After all, even the royal Ji family had to think twice about the anger of the Chun family. Just then, Chun Chang'an received a transmission from the second master of the family. He nodded slightly and said, Fine, then let him live for 7 more days. His words were extremely arrogant and utterly domineering. It was as if he viewed the prince as nothing. But to everyone's surprise, Duan Mutsong was not angry. He quickly pulled the increasingly pale Ji Songhai away. The prince glanced at Chun Chang'an, then at his second younger brother, who was leaving with a grim expression, feeling a great sense of relief in his heart, and turned to leave as well. In the arena, the remaining people looked at Chun Chang'an, and their expressions changed. He killed the young masters of the Liu, Wang, and Wu families, as well as 4 mentors, and trampled on the dignity of the second prince. Yet he was still fine. Even the Lord compromised and retreated before Chun Chang'an. Countless people were shocked, but the Chun family disciples were all extremely excited. Big brother, you are my God, Chun Xian exclaimed excitedly. Young master, we take you as our example. Young master, we will also work hard to cultivate and will not bring shame to the Chun family. The Chun family disciples were all filled with enthusiasm. Chun Chang'an looked at them, restoring his gentle demeanor, and smiled. Let's go back first. Okay. Everyone nodded, surrounding Chun Chang'an as they left the academy's arena. Brother Chang'an, outside the academy, Ji Mingyue chased after him. Seeing this, Chun Xian led the others away first. Brother Chang'an, my royal brother. Ji Mingyue was about to plead, but upon meeting Chun Chang'an's cold gaze, she fell silent. Instead, she took out a spatial ring from her bosom and handed it over. Brother Chang'an, this is for you. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, probing into the spatial ring with his spiritual sense, discovering there were at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones inside, and some valuable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Brother Chang'an, this is my little intention. I hope you can accept it, Ji Mingyue said, lowering her head. If it were before, Chun Chang'an would definitely not have accepted it, but now. Thank you. Chun Chang'an took it, but you are you, and your royal brother is your royal brother. I will keep them separate. Your kindness to me, I will repay separately. Ji Mingyue wanted to say something, but realized Chun Chang'an had already left. He actually accepted the resources I gave. But if my royal brother really is the one who took Brother Chang'an's bloodline, what should I do? Ji Mingyue's heart was filled with mixed feelings, her sparkling eyes swirling violently. In the Chun family, in the council hall, Second Master, why do you want me to postpone the duel with the second prince to 7 days later? Chun Chang'an looked at the 10 people in the hall, speaking respectfully. Everyone looked at him with smiles. Today, the news of his actions in the Dajo Academy had spread, causing a huge stir in the entire Dajo royal city. Chun Chang'an's reputation was even more resounding than a year ago. What arrogance! What unmatched dominance! There were all sorts of evaluations, but none of these mattered to the Chun family. As long as Chun Chang'an and the Chun family disciples were not bullied, that was enough. There were too many strange and troublesome people, buzzing every day. If one came every day, it would be too annoying. So let them prepare together to face death, and we can settle it once and for all. The second master waved his feather fan and smiled as he spoke. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, quickly understanding the second master's intention. If he killed the second prince today, it would force the forces behind the second prince to hide, and the Chun family would have to openly tear their face with the Ji family. It was better to let him go back to prepare now, to unite with the Liu, Wang, Wu, and Lu families to deal with him. However, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but feel that the Chun family was truly domineering. Second Master, you are impressive. Chun Chang'an smiled. All right, as long as you understand, then go back and cultivate. The second master smiled. Chun Chang'an nodded and, after returning to his courtyard, immediately began to cultivate. Whether it was the evil blood god technique, the burial world sword technique, or the Chun family's mental methods. The tyrant's fury, they were all extremely domineering techniques. Then he put the resources Ji Mingwei had given him into the god burial coffin to refine and absorb, ultimately allowing him to advance 2 small realms, reaching the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. After that, he began to consolidate his cultivation, not rushing to advance continuously, because he knew that haste makes waste. Sometimes, if a man is too fast and only seeks pleasure, it is not a good thing. After all, one must simmer slowly to brew true skills. Thus, on the following day, Chun Chang'an began to seek out the clan elders for sparring. The first to be approached was the 9th master. Chapter 19, Practice Pressure. Hee, Chang'an kid, I didn't expect you want to spar with me. Come on, I'll only use one hand and half my strength. Master Jiao said teasingly. All right, then Master Jiao, here I come. Chun Chang'an's gaze was sharp as he charged forward, holding the Overlord blade. Boom! But soon, with just one move, he was sent flying by Chun Jiao's punch. His left eye blackened. What the hell? Master Jiao, can you not hit my eyes? Chun Chang'an grimaced in pain, howling. Hee, okay. Master Jiao casually put one hand behind his back and beckoned to Chun Chang'an mockingly. Thud, thud, thud. Chun Chang'an charged again. But he was immediately sent flying back again, his right eye blackened this time. Now it's symmetrical. Master Jiao smiled, seemingly proud of his handiwork. Master Jiao, I said no hitting the eyes. And my face too, it affects my handsomeness. Chun Chang'an complained while touching his swollen eyes. I forgot come here. This time I promise not to hit your face. Master Jiao said with a smile, waving his hand again. Blood magic activate. Chun Chang'an activated the demonic martial realm, and his spiritual power surged instantly. He resembled an ancient fierce beast, then shouted, Welburial soit technique instanquille. Swish! The Overlord blade swung fiercely, moving at incredible speed as it swept horizontally towards Chun Jiao's neck. TSK, this little brat, your power is alright, speed is alright, momentum is alright. But not decisive enough. Master Jiao smiled, slightly sidestepping to easily dodge the attack, then flicked his finger lightly on Chun Chang'an's Overlord blade. Clang! A clear sound of the blade rang out, and the Overlord blade was suddenly deflected, sending Chun Chang'an flying. Thud! Chun Chang'an crashed heavily to the ground. Chun Chang'an was horrified. He didn't expect Master Jiao to be this strong. Come again, he shouted, swinging the Overlord blade and charging at Master Jiao once more. But soon, Chun Chang'an was sent flying again. Come again. Boom. Instantly, he was sent flying out again. Come again. Chun Chang'an got back up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued to charge forward. The arena echoed with Chun Chang'an's howls of agony and his cries of come again. Until a day passed. At night, Chun Chang'an was soaking in the potion made by 5th Master, crying out in pain. 5th Master was an alchemist and also an outstanding healer. As for how outstanding, even Chun Chang'an couldn't say. But many ailments were almost trivial in his hands. This allowed Chun Chang'an to learn a lot while following 5th Master since he was young. At the second prince's residence. Boom! A remarkably handsome young man punched a rockery, instantly turning it into powder. His bare upper body showcased solid muscles that shimmered with golden light, as if containing immense, explosive power. It was the second prince, Ji Sanhai. Congratulations, Your Highness. You've reached the 3rd level of the king realm. A little eunuch nearby flattered. Ji Sanhai said nothing but turned his gaze to the gray-haired elder beside him, respectfully bowing. Master. The gray-haired elder responded lightly. Then his eyes revealed a sharp light. That Chun Chang'an actually dared to provoke you in public, it seems. He must have the confidence to defeat you. Moreover, he would definitely dare to kill you. Master, how is that possible? Ji Sanghai's face was filled with unwillingness, and a flash of resentment crossed his eyes. Why should he? This great Zhou kingdom is my Ji family's great Zhou kingdom. Why is that Chen family so arrogant? Because of strength. The gray-haired elder said disdainfully. If the founding ancestors of the great Zhou kingdom were here, or if the royal family had a saint emperor of level 10, Who would dare to disrespect the Great Zhou royal family? And the Qin family has only moved to the Great Zhou kingdom for 20 years. Why have they steadily become the #1 family? Isn't it because they have 9 unfathomable clan elders? If no one has the assurance to deal with those 9 clan elders, no one would dare to act rashly. As the gray-haired elder spoke, his gaze grew wistful. Master, I have the confidence to defeat Chun Chang'an. Ji Songhai clenched his fists, his face twisted. He is only at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, while I am at the 3rd level of the king realm, and I am not like those useless mentors. Hee. Do you have the confidence to kill those mentors in 3 moves? The gray-haired elder suddenly asked. Ji Songhai fell silent. Although he had the strength to fight above his level, he was not as monstrous as Chun Chang'an, unless you activate the Overlord bloodline, right? The gray-haired elder squinted. But if you do that, you will solidify your status as the murderer who harmed Chun Chang'an. Even your father wouldn't dare to protect you. Am I just going to be humiliated by a mere commoner? I refuse to accept this. Ji Songhai said coldly. Why should the Chun family? With a fierce growl, Ji Songhai suddenly looked at the gray-haired elder. Master, you must have a way, right? Of course. The gray-haired elder said, spreading his hand. A jade slip and a sword floated before him. King-level battle technique. King-grade weapon. This is the king's sword. Ji Songhai's face changed drastically. Then he was filled with joy, deeply bowing. Thank you, master. No need for thanks. Defeating Chun Chang'an and becoming the ruler of the Great Zhou kingdom also concerns the interests of my sect. The gray-haired elder said lightly for the next few days. Besides mastering this king-level battle technique and king-level sword, secretly contact the forces within the Great Zhou kingdom to attack the Chun family. Please instruct me, master. You should do that. The entire Great Zhou royal city became filled with swirling winds and clouds. Countless eyes turned to the Chun family and the other 3 major families. Of course, the match between Chun Chang'an and the second prince in 7 days was also extremely eye-catching. TSK, have you heard? The 3 major families, along with the Liu family, seem to be planning to unite against the Chun family. Is a great battle about to break out? Wow, that would be thrilling. Not only that, but the other 4 major sects in our Great Zhou kingdom have also united, seemingly wanting to confront Chun Chang'an about something. What are they inquiring about? Don't you know? I heard that Chun Chang'an came out of the abyss of demon burial. At first, he had no cultivation, but in about 10 days, he could actually kill mentors. Hiss. So terrifying could it be? He obtained immense opportunities in the abyss of demon burial? I can only explain it. Others go in and die without exception. Yet he came out alive and even became stronger than a year ago. That's right, his personality has also changed drastically. First, he broke off his engagement with Gu Qinsheng, then boldly killed Jun Wujian, and finally slayed mentors, annihilating 3 major prodigies. Hiss. The streets and alleys of Great Zhou Royal City were abuzz with discussion. When someone connected all of Chun Chang'an's doubts together, they suddenly found something amiss. Thus, this matter grew bigger and bigger, causing a sensation throughout the Great Zhou kingdom. But 3 days before the match with Ji Songhai, many uninvited guests arrived outside the Chun family. Among them were the 4 major sects of the Great Zhou kingdom: Liu Yunzong, Wang Qinzong, Wu Zhizong, and Hongchen Palace. There were also various major families from within the Great Zhou kingdom, all gathering together, with over 100 at the king realm. As for those of the half-step Saint Emperor realm, there were even a dozen. They wanted to confront Chun Chang'an in person. Such a terrifying spectacle naturally attracted countless people's attention. Chapter 20. Do you dare to fight? On this day, the front of the Chun family mansion was extremely lively. Powerful auras emanated in all directions, attracting countless forces to pay close attention. However, surprisingly, the main gate of the Chun family was wide open, and the steward Chen Wu welcomed everyone into the Chun residence with neither humility nor arrogance. With a loud bang, he closed the door. Countless powerful figures outside were shocked. What was the Chun family up to? Did they really intend to close the door and fight off the dogs? But that seemed impossible. The 100 or so strong individuals who entered the Chun family had disdain written all over their faces. What if the door was closed? They were among the most powerful people in the Great Zhou Kingdom, so dealing with a small Chun family was naturally beneath them, especially since there were over a dozen half-step Saint Kings among them. They slowly walked into the Chun family. Along the way, the Chun family disciples held sharp blades, their expressions cold. This left the newcomers astonished. After all, despite the large number of powerful figures coming, the Chun family disciples showed no signs of fear. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit, like tigers ready to pounce. Seeing the Chun family's demeanor, the newcomers couldn't help but admire and envy them. Inside the main hall of the Chun family, the family head sat in the main seat, flanked by 9 other clan elders. Each one appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly not caring about the 100 or so heavenly realm powerhouses in front of them, more so expressing disdain and boredom. Sigh too weak, playing with these ants. If the other divine clans in the divine realm found out, it would be embarrassing. Seventh Master murmured softly, inexplicably voicing such a statement. But soon her gaze shifted, as if something had blocked her, and her earlier words seemed to have been erased by time. It was as if she had never said them. The others did not hear anything. At this moment, the newcomers entered the main hall of the Chun family with imposing momentum and unfriendly eyes. Hee. Everyone who comes to my Chun family, may I ask what brings you here? Chun Xiantong held a cup of tea, took a sip, and smiled. The head of the Chun family is a clever man. He should know our intentions. Hand over Chun Chang'an. The elder leading the group was Lu Gu, the supreme elder of the Lu Yun sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a half-step Saint King. Standing next to him was the head of the Lu family, Lu Mingzheng, along with the heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Each of them had anger and resentment in their eyes, staring fiercely at Chun Xiantong. Oh, you come here with such momentum just to find my family's young master? Hee. What is this all about? Chun Xiantong feigned confusion. Chun Xiantong, stop pretending. At this moment, Lu Mingjing stepped forward and angrily said, he killed my daughter at the academy, who is also a mentor at the academy. Let him come out and pay for his life. That's right. Hand over Chun Chang'an. The heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families roared in anger. Chun Xiantong narrowed his eyes, looking at the others. Hee. And what about you? What brings you here? Head of the Chun family, Chun Chang'an must have entered the abyss of the dead demon, right? At this time, a white-haired elder slowly spoke. He was Wu Bufan, the supreme elder of the Wu Ji sect. Wu Bufan stared at Chun Xiantong with a pressuring aura. It is well known that those who enter there mostly meet a dead end. Since Chun Chang'an was able to come out then, there must be a huge problem. That's right. Several other strong figures echoed. When Chun Chang'an came out, he had no cultivation, but just a few days later, his strength recovered, suppressing his peers and crushing mentors. We suspect, at this point, the old man's gaze became incredibly sharp, and he turned into a demon. Demon. As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the scene instantly boiled over. A demon is one who has lost their reason, becoming a madman who knows only how to kill. At the same time, their means are cruel, and their combat power will increase dramatically. This perfectly matched Chun Chang'an's recent state. That's right, Chun Chang'an has definitely turned into a demon. Otherwise, his methods wouldn't be so cruel, killing our young master. The head of the Lu family angrily spoke. Chun Xiantong, please hand over Chun Chang'an and let all of us jointly suppress him. This is not only my personal matter, but also concerns the safety of billions of lives in our entire Eastern Zhou. Chun Xuantong's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Lu and Wang families, sneering, my Chang'an killed Lu Romeng and the other 3 mentors. That was a life-and-death battle. As for killing the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, they initiated the killing first. My Chang'an was only acting in self-defense. How does this relate to the term demon? As for my Chang'an's formidable strength, that is because he is a descendant of the Chun family. Our Chun family members possess extraordinary innate talent. Just because you are weak, can you blame others for being strong? Just because others are stronger than you, do you call them demons? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Chun Xiantong to say this. At this moment, Lu Gu coldly snorted, head of the Chun family. This matter concerns demons and is of great importance. You should still let Chun Chang'an come out. Let us confront each other publicly and search his soul, and we will know the truth. Search his soul. Hearing these two words, the eyes of the Chun family elders sparkled with cold light. For the person whose soul is searched, it is not simply a matter of spiritual injury. They could even become an idiot. More importantly, it is an insult. Among the Chun family elders, Ninth Master was suddenly enraged. He stood up, pointing at Lu Gu and scolding. "You're talking nonsense. Come, and let me try searching your soul." "Well said. Dare to search the soul of my Chang'an? You must be tired of living." Boom! Seventh Master, although a woman, was also filled with fierce anger at this moment. She stomped her foot hard, causing the entire hall to shake. Among the Chun family elders, Seventh Master and Ninth Master had the worst tempers. Everyone was horrified. They did not expect the Chun family elders to react so strongly. In their view, even though the 9 elders in front of them were half-step Saint Kings, they had over a dozen on their side, so they were naturally not afraid. Moreover, there were still hundreds of heavenly realm warriors. Did the Chun family not fear at all? Facing the anger of Chun Jiao and Chun Chi, Lu Gu appeared undaunted, sneering, "Head of the Chun family, I am proficient in soul-searching techniques and guarantee that during the soul search, Chun Chang'an's soul will not be harmed. If Chun Chang'an is really not a demon, then all grievances between him and the Lu, Wu, and Wang families will be wiped clean, and we will also apologize to the Chun family." After Lu Gu finished speaking, Wu Bufan also spoke lightly. "Lu is right. Head of the Chun family, after all, this matter was initiated by your young master. Why not turn a big matter into a small one, and a small matter into nothing? Oh, so my Chun family has given you face, huh? Letting you in is already a great favor. One by one, you think my Chun family is afraid of you?" Seventh Master pointed at the noses of the crowd and scolded. Ninth Master was about to curse when Chun Xiantong stopped him. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked toward the fierce family disciples outside the hall, his voice booming like thunder. "All Chun family disciples, listen. The other party wants to search the soul of your young master. Do you agree?" Not agreeing, thousands of voices shouted in unison, their momentum shocking the heavens. "Then do you dare to fight? Fight! Fight! Fight!" Chapter 21, Annihilation. The Chun family members united not only because Chun Chang'an treated his brothers and sisters well, but also because he was polite to the elders of the Chun family. The 9 clan elders of the Chun family acted fairly and justly. Although there were conflicts within the clan, most could be resolved peacefully, and situations would not become deadlocked. Moreover, it didn't matter if family members fought each other to the death, but when external enemies appeared, everyone had to unite. This is the clan rule of the Chun family. Chun Xiantong smiled lightly and looked at the 100 or so strong warriors, saying solemnly, "Did you hear that? In the face of you all, even the younger members of the Chun family dare to fight, let alone us old folks. The clan leader is right." At this moment, the usually gentle and cultured Second Master's gaze turned cold, and he slightly moved the goose feather fan in his hand forward. The reason we have said so much is that we do not wish to create more killing. Now we give you a chance. Retreat obediently, otherwise, death. The Second Master's words were calm, yet they contained endless killing intent, making everyone feel their scalps tingle, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if the word death from the Second Master would cause them all to die the next moment. The crowd was greatly shocked, their hearts filled with trepidation. "We just want to seek the truth." Lu Gu gritted his teeth against the pressure from the Second Master and said in a deep voice, "Does the Chun family really want to be enemies with the world?" "That's right. Chun Chang'an's actions are too strange. Could he really be a demon? So you keep covering it up, not wanting us to know the truth?" Wu Bufan also spoke coldly. They came with a fierce momentum, and if they were scared away, they would lose all face in the future. However, they did not dare to act directly. Everyone with eyes could see that the 9 clan elders of the Chun family were not simple. If a fight broke out, the outcome would be uncertain. So they chose not to act directly, but to apply pressure instead. But they never expected the Chun family to be so strong. "Damn it, clan leader. I can't hold back any longer." Seventh Master suddenly shouted in anger, "This group of trash is so annoying. Let me unseal a memory and suppress these old bastards." As she spoke, her aura erupted violently, a terrifying sense of oppression spreading out, and then she charged out in an instant. Lu Gu's pupils shrank sharply, and then he coldly snorted, "Humph. The Chun family is stubborn. I think it's better not to waste words with them. Kill." As he finished speaking, he exchanged a punch with Seventh Master. Boom! A huge explosion erupted. Lu Gu's face twisted instantly, and his eyes revealed extreme terror. After his fist made contact with Seventh Master's fist, he felt as if he had struck a solid steel plate, and his fist instantly cracked and then exploded into a blood mist. Not only that, as Seventh Master's fist continued to strike forward, the powerful force shattered his entire arm inch by inch. Lu Gu let out a heart-wrenching scream, but what terrified him even more was yet to come. Poof! Seventh Master's fist directly pierced through his chest. I. Lu Gu's eyes filled with despair, and he collapsed to the ground. A half-step Saint Emperor was killed on the spot with a single move. What? The surrounding people were terrified. Why you dared to strike first and kill? Wu Bufan exclaimed in shock. What's it to you if I kill you? At this moment, Seventh Master suddenly appeared in front of him, throwing another punch towards his face. Wu Bufan quickly retreated, shouting loudly, "Everyone attack quickly! We have the numbers. Don't be afraid of them." As his words fell, the heads of the Lu Wang and Wu families, as well as the elders, were the first to take action. They had never intended to negotiate well with the Qin family. After all, Qin Chang'an had killed their young master. But the four major sects wanted to know what opportunity Qin Chang'an had in the burial demon abyss, so they had been holding back until now. They did not expect that the Chun family would dare to strike first. That was simply a death wish. Oomph. You old fools, my little Chang'an killing your young master is your blessing. At this time, Ninth Master stood in front of the heads of the four families, sneering. In his hand was a long knife, covered in blood. Qin family Ninth Master, you're looking for death. The four family heads were about to charge forward when, in the next instant, a line of blood appeared on their foreheads. Bang! The four family heads of Lu, Wang Wu, and others were instantly split in half by Chun Jiu's knife. TCH trash! Ninth Master sneered and charged towards the others. On the other side, although Wu Bufan dodged Seventh Master's first punch, the next moment, he glanced at the four who had been killed by Ninth Master and felt a sense of impending doom. I was wrong. I surrender. Wu Bufan quickly cried out in fear. Surrender your ass. Seventh Master mocked, appearing in an instant, and punched down on Wu Bufan's head. Bang! The explosion echoed as Wu Bufan, the supreme elder of the Wu Ji sect, a half-step Saint Emperor, had his head smashed to pieces with one punch. The others were all horrified, their souls trembling. Qin family, you have gone mad. Are you declaring war on all our forces? The crowd was dumbfounded. Oomph. You all came to oppress us, and now you ask if we dare to go to war? Ninth Master sneered, and with a swift motion, dozens of heads flew into the sky. That's right, our second master has already said, we give you a chance, but you continue to press us, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Seventh Master coldly laughed and smashed a few more heads. The screams filled the air. They realized that no one was a match for Seventh Master and Ninth Master. Everyone was being killed in an instant. A few who saw this tried to turn and flee, wanting to hunt down those family disciples. Seeing this, the second master, still holding the goose feather fan, gently waved it and said, "Seal." Buzz. The space trembled, and a transparent barrier formed out of thin air. What? A barrier. The Qin family's second master, he's a formation master. What kind of monsters are these Chun family elders? How can they be so strong? Some screamed in horror. Clang. At that moment, a sound of a zither echoed. The crowd was astonished and looked forward. They saw a woman as beautiful as a celestial being, and, at some point, she had a guqin in her long skirt. As she gently plucked the strings, in an instant, 2 or 3 dozen people were filled with terror. Blood began to flow from their noses, eyes, ears, and mouths. They covered their ears, screaming as they fell to the ground, dying on the spot. The one playing the zither was none other than the third master of the Chun family. Soon, after everyone in the venue was dead, the third master continued to play the zither. Clang, ding ding, ding 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 dong. With each sound, endless ding dong sounds followed, like flowing water in a mountain stream. causing the Chun family disciples outside the hall to fall into a deep sleep one by one. Chapter 22. Royal weapons inside the Chun family hall. It was eerily quiet. The ground was covered in corpses. The clan elders had calm expressions. And Third Master was playing the guqin. While the Chun family disciples outside were still in a daze, the clan elder, the eldest, gently parted her red lips and said, "Go on, my little treasures." In an instant, a large area of black liquid spread out from under her feet. Even the hot-tempered Ninth Master couldn't help but shiver at the sight. Soon, the black liquid spread over the corpses, instantly devouring them. By the time the black liquid returned to the eldest's feet, it had vanished without a trace. Along with it, the corpses and the filthy bloodstains disappeared as well. It was as if everything had ceased to exist. In the background, the dreamlike sound of Chun San's guqin flowed gently. Ding, 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 ding. Ding dong dong dong. Finally, the guqin music stopped. The Chun family disciples outside gradually woke up, then shivered and cursed themselves for losing focus. They all turned to look inside the hall and immediately gasped in surprise. Chun Xian rushed in, his face full of astonishment. "Father, elders, where are they?" The other Chun family disciples were also filled with curiosity. They had been fierce and determined to protect the Chun family just moments ago. To their surprise, all of those over 100 powerful figures had vanished. "Well, we scared them off." Chun Xiantong glanced at his son and said seriously. "Scared? Scared them off?" Chun Xian was surprised, then breathed a sigh of relief. The other family disciples were confused but didn't think too much about it. After all, in their eyes, the clan elders of the Chun family were unfathomable. It was quite normal for them to scare off enemies, and they soon began to cheer. A powerful family was something everyone took pride in. Not long after, Chun Chang'an arrived late. "Oh, why are so many people gathered today? What happened?" Chun Chang'an asked with a puzzled expression. This was the time he had come to spar with Chun Jiao. He hadn't expected to find everyone here. Moreover, he hadn't heard a sound from his courtyard. "Brother, many powerful figures from various families came to threaten us to hand you over. Fortunately, you weren't here at this time." Chun Xian quickly spoke. "Oh, what happened?" Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. It's nothing. This is what I told you. To gather them all here for a visit, to teach them a lesson," the second master spoke up. "They just left like that?" Chun Chang'an was puzzled, sniffing the air and catching a strong smell of blood. "Did a fight break out?" "Ha ha, of course there was a fight. Otherwise, how would they leave?" Chun Xiantong laughed heartily, looking serious. "That's right." Third master, holding the guqin, said gently, "We disabled the limbs of their leaders, and they were too scared to fight us to the death, so they obediently retreated." Hiss! As soon as Chun San's words came out, countless disciples gasped. They didn't know why they had felt dazed earlier, but they hadn't expected a fight had really occurred. The clan elders were so formidable. They had even disabled the leaders and forced them to retreat. Chun Chang'an was stunned, stroking his chin in contemplation. At this moment, the eldest spoke. She was the eldest of all the clan elders. She looked at Chun Chang'an and said gently, "Chang'an, our Chun family has nearly offended all the powers of the great Zhou kingdom. They might not dare to target us elders, but they may come after you. Are you afraid?" Hearing this, Chun Chang'an respectfully replied, "Eldest, I am not afraid." The eldest nodded slightly. "Soon, you will be competing with Ji Songhai. Don't be careless." Chun Chang'an smiled and said, "Chang'an will remember." The eldest then looked at a burly middle-aged man. "Fourth, didn't you help Chang'an forge a weapon and a piece of spiritual armor?" "Ha! That's right." A middle-aged man in blacksmith attire laughed heartily. He was the fourth master of the Chun family, and he was indeed a weapon refiner. "Thank you, fourth master." Chun Chang'an was overjoyed. He had been worried about not having a suitable weapon. The Overlord sword was just an ordinary heavenly tier weapon in the family. "All right, you don't need to spar with Ninth Master today. Follow Fourth Master to his forge and get familiar with your new weapon," the eldest continued. "Okay, thank you, eldest." "Thank you, Fourth Master." Chun Chang'an nodded, his face full of joy. He thought it was better this way. If he had continued to be beaten by Ninth Master today, recovering would have been difficult. The other disciples looked on with envy, but felt no jealousy, because as long as you had the capability, The Qin family's fourth master would craft customized weapons for all disciples. Next, Qin Chang'an followed fourth master and left. The other family disciples also dispersed, some practicing their skills, others tending to their tasks. What shocked everyone in the royal city was that all the powerful figures who entered the Qin family estate had vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the ocean. The grand battle they had imagined did not happen, and they hadn't even heard a sound of fighting. The Qin family also released a message that those figures had left on their own. But what was terrifying was that the four main gates of the Qin family estate were wide open, yet no one was seen coming out. This made countless powers extremely wary. This Qin family was a terrifying family, 20 or 30 first-rate powers, each with several heavenly king-level experts. Had not managed to emerge from the Qin family? My God, what on earth is happening? Could it be that those powerful figures really slipped away, as the Qin family said? Impossible, this can't be. The Qin family is not a Holy Land family. How could they handle so many powerful figures? Countless powerful figures were horrified and discussed amongst themselves. But soon, some major powers were struck with terror. Because the life lamps of the family heads and elders who entered the Qin family had all extinguished. This proved they were all dead. Heavens, what kind of terrifying family is this Qin family? Countless people were shocked, but unanimously chose to remain hidden. No one dared to approach the Qin family to question them unless they were not afraid of death. Qin family. At the residence of Fourth Master. Fourth Master's dwelling was different from the other clan elders. Upon arriving here, one was greeted by a wave of heat, the sound of clanging metal, and the sight of family disciples sweating profusely. Not long after, Fourth Master brought over a massive sword and handed it to Qin Chang'an. I see you prefer using heavy swords, so I specially forged a high-grade one for you. Qin Chang'an took it, and upon feeling the weight of the sword, his eyes lit up royal grade. And this piece of spiritual armor, Fourth Master said, handing Qin Chang'an a black soft armor. Another royal grade. Qin Chang'an was stunned. Fourth Master was actually a royal grade refiner. The feeling of having family support was so exhilarating. Chapter 23. The Sword of Protection. Qin Chang'an was shocked in his heart and suddenly said, "Oh, Fourth Master, since you can forge king-level weapons, can't you forge more to sell for money?" The Fourth Master gave him a glance. King-level weapons or spiritual treasures can't just be forged. They require high-grade raw materials. That makes sense, Qin Chang'an replied with a smile. Then, Qin Si urged Qin Chang'an, hurry up and name this sword. Oh! Qin Chang'an's eyes lit up as he gently stroked the giant sword before him, which gleamed with a cold light, exuding kingly aura. It also had a heavy feeling to it, although it was cumbersome. The Qin family's bloodline and martial arts were all centered around overpowering strength, so a heavy sword instead gave a sense of security. One force suppresses all methods. Let's call it the Sword of Protection, Qin Chang'an said softly, to protect myself, to protect my Qin family, to protect everyone I want to protect. The Sword of Protection? Qin Si pondered over these 4 words, and then couldn't he help but feel happy. Haha, good. Then it shall be called the Sword of Protection. Chang'an, I hope you don't forget your original intentions. Don't forget my original intentions? Qin Chang'an was puzzled. He always felt that when Fourth Master said those 4 words, there was a deeper meaning behind them. Next, he donned the king-level spiritual armor and wielded the king-level Sword of Protection and began his practice. On a certain mountain peak, Ji Sanghai was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, an old man with a pale face and no beard suddenly appeared and deeply bowed to Ji Sanghai. Second Prince, what happened? Ji Sanghai slowly opened his eyes and asked. Not a single one survived among the hundreds of Heavenly King realm experts and over a dozen half-step Saint Emperor realm experts. Hearing this, Ji Sanghai was greatly shaken, and his expression became extremely serious. Good. The Qin family indeed hides deep enough. Second Prince, this is what His Majesty asked this servant to give you. The old man said, taking out a spatial ring. Oh, that old fossil isn't dead yet? Ji Sanghai said disdainfully as he casually accepted it. The old man ignored his disrespectful words and respectfully said, His Majesty has been seriously ill and has not been managing state affairs. The crown prince is useless and incompetent. So naturally, it still relies on the second prince to support the great Zhou. Then why not give me the throne? Songhai said disdainfully as his gaze fell on the spatial ring. Oh? He really is generous. A piece of king-level armor. Is he afraid I might get killed? The old man flattered. His majesty is naturally worried about the prince. So he had this servant deliver this armor. The armor in front of him was king-level and had defensive formations, incredibly sturdy. Even a 10th-level heavenly king would find it hard to break. As he spoke, he took out a pill radiating white light. Heaven-tier blood recovery pill. Songhai couldn't help but exclaim, his breath quickening. Indeed, this blood recovery pill. Even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, there are only 3. As long as you're not killed instantly, even with multiple injuries, you can recover in an instant. The old man smiled and said, Second Prince, with this armor and this pill, Chun Chang'an will find it impossible to defeat you. It's simply a dream. This old man finally did something good, haha. Songhai sneered. Chun Chang'an, I will definitely slay you. You repeatedly trample on my royal dignity. No matter how powerful your clan elders are, it doesn't matter. Others may fear you, but I do not. Songhai's expression grew more sinister. I want the world to know that anyone who offends the great Zhou royal family must die, without a doubt. Go back and tell that old man that I am already 10 parts certain that I can slay Chun Chang'an. Songhai looked down upon the world. He was already at the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm and had king-level combat skills, king-level weapons, king-level armor, and a heaven-tier blood recovery pill. With such a wealth of resources, what could Chun Chang'an use to fight him? On what grounds? Competing with family resources? Could he compete with the Ji royal family? Thinking of this, a victorious smile appeared on Songhai's lips. Second Prince, do not be careless, the old man reminded. I know. Songhai slowly closed his eyes again, feeling a bit impatient inside. As long as he killed Chun Chang'an, the next target would be that useless crown prince. The throne would also be his. The 7A period had arrived. Inside the Great Zhou Academy, it was already crowded with people. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between Chun Chang'an and the second prince. After all, it was a life-and-death battle. One had the support of a nation. The other had a terrifying family background. Each clan elder was unfathomable, and the battle between the two sides naturally attracted countless people's attention. Soon, a huge life-and-death arena was set up in the Academy's martial arts square. Under the eager gazes of everyone, the second prince slowly descended onto the arena. He was dressed in luxurious brocade, exuding nobility. Seeing the appearance of the second prince, Songhai, everyone cheered, for he was a prince with such extraordinary talent. Songhai ignored the cheers around him and slowly closed his eyes. In the course seat, the crown prince narrowed his eyes, revealing a mocking expression. No matter who won or lost today, it was good for him. Ji Mingyue, however, was anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance. In these 7 days, she wanted to stop this battle. But unfortunately, she couldn't see either Songhai or Chun Chang'an. She also pleaded with her father, but he said that the situation could not be stopped. Soon, a group of people crowded in from outside the academy. Ji Mingyue's eyes brightened as she immediately walked towards the young man dressed in white. Today, Chun Chang'an was in white, looking handsome like a celestial being, especially attracting the attention of female cultivators. Brother Chang'an, can you not fight? I beg you, Ji Mingyue said anxiously and worriedly. Mingyue, this is something you cannot stop. Even your father did not speak up, Chun Chang'an said lightly as he directly leaped onto the arena. Oh, Ji Mingyue could only stomp her feet in frustration. Princess sister, your second brother is not a good person. Our young master will take revenge for grievances and repay kindness. If you still want to be good with our brother, I advise you not to waste your efforts to stop it, Chun Xian said seriously to Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue fell silent, her heart filled with complex emotions. On the arena, Songhai looked at Chun Chang'an. Brother Chun, do you really want to fight me? Stop pretending. Chun Chang'an glanced at him and then looked at the Lord of Duanmu. Lord, let's begin. Duanmu, Song nodded with a bitter expression. All right, since you two want a life-and-death battle, then regardless of who dies, the families behind both sides cannot intervene. After saying this, he fell silent. In the arena, the two stared at each other. Clang! A sound of sword ringing echoed. Since it couldn't be stopped, Ji Songhai would unleash his full strength. The sword in his hand shot out like a venomous snake, directly stabbing towards Chun Chang'an's neck. A simple straight thrust erupted with overwhelming sword might before the sword reached. A sharp sword chi had already made Chun Chang'an's skin ache. Facing Ji Songhai, who struck without a word, Chun Chang'an was not surprised. The Overlord's sword appeared in his hand like a heavy steel plate, blocking in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. The long sword struck heavily against the body of the Overlord giant sword, producing a crisp and pleasant sword sound, while sparks flew. Kill. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat, instantly falling into a heated battle. Chapter 24, Fierce Battle. During the fierce battle, Chun Chang'an did not dare to hold back at all. With a loud shout, he opened the martial aperture realm, activated the demon soul, and crazily channeled his spiritual power throughout his body. He swung the Overlord giant sword, creating a violent howling wind, and struck fiercely. Boom! With a tremendous force. The sword struck down like a mountain on Ji Songhai, causing his expression to change drastically. He quickly blocked with his light sword, but was instantly knocked back over Tenjong. Ji Songhai's face changed greatly. Facing Chun Chang'an's heavy sword, he felt immense pressure. Moreover, his sword techniques were mainly focused on assassination, but it felt as if Chun Chang'an had set up a solid sword barrier in front of him. He couldn't pierce through it all. Chun Chang'an, can you only defend? Ji Songhai mocked, calling him a cowardly turtle. Is that so? I just want to see you reveal more of your hidden cards, so you don't miss your chance later. Chun Chang'an replied calmly, and the heavy sword in his hand erupted fiercely, slashing down again and again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, even though Ji Songhai was in the king realm, he was forced to retreat step by step. The onslaught of the heavy sword came like a storm, continuously smashing down on Ji Songhai. Ji Songhai was furious. As a dignified king realm expert, he was actually being suppressed by a heavenly martial realm fighter. Such humiliation. Ulikan swort technique. Ji Songhai shouted in a low voice, and the sword in his hand instantly erupted with overwhelming sword intent. At the same time, waves of sword energy surged into the sky, creating astonishing ripples in the air. Swish! In the next moment, Ji Songhai deflected the shadow of Chun Chang'an's heavy sword. And as he wielded his long sword, countless sword shadows overlapped, forming layers of hurricane-like sword energy, overwhelming towards Chun Chang'an. Upon witnessing such terrifying sword pressure, countless spectators' eyes widened in shock. King-level battle technique. Oh my god, this is actually a king-level battle technique. The terrifying might is simply horrifying. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. This is bad. My royal brother actually knows a king-level battle technique. Brother Chang'an, be careful, Yimingyu exclaimed. She was momentarily worried about her royal brother and then about Chun Chang'an, her heart in disarray. Just then, Chun Chang'an's loud shout echoed in the arena. Burial World Sword Technique, Heaven. The heavy sword swept across, carrying a destructive momentum, meeting the hurricane-like sword energy. Boom! The heavy sword was originally focused on momentum, and the third move of the Burial World Sword technique was precisely a large-scale, explosive killing technique. It could compress all spiritual power to its limit and then unleash an infinite explosion. With Chun Chang'an's cultivation growing, it was likely that one day he would truly shatter the heavens with a single sword. At this moment, as the two forces collided, the violent energy instantly shattered Ji Songhai's sword might. Even Ji Songhai was knocked back over Tenjong. What? This is impossible. Ji Songhai steadied himself, his heart shaken as his blood boiled. He did not expect Chun Chang'an to break through his king-level battle technique, and he was even knocked back. You have reached the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. Feeling Chun Chang'an's imposing aura, Ji Songhai's face was filled with astonishment. He stared at Chun Chang'an with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. The people around him felt the same. A monster. Incredible. Lord Duanmu's expression was solemn, muttering in shock. To surpass a 7th-level opponent, such a genius is extremely rare in the world. But unexpectedly, our great Zhou kingdom actually has one. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Just as everyone was shocked that Chun Chang'an could withstand a king-level battle technique, Chun Chang'an's figure continued to dart out like lightning, and the heavy sharp sword pierced directly at Ji Songhai's throat. Burial World Sword Technique, sealing the throat. WH. What? Ji Songhai had not reacted in time and hastily blocked in front of his neck, but in the next instant, with a loud boom, his entire body was sent flying away. Cough, cough. When he got back up, a trace of blood had already oozed from the corner of his mouth. You. Sneak attack. If it weren't for his quick reflexes and the armor on him, his head would have been severed just now. Fool. Chun Chang'an sneered, and his figure charged out again. Burial World Sword Technique, instantil. Boom. This time, Ji Songhai was once again sent flying. Seeing that Ji Songhai was somehow still able to get up, Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. He had clearly slashed at his neck. Why was he unscathed? Hee. When Ji Songhai stood up again, a faint scale-like golden glow had appeared on his body. Oh my god, that is king-level armor. Indeed, it was king-level armor. Without this armor, Chun Chang'an would have already severed his head. Hiss, as expected of the royal family. Their foundation is indeed strong. Someone familiar exclaimed. In the arena, Ji Songhai's gaze gradually turned ferocious. Ha ha, Chun Chang'an, even though you have unmatched speed and earth-shattering heavy sword might, what does it matter? Can you kill me? I have king-level armor. Ha! Chun Chang'an sneered disdainfully. Just a turtle shell, look at how proud you are. I can still blast you apart. After saying that, Chun Chang'an suddenly darted out, instantly reaching above Ji Songhai's head. Overlord's Fury Slash. Hurricane Sword Howl. The two shouted lowly, and in an instant they clashed. Bang! The violent energy surged again. This time, Chun Chang'an was sent flying. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. But soon, someone noticed a clue. Look, that's... Oh my god, Ji Songhai is holding a king-level weapon. A king-level weapon that is even stronger than a heavenly-level weapon. Hiss, as expected of the royal family. With king-level battle armor and a king-level weapon, this time, Chun Chang'an is probably in trouble. Even Chun Chang'an showed an unexpected expression. The energy unleashed by the king-level weapon made his blood surge, and his arm felt slightly numb. Ha ha, Chun Chang'an, this time, let's see how you die. Ji Songhai laughed maniacally, completely shedding his previous elegant demeanor. Since the facade with Chun Chang'an was torn off, there was no need to pretend anymore. Who dies is still uncertain. Chun Chang'an sneered coldly, fully activating the Thunder Extreme Phantom, while a faint black-red glow appeared on his body. This was the first move of the evil demon blood god technique, blood-bathing demon light. All his spiritual power erupted ferociously. At the same time, he opened the second aperture of the martial aperture realm, the Fury Soul. Vaguely, behind Chun Chang'an, there seemed to be a shadow roaring. The ninefold martial aperture realm has the apertures of Demon Soul, Fury Soul, Violent Heart, Mad Wisdom, Frantic Tear, Heaven-Shattering, and Earth-Destroying. Each opening of the martial aperture realm stimulates the body's potential and enhances combat power. At this moment, Chun Chang'an's aura was indeed approaching the 4th level of the King Realm. Vaguely, his realm also seemed to have entered the level of the King Realm. Upon witnessing this scene, countless powerful figures in the arena were about to have their eyes pop out. In the hidden corners, the 9 clan elders of the Chun family had their pupils rapidly constricting. Everyone, this brat Chang'an actually knows how to open the martial aperture realm. Who taught him? He can open 2 apertures. Oh my god, this is 2 against the heavens. Even I, at such an age, could only open 1. The crowd communicated through sound transmission, and their gazes all fell on the eldest, the patriarch. Chapter 25. The Bloodline of the Overlord. The elder of the Chun family narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice lightly. At such a young age, he has already opened 2 martial apertures. Incredible. Upon hearing this, the clan elders gasped in unison. The martial apertures are places that unlock the potential within a person. The more one opens, the stronger the unleashed potential. It can boost combat power to an unparalleled level. This is the secret to a significant increase in combat power and fighting beyond one's level. Meanwhile, the two continued their fierce battle. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Chun Chang'an swung the Overlord Giant Sword, striking down again and again on Ji Songhai. Ji Songhai was extremely frustrated. Clearly, he possessed royal-level combat skills and weapons, yet he was still being overwhelmed by Chun Chang'an. He felt each of Chun Chang'an's strikes weighed like 1,000 pounds. The ground was also pockmarked from their blows. Chun Chang'an laughed continuously. Ji Songhai, you have one last move, which is to unleash my Overlord bloodline, right? Otherwise, even if your turtle shell is incredibly hard, I may not break it, but I can still shock you to death. Boom! Another heavy blow from the Overlord Great Sword sent Ji Songhai flying, carving a massive trench into the ground. The crowd erupted in excitement. They never expected Ji Songhai, who had such deep reserves, would still be ruthlessly beaten by Chun Chang'an. This is simply outrageous. Suddenly, Chun Chang'an reappeared above Ji Songhai, executing the second form of the evil blood god technique, mountain shaking, sea quaking. In an instant, a tumultuous sword aura surged from Chun Chang'an's Overlord Sword. As he struck down, a mountain-like phantom seemed to erupt from Chun Chang'an's body. The overwhelming pressure left Ji Songhai gasping for breath. Boom! The sword, filled with tremendous power, slammed down, colliding fiercely with Ji Songhai's royal-level combat skill and weapon. A terrifying storm erupted, energy soaring into the sky, instantly shattering the surroundings of the Great Hall and the roof. Even the space seemed to tear apart. As Ji Songhai was violently knocked back, he let out a shrill scream. He realized that the royal sword in his hand had been violently flung away. At the same time, his royal armor actually exploded. Countless cracks appeared. The violent force made it impossible for these cracks to hold. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. And in the next moment, with a bang, his armor was completely shattered. The crowd gasped in unison, utterly shocked. To crush royal armor like this, is this kid even human? How terrifying could this be? Bang! Just then, Chun Chang'an swiftly followed up, stepping on Ji Songhai's chest and lifting the heavy sword high. Yi Songhai, come, accept your death. Chun Chang'an sneered, bringing the giant sword down fiercely. Oh no, it's over. The second prince is going to lose. The crowd exclaimed in horror. At that moment, a piercing, clanging sound rang out. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the dazzling golden light. It was the Overlord, bloodline of the Chun family. Someone murmured, their throat constricted, disbelief etched on their face. In the ruins of the fighting arena, Chun Chang'an's giant sword plunged into a resplendent golden light. Then the giant sword was halted mid-fall. When the scene became clear to everyone, they discovered that Ji Songhai was enveloped in a blood-tinged golden glow. It was this golden glow that blocked Chun Chang'an's giant sword. At the same time, Ji Songhai's hands, as if forged from gold, firmly grasped Chun Chang'an's giant sword. Ji Songhai's face was incredibly twisted, and he roared, Chun Chang'an, you are dead meat. With his roar, his upper body tore through his clothing, revealing skin as if crafted from gold. Bang! A thunderous boom erupted as Ji Songhai's golden arms forcefully shredded Chun Chang'an's Overlord giant sword. Simultaneously, he kicked Chun Chang'an, sending him flying. This is the Overlord bloodline. This is the terrifying aspect of the Overlord bloodline. Ding! Ji Songhai slowly stood up, extending his hand to summon back his royal sword. At that moment, he radiated brilliant golden light. Holding the royal sword, he resembled a golden war god, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He looked at the flying Chun Chang'an, who seemed to be completely unharmed, and his eyes narrowed. How could Chun Chang'an be unscathed? It turns out it was you dog bastard, who seized my Overlord bloodline. Chun Chang'an steadied himself, lightly brushing off the dust on his clothes, his gaze gradually turning cold. He had finally forced Ji Songhai to use the Overlord bloodline. At this moment, He not only wanted to kill Ji Songhai, but also demand an explanation from the emperor. In a hidden corner, the head of the Duanmu family sighed heavily, then helplessly closed his eyes, murmuring, "O second prince, why are you doing such foolish things?" Meanwhile, the 9 clan elders of the Chun family had their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Chun, Chong, you deserve to die. I will make you experience the fate of being brutally beaten by your own overlord bloodline." In the arena, Ji Songhai roared, charging out fiercely. Wherever he passed, golden blurry shadows trailed behind him. Hee. Chun Chang'an coldly laughed. "Using my overlord bloodline against me? What a joke." With a swish, another royal sword appeared in Chun Chang'an's hand. It was the sword of protection. Clash. A light sword and a heavy sword crashed together fiercely. Boom! Instantly, both retreated. "Oh, this is impossible." Ji Songhai went completely mad. He never expected that, even after forcing out the overlord bloodline, he would still be repelled by Chun Chang'an. This gave him no advantage at all. Ji Songhai roared, his figure shooting forward, the royal sword in his hand striking towards Chun Chang'an's throat like a venomous snake's tongue. Chun Chang'an's eyes filled with killing intent. Activating the Thunder Extreme Phantom, his body sidestepping, and the sword of protection in his hand swung out fiercely. In the next moment, a loud explosion was heard as Chun Chang'an's sword struck Ji Songhai's neck. Bang! It sounded as if it had struck steel, emitting a tremendous roar. Ah! Ji Songhai screamed in agony as he was sent flying, but he still crawled up with a twisted face, charging towards Chun Chang'an again. "Chun Chang'an, ha! You can't break my defense. I will wear you down even if I get tired." Is that so?" Chun Chang'an's gaze was disdainful, his figure like a ghost. Appearing again above Ji Songhai, pressing a hand on his head. "Gravekeeper absorb." As Chun Chang'an whispered, the character on his hand emitted a faint red glow. And then Chun Chang'an's arm seemed to gain terrifying suction power. Wow, what? Ji Songhai's face was filled with horror at that moment. He could feel the overlord bloodline within him flowing out wildly. How is this possible? Ji Songhai was utterly terrified. He clearly spent more than half a year completely grafting Chun Chang'an's tyrannical bloodline onto himself. And at this moment, this powerful bloodline is fading away. "No, this is my bloodline," Ji Songhai roared, stabbing fiercely at Chun Chang'an's neck with his sword. Chapitre 26. Toi chaped pendant la piercing roi suddenly érupted. Ji Songhai was stunned. He saw a faint golden light appearing around Chun Chang'an's neck. This golden light was like countless scales covering Chun Chang'an's neck, preventing his sword from piercing through. You actually have royal grade armor. How is that possible? How can the Chun family possess royal grade armor? Yitzamkai roared unwillingly. Chun Chang'an let out a scornful laugh. "You bastard! Return the overlord bloodline you stole from me." Yitzamkai screamed, looking unwilling as he watched the bloodline power flowing from his body towards Chun Chang'an's arm. Moreover, it seemed not only to drain his overlord bloodline, but also to suck dry all the blood in his body. "Young Master Chun, could you spare the second prince?" At this moment, the Lord of Duanmu stepped forward and pleaded with Chun Chang'an. "Brother Chang'an, please spare my royal brother. My royal brother is willing to make amends for the mistakes he made against you in other ways." Ji Mingyue also stepped forward, pleading with a face full of desperation. Only the crown prince Ji Tsongshan remained silent, instead pulling Ji Mingyue back. "Mingyue, don't plead for him. He steals the bloodline of others. And that is an act of forgetting one's roots. Such a despicable person. Even our father wouldn't care." Upon hearing this, everyone in the arena was instantly stunned. Indeed, the royal family has its unique royal bloodline. Why abandon the royal bloodline to exchange for someone else's overlord bloodline? Is this still a prince? Everyone showed disdain. In the arena, Chun Chang'an ignored the pleas of the Lord of Duanmu and Ji Mingyue. They could not interfere in their battle, because the disciples and elders of the Chun family were watching closely. Soon, amidst the piercing screams, Ji Songhai was drained to a dried corpse, dying tragically on the spot. The arena fell into silence. Everyone stared in shock at the corpse of the second prince in the arena, then looked at the calm Chun Chang'an, collectively gasping in surprise. What a ruthless kid. Lord Duanmu, will you not announce it? I've won. Chun Chang'an looked at the pale-faced Lord of Duanmu and spoke lightly. Also, please distribute the first prize and resources from the academy competition to me. Alright, Sai. The Lord of Duanmu sighed heavily and handed a spatial ring to Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an accepted it with satisfaction. Inside were 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade spirit pill. Moreover, he found a healing pill on the second prince's body. He also recovered his overlord bloodline. This was a blood prophet. After that, Chun Chang'an left the academy with the Chun family members, and no one dared to stop them. As soon as he left, the arena was immediately in an uproar. The battle between Chun Chang'an and the second prince, Ji Songhai, had thus come to an end, leaving everyone sighing. Chun Chang'an once again became the #1 genius of the Great Zhou Academy. And this time, there were even more people discussing and fearing him. After all, this time, Chun Chang'an had killed quite a few people. Chun Chang'an returned to the Chun family. In the evening, he had dinner with the patriarch of the Chun family and 9 clan elders. Besides these people, there was also Chun Xiantong. The dinner was sumptuous, featuring various spirit beast meats. This was also Chun Chang'an's first meal with the elders after returning. The Chun family had other elders as well, but those elders did not hold as high a status as these 9 clan elders. Chang'an, Chun Xiantong said lightly. Patriarch, you speak, Chun Chang'an replied while desperately eating, mumbling in response. He hadn't eaten for 100 years, and his mouth felt dry. Although he didn't feel hungry in the god burial coffin, he still missed the taste of food and meat. The second prince sees your overlord bloodline, and you've fought him fairly. Even if you killed him, you shouldn't feel burdened. Patriarch, I have no burden, Chun Chang'an shrugged. Well, that's good, but Chun Xiantong said, looking at Chun Chang'an with meaningful eyes. The great Zhou Emperor wants to grant Princess Mingwei to you in marriage. Are you willing to accept marriage? Chun Chang'an stopped eating, astonished. Patriarch. The old emperor must be crazy. I killed his son, and he still wants to marry his daughter to me? Even Chun Xianong looked curious. Big brother. The princess actually thinks quite highly of you. Here, eat a chicken leg. Kids shouldn't talk too much. Chun Chang'an stuffed a chicken leg into Chun Xuantong's mouth, making it bulge. This is the balancing act of the royal family. And it also indirectly proves the benefits of strong power. At this time, the second master gently waved a fan and smiled. Chang'an, the great Zhou Emperor thinks our Chun family is unfathomable, so he wants to bind us with his daughter, hoping you can eliminate your resentment towards the Ji family. Exactly. At this moment, Chun Xiantong took over the conversation. A year ago, the great Zhou Emperor was harmed by a villain, causing dark forces to invade his heart pulse, which he cannot expel. He has suffered torment over the past year. He wanted our 5th elder to help him heal, but now this incident has occurred. So, if you become the prince consort, it would make sense for him to ask the 5th elder for help. Chun Chang'an was stunned. He had been missing for a year, and the old emperor had also been ill for a year. Was he assassinated? Such a coincidence? Seeing Chun Chang'an frowning in thought, the second master smiled. We also suspect that this matter is related to the second prince. What? He is so ruthless? Chun Chang'an was taken aback. For that position, the 9th master sneered. Chun Chang'an fell silent, and then continued, Patriarch, everyone, I temporarily do not need this marriage proposal. All right, we will listen to you. Chun Xiantong smiled, not asking for reasons or explanations. Everyone nodded gently. After dinner, Chun Chang'an and Chun Xiantong left the dining table together. The two went to the rooftop and lay down. Here, Chun Chang'an handed a spatial ring to Chun Xiantong. Big brother, what is this? Chun Xiantong was stunned, looked inside, and immediately pushed it back. Big brother, I don't want it. There are too many resources, and I still have the spirit stones given by father. I'm giving it to you, just take it. Chun Chang'an's voice became stern. Cultivating relies on resources. Without spirit stones, no matter how talented you are, it's hard to rise. As Chun Chang'an spoke, he rested his hands behind his head, looking at the starry sky, and slowly said, I know our Chun family is not simple. Each clan elder is unfathomable. They seem to be doing something, trying hard to hide something. What could it be? Chun Xuantong's young face was filled with confusion. You'll understand when you grow up. Chun Chang'an retracted his thoughts and smiled at him. I will soon go to the Central State Sacred Land for training. At that time, you will be the one holding the banner for the Chun family in the Great Zhou Royal City. So you must cultivate well. After finishing, Chun Chang'an smiled. He wanted to grow quickly, so he needed to leave the Great Zhou, leave the Eastern State, go to the Central State, or even the Northern Wasteland or the Human Emperor Continent. In the Sacred Martial Continent, there are 9 states, and the human race is in the Emperor Continent. The Emperor Continent has 36 great wastelands. As for the Great Zhou Kingdom, it is merely a small northern wasteland in the human race's imperial continent. Even within the northern wasteland, there is the Central Continent, where a holy place of the northern wasteland exists. Chun Chang'an thought about the road ahead and returned to his room. The remaining Chun Xian watched Chun Chang'an's back and then looked at the tens of thousands of spirit stones in the spatial ring, lost in thought. Around his neck, a small tower-shaped pendant emitted a sweet voice of a woman. Oh, your big brother seems to care for you quite a bit. Chapter 27, The Emperor's Summons, of course. He is my brother, and I cannot let him down. Chun Xian tightly gripped the pendant in his hand, secretly making up his mind. TSK, you little rascal. Back when you were beaten half to death, you were unwilling to accept me as your master, yet now you are willing to help your brother solve his crisis. A teasing voice of a woman came from the tower-shaped pendant. My brother has offended the families of the Holy Land. And now, with the addition of the Great Zhou royal family, all I can do is to ensure he has no worries. Chun Xian said, his eyes revealing a determined look as he turned and disappeared into the night. After Chun Chang'an returned to his room, he began to cultivate, using the god burial coffin to refine spirit stones and absorb the spiritual energy within them. This was an enviable existence. Generally, when people cultivate, they use techniques to guide the spiritual energy from the spirit stones into their dantians. This process is very slow, time-consuming, and has a high energy loss. But Chun Chang'an was different. He only needed to place the spirit stones into the god burial coffin to obtain incredibly pure primal energy and spiritual aura. Then, he absorbed this spiritual aura into his dantian and throughout his body's meridians, refining his physique. Just like that, after 3 days, his cultivation had terrifyingly reached the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. Tens of thousands of spirit stones just to advance 1 level. Chun Chang'an murmured softly, a bit dissatisfied. TSK, you little rascal. As your realm increases, the spiritual energy needed naturally increases. Do you think it will still be like the beginning? Using a few million spirit stones to continuously advance over 20 small realms? A teasing voice came from his arm, the voice of the coffin master. Indeed, Chun Chang'an retracted his disappointed emotions. Being able to advance 1 small realm in just 3 days was already quite astonishing. He then walked out of the room. Young master, there is news from the palace. They request your presence. A servant hurriedly came to relay the message. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The old emperor wants to see me? Yes, young master. The servant shrank his neck, secretly thinking how impressive the young master was in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. Perhaps only the young master would dare to address the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom like that. All right, I'll have breakfast first, then go meet him. Chun Chang'an stretched lazily and walked to the dining hall of the Chun family to have breakfast with the family head and others before leisurely leaving the Chun residence. When Chun Chang'an stepped out of the Chun residence, he found 2 people waiting outside. It was Ji Mingwei and the head of the Great Zhou Academy, Duanmu Tsang. Head of the academy, Princess Mingwei, what brings you here? Chun Chang'an asked curiously. I heard you finished your cultivation, so I came to escort young Master Chun. His Majesty has summoned you, Duanmu Tsang said somewhat awkwardly, even changing his title to young Master Chun. He felt the pressure of the 9 clan elders of the Chun family. He never expected that Chun Chang'an would also have such a powerful aura. What kind of family is the Chun family? Duanmu Tsang thought to himself, wondering if this was a blessing or a curse for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Ji Mingwei looked at Chun Chang'an with a face full of resentment. Because of Chun Chang'an, she had rejected the marriage proposal. Did he refuse it because he was afraid I would resent him for killing my royal brother? Her heart was filled with complexity. Chen Chang'an glanced at the two and smiled faintly. Then let's go. Ah, good. Young Master Chun, please. Duanmu Tsang quickly pointed to a luxurious carriage pulled by a demon beast, trying to show a kind smile. Chen Chang'an glanced at the disheartened Ji Mingwei and then climbed into the carriage. Let's go, princess, Duanmu Tsang said softly to Ji Mingwei. Oh. Ji Mingwei seemed out of sorts, her entire being appearing lost. Sigh, what a pity. Duanmu Tsang sighed quietly, and then they all boarded the carriage, heading towards the palace. The palace was extremely luxurious, resplendent with gold and jade, showcasing the majesty of the royal family. Soon, Chen Chang'an met the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom, Ji Wentian. Chang'an, you've arrived. Ji Wentian stood in the main hall, wearing a yellow royal robe and crown. His face slightly pale. However, his eyes held a hint of sharpness, dignity, and a naturally released aura of arrogance. His gaze fell on Chen Chang'an, who was dressed in a white long robe, handsome and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor, revealing a warm smile. I have met the ruler. Chen Chang'an stepped forward, slightly bowing, neither servile nor overbearing. Ji Wentian nodded, his expression showing concern. Chang'an, you have suffered this past year. It is my Ji family that has wronged you. It is all because of my useless second son. He dared to seize your bloodline. You killed him. It was his own fault. So do not take it to heart. And do not feel pressured. My daughter has always been fond of you. Why did you refuse my marriage proposal? Rest assured, this will not affect your future relationship. Ji Wentian spoke earnestly, seemingly eager for Chen Chang'an to marry his daughter. Upon hearing about her marriage, Ji Mingwei lowered her head, stealing a glance at Chen Chang'an. Her heart filled with mixed emotions. She liked Chen Chang'an, but her royal brother had seized Chen Chang'an's bloodline, and Chen Chang'an had killed her royal brother. This was so complicated and chaotic. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly and clasped his hands. Ruler, you jest. I have just canceled a marriage proposal and do not wish to. At this point, Chen Chang'an smiled. Oh, that makes sense. You just recently canceled your engagement with the girl from the Gu family. So let's put this matter aside for now, Ji Wentian said with a smile, seemingly relieved. Chen Chang'an did not explicitly refuse, which meant there was still hope. However, Ji Mingwei felt incredibly disappointed. At that moment, Duanmu Tsang suddenly said, Your Majesty, the fifth master of the Chun family is a peerless physician. It is said that young Master Chun has received most of his inheritance. Why not let young Master Chun examine your condition? Upon hearing this, Ji Mingwei suddenly raised her head and anxiously approached Chen Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, can you help my father examine his illness? Chen Chang'an was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, All right. Saying this, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wentian. Ruler, may I ask you to remove your outer garment? Ha ha ha, all right. Ji Wentian unexpectedly did not hesitate and directly took off his outer garment, revealing his strong muscles. At the location of his heart, there was a black handprint with a faint golden glow swirling around it. Chen Chang'an observed for a moment, his eyes suddenly narrowing. This is a palm strike from the Holy Emperor realm. As he spoke, everyone in the room was taken aback. Chapter 28. The Southeast Wind Alliance. Ji Wentian stared intently at Chen Chang'an, astonished, as expected of you. You must have received most of the true teachings from your fifth master. Just one glance, and you can see the source of my injuries. Beside him, Ji Mingwei was overjoyed, nervously gripping Chen Chang'an's arm and asking, Brother Chang'an, can you save my father? Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. My cultivation is still shallow. I cannot heal the injuries to the national leader's heart vein. The national leader was suffering from heart vein injuries, with this energy from the Holy Emperor realm gnawing at him, tormented day and night. To resolve this, a holy monarch is needed to guide this energy out. What? A holy monarch is needed? Both Duanmu and Ji Mingwei exclaimed in shock. Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an in surprise, as if seeing a monster. Impressive. You can see this. If your fifth master intervenes, can he heal him? After Ji Wentian spoke, the other two looked at Chen Chang'an with hopeful expressions. Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. I don't know. If my fifth master were a holy monarch, perhaps he could. At this point, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wentian and smiled. National leader, do you think it's possible? In his small E state, Could there really be a holy monarch? Ji Wentian shook his head in disappointment. Yes, if your fifth master could heal him, he probably wouldn't need to come for help. I've invited him so many times, yet I've never even seen his face. Duanmu lamented. Brother Chang'an, no matter what, can you ask your fifth master to come take a look? Ji Mingwei asked, holding on to Chun Chang'an's arm with hope. Yes, Chang'an, no matter what your Chun family wants, as long as my royal family has it and can do it, we will certainly comply. Yeventian nodded earnestly. Chun Chang'an's heart stirred, saying, I'll give it a try. If fifth master can indeed cure the emperor, it will require a considerable amount of resources. It might be a worthwhile deal. Chun Chang'an thought to himself, already coming up with a plan. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy came from outside the palace hall, followed by an extremely arrogant laughter. Prince Dong Liantian of Dongxian Kingdom, here to see the national leader of the great Zhou Kingdom. As the words fell, although it was said to be a request for an audience, it was a reckless intrusion, accompanied by sounds of wailing. Bang, bang, bang. A series of energy impacts echoed. It seemed the guards outside the hall had failed to stop him, being blasted away with cries of agony. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed dramatically. Chun Chang'an rubbed his nose, secretly thinking that the great Zhou Kingdom was surprisingly weak to this extent. It was directly ignored by a prince from a neighboring country. How audacious! You dare to be so rude. Duanmu, enraged, unleashed his spiritual energy and charged out. Boom! Boom! However, very quickly, a wave of spatial turbulence accompanied by a powerful roar sent Duanmu back inside. Staggering back, he stomped on the ground, causing the hard surface to shatter instantly. A tall, elderly figure strode in, his gaze landing on Duanmu Tsang with a mocking expression. Oh, it's Brother Duanmu. TSK, TSK. Is the dignified head of the great Zhou Academy such a weakling? I hardly used any effort. You. As he looked at the incoming person, a fierce light flickered in Duanmu's eyes, but he clenched his fists tightly, refraining from attacking. The person before him was the guardian elder of Dongxian Kingdom, He Wuqing. He was also his old rival from youth. In their previous match, he had been defeated in just 3 moves. This made him feel turbulent inside. As He Wuqing entered, he stepped aside, revealing a young man holding a folding fan, exuding elegance. This young man was the 9th prince of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Liantian. Beside him was another young man, wearing a disdainful expression. Talp, talp, talp. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of palace guards rushed in. However, to Qin Chang'an's surprise, Ji Wentian, with a gloomy expression, waved his hand, signaling for the guards to leave. Seeing this, the guards, looking bewildered, retreated from the hall. Witnessing this scene, a smirk of contempt appeared on Chun Chang'an's lips. This old emperor, having someone barge into the palace so recklessly, didn't even dare to get angry. Truly pitiful. No wonder he could send his daughter over after his son was killed. He had thought he would pull some trick. In the East State, there were 4 major countries: Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Fenyu Kingdom, and Great Zhou Kingdom. Since Ji Wentian became the national leader, Great Zhou Kingdom had gradually declined. Over the past 30 years, in the 4 Nations talent competition held every 3 years, they had ranked last in all 10 competitions. The 4 Nations talent competition was held to compete for entry into a secret realm for cultivation, with rankings determining the number of young talents from each country allowed entry. Because Great Zhou Kingdom always ranked last, its younger generation gradually fell behind the other 3 nations, leading to contempt from them. Moreover, the dignified national leader of Great Zhou was assassinated, yet no one could find out who was responsible. How tragic! Now, even a prince from Dongxian Kingdom dared to directly invade the palace of Great Zhou. This was a blatant disregard for the dignity of Great Zhou Kingdom, reaching a serious level. Dong Liantian, how dare you show such disrespect to the national leader of a neighboring country? Ji Wentian asked with a dark expression, but he was angry yet dared not act on it. Facing Ji Wentian's cold gaze, Dong Liantian strolled casually, showing no fear of the national leader. He smiled and said, National Leader Ji, I am merely helping you test whether the guards of the Great Zhou Palace are qualified. Who would have thought they were so useless? Allowing me to barge in so easily? It seems you need to strengthen your security. Ji Wentian and Duanmu's faces turned extremely grim. This was an insult to the guards of their palace, calling them useless. Ji Wentian clenched his fists tightly, saying in a deep voice, Dong Liantian, what brings you here? Speak plainly. He. Dong Liantian smiled, tilting his head to make way for the young man, revealing him before Ji Wentian, national leader of Great Zhou. Do you know who this is? I don't care who he is. Ji Wentian snorted coldly, his face turning pale. Dong Liantian said playfully, oh, if that's the case, if Great Zhou Kingdom is destroyed, national leader Ji, you will become a king without a country. Don't blame me for not reminding you. What? The words of Great Zhou Kingdom being destroyed caused Ji Wentian, Duanmu, and Ji Mingyue to change color. What do you mean by this? Ji Wentian stared at Dong Liantian, his voice turning cold this time. He. At this moment, the young man smiled. I am Zhao Zihan, the son of Zhao Tianwei, the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance. What? You're Zhao Tianwei's son? Ji Wentian's eyes narrowed. Exactly, Zhao Zihan replied proudly. The Southeast Wind Alliance is a first-rate sect formed by the three countries of Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and Fengyu Kingdom. In simple terms, this alliance is backed by those three major countries. As for Zhao Tianwei, it is rumored that he has entered the Holy Land and become an elder of the Taicang sword sect, holding a high position. Zhao Zihan, I don't care about your alliance. Ji Wentian angrily waved his sleeve, his gaze falling on Dong Liantian. Dong Liantian, what did your earlier words mean? Are you saying that Dongxian Kingdom intends to ally with the other two countries to destroy my Great Zhou? Dong Liantian smiled and said, to recklessly start a war would bring suffering to the people. My little nephew is not such a cruel person. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed. However, we three major countries believe that your Great Zhou does not deserve to be one of the four great countries of Dongzhou. So we might as well let your Ji clan royal family withdraw from the court and allow the Southeast Wind Alliance to establish a new Southeast Wind Alliance country. His words left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. The implication was that Ji Wentian should surrender the Great Zhou and instead change it to the Southeast Wind Alliance country. How absurd this was. In an instant, Ji Wentian felt a chill rising straight to the crown of his head. Chapter 29. Who is the clown? What if I don't allow it? Ji Wentian stared coldly at Dong Liantian. Don't allow it? Dong Liantian scoffed. This is an opportunity to give your Ji family a way out. Don't be ungrateful. At this moment, Zhao Zihan tilted his head, looking at Ji Wentian with a pitying gaze, disdainfully saying, Tiska, the once powerful Ji family, how mighty they were, but ever since you took power, they have gradually fallen. What a pity, what a pity. Now the Great Zhou Kingdom is left with a bunch of useless people. If war breaks out, our Southeast Wind Alliance can wipe out Chang'an City in 3 days. Moreover, besides my father being an elder of the sacred land Taicang sword sect, my uncle, Zhao Tianli, has also become an elder of the sacred land, Qingxian sacred sect. So, what does your Great Zhou have to fight against us? Is it just those useless mentors in the Great Zhou Academy? Is it just you, a useless monarch nearly dying? As Zhao Zihan spoke, he became even more arrogant. He felt immensely proud in his heart, because soon he would become a prince. Hearing that the Southeast Wind Alliance wanted to destroy the Great Zhou Kingdom, and with the support of the Sacred Land Elders, Ji Mingyue's face changed dramatically. In her panic, she instinctively grabbed Chen Chang'an's arm, squeezing tightly against him. Chen Chang'an glanced at her, discreetly pulling away, crossing his arms, and watching the show with a smirk. In the arena, Ji Wentian's expression was grim. He desperately suppressed the chaotic energy in his heart, striving to maintain the dignity of a monarch. But he still couldn't catch his breath. You all are actually coveting my Great Zhou Kingdom's territory, Ji Wentian said, his face turning pale as paper, his body swayed, almost falling. Father Emperor! Ji Mingyue was alarmed and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Ji Wentian, I advise you to prepare well, lest you end up with the same fate as the Manchu people. Dong Liantian sneered. What more do you want to say? Ji Wentian forced himself to straighten up, but the excruciating pain in his heart twisted his face. There's no need for your great Zhou kingdom to participate in this four-nation talent competition. After all, you always rank last, and now you are so weak. You are no longer fit to be a power in the eastern state. Dong Liantian scoffed. The four-nation talent competition, then entering the eastern state's spiritual energy secret realm. Such a precious cultivation resource should naturally be reserved for the capable. Giving it to your great Zhou's useless people is simply a waste. So this time the fourth major power will be entered by the Southeast Wind Alliance. You're talking nonsense, Lord Duanmu said angrily. Entering the eastern state's secret realm has always been for our four major states. What right does the Southeast Wind Alliance have? What right? At this moment, Zhao Zihan coldly laughed. It's based on strength. As he spoke, he looked disdainfully at Ji Wentian and his daughter, sneering, Ji Wentian, you should find a way out for your Ji family early. Ha, that's right. Dong Liantian laughed loudly. This prince actually has a bright path. Saying this, he looked at Ji Mingwei, Princess Mingwei. Why not marry Zhao Zihan and become his concubine? Perhaps that way you can save your Ji family. What? Let you Mingyu and Midi Zhong Zihan and only become Zhao Zihan's concubine? You all, don't go too far. Ji Wentian could not bear to have his precious daughter become the concubine of this thief. Such humiliation made his whole body tremble. The veins on his forehead bulging as if they might explode. Ji Wentian, don't be unconvinced. Dong Liantian sneered. This Zhao brother is also a peerless genius of the younger generation. At a young age, he is already at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. That's right. Ji Mingwei, becoming my concubine is your honor. Zhao Zihan said, his eyes filled with lewdness. I am an invincible existence in the same realm of the heavenly martial realm. As he spoke, he looked at Ji Wentian, who was shaking with anger but dared not act, mocking him. Ji Wentian, isn't that right? Your daughter clearly does not match up to me. Just then, a sound of suppressed laughter broke the tension in the air. This drew the attention of Dong Liantian, Zhao Zihan, and the previously silent He Wuqing to Qin Chang'an, who had been inconspicuous until now. What are you laughing at? Zhao Zihan squinted at Qin Chang'an. I'm not laughing at anything. Qin Chang'an replied blandly, then yawned. It's really boring. Qin Chang'an's words startled Ji Mingwei. She quickly rushed to his side, whispering, Brother Chang'an, you should go back quickly. They're not good people. Saying this, she stood in front of Qin Chang'an. He is just my bodyguard. I'll have him leave right now. Although Qin Chang'an was very strong, the gray-haired elder was very powerful. Even Lord Duanmu was no match for him, and Ji Mingwei did not want Qin Chang'an to suffer. Bodyguard? Dong Liantian's lips curled up. Looking so handsome, could he be Princess Mingwei's male pet? TSK. I take back what I said earlier. Zhao Zihan said jokingly. It seems that the seemingly pure and lovely Princess Mingwei is actually someone who is being played around. How boring. You're talking nonsense. Ji Mingwei's face flushed with anger at such humiliation, but she turned to Qin Chang'an again. Brother Chang'an, you should leave quickly. You want to leave? Dong Liantian stepped in front of Qin Chang'an, coldly saying, First tell me what you were laughing about earlier. Qin Chang'an's expression was calm. I was just thinking of something happy. A dangerous glint flashed in Dong Liantian's eyes. Oh, really? Share it with Zhao brother and me. Let us be happy together. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Since the other party is so ungrateful and wants to be slapped in the face, then he wouldn't be polite. Unabashedly letting out a chuckle. I'm laughing at you, two bumpkins. Embarrassing and foolish. What invincible in the heavenly martial realm? What makes a national princess become his little concubine? TSK, really a toad yawning, what a big mouth. Little do you know, you're just two clowns. Ignorant frogs in a well. As soon as Qin Chang'an's words fell, the arena fell silent. He noticed that Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's breathing gradually became heavy. Qin Chang'an continued, How about it? You two ungrateful trash are the ones I'm laughing at. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingwei looked at Qin Chang'an, who was spouting off in shock, momentarily frozen. Then her face turned pale, filled with worry. Lord Duanmu and Ji Wentian exchanged glances and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Qin Chang'an intervening, they felt a bit more at ease. However, Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan were completely stunned, then their faces filled with mockery. After all, in their eyes, Chen Chang'an looked more like a clown. Good, very good. You have courage. Dong Liantian's gaze swept over Chen Chang'an, not expecting that great Zhou kingdom still had such a talent. So bold. TSK. Truly makes my trip worthwhile. Saying this, he looked at Ji Wentian. Ji Wentian, your daughter's choice of this male pet really is guts. Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an, took a deep breath. Chapter 30, A Kick to Death. Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an and sighed. He is the one who will bestow the marriage to Princess Mingwei, the young master of the Chen family. Chen Chang'an. Father. Ji Mingwei looked at Ji Wentian in surprise, not understanding why her father revealed Chen Chang'an's identity. Oh, so you're the young master of the Chen family, the first family of the great Zhou kingdom. No wonder you are so arrogant, Dong Liantian mocked. That's right. I heard he killed the second prince. TSK. So that's how it is, the number one talent of the great Zhou kingdom. I'm so scared, Zhao Zihan said with a mocking expression, then became disdainful, saying, even if you can defeat that waste Songhai, do you think you have the guts to act wildly in front of me? Dong Liantian also expressed disdain, saying, yeah, a mere border small country defeating a waste from the same country really thinks highly of itself. How laughable. Chen Chang'an looked at the two arrogant individuals, crossed his arms, and casually said, so what? What can you two clowns do to me? Upon hearing this, Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan's eyes gleamed coldly as they spoke in unison. You want to seek death? I can help you with that. Don't think that just because you can fight above your level. The power of our major sects is beyond your imagination. Crushing you is like stepping on an ant. On the other side, He Wuching also narrowed his eyes, examining Chen Chang'an carefully. After finding no strong aura fluctuations, he revealed a contemptuous expression, even closing his eyes directly. What a couple of trash, only good at verbal sparring. I'm right here. Let's see how you kill me, Chen Chang'an said calmly. It wasn't his business at first, but since they wanted to seek death, he didn't mind giving them a taste of reality. Moreover, Princess Mingwei had treated him well, and he couldn't just stand by and watch her being humiliated. Ji Mingwei suddenly grabbed Chen Chang'an's sleeve. Brother Chang'an. Huh! Zhao Zihan's eyes burst with malice, his smile gradually distorting as he twisted his neck and said sinisterly, since you want to seek death, then I shall fulfill your wish. After saying that, he charged forward, his palm transforming into a claw, fiercely reaching for Chen Chang'an's neck. Seeing Zhao Zihan suddenly attack with such a terrifying momentum, Ji Mingwei gasped in fright. But in the next moment, Chen Chang'an's foot kicked out at lightning speed. Bang! With immense force, an unstoppable kick landed on Zhao Zihan's chest, sending him flying. Boom! Zhao Zihan seemed to turn into a human cannonball, crashing violently into the wall of the main hall. Ji Mingyue's gasp stopped, her mouth agape. Dong Liantian's laughter was abruptly choked off. Even He Wuching's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpricks. The lord of the Duanmu family and Ji Wentian anticipated Chen Chang'an would take action, but they never expected him to be so powerful, kicking someone away with a single blow. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Everyone's astonished gaze fell on the calm and unruffled young man in a white robe, who looked as if he hadn't even accumulated dust. Unable to recover for a long time. Bang! Zhao Zihan crawled out from the hole in the wall, his face a bloody mess, filled with ferocity. His gaze locked onto Chen Chang'an, hissing angrily. You. Whoosh! Chen Chang'an suddenly rushed out, his figure rapidly enlarging in Zhao Zihan's pupils. Then he raised a big foot high, which expanded in Zhao Zihan's widening eyes, and then slammed down. Boom boom! Chen Chang'an's foot stomped down hard on his head, causing it to crash into the wall, embedding it directly. Amidst the sound of shattering stones, Zhao Zihan was upside down, his head stuck in the wall, with two limp legs weakly swaying above. Is this the invincibility of the same realm in the Tianwu realm? Chen Chang'an mocked, looking at the two swaying legs. His gaze fell on the bulge between them, and he suddenly raised his foot high again and slammed it down. Crack! It sounded like an egg breaking. Ow! Zhao Zihan, with his head embedded in the wall, let out a heart-wrenching wail. His entire body trembled violently, blood and excrement flowing down his pants. TSK, really laughable. What trash! A tiny little worm like you dares to covet our great Zhou Kingdom's Princess Mingwe? Scum like you. Do you even qualify? Chun Chang'an ridiculed as he turned his gaze to the shocked Dong Liantian. Come on, it's your turn. Number 2 waste. Dong Liantian finally reacted. Elder He, save him. He called out several times, only to suddenly discover that He Wuching was standing still, his eyes wide open, filled with terror. He was completely frozen. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he couldn't even manage to speak. Dong Liantian didn't notice He Wuching's abnormal state and cautiously approached Chun Chang'an, saying, Chun Chang'an, you have some nerve to attack us. Slap. Just as his words fell, Chun Chang'an was already in front of him, slapping his face and instantly sending him spinning away, crashing hard into the wall. Bang! Following that, his head slowly slid down, crashing hard onto the ground in a very awkward position. Egg? Ah! Dong Liantian let out a painful hoarse sound as he slowly got up, staggering to his feet. His face was already battered. Blood was gushing out. He fiercely touched his face, looking at Chun Chang'an with a ferocious gaze, filled with endless humiliation and rage, almost igniting every cell in his body. He, the prince of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, was actually slapped away by someone, and the other party was just a young master of a small family. Such humiliation was unprecedented. Even if the other party died 1,000 times, it wouldn't relieve the hatred in his heart. You garbage dog, you lowly bastard. I will flay you alive. Dong Liantian let out a low growl like a demon, his face extremely twisted. Hey, just you? Chun Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, a pathetic fool. Even the second prince of the great Zhou Kingdom is better than you. At least he could exchange a few moves with me, but you two? Just a couple of trash who only know how to boast. One of you was kicked to death by me. As for the rest of you, it's just a matter of giving you another slap. Facing Chun Chang'an's contemptuous gaze and humiliating words, Dong Liantian's heart was completely ignited. He suddenly exerted force under his feet, a long spear appearing in his hand, and he fiercely thrust it toward Chun Chang'an. The spear's light erupted, and its momentum was astonishing. Tiger roaring spear, Yeventian exclaimed. That's a royal-grade weapon, a treasure of the Eastern Xian Kingdom's royal family, and it's actually in Dong Liantian's hands. Dong Liantian held a long spear, his aura incredibly terrifying, and his cultivation level had actually reached the 3rd level of the Tianwang realm, stronger than Ji Songhai. But unfortunately, Chun Chang'an, who could abuse Ji Songhai, had upgraded a small realm and could similarly abuse Dong Liantian. Overlord bloodline. In an instant, Chun Chang'an's hands were covered in golden light as he directly reached out to grab the thrusting spear. Chapter 31. Who is explaining to whom? Seeking death. Dong Liantian let out a cold snort, and the tiger howl spear in his hand burst forth with a king-level aura, like a fierce tiger pouncing on Chun Chang'an. Clang! It seemed as if the long spear was firmly grasped by a golden claw, making it impossible for him to break free. What? Seeing Chun Chang'an actually catch the tip of his spear with bare hands made Dong Liantian's heart tighten. But at that moment, Chun Chang'an's hands, which were gripping the spear, suddenly slid forward like a snake, and then he threw a punch directly at Dong Liantian's arm. Boom! A loud bang echoed as Dong Liantian let out a scream. His right hand was directly shattered by Chun Chang'an. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the long spear in his hand was already in Chun Chang'an's grasp. Then, Chun Chang'an swung the spear and smashed it hard against Dong Liantian's face. Bang! Dong Liantian howled again, and his whole body was sent flying. Whoosh! Immediately after, Chun Chang'an threw the spear, and with a thud, it pierced through his chest, the tip coming out of his back and directly embedding into the ground, nailing Dong Liantian down. Cough, cough, cough. Dong Liantian hung on the tiger howl spear, his face quickly turning haggard, coughing up blood repeatedly. His eyes no longer filled with arrogance and pride, but rather filled with extreme terror. TCH, two embarrassing things, stinking garbage. Chun Chang'an sneered coldly. How dare these two scum provoke my great Zhou kingdom? Do they think they are worthy to humiliate the Princess Mingyue of my great Zhou kingdom? They're truly no better than stray dogs on the roadside. Ji Mingyue stared blankly at Chen Chang'an, her heart deeply moved, her gaze hazy, her lips slightly parted. Brother Chang'an. Ji Wentian's pupils flashed with bright light, and the body of the Lord of Duanmu twitched repeatedly, his blood boiling with excitement. In the distance, He Wuqing, unable to move, looked at Chen Chang'an with a dark expression and spoke in a low voice. You. Who exactly are you? In his view, Chen Chang'an was far from being just a member of a first-rate family in the great Zhou kingdom. After all, there was a peerless expert hiding here. That expert had locked onto him tightly, making him unable to make a move. How terrifying. Were you deaf earlier? Good, I can tell you again. I am from the great Zhou kingdom, Chang'an city, Chen family, Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an said lightly, his gaze condescending. He Wuqing stared intently at Chen Chang'an, realizing that there were no signs of deception in his words, and his expression turned even more grim. He bowed to those around him and said, I do not know which senior is here. Why do you obstruct me? The treatment that the great Zhou kingdom can offer, my Dongxian kingdom can offer as well. I hope the senior can give my Dongxian kingdom some face and not interfere in this matter. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian and Duanmu Cang were stunned for a moment. Then they realized that it must be the protector behind Chen Chang'an. Sure enough, thinking of this, the two exchanged glances, their hearts settled. Although Chen Chang'an knew there was a protector following him, he was not sure who it was. He didn't know which lord it was. After waiting for a moment, no one responded. He Wuqing's expression was extremely ugly, and then he turned to Ji Wentian, thinking of putting pressure on him. So he snorted coldly, Great Zhou, Kingdom Master, what do you mean by this? As he spoke, he pointed at Chen Chang'an with a murderous intent and said, He killed the son of Zhao Tianwei from the Southeast Wind Alliance and also killed the prince of my Dongxian kingdom. Are you not going to give me an explanation? If you are wise, you should capture the murderer and personally deliver him to our country. Seek forgiveness from our country's ruler. Otherwise, our million-strong army will come to seek justice for their prince. After he finished speaking, Ji Wentian's expression changed drastically, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Duanmu Cang approached him and whispered a few words. Ji Wentian's gaze flickered. Then he gritted his teeth, becoming resolute. He turned to look at the calm Chen Chang'an and suddenly said, The one who killed you is my son-in-law. All his actions come from my authorization. Do you want me to tie up my own son-in-law? Sorry, I can't do that. Upon hearing this, He Wuqing's gaze turned cold. Ji, Kingdom Master, do you really want to go to war with my Dongxian kingdom? This. Ji Wentian shrank his neck, turning to look at Chen Chang'an for help. The only strategy now was to fully bind the Chen family with Duanmu Cang. This might be the only way out for his great Zhou kingdom. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an curled his lips and looked at He Wuqing disdainfully. You old man, what explanation do you need from me? Those two were criminals who disrespected the ruler of my great Zhou kingdom. They even humiliated the Princess Mingyue of my great Zhou kingdom. They both deserve to die. And you still want us to give an explanation? That's really funny. Chen Chang'an walked in front of He Wuqing with his hands behind his back, looking down at him. You dare to send 1,000,000 troops to seek justice? Go ahead and try. My great Zhou kingdom has stood for 1,000 years. How can we be afraid of you? You say we are weak, but how do you know that our 1,000-year-old nation has no hidden depths? Chen Chang'an's words were powerful and resonant. Ji Wentian almost thought that his Ji royal family had a strong foundation and couldn't help but stand tall. You. He Wuqing's eyes flickered, and he saw an unparalleled arrogance in Chen Chang'an's eyes, a demeanor that belonged only to a great nation. How could this be? The royal family of the great Zhou kingdom had obviously fallen. How could they still have any foundation? Where did this kid get his confidence? Where are you? Chen Chang'an scoffed, pointing at the corpses of Zhao Zihan and Dong Liantian coldly. Take your 2 stinking bugs and roll back. Let your ruler give my great Zhou kingdom an explanation. Otherwise, at the 4 Kingdoms Hero competition, we will not be merciful. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You're just relying on someone else's power. He Wuqing looked at Chen Chang'an coldly, his chest heaving violently. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered. Are all of you from Dongxian kingdom fools? You. He Wuching was furious, but he held back and did not dare to strike at Qin Chang'an. After all, there was a mysterious and powerful presence in the shadows. All right, how would fools know they are fools? Qin Chang'an laughed derisively. No matter what nonsense Southeast Wind Alliance or your Dongxin Kingdom, do you really think you can swallow the great nation that my great Zhou Kingdom has accumulated over thousands of years? You are truly ignorant and foolish. Yeventianus gaze avert. If he weren't clear about the great nation, he might have believed it, but he pretended to be tough, raising his head and arrogantly saying, "My son-in-law is right. Humph, you're merely a jumping clown, a frog at the bottom of the well." He kept calling him son-in-law, making Ji Mingyue blush repeatedly. He Wuching's expression was unpredictable, and he looked at Qin Chang'an, who was at the heavenly martial realm, with extraordinary bearing. He looked at his half-emperor realm as if he were looking at an ant, even carrying a hint of pity. Could it be that he and everyone behind him had underestimated the great Zhou Kingdom? Right, and that mysterious person in the shadows, just in terms of actual energy locking, made him dare not move. Could it be the Holy Emperor realm? Thinking of this, he suddenly shivered. Not good. The great Zhou Kingdom is too insidious. Gritting his teeth, he still left a harsh remark. Great Zhou Kingdom Master, I will remember this matter. I will truthfully inform my country's ruler. Let's see if you can withstand the fury of my country's ruler. After speaking, he walked forward, taking away the two cold corpses. He came with great momentum, but left in a state of embarrassment. Qin Chang'an did not stop him. No need to see him off. Only Ji Wentian, with a face full of smiles, spoke a word. Oomph. He Wuching snorted coldly and quickly dashed out of the palace. Chapter 32. Dare to kill me? Upon seeing this, Ji Wentian and Duanmu Tsang both breathed a sigh of relief. But soon Ji Wentian's expression turned worried again. After all, if the other three countries truly intended to invade, then they really had no way to counter it. Unless the Chun family was indeed as strong as Duanmu Tsang said, Ji Wentian thought, glancing at Qin Chang'an, whose expression remained calm, with a complex look. Brother Chang'an, are you okay? Ji Mingyue stepped forward, holding Qin Chang'an's arm, her face full of concern. Qin Chang'an's earlier actions and his words of protection had made her heart tremble. At this moment, her slightly shaking gaze was filled with too many ripples. Ji Wentian and Duanmu Tsang, seeing this, instantly smiled like chrysanthemums. I'm fine, princess. No need to worry, Qin Chang'an said with a smile. That's good. Ji Mingyue wrinkled her delicate nose, showing a smile, along with two little dimples on her cheeks. Ha, ahem, Mingyue. You can walk with your brother Chang'an in the palace. I want to disturb you too, Ji Wentian said with a beaming smile after receiving a signal from Duanmu Tsang, and then quickly left. The hall was left with only Qin Chang'an and Ji Mingyue, along with a thick smell of blood. At that moment outside, footsteps were noisy and hurried, as Ji Tsongshan led a large group of guards, anxious to arrive. Father, sister, how are you? His voice was filled with panic and urgency. Ji Tsongshan scanned the hall and found that his father was absent. Only Ji Mingyue and Qin Chang'an remained. Ji Mingyue quickly released her hold on Qin Chang'an's arm, slightly lowered her head, and when she raised it again, her demeanor had returned to calm as she looked at the newcomer. Elder brother, why did you come so late? Sister, are you all right? Where's father? I'm sorry for being late. Ji Tsongshan rushed to Ji Mingyue's side, his face filled with alarm and worry. It's fine now. They've all left. Father, he and the head of the Duanmu family have left, Ji Mingyue said, her eyes seemingly devoid of any reliance or comfort, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with the crown prince before her. After all, someone had entered the palace to bully their father, yet he had only just arrived, clearly arriving late on purpose. She didn't expect her crown prince brother to be so cowardly. Ji Tsongshan was stunned, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He had wanted to show off in front of his father, but unexpectedly found himself empty-handed. At this moment, a guard whispered something in Ji Tsongshan's ear, causing him to suddenly raise his head to look at Qin Chang'an, his pupils shaking, turning dark and fierce. He never expected that Qin Chang'an would steal the spotlight. Qin Chang'an looked at him, a faint cold smile on his lips. This guy, When Dong Lian Tian and others were here earlier, didn't dare to come out, hiding like a turtle, and now that they had left, he suddenly popped up to curry favor. It seemed he was also a coward. Chun Chang'an. Suddenly, Ji Tsongshan said coldly to Chun Chang'an, "You actually killed Dong Lian Tian and Zhao Zihan? Aren't you too bold? Do you know who they are? Do you know what your actions today will bring to our great Zhou? Elder brother, he helped us." Ji Mingyue spoke anxiously, her tone quite dissatisfied. "No, sister. You don't understand. He is trying to harm our great Zhou." Ji Tsongshan quickly replied, "Father, and you have both been deceived by him. If he truly wanted to help us, he wouldn't have killed your second brother. Now he has offended Dongxian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance. He is trying to bring down our great Zhou." As Ji Tsongshan spoke, a glimmer of wisdom seemed to flash in his eyes, and he said with a righteous expression, "No, we must go quell the anger of Dongxian Kingdom. Otherwise, war will break out, and it will lead to a catastrophe." Clap, clap, clap. After hearing his words, Chun Chang'an lightly clapped his hands and sneered, "Oh, truly worthy of being our great Zhou's crown prince. Earlier, when the other side was aggressive and had bullied your father, you hid like a turtle. Now, you jump out, want to deal with your own people, and you still want to curry favor with those who bully you? TSK, TSK. The demeanor of the crown prince, so afraid of the strong and bullying the weak, really opens my eyes." Chun Chang'an's merciless words immediately darkened Ji Tsongshan's expression. "You." He pointed at Chun Chang'an, about to explode, but suddenly recalled the ferocity of the person before him, unsure if he would dare to act against him. Thinking of this, he reluctantly lowered his arrogant hand and swallowed back his words. The crown prince was humiliated, and Ji Mingyue remained silent, instead feeling that Chun Chang'an made sense. She glared at him. "Elder brother, how can you be like this? Brother Chang'an helped us vent our anger." Ji Tsongshan replied coldly, "Sister, you don't understand. Dong Lian Tian and Zhao Zihan are nothing, but behind them is what is truly terrifying. Chun Chang'an's actions will bring a great disaster to our great Zhou." Huh! At this moment, Chun Chang'an let out an undisguised sneer. "Those two really are nothing. They were so arrogant and rude when they came in. Now I finally understand why. It turns out the crown prince of Great Zhou is actually a spineless coward. No wonder they dared to bully us and hide away. And now they want to curry favor with others." Chun Chang'an's words undoubtedly pierced Ji Tsongshan's weak heart. As the crown prince, being humiliated time and again by Chun Chang'an ignited his anger, and he shouted, "Chun Chang'an, you are not of the royal family. What do you understand? You understand nothing. What qualification do you have to teach me how to do things? Do you know this concerns the survival of billions of lives in our great Zhou?" Ji Tsongshan's face turned red, truly looking like he was fighting for the greater good of the nation. Chun Chang'an looked at him with disdain, a faint smile of scorn. Ji Tsongshan, do you know that they're already using words like massive armies pressing down and destroy great Zhou to intimidate us? Do you still want to kneel and lick their boots? Your knees are really soft. If I guess correctly, there should be an ancestor in Great Zhou who is in seclusion, also at the half-step Saint Emperor level, right? In this eastern state, on the surface, half-step Saint Emperor is already at the pinnacle. If they dare to come, all our great Zhou's hidden strengths will be mobilized. And then both sides will definitely suffer a devastating loss. So, for them, the best method is to take down our great Zhou without bloodshed. Chun Chang'an said as he stared at Ji Tsongshan, sneering, "Cowardly crown prince, for your great Zhou royal family, the best response is to act tough and confront them. The more aggressive you are, the more Dongxian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance will be wary, suspicious, and even want to understand and figure out our hidden cards before daring to wage war against us. After all, the development of Great Zhou over the past 1,000 years, if utilized well, is also quite intimidating. Not to mention that there are countless powerful families and sects within the country. If you can utilize these, it will also be a powerful support." Ji Tsongshan was stunned. He opened his mouth, but suddenly realized that Chun Chang'an's words actually made some sense. But Ji Mingyue beside him completely absorbed it, her eyes shining as she looked at Chun Chang'an, her face full of excitement. At this moment, Chun Chang'an gently patted Ji Tsongshan's cheek and sneered, "You know, you are even worse than Ji Tsonghai. If I hadn't killed him, could you still sit on your throne as the crown prince? You. After being slapped on the cheek, Ji Tsongshan finally reacted in shock, stepping back 2 paces, trembling with anger. He was still a crown prince of a nation, yet he was so disregarded. You have some nerve. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Huh. Chen Chang'an once again sneered contemptuously, stepping forward to slap his face again. Kill me? Do you dare to? Chapter 33. The spiritual secret realm of Eastern State faced with Chen Chang'an's such rude actions. Ji Tsongshan was actually frightened and took 2 steps back, looking at Chen Chang'an with a flushed face, his chest heaving violently. The guard beside them were simply stunned. They didn't expect Chen Chang'an to be so overbearing. Their gazes wandered, not daring to look at the 2 of them. Ji Tsongshan's chest was about to burst with anger. At this moment, his face was full of shame and fury, but the scene of his younger brother dying at Chen Chang'an's hands flashed in his mind, making him truly afraid to confront Chen Chang'an. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, another round of applause sounded. Ji Wentian and Duanmu Tsang returned. Father, Chen Chang'an. He is too arrogant. You must punish him. He could bring disaster to our great Zhou country. Seeing Ji Wentian's arrival, Ji Tsongshan immediately stepped forward to plead. Slap. Ji Wentian slapped Ji Tsongshan hard on the face, instantly leaving him dazed. Father, it's my fault. No matter what, I will kneel down and admit my mistake. Oomph. Ji Wentian snorted coldly at him, then turned to look at Chen Chang'an, his face filled with smiles again. Chang'an, my dear nephew, you are right. You should go back and reflect on yourself. Ji Tsongshan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his father to stand on Chen Chang'an's side. Father, he even killed my second brother. How can you speak for him? Shut up. Ji Wentian kicked him down again, angrily saying this is a life and death battle between them. Besides, Songhai plotted against Chang'an. Forget it. This matter shall not be mentioned again. Someone take the crown prince to the Eastern Palace for 3 months, prohibiting him from going out, so he can reflect on himself. After he spoke, all the guards were stunned. But soon, one person stepped forward and dragged the incredulous Ji Tsongshan away. Chang'an, my dear nephew, don't mind that rebellious son's words. Ji Wentian smiled at Chen Chang'an. As he spoke, he looked at Ji Mingyue from now on. You should stay by my side and help me well. But, father, I can't do anything. What can I help you with? Ji Mingyue momentarily didn't react. Instead, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. When did Ji Wentian become so bold? Is he planning to dethrone the crown prince and then make a female emperor? He wants to bind Princess Mingyue to my Chen family. Chen Chang'an thought, his heart clear as a mirror. After leaving the palace, Chen Chang'an directly returned to the Chen family. In the Chen family hall, the spiritual secret realm of Eastern State, Chen Xiantong and Chen Chang'an sat facing each other. Chen Xiantong held a teacup, took a sip, and slowly said, the Eastern State secret realm is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire Eastern State. It requires the royal tokens of the 4 countries, Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Fengyu Kingdom, and Great Zhou Kingdom, to be inserted simultaneously to open. Initially, the Ji royal family held absolute power in Eastern State. Who could enter the Eastern State secret realm was decided solely by the Ji royal family. Later, the other 3 countries seemed to have reached out to the Holy Land, gaining its support, which led to their gradual rise. Thus, in the 4-nation competition, Great Zhou gradually fell to the bottom. Over time, the number of Great Zhou's talented individuals entering the secret realm for cultivation became fewer. The gap was widened over these 30 years, and their strength completely surpassed that of Great Zhou. Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance emerged, wanting to replace Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an fell silent, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chen Xiantong looked at him and smiled. So, I suspect that your fall into the burial demon abyss a year ago, besides a second prince, was likely orchestrated by the other 3 countries or that Southeast Wind Alliance. After all, with your talent, you will be a dark horse in this year's 4-nation competition. Chen Chang'an nodded in agreement. The burial demon abyss is a major forbidden area. Even powerful beings from the Holy Land or the Imperial continent dare not recklessly enter. There is also a blessed land, the Eastern State's secret realm. This secret realm is the core of Eastern State, with incomparably rich spiritual energy, unmatched by the other four countries. Coincidentally, this blessed land is located at the intersection of the four countries, surrounded by barriers set by the ancestors of various nations. It requires the royal tokens of the four countries to open. Chang'an, what are your plans? Chen Xiantong asked with a smile. When the four-nation competition and entered the secret realm for cultivation, Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Chen Xiantong nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Chang'an meaningfully. By the way, your ex-fiancé, he seems to have contacted someone from the Jun family of the Holy Land. They will probably arrive in the next few days. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was taken aback. A hint of a flattering smile appeared on his face as he said, "Family head, can you handle it?" Chen Xiantong lowered his head again, took a sip of tea, leisurely, without saying a word. Chen Chang'an looked at him, understanding in his heart, "Then I can rest assured. The Jun family can come. As long as the family can handle it, that's fine." Afterwards, Chen Chang'an left the hall and returned to his room to begin cultivating. He took out another space ring, which contained the compensation that Ji Wentian had given him for his actions today. Chen Chang'an naturally would not be polite and happily accepted it. He poured these resources into the burial god coffin, waiting for the spiritual energy to flow into his body again. After that, he could only rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. In the following days, Chen Chang'an's reputation soared once more, becoming renowned, especially the rumors that Chen Chang'an was granted marriage by the emperor and was about to become a prince consort spread throughout the royal city. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an temporarily refused the marriage proposal, and this fact surprisingly did not spread. Chen Chang'an killed the second prince, and instead of being suppressed by the royal family, he was instead courted extensively, making the Gu family a laughingstock. Damn, this Chen is awesome. He clearly offended the royal family, yet he is still being courted by them. A prodigy is a prodigy. With such strength, it's normal for the country lord to court him, especially after what happened with the second prince. Exactly. Taking someone else's bloodline, he deserves to die. TSK, that Gu Qinsheng is really foolish, clearly a peerless prodigy. Yet she let him slip away. Haha, yes. Gu Qinsheng must be crying in the toilet right now. Naturally, they thought they had latched onto the thigh of the Jun family from the Holy Land. But they didn't expect that the Jun family hasn't even arrived yet. Could it be that the Jun family is scared? TSK. How is that possible? Or is there something that delayed them? The entire royal city was bustling, with discussions happening in every tavern. Especially with the many recent events, the Great Zhou royal city was extremely lively. Southeast Wind Alliance. In the council hall, when He Wuqing returned with the bodies of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan, everyone instantly erupted in anger. Elder He, who exactly killed the two of them? Southeast Wind Alliance leader Zhao Tianwei spoke angrily. Chapter 34. Visitors from the Jun family. Zhao Tianwei's expression was extremely cold, his brows furrowed with a chilling aura. His voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating in everyone's hearts. Yiwu City's face was grim as he quickly spoke. It's that Chen family. Chen Chang'an. What? The Chen family? The so-called first-class family of Chang'an Wang City? He has gone mad, daring to kill the prince of Dongxian Nation, and even killing my son Zhao Zihan from the Southeast Wind Alliance. Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ah, my lord, we must avenge our son, destroy the Chen family, and kill everyone in it. Beside him, a middle-aged woman held Zhao Zihan's corpse, crying bitterly, her words dripping with hatred. And that Chen Chang'an, he even dared to crush my son's. She gritted her teeth as she spoke. Everyone looked at the twisted body of Zhao Zihan, and the condition of his lower body was beyond description, making each of them feel a chill in their own pants. They secretly thought that the little brat was indeed ruthless. That's right, the Chen family has gone mad. At this moment, a man resembling a eunuch, with a pale face and a chilling demeanor, said he dares to kill the prince of Dongxian Nation, and the emperor of the Great Zhou didn't stop him? Then they must bear the wrath of Dongxian Nation. In the Great Hall stood the high-ranking officials of Dongxian Nation, Nanjing Nation, Fengyu Nation, and the Southeast Wind Alliance. They had gathered here to replace the great Zhou nation. They were also waiting for Dong Liantian and the others to bring back good news. Unexpectedly, what returned were their corpses. Everyone exchanged glances, their moods fluctuating, especially the representatives from Nanjing Nation and Fengyu Nation, each feeling fortunate that they hadn't sent anyone to provoke the great Zhou palace. At this time, Zhao Tianwei's icy gaze fell on He Wuqing. Elder He, even if that Chun Chang'an is a genius who defeated the strong and killed my son and Dong Liantian, why didn't you intervene? With your half-step Saint Emperor cultivation, aside from the sleeping ancestors of the great Zhou royal family, no one could do anything to you, right? Let alone a mere Chun family. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at him, their eyes filled with suspicion. Even the middle-aged woman glared at him fiercely. He Wuqing showed a bitter expression. Alliance leader. I also wanted to, but someone locked onto my aura, and I couldn't move. Besides, if I force my hand, I might be killed too. But I can't die. If I die, who will bring back the news? The great Zhou royal family might be hiding a Saint Emperor-level expert. What? Are you serious? Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in shock. How could the great Zhou possibly have a Saint Emperor-level expert? Elder, if it weren't the case, could I have just watched the young master and the prince die? He Wuqing said helplessly. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. If the great Zhou really had a Saint Emperor hidden, then it would be troublesome. A Saint Emperor-level expert on the battlefield is a destructive existence. Everyone exchanged glances. We must report this to the Emperor, said the eunuch from Dongxian Nation darkly. He then looked at He Wuqing and asked Elder He, do you know if the Saint Emperor-level expert controlling your actions belongs to the Chun family or the great Zhou royal family? I don't know. I tried to communicate with the mysterious expert, but they ignored me, He Wuqing replied honestly. Then He Wuqing recounted what Chun Chang'an had said about the great Zhou royal family having a powerful foundation that they were unaware of. Once again, everyone fell silent. Could it be that they had underestimated the great Zhou nation, clearly having a powerful foundation, yet deliberately feigning weakness? After a brief silence, Zhao Tianwei spoke again. Since the coward Ji Wentian took the throne, the younger generation of the great Zhou nation has been lacking for 30 years. If they truly have a strong foundation, it's probably just one or two old-timers, and once used, there's nothing left. Hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling it made sense. That's right, just like Elder He said, that mysterious expert must be some old-timer from the Ji royal family. If they could act freely, Ji Wentian wouldn't be so cowardly. Yes, it was a critical moment, so they came out to intimidate. Everyone speculated, all believing it was a member of the Ji royal family. At this moment, the middle-aged woman holding Zhao Zihan's corpse snorted coldly. I don't care about that so-called Chun family. That Chun Chang'an killed my son, and I want him to pay with his life. Zhao Tianwei wanted to say something, but seeing his wife so heartbroken, he could only hold back. After all, it was through his wife's connections that he could enter the Holy Land, Taitsong sword sect. He nodded and continued to look at the eunuch, saying, Hi eunuch, it seems the plan to force the great Zhou nation to voluntarily give up entering the Eastern State's secret realm has failed. Next, we must prepare for the four nations talent competition in half a month. All right, I will report this to the national leader, and the subsequent matters will need the national leader's decision, Hai eunuch said, quickly leaving with the corpses of Dong Liantian and He Wuqing. Following this, Dongxian Nation, Nanjing Nation, Fengyu Nation, and the Southeast Wind Alliance all began preparing to enter the Eastern State's secret realm. Meanwhile, another team quietly set off towards Chang'an City. Their target was the Chun family. Gu family. Gu Qingshan sat in the main seat with a bitter expression, looking at the elders in the hall who appeared as if they had lost their fathers, feeling an uncontrollable anger. After Gu Qingshan requested that Chun Chang'an break off the engagement, their Gu family had become a laughingstock of Chang'an City. What a lack of vision and recognition of value. What vanity. What a family of dogs looking down on others, and so on. When the Jun family arrives, I want to see how Chun Chang'an will be arrogant then. Even if he is Ji Wentian's son-in-law, it won't help him. Gu Qingshan coldly snorted. The others looked dejected, glancing at Gu Qingshan, whose expression was unpredictable, and sighed heavily. They all felt that if the Jun family were truly helping Jun Wujian take revenge, then why had they not arrived yet after so long? Gu Qingshan coldly snorted, raising her head like a proud swan. Humph. Elders, there's no need to worry. The Jun family is about to arrive. They also said they want to take me back to the Jun family. What? Miss, are you serious? That's great. If the Miss really joins the Jun family, then our Gu family has hope of rising. Gu Qingqing's words instantly revitalized the elders who had been in despair. Humph. Of course it's true, Gu Qingsheng said proudly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan was overjoyed. Qingsheng, you contacted the Jun family? Why didn't you tell your father? I wanted to give father a surprise. Gu Qingsheng smiled. Miss. At this moment, an old man rushed in from outside, hurrying to Gu Qingqing's side, his face full of excitement. Miss, the Jun family has arrived. They just entered the royal city. What? Gu Qingsheng stood up suddenly. Qingsheng, let's go welcome them. Gu Qingshan also looked excited. Yes, let us go welcome them. Gu Qingsheng was full of excitement, but her expression quickly turned cold. Chun Chang'an, the Jun family has sent someone again. Let's see how you die this time. Chapter 35. Bewitching beauty originally, she had no grievances with Chun Chang'an. After all, they were once betrothed. But having come to this point, it had almost become a nightmare in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she had made the wrong choice. Thus, her guilt towards Chun Chang'an transformed from unwillingness into resentment. Everyone wanted to see her make a fool of herself, and she also wanted to prove to everyone that her choice was not wrong. It was Chun Chang'an who was the true clown. So, Gu Qingsheng and Gu Qingshan hurriedly left with several elders of the family. On the other side, after a period of cultivation, Chun Chang'an's strength had frighteningly reached the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Huff! Chun Chang'an gently exhaled a breath of turbid air and then looked towards the door. Outside, a servant who had been waiting for a long time quickly pushed the door open and came in with a sumptuous feast. Young master, Princess Mingyue has arrived. She said that the national leader's condition has worsened and wants you and our 5th master to go to the palace to help check on him. She also brought many gifts. As he spoke, he placed a spatial ring on the table. Chun Chang'an's eyes narrowed. He was extremely eager for resources at this moment, because as long as there were resources, he could level up as easily as drinking water. Does 5th master want to go to the palace? Chun Chang'an asked casually while eating, glancing at the spatial ring on the table. 5th master instructed that you should go. This is a jade slip from 5th master for you, the servant said, handing Chun Chang'an a long white jade stone that could record text. Shen Chang'an did, Shendu. Is the princess still waiting in the main hall? Yes, young master. Shendenadiv. All right, then I will accompany her to the palace. I will accept the resources in this spatial ring, Chun Chang'an said, then got up and walked toward the main hall of the Chun family. When he arrived in the hall, he saw Ji Mingyue, dressed in snow-white gauze, exuding unparalleled elegance. However, her lightly arched brows and her jet-black eyes were tinged with a hint of sorrow. Princess Mingyue, Chun Chang'an spoke. Ah, brother Chang'an, you have exited your seclusion. Yi Mingyue, who seemed lost in thought, was startled. Upon seeing Chun Chang'an, her face immediately brightened, and she gracefully approached, surrounded by a fragrant breeze. Then, with a hint of sorrow, she said, just call me Mingyue. Chun Chang'an smiled lightly and casually replied, all right. He looked at the stunningly beautiful Ji Mingyue, whose sorrowful yet exquisite face exuded a captivating charm. If she were to grow 2 more years, she would surely bewitch countless men. But her current fragility also made one instinctively want to cherish her. 100 years ago, why did I fall for Gu Qingsheng and ignore this treasure of princess? Chun Chang'an thought helplessly, touching his nose. Brother Chang'an, could you invite 5th Master Chun to help my father check on his illness? Ji Mingyue looked at Chun Chang'an with an eager expression. Seeing her slightly swollen eye bags, Chun Chang'an felt even more speechless. Why can't Ji Wentian come directly to my Chun family? However, he didn't voice this thought and instead said lightly, 5th Master gave me a method that might temporarily alleviate your father's pain. I will go back to the palace with you. Really? That's wonderful. Ji Mingyue was overjoyed, her smile instantly brightening the entire hall. Chun Chang'an also felt in a good mood, so he left Chin's residence with Ji Mingyue, heading towards the palace. On the streets of the royal city, Brother Chang'an, why aren't we taking a carriage? Why are we walking? Ji Mingyue curiously asked. I don't know. My second master said to walk and spend more time with you to relax. Chen Chang'an replied. Ji Mingyue's heart leaped with joy. She hadn't expected that the family elders of the Chun family were trying to match her with Chen Chang'an. Then she lowered her head. Well, that's fine. Chen Chang'an glanced at her and smiled. Aren't you worried about your father's condition? My father said that if he could spend more time alone with you, he wouldn't rush any other matters. By the end, Ji Mingyue's voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Chang'an was speechless. This old emperor is something else. All right, stop looking down, watch the road. Chen Chang'an gently lifted her chin. Such a familiar gesture made Ji Mingyue blush deeply. Meanwhile, Chen De and Ji Mingyue's bodyguards followed closely behind, all showing amused expressions. At that moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a poisonous snake had glanced at him, making him halt in his tracks. Then Ji Mingyue exclaimed as she bumped into him. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but hold her, but his gaze scanned the distance. What's wrong, brother Chang'an? Ji Mingyue, nestled in Chen Chang'an's embrace, was taken aback and then shyly asked. Chen Chang'an didn't respond to her, but continued to scan the crowd passing by. Earlier, he had sensed a person's aura sweep over him, and he had keenly captured it. That person's aura was very strong. It's nothing. Chen Chang'an released the girl in his arms and said, Let's go. Oh, okay. Ji Mingyue, dazed, followed Chen Chang'an's side, her lips curling up into a smile. Who could it be? Chen Chang'an was filled with doubt. Just as he took a few steps, a luxurious figure appeared ahead. About 10 zhang away, his aura and posture made it impossible not to notice him. It was a young man, extraordinarily handsome, dressed in exquisite robes that radiated a faint spiritual energy fluctuation, indicating it was a treasure garment. As Chen Chang'an focused on this person, the powerful aura from the shadows immediately locked onto him, and the aura gradually condensed. Chen Chang'an instantly understood that the owner of this terrifying aura was likely the one secretly protecting the young man in the exquisite robes. With this thought, he felt a drumbeat in his heart. If this guy was coming for him, he wondered if the elders of his family could handle the powerful presence hidden in the shadows. Just as he was pondering, the young man in the exquisite robes gradually approached him, and it seemed they were about to brush past each other. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but scrutinize him. He saw the young man's lips curved into a slight smile, his head held high, occasionally furrowing his brow, showing disdain and contempt for the surroundings. This demeanor suggested that he must have come from a place rich in spiritual energy, and upon arriving here, he unconsciously exuded an unparalleled nobility. Looks like another young master from a big family visiting this small border country. Chen Chang'an sneered inwardly, then withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. However, just as the two brushed past each other, the young man's originally proud gaze suddenly turned towards him. Chen Chang'an instantly felt something was off. He remembered the stunning beauty of the girl next to him. She was undoubtedly a source of trouble. Sure enough, the young man's gaze fixed upon Ji Mingyue. As if he had lost his soul, his eyes intensely following her as she moved. Given his background, he had seen countless beauties. The women he had been with were as numerous as the fish crossing the river. Initially, he had looked down upon this small border country of Dongzhou. However, he never expected to encounter such a captivating girl here, instantly causing him to lose his heart. Oh my, this trashy Zhou country actually has such a stunning beauty. No wonder that Gaijun Wujian is willing to come here. He murmured in a daze, and as he saw Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue walk past him, he suddenly came to his senses and blocked their path. Chapter 36. One comes, one kills. Chen Chang'an looked at the man blocking his path, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. As expected, this guy. Ji Mingyue was taken aback. This young master, what are you? The man in brocade was visibly excited and surprised, his voice trembling as he said, Little sister, you look so beautiful. Tell your brother your name, and I'll take you to the Holy Land, okay? The man in brocade wore a faint smile, considering himself elegant and handsome, especially with his words revealing his background from the Holy Land. He thought that the woman before him would surely be captivated by his charm. Seeing such a frivolous person, Ji Mingyue frowned. No need. Saying this, she hugged Chen Chang'an's arm and whispered, Please let him pass. Oh, The brocade-clad man raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Chun Chang'an. Instantly, his expression darkened. Even in the Holy Land, he had never seen such a handsome yet cold man. Little sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The man in brocade glanced at Chun Chang'an disdainfully, thinking that besides being good-looking, what else could he possibly have? He directly ignored Chun Chang'an and continued to speak to Ji Mingyue. Little sister, I come from the Jun family of the Holy Land. He paused, noticing both Chun Chang'an and Ji Mingyue momentarily stunned, then smugly continued, I'm new here and unfamiliar with the place. So how about we become friends? Don't worry, I have no ulterior motives. The Jun family of the Holy Land? Ji Mingyue couldn't help but look at Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, smiled, and pulled Ji Mingyue closer, gently uttering 2 words to the brocade-clad man, get lost. Hearing this, Ji Mingyue was startled, feeling the strength of his arm. She instantly blushed and lowered her head, tugging at Chun Chang'an's sleeve, whispering, Brother Chang'an, he is from the Jun family. Chun Chang'an gave her a reassuring look, then turned to the brocade-clad man. If you want to make friends, turn right at the end of this street. There's a brothel there, and the matron inside is quite plump, perfect for you to make acquaintances. The man in brocade narrowed his eyes, sizing up Chun Chang'an, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile, showing no signs of anger, but rather a hint of amusement. In his view, Chun Chang'an was just a jumping clown. Didn't he even know about the Jun family? That was like not knowing how to write the word death. What are you even worth? Say one more word, and I'll break your limbs, believe it? The man in brocade sneered, looking at Chun Chang'an with disdain. As his words fell, several guards appeared behind him, glaring fiercely at Chun Chang'an. Ji Mingyue suddenly became worried. The appearance of the Jun family here could not be a coincidence. Huh, you're not in a position to act arrogant here. Chun Chang'an scoffed, lunging forward. Caught off guard, Chun Chang'an's hand firmly grabbed the neck of the brocade-clad youth, and then he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, shock and disbelief flooding the youth's face. Cough, you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you want to die? The brocade-clad man desperately clutched Chun Chang'an's arm, trying to break free. But Chun Chang'an's arm was like an iron hoop, firmly constricting his neck. Instantly, he was short of breath and suffocating, and the intense pain in his neck made his face turn pale and blue. How dare you? His guards moved forward, surrounding Chun Chang'an and Ji Mingyue, but they did not dare to strike. After all, the brocade-clad youth was still under Chun Chang'an's control. Let him go. You dare to lay a hand on someone from the Jun family? We will exterminate your entire family. One of the guards snarled. Is that so? Chun Chang'an coldly laughed, increasing his grip. Instantly, the brocade-clad youth's body trembled violently. His features contorted as he began to roll his eyes back. Let him go. At that moment, a gray figure suddenly appeared beside the brocade-clad youth, ready to strike. If you dare to move, I will immediately snap his neck. Chun Chang'an said coldly. The gray-robed man immediately stopped his movement, looking at Chun Chang'an with a dark expression, while a terrifying pressure bore down on Chun Chang'an. TSK, your Jun family really is seeking death. At that moment, a middle-aged man carrying a sword slowly approached. With his appearance, the surroundings seemed to fall into a dead silence. The gray-robed elder's scalp went numb as he looked at the person before him. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, but his gaze was deep and sharp, his face etched with the marks of time, and the simple Dao robe he wore was composed of countless sword energies. Seeing the man with the sword, Chun Chang'an respectfully spoke, Eighth Master, so it's you. Eighth Master smiled slightly, his gaze landing on the gray-robed elder, saying lightly, Go back and tell Jun Xinhao. If he dares to come to the great Zhou kingdom again, I will break his dog legs. What? The gray-robed elder was taken aback. Save me. Save, the brocade-clad youth, held by Chun Chang'an, let out an angry, hoarse voice. Kill him. Kill him. Crack. As his words fell, Chun Chang'an directly crushed his neck. His eyes bulged, and until death, he did not understand why Chun Chang'an dared to kill him directly. You dare to kill my family's young master? The gray-robed elder's eyes widened. Just as he was about to act, an invisible sword energy pressed against his forehead. causing his expression to change drastically, rendering him unable to move. He looked at Eighth Master in horror. You? Who exactly are you? Eighth Master glanced at him disdainfully. Your young master threatened to kill my family's young master, and then he was killed by my young master. That is no loss. Take his body back and tell that Jun Xinhao, if your Jun family sends anyone here again, 1 comes, I kill 1. 2 come, I kill 2. If you all come, I want to mind exterminating your Jun family. Boom! Eighth Master's words were overwhelmingly domineering, echoing endlessly in the gray-robed elder's mind. He stared at Chun Chang'an in disbelief, unable to regain his senses. Thud! Chun Chang'an threw the brocade-clad youth's body on the ground, disdainfully saying, "Get lost." The gray-robed elder glared at Eighth Master for a long while, then kept sizing up Chun Chang'an, before reluctantly picking up the brocade-clad youth's body and leaving in disgrace. After they left, Chun Chang'an respectfully bowed to Eighth Master. "Thank you, Eighth Master, you are indeed mighty." Ji Mingyue also obediently bowed, completely without the airs of a princess. Eighth Master nodded in satisfaction at Ji Mingyue, then smiled and scolded Chun Chang'an. Hee, mighty my ass. I was just scaring him. Who knew he was so cowardly? If it really came to a fight, I wouldn't be his opponent. Eighth Master pouted, pointing at Chun Chang'an and scolding. And you little brat, being so arrogant. If I hadn't shown up to scare him, wouldn't you have been killed by him? Hee. Chun Chang'an smiled. This is in Chang'an City. If I were bullied by that old thing, wouldn't that be slapping your face, Eighth Master? Hey, flattering again. Eighth Master waved his hand, continuing, all right. Go to the palace to see the monarch. I'm leaving. After saying this, he nodded slightly at the blushing Ji Mingyue and turned to leave. Chun Chang'an stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes, realizing that this Eighth Master was actually a sword cultivator. Chun Chang'an didn't believe a single word that said Bai couldn't defeat the previous gray-robed old man. Chapter 37. Scaring off the people from the Jun family. Ji Mingyue looked complexly in the direction where the Eighth Master had left. At that moment, she seemed to understand why her father, the Emperor, wanted her to curry favor with Chun Chang'an. But the person she liked came from a powerful family, which was actually a good thing. Moreover, if that were the case, Brother Chang'an wouldn't be bullied by others anymore. While she was thinking, Chun Chang'an waved his hand in front of her, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Nothing." Ji Mingyue quickly lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "I was thinking, your Eighth Master is really powerful, and what he said was very imposing. No wonder you have such a personality." "Oh, what kind of personality do I have?" Chun Chang'an asked with a smile. You don't back down. You're strong." Ji Mingyue thought for a moment and said, "You have completely changed from a year ago. Your eyes have gained depth and a sense of weariness, as if you've lost the childishness from before." At this point, she looked at Chun Chang'an with a pained expression and said, "Brother Chang'an, you must have suffered a lot during the year you disappeared, right?" "Not really," Chun Chang'an said, recalling the 100 years in the coffin of the god of burial. His eyes became incredibly deep. Suddenly, he curiously asked, "Why don't you mind that I killed your royal brother?" Ji Mingyue was stunned. She clearly did not expect Chun Chang'an to bring up this topic. After thinking for a while and sniffing, she said, "I don't know, maybe it's because I don't have a good relationship with my 2 royal brothers. Their mother also treated my mother poorly, saying my mother was a vixen, and they bullied me since I was little. But Brother Chang'an, you are different. You've protected me since childhood." At this point, disappointment flashed in her eyes as she added, "But now you've grown up, and all you see is that Gu Qingsheng." As she said this, she lowered her head, her fingers intertwining nervously. Chun Chang'an was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that Ji Wentian had many children, and it was normal for siblings to have poor relationships. After all, there were power struggles within the royal family, and brotherly conflicts were common. With this in mind, the slight suspicion and wariness in his heart finally vanished. He smiled at Ji Mingyue and said, "All right, that's all in the past. Let's hurry to the palace." Ji Mingyue looked up in surprise and saw the warm gaze from Chun Chang'an, as if the barrier he had towards her had disappeared. She felt overjoyed in her heart and nodded her little head repeatedly. Meanwhile, outside the royal city, the gray-robed elder from the Jun family was flying swiftly in a flying boat, carrying the corpse of the well-dressed young man. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he was terrified to the extreme. The other guards around him did not dare to breathe, their faces full of disbelief. Finally, one of the guards couldn't help but speak up. Third elder, what happened? Why did the young master get killed, and we ended up fleeing in disgrace? Shut up. If you say one more word, I'll kill you, the gray-robed elder said coldly. His face was terrifyingly serious. They could only move far away from the Great Zhou Kingdom, as far as possible. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He, a dignified Saint Emperor, came to this remote little country thinking he could act tyrannically and crush everything. He never expected to encounter a hidden master with a sword here, a swordsman. He frowned deeply, filled with doubt. Who on earth was that person? Moreover, damn it, he even recognized his ancestor, Yun Xinhao. The way he spoke about Jun Xinhao was as if he was teaching a lesson to a junior. Thinking of this, the gray-robed elder sharply inhaled, and his scalp went numb. He then accelerated the speed of the flying boat even more. Gu family. Outside the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Qingshan led everyone, looking bewildered. At the same time, Gu Qingsheng and others returned from outside. Dad, I haven't seen anyone from the Jun family, Gu Qingsheng said, puzzled. How is that possible? Gu Qingshan looked confused. Hadn't they entered the royal city? Why haven't they arrived at our Gu family yet? The other elders exchanged glances, and an ominous premonition surged from their hearts. Could it be that they wanted to give us a show of strength? Gu Qingsheng thought for a moment and said, after all, they're a major family from the Holy Land. If they arrived on time, that would be strange. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that what Gu Qingsheng said made sense. For such figures, being late was also normal. However, soon they waited for a long time at the Gu family door and still saw no one coming. All the members of the Gu family instantly became uneasy. At this moment, a family member rushed in from outside in a hurry. Seeing the anxious look on the person's face, Gu Qingshan stepped forward and said coldly, "What happened?" Everyone looked at the newcomer. "Master, Miss, something strange has happened," the returning person said. "What is it?" On the way to the palace, Qin Chang'an encountered a young master and had a conflict with him. Later, that person was killed by Qin Chang'an. Moreover, the powerful elder beside that young master was also scared off by the 8th master of the Gu family. What? Upon hearing the report, everyone was stunned. Gu Qingqing's face was full of disbelief, and a bad premonition flashed through her mind. This is impossible. She quickly looked at Gu Qingshan. Dad, should we use the communication stone to ask? Didn't we get the communication stone to contact them? Qingsheng, are you saying the person killed by Qin Chang'an is from the Jun family? How is that possible? The people sent by the Jun family this time must be stronger than last time. Gu Qingshan suddenly lost his confidence, then immediately took out the communication stone and sent a message to the people from the Jun family. Soon, he received a reply. It was an extremely angry message filled with murderous intent. Get lost. Gu Qingshan's face instantly turned pale, and Gu Qingsheng trembled. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. Gu Qingsheng staggered, as if falling into an abyss, muttering in a daze, "How is that possible? Why can Qin Chang'an scare off the Jun family? They're all useless. The Jun family is useless, and a mere Chun family can scare them off. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Gu Qingsheng shouted in a daze, looking almost mad. Besides the Jun family, there are still 3 other major families and 4 major sacred sects in the Holy Land. I don't believe no one can deal with your Chun family. Gu Qingsheng raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred. It's all your fault, Qin Chang'an. You made me the laughingstock of the entire Great Zhou. I will make sure you die a terrible death. As she spoke, she looked at an elder in the crowd and said, "Gu Lao, you accompany me to the Holy Land." The elder nodded and followed Gu Qingsheng out of the Gu family. Meanwhile, the usually calm Gu Qingshan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, staring blankly at the departing Gu Qingsheng without saying a word. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. One misstep leads to another. Qin family, what kind of ghost family are you? Clearly so powerful, yet you hide your strength. I hate it. At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the royal city, this damned Gu family even had the face to send me a message. Bang! The gray-robed elder from the Jun family harshly crushed the communication stone. Chapter 38. Are you trying to murder my father, the emperor? The old man in the gray robe was breathing heavily, his chest heaving, and his face was terrifyingly twisted. He quickly deduced the situation. That guy, Jun Wujian, must have offended that person in the Great Zhou royal city and was then killed. And just now, Jun Wujian's brother, Jun Wudao, was also killed for offending that person. Damn it, there is such a powerful sword cultivator hidden here. How could the Jun family repeatedly send people to their deaths? That despicable Gu family. The old man in the gray robe gritted his teeth and said fiercely. As for the engagement between Gu Qingcheng and Jun Wujian, he didn't believe it at all. After all, without the acknowledgement of the Jun family head. What kind of engagement was that? Thinking of this, he looked at a nearby guard and said in a deep voice, "You, return to the Great Zhou royal city. Investigate the Gu family and clarify the events surrounding young Master Jun Wujian." Yes, the guard cupped his hands, did not ask further, and immediately complied. As the flying ship descended to a certain height, he jumped down and headed for the Great Zhou royal city. On the other side, when Qin Chang'an and Ji Mingyue arrived at the palace gate, the communication stone on Ji Mingyue suddenly lit up. She immediately took it out to check, and in an instant, a layer of faint mist covered her beautiful eyes. She panicked. She grabbed Qin Chang'an's arm, tightening her grip slightly. "Mingyue, what's wrong?" Qin Chang'an patted her hand, puzzled. Brother Chang'an, father, he is about to... Master Duanmu asked me if Fifth Master has returned. Brother Chang'an, please, you must save my father. Ji Mingyue said, already at a loss, her face filled with urgency. "No need to panic. Let us go in and take a look first." Qin Chang'an held her hand and quickly walked towards the palace. The palace guard saw this and respectfully saluted, not daring to obstruct them. After all, she was Princess Mingyue, and there was also the renowned Qin Chang'an. Inside the palace sleeping quarters, Ji Wentian's complexion was as pale as paper, blood continuously flowing from his 7 orifices. The dignified half-emperor realm was now barely hanging on to life, nearly at the brink of death. When Qin Chang'an arrived, the entire hall was filled with people, with princes and princesses kneeling on the ground. The crown prince, Ji Songshan, who had been locked away by Ji Wentian for 3 months, was now here, crying and wailing, his voice filled with sorrow, making one wonder if the emperor had passed away. But Qin Chang'an also knew that if Ji Wentian truly had passed away, Ji Songshan would have a legitimate claim to become the new sovereign of the Great Zhou. Facing the crown prince in such a state, the other officials were all flattering him for his filial piety. After all, everyone thought the crown prince would soon ascend the throne, so it was best to cling to him in advance. In the crowd, only Master Duanmu wore a face of disdain. He found Ji Songshan to be so useless. He preferred Ji Songhai. At least Ji Songhai was ruthless and strong in character. Qin Chang'an glanced around the hall, and aside from the useless officials, the crown prince, and Master Duanmu, there was one person whose aura was extremely thick. It was a thin, elderly man with a dignified appearance. Qin Chang'an merely cast a glance at him before withdrawing his gaze. "Father, Brother Chang'an is here. He must have a way to save you." Ji Mingyue shouted with a face full of uncertainty, yet with a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the two of them. Ji Songshan's expression darkened. "Qin Chang'an, why are you here?" Naturally, Ji Songshan did not like Qin Chang'an, who looked down on him. Qin Chang'an directly ignored him, stepping past everyone with Ji Mingyue to the bedside, using his spiritual sense to scan Ji Wentian. At that moment, Ji Wentian's appearance was exactly as Fifth Master had described. "Young Master Chang'an, you finally came." Ji Wentian emitted a weak voice, his gaze looking past Qin Chang'an, revealing a look of disappointment. "Did your Fifth Master not come?" "Father, Fifth Master isn't here, but he instructed Brother Chang'an to come, saying that Brother Chang'an would be enough." Ji Mingyue immediately spoke up. This statement caused everyone's gaze to fall back onto Qin Chang'an. If Fifth Master could treat him, they might still hold a glimmer of hope. But if they said that Qin Chang'an could treat him, everyone's expressions changed. There was disbelief and skepticism. After all, even their ancestor had no way to help. How could a young man in his 20s have the ability? Qin Chang'an ignored the gazes of those around him and directly said to Ji Mingyue, Aside from the Ji family ancestor, Master Duanmu, and Princess Mingwei, everyone else, please leave. The elderly man looked at Chun Chang'an in surprise. This impolite statement left everyone in the hall stunned. Ji Tsongshan was the first to jump up, pointing at Chun Chang'an and scolding, "Chun Chang'an, who do you think you are? Why do you think you can give orders here? That's right, even if you're the young master of the Chun family. What of it? This is the royal palace. Who are you to issue commands?" "Exactly. I see him as just here to cause trouble. Princess, you must not be deceived by him. Yes, your majesty, please see clearly. And what about his fifth master? Is he out his mind? How dare he not come to treat his majesty and instead send a young brat? Preposterous. Please allow me to bring that so-called fifth master here." As Ji Tsongshan finished speaking, the other officials seemed eager to perform in front of him, each pointing at Chun Chang'an, indignantly scolding him. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, taking note of those who were the most vocal. Preposterous. Ji Wentian gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his body and the buzzing in his ears, immediately roaring. "That's right, father. You are right. Chun Chang'an, you are being outrageous." Ji Tsongshan was overjoyed, immediately joining in, but the next moment, Ji Wentian yelled at him angrily. "I was referring to you, you ungrateful child. You want me to die and take my throne? And all of you ministers, shut up. I am not dead yet. And you are so eager to please the new master. You all have some nerve. Cough, cough." Ji Wentian seemed to have used all his strength to shout, immediately coughing violently due to the anger. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I dare not." Some officials repeatedly bowed, their faces filled with horror. Ji Tsongshan even knelt down with a thump. "Your son is wronged. Listen to Chang'an. All of you get out." Ji Wentian continued in a low voice. Ji Tsongshan hesitated. "Father, how can you trust his words? How could he possibly save you? You. Ji Wentian was furious. He finally understood that the crown prince before him was so eager for this position. "Chun Chang'an, you bastard. Tell me, do you want all of us to leave so you can plot against my father?" Ji Tsongshan turned around and jumped up again, pointing at Chun Chang'an with a twisted face, angrily accusing him. Chapter 39, Who Put a Knife in My Hand? Looking at the hysterical Ji Tsongshan, Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. He was not someone who would just take insults without retaliating. In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, his hand shot out. In an instant, he grabbed Ji Tsongshan by the neck and lifted the prince up like he was a mere chick. Some ministers were horrified and quickly surrounded Chun Chang'an, angrily shouting, "Chun Chang'an, what do you want? Let go of the prince." Even Duanmu Tsang looked at Chun Chang'an in shock. "Young Master Chun, don't be impulsive." On the contrary, the ancestor of the Ji family was scrutinizing Chun Chang'an with a thoughtful expression. "Brother Chang'an, you let go of my royal brother." You didn't mean it." Ji Mingwei rushed over, her face filled with shock, anxiously pleading. Everyone saw. Chun Chang'an wants to rebel. He dares to lay hands on me. Ancestor, take him down quickly. Ji Tsongshan surprisingly showed no fear. Instead, he roared with a twisted expression. Everyone became tense in an instant. The ancestor of the Ji family frowned, feeling that this prince's head was squashed by the door. A cultivator who could act so recklessly would not fear the royal family. However, he did not act because he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. This made him feel extremely alarmed. The Chun family was indeed not simple. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Ji Tsongshan's anger soared. He was a dignified prince, the future ruler of a nation. Now, he was being held by Chun Chang'an by the neck like a chick. This was an immense humiliation. It was also the disgrace of his life. For a moment, rage clouded his mind as he snarled at Chun Chang'an. "Chun Chang'an, you dog. Let go of this prince, or else I will make sure you die a miserable death. Either kill me, or you Chun family will never have peace." Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a cold light shooting from them. "Oh, you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" At these words, Ji Tsongshan felt an even greater humiliation. He growled fiercely, Do you dare? Do you dare to kill this prince? Come on then. If you have the guts, kill me." Just as he finished speaking, a surge of murderous intent flashed in Chun Chang'an's eyes. "Oh no!" Duanmu Tsang exclaimed in horror, wanting to stop him, but all they heard was a crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. Qin Chang'an had directly crushed Ji Songshan's neck. Ji Songshan's eyes bulged out, filled with terror and disbelief. Thud! Qin Chang'an casually threw Ji Songshan, who resembled a dead dog, onto the ground and smirked. You all heard it, he asked me to kill him. I've never heard such a request in my life. Considering he's the prince, I fulfilled his wish. You won't blame me, will you? Silence. The space seemed to fall into complete stillness. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. No one expected that Qin Chang'an would really dare to kill the prince in front of everyone. On the bed, Ji Wentian stared fixedly at Ji Songshan's corpse, speechless for a long time. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All the ministers looked at him, ready to take down Qin Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, you. Ji Mingyue stared blankly at her royal brother's body, unsure of what to say. But in an instant, she hurriedly pleaded with Ji Wentian. Father, Brother Chang'an, didn't he mean to kill him? She didn't know how to defend Qin Chang'an. After all, Qin Chang'an had killed nation's prince. That person was still her royal brother. All the ministers were stunned, looking at Ji Mingyue with disbelief. Didn't he expect this princess to protect an outsider so much? He killed your brother. How can you turn against your own family? But thinking about the power struggles and mutual slaughter among royal children, they gradually understood. Could it be Ji Mingyue also coveted the position of the prince? Everyone looked at the seemingly innocent princess who was pleading for Qin Chang'an with complex expressions, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the room became heavy. The smell of blood permeated and gradually turned solemn. Finally, Ji Wentian on the bed felt his life rapidly slipping away. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at Qin Chang'an. Young Master Chang'an, how confident are you in curing my illness? Qin Chang'an looked at him, nonchalantly saying, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Ji Wentian was stunned, then threw aside all thoughts of his son's life, excitedly saying, really? Didn't you say you needed the holy monarch to take action? Does your family have a holy? Hiss. As he spoke, Ji Wentian sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. You think too much. Qin Chang'an crossed his arms, his expression calm. The method Fifth Master taught me is just to temporarily suppress it, sustaining your life. However, Qin Chang'an raised his gaze, proudly declaring, give me a little time. The holy monarch is just a matter of time. Everyone's faces turned complex in an instant. They were unsure whether to be shocked by Qin Chang'an's arrogance or to truly believe that he would become the holy monarch in the future. Ji Wentian took a deep breath, his mind racing. After a moment, his eyes became sharp, as if he had made a decision. Letting go of Qin Chang'an and binding with him would be a gamble. A gamble on Qin Chang'an's future. Having made up his mind, he spoke in a deep voice. Prince Ji Songshan provoked Qin Chang'an and obstructed him from saving me, harboring ill intentions, and deserves to die. No one is allowed to mention this again. As he spoke, he glanced around, coldly saying, except for Mingyue, Duanmu Tsang, and the ancestor, everyone else get out. Upon hearing Ji Wentian's words, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Their hearts churning. The prince was killed, and they were still let go. But since the emperor had said so, they could only comply. Wait, but at that moment, Qin Chang'an suddenly spoke. Young Master Chang'an, what else do you have to say? Can you treat me first? I can't hold on any longer. Ji Wentian said, his face extremely pale. Qin Chang'an ignored his words and walked to a minister, coldly staring at him. Earlier, were you the one who insulted my fifth master? Say my fifth master is worthless? And you, weren't you the one who said you would bind my fifth master? Facing Qin Chang'an's murderous gaze, the two ministers who had jumped up the most turned pale in an instant. Vuvuve. They stuttered, cold sweat dripping from their old faces. But the pressure from Qin Chang'an made their chests feel tight and their bodies trembled. Qin Chang'an, what do you want to do? At this moment, another gray-haired minister stepped forward, sternly shouting, do you want to kill all of us ministers? Seeing someone stand up to Qin Chang'an, the two ministers seemed to have found their backbone and immediately spoke up. Lord Tang, this boy is a great criminal. But his voice abruptly stopped, because his head had already flown off. Swish, swish. Two more blades, another minister and that so-called Lord Tang, under their terrified gazes, had their heads chopped off by a knife that Qin Chang'an had pulled out from who knows where. 3 fresh, warm heads rolled on the ground, and the room fell into silence once again. All the ministers looked horrified at the calm-faced Chen Chang'an. "All right, you can leave now." Chen Chang'an threw away the knife in his hand and clicked his tongue. He didn't know which guy had stuffed the knife into his hands earlier. All the ministers, as well as the princes and princesses, were terrified and hurriedly retreated from the hall, no longer daring to stay. Chapter 40. Li Mingwei becomes the crown princess. Ji Tsangshan was already surprised that the crown prince dared to speak to him like this, but now these ministers were doing the same. So Chen Chang'an directly cut them off. He didn't want to waste words with them, seeing that only a few people remained in the great hall. Chen Chang'an calmly said, "All right, now we can treat the national leader's illness." Good. Young nephew Chang'an, quickly show me." Ji Wentian was overjoyed. "Chen Chang'an, can you really save the national leader?" The ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Xuangu, also spoke, his tone flat, although he had some doubts. He did not belittle Chen Chang'an. After all, Chen Chang'an had previously killed the crown prince and his ministers in front of the emperor. If he didn't have real skills or a powerful background, that would definitely be a death wish. Now, the more arrogant Chen Chang'an was, the more it proved that he had strength, or that his family had strength. Chen Chang'an glanced at the jade slip that Chun had given him, thought for a moment, and said, "I am not yet at the Saint Emperor realm, but I presume that you, the ancestor of the Ji family, have already reached the Saint Emperor realm, right?" Ji Xuangu narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words. "Ha, young man, how do you know?" Chen Chang'an did not respond to him, but continued, "The national leader has been entangled by a powerful dark spiritual energy around his heart meridian, causing him to suffer from excruciating pain every day. Moreover, that dark spiritual power is like a web, layer upon layer, wrapping around his heart. If forcibly stripped away, it would naturally damage the heart as well. He would not die, but would be left severely injured." Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ji Xuangu frowned. "What you say, I'm already aware. However, I do not know how to remove the dark spiritual energy from his heart and meridian." Chen Chang'an looked at him. "Break open his heart, cut open his meridian, use the power of the Saint Emperor as a guide to implant a night stone beside his heart, and then lead that dark spiritual energy into the night stone. Later, find a saint monarch to use their power to extract this night stone from his heart. This is not forcibly stripping away. Rather, it is to first guide the dark spiritual energy from his heart to the night stone and then remove it." What Chen Chang'an said was calm, but to Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Tsang, it was undoubtedly absurd. Breaking open the heart, opening the meridian, implanting a night stone to attract. Such a bizarre method was simply unimaginable. Moreover, once the meridian was broken, how would it be repaired? As long as you can complete the first step, repairing the heart afterwards will not be a problem. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Chen Chang'an took out a white jade slip. "Inside is the method my fifth uncle uses to repair the meridian." "Wow, what?" Ji Mingwei was confused. But to Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang, it was like a thunderclap shaking their minds. Immediately after, they looked at the jade slip in Chen Chang'an's hand, breathing rapidly. A method to repair the meridian was absolutely extraordinary. Sure enough, the Chen family's fifth uncle is not simple. Good. Ji Wentian repeated 3 times. Looking at Ji Xuangu, "Ancestor, quickly let me try. Give me the heart meridian." After all, this was related to his life, and he naturally did not want to endure another moment of pain. Moreover, the night stone was something his palace had. It was a stone that stored dark attribute spiritual power. Ji Xuangu nodded and looked at Duanmu Tsang. Duanmu Tsang immediately began to prepare. But at this moment, Chen Chang'an continued, "Don't be anxious. The conditions haven't been mentioned yet." Ji Wentian immediately looked at Chen Chang'an. "Young nephew Chang'an, whatever requirements you have, just say it." Ji Xuangu also looked at Chen Chang'an in surprise. Facing the national leader, he showed no fear of the authority of sovereign, instead maintaining an imposing posture. If it were someone else, they would probably offer free treatment to cover up the crime of killing the crown prince. The method I mentioned earlier and the secret formula in this jade slip for repairing the meridian are worth 20 million spirit stones. In addition, there is one more condition. Chen Chang'an said, turning his body, his gaze shifting to Ji Mingwei, with a smile that was not quite a smile. continuing, since your crown prince is dead. Then establish Ji Mingyue as the crown princess. It should be called the crown princess. How about these two conditions? Chen Chang'an's words left Ji Wentian stunned. Even Duanmu Tsang, who had gone and returned, was also stunned. His method for repairing the meridian required selling for 20 million spirit stones. Although it was a lot, it was indeed worth it. The royal family could scrape together that amount. However, they didn't expect Chen Chang'an to directly ask for Ji Mingyue to take the place of the crown prince. If it were in the past, Ji Wentian would definitely have refused. But now, he was eager to bind the Chen family, so he was very willing. After all, only Ji Mingyue could get close to Chen Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, Ji Mingyue was stunned and somewhat at a loss. I promise you, in the future, Mingyue will also be the empress of Dezhou. Ji Wentian immediately spoke, seemingly impatient, afraid that Chen Chang'an would change his mind. Very good. Chen Chang'an nodded, then handed the jade slip in his hand to Ji Xuangu. He was not afraid that the other party would not give him 20 million spirit stones. Moreover, he wanted Ji Mingyue to become the ruler of Dezhou. This would save him a lot of trouble in the future. After all, with Ji Mingyue's temperament, she would not cause trouble for the Chen family. With Ji Mingyue in control of Dezhou, for someone who relied so much on her, it would be equivalent to him controlling Dezhou. Thus, once he left Dongzhou, he could go out and wander the world with peace of mind. Afterwards, Chen Chang'an, Ji Xuangu, and Duanmu Tsang began to operate on Ji Wentian's heart. Not long after, a powerful aura, mixed with screams, erupted from the palace hall. Following that, a weak yet hearty laughter echoed out. It seemed Ji Wentian felt much lighter, although what happened today was ordered by Ji Wentian to not be spread. It was announced that the crown prince had suddenly died, and Ji Mingyue was then established as the crown princess. These pieces of news caused a huge wave in the royal city, leaving countless people astonished. The crown prince died suddenly, and the position was immediately taken by a princess. This caused a tumult in the entire royal city. Countless people were shocked. After all, this was too hasty. But still, many prominent families and top powers sensed something unusual. Through various inquiries, they seemed to realize that behind all this was the shadow of Chen Chang'an. Thus, countless people urgently warned their family members not to provoke the Chen family. The Chen family was a family that could not be provoked. After Chen Chang'an received the 20 million spirit stones, aside from taking a bit to support his family, he began to enter closed-door cultivation for the next half-month. Old COFFIN, whether you can break through to the Heavenly King level depends on you. In the Chen family's cultivation room, Chen Chang'an looked at the god-burying coffin floating before him, his eyes shining as he spoke. 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. I wonder if more than 10 million spirit stones will be enough to advance to the Heavenly King realm. Chen Chang'an murmured, waving his hand, and one by one, the spirit stones from the spatial rings flowed into the god-burying coffin like a stream. Chapter 41, King Level 3. Boom! Next, the god-burial coffin rumbled again, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Under the gaze of Chen Chang'an, an extremely pure source of energy emerged from the mouth of the god-burial coffin. As this energy surged into Chen Chang'an's body, it crazily roamed through his meridians, refining every cell, meridian, and bone. Finally, it gathered in his dantian, forming a turbulent sea of spirit. Chen Chang'an's aura gradually began to rise. He reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm, the 10th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. As the immense energy impacted, even at the threshold of a major realm, Chen Chang'an's body underwent tremendous changes. His entire being transformed into the aura of a king, leaping from the Heavenly Martial Realm to the King Realm. King Level 1. But what shocked Chen Chang'an was that the speed of his advancement was not over yet. The heavens stirred again, and the spiritual energy above the Chen family surged wildly, forming a massive vortex that concentrated above Chen Chang'an's training room. This was a phenomenon of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Such a commotion naturally caused countless people to display astonished expressions. In the main hall of the Chen family, all the strong members turned their gazes toward the direction of Chen Chang'an's training. This kit actually broke through to the king level and even triggered a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Truly worthy of being a member of our Chun family. Chun Xiantong said with a smile, hand behind his back. Behind him stood several clan elders, each displaying a thoughtful expression. Patriarch, this kid. There's something off about him. When he just came out of the demon burial abyss, he indeed had no aura at all. Why is his cultivation speed so fast now? The second elder softly murmured while fiddling with his feather fan. Second elder, are you suggesting that this kid is possessed by a demon? Then he is using some evil means to enhance his cultivation? The eldest elder smiled slightly, asking nonchalantly. That doesn't matter. The second elder replied. Longin's body has not been taken over. Rather, it seems that his age cycle has changed. He doesn't seem like someone in his early 20s. Otherwise, his temperament wouldn't have changed to be like this now. But this is good. He won't be like a year ago, completely infatuated with a trivial girl and losing his wits. Everyone nodded in agreement. The third elder, holding an ancient sheen, said, we should not interfere too much with Longin's growth. As long as he is not bullied by those old monsters, we cannot intervene to help him. Yes, the third elder is right. Chun Xiantong smiled. At this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. How is this possible? This kid has actually drained the spiritual energy of the entire royal city. What? Drained it all? Could it be that he has upgraded our Chun family's Overlord bloodline to the Overlord Emperor bloodline? Only the Overlord Emperor bloodline combined with our Chun family's Overlord Heart method can create the legendary Overlord domain, capable of causing such a massive commotion in cultivation. Chun Xiantong exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Overlord domain. Hiss. The others suddenly came to their senses, gasping in unison, unable to help but exclaim. Indeed, the commotion caused by Chun Chang'an's cultivation stirred the entire royal city, creating an enormous sensation. However, he was completely unaware of the outside uproar and had no interest in it. At this moment, he was also astonished as he looked at his bloodline, golden light shining brightly, forming an astonishing crown above his head, with a swirling vortex of energy. What? What is happening? Coffin Elder, have you mutated my Overlord bloodline? Chun Chang'an exclaimed in shock. No, it is you who is too abnormal. If it weren't for the bloodline undergoing another transformation, your body wouldn't be able to withstand such an abnormal cultivation speed. A voice, old and trembling, echoed from the god burial coffin. Following this, Chun Chang'an's cultivation once again advanced amidst the violent storm of spiritual sea. King Level 1, King Level 2, King Level 3. When he reached King Level 3, Chun Chang'an's realm finally stabilized. For the next period of time, Chun Chang'an focused on consolidating his cultivation. The leap from the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm to King Level 3 was something no one had anticipated. If mentioned, it would surely shock the world. In the time that followed, aside from countless people discussing Chun Chang'an, no one dared to trouble him or the Chun family anymore. After all, in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, those capable of causing trouble for the Chun family had lost their courage after the disappearance of over 100 people last time. Moreover, now that the Chun family had the Ji clan royalty fully flattering them, no one dared to come looking for trouble. As for the Eastern Xin Kingdom, the Southeast Wind Alliance, and the Jun family, they also fell silent. After all, the powerful, mysterious figure lurking in the shadows was not something they dared to act against without knowing the details. But what terrified them was that they could not ascertain the identity of that powerful, mysterious figure in Chang'an City. Whether it was Yi Wuqing being immobilized in the palace or the gray-robed elder of the Jun family being restrained on the street, no one could guess who it was. In this strange situation, the grand competition of the 4 nations' talents in Eastern Zhou was soon approaching. On this day, countless cultivators and various sect forces in Eastern Zhou gathered towards the core area of Eastern Zhou. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, Ji Mingyue led the way, with the head of the Duanmu family at the forefront. Even the ancestors of the Great Zhou Kingdom emerged from seclusion, one named Ji Xuangu, following along. They led the young talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom aboard a massive flying vessel, heading toward the location of the Eastern Zhou secret realm. Naturally, Chun Chang'an was among them. He quietly observed everything around him and noticed that everyone on the flying vessel was at least at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. They gathered around Ji Mingyue, all faces filled with excitement. After all, they were about to enter the Eastern Zhou secret realm for cultivation. Who wouldn't be happy? Among them, two particularly arrogant and proud young men deliberately revealed their auras, one at King Level 4 and the other at King Level 5. Who are these two? They shouldn't be students of the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, their names would certainly be very famous. Chun Chang'an thought to himself. Among the large crowd, although everyone wore smiles, Ji Mingyue's face was filled with worry. She glanced around and, upon seeing Chun Chang'an standing alone off to the side, immediately approached him and whispered, "Long and brother, what are you thinking about?" "Who are they?" Chun Chang'an asked, his gaze falling on the two extraordinary young men. "They?" Ji Mingyue looked over, thought for a moment, and replied, "The one at King Level 4 is named Li Hong. The one at King Level 5 is named Meng Kaijun. They should be external reinforcements that the ancestor brought back at great cost." External reinforcements? Chun Chang'an was taken aback. He hadn't participated in the grand competition 3 years ago because his realm wasn't sufficient at that time. Most of those above the heavenly martial realm were around 30 years old. So now that he was here, he stood out particularly, as he was the youngest among them. Yes, for each grand competition, we can invite 2 external reinforcements. They could be selected from domestic or foreign major sections. Ji Mingyue said seriously. "Oh, I see." Chun Chang'an replied lightly. Ji Mingyue was originally the core of everyone. When she came to Chun Chang'an's side, all the gazes of the outstanding talents instantly fell on Chun Chang'an. Chapter 42. The Four Nations Competition Surrounded by a Crowd. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's gazes turned unfriendly as they landed on Chun Chang'an. "TSK, TSK. That pretty boy is the recently famous Chun Chang'an from Chang'an City?" Meng Kaijun spoke arrogantly. "Young Master Meng, that's him." Someone immediately echoed. "He, indeed a handsome talent," Li Hong said with a sneer, clearly filled with disdain. "He is indeed a handsome talent. Otherwise, how could he have enchanted the princess so much?" A lewd-looking man nearby scoffed. The crowd responded with faint smiles, implying that Chun Chang'an was just a pretty face. "Young Master Meng, for this competition, we will rely on you and young Master Li. The number of people entering the secret realm depends on how many victories we secure. This time, we are entirely dependent on you two." "Yes, yes. We all support young Master Meng and young Master Li as our leaders. For this competition, we will follow your lead." Regardless of whether they were royal prodigies or from other families, everyone began to band together, trying to exclude Chun Chang'an. Recently, rumors had spread that the Chun family was actually quite powerful, or perhaps unfathomable. Li Hong hesitated to speak. "That's just hearsay." Meng Kaijun scoffed, showing disdain. "Even if their family is powerful, what does it have to do with me? He is ultimately just a pretty boy raised by the princess." "You are right, young Master Meng. Even if the Chun family is strong, what does it have to do with us? This competition relies on individual abilities." Everyone echoed. However, Li Hong's expression was solemn. He felt that someone capable of stirring up Chang'an City wouldn't be so simple. But it was fine. They wouldn't have a conflict with Chun Chang'an for now. Their conversation naturally reached Chun Chang'an's ears without missing a word. To this, Chun Chang'an paid little attention. It was just a group of jealous, ignorant clowns. He maintained a blank expression as he gazed at the vast sea of clouds ahead, the strong wind lifting his clothes and tousling his long hair. Ji Mingyue looked at him, her face flushed. What did he mean by her raising the pretty boy? She wished she had the ability to support Chun Chang'an. But Chun Chang'an was destined to be a dragon soaring through the heavens, not a canary she could support. As long as she could quietly watch him from behind, that would be enough. Thinking of this, she let out a faint sigh. The word love carries emotions that rise with the wind, yet when the wind dies down, the feelings remain unsettled. In the center of Dongzhou, there lay a vast mountain range, shrouded in clouds and mist year-round. If a discerning person were to notice, it would not be mist, but rather a liquid gas produced from the extreme concentration of spiritual energy. However, the entire mountain was enveloped in layers of protective barriers. This was the protective barrier established by the 4 great nations of Dongzhou. After all, in such a powerful gathering of spiritual energy, no force could completely monopolize it. Thus, it became controlled by the 4 great nations. Every 3 years, a group of young prodigies would be sent in to cultivate. With the varying numbers and qualifications of prodigies from each nation, the number of entrants would change. Thus, the competition among the prodigies began. The first place would allow 400 people to enter. The second place would allow 300 people. The third place would allow 200 people. The fourth place would allow 100 people. Each time the secret realm opened, there were only 1,000 spots available. Therefore, if the first place nation consistently won, it would create a vast gap from the fourth place after several rounds. The Great Zhou Kingdom had ranked last for 10 consecutive times, meaning that the number of strong young talents in the Great Zhou would continue to dwindle. The distance from the consistently first-ranked Dongxian Kingdom had become immense. When Chen Chang'an and the others arrived, countless flying boats or larger, more luxurious ships floated in midair. The people from the other three nations had already arrived, and estimating the numbers, there were probably hundreds of thousands. After all, there were also military forces among them. When the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom arrived, their overall aura was noticeably weaker than that of the other three nations. This was Ji Mingyue's first time leading, and although she was slightly nervous, after spending half a month learning about governance from Ji Wentian, she subtly began to exude the aura of a royal princess. She glanced around and quickly spotted a large group of people in a distant corner. It was the Southeast Wind Alliance. Brother Chang'an, those people from the Alliance are actually here. Ji Mingyue exclaimed in surprise. Chen Chang'an placed his large hand on her frail shoulder, giving her a sense of security, and said calmly, "Just trust me. They want to kick our Great Zhou out of the game? They can forget it. Whoever dares to extend a foot, I will chop it off." Hearing Chen Chang'an's comforting words, Ji Mingyue felt a bit more at ease. She took a deep breath and turned serious. "Oh, isn't that Princess Mingyue? What is up? Is your useless prince, Ji Tsongshan, not coming?" At that moment, a mocking voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. It was a man in his 30s, exuding a strong presence and an imposing demeanor. He was none other than the crown prince of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Lianqing. He glanced sideways, his tone mocking and teasing. On Ji Mingyue's other side, Duan Mucong shot a sharp look at Dong Lianqing. "Ji Tsongshan is no longer the crown prince of our Great Zhou. Now our Princess Mingyue is our crown princess." "Oh, I see. I've heard a little about it." Dong Lianqing feigned enlightenment, then added with a sneer, "So, is there no one left in your Ji royal family? You let a woman take the position of future ruler? Haha, what a great humiliation." His words sparked laughter among the other royal members from the two nations. Ji Mingyue's face darkened, her small fists clenched tightly. This was not only an insult to her, but also to the royal family of the Great Zhou. But the people across from her showed no signs of backing down. Dong Lianqing's other royal brother, Dong Lianyang, deliberately raised his voice. "I heard the ruler of the Great Zhou was injured a year ago, neither alive nor dead, turned into a cripple. Now there are rumors that the crown prince died suddenly, and in a hurry a woman took the crown prince's position. TSK, the Great Zhou Kingdom seems to really be going under. Moreover, such a significant matter, and the ruler of the Great Zhou is nowhere to be seen. Could be dead? Ha!" Such disrespectful words instantly made the people from the Great Zhou turn red in anger, but they dared not speak out. After all, a strong national power was the foundation of their confidence. The members of the other three nations laughed heartily. No, it's not necessarily dead. There is probably still a bit of life left. Perhaps they were scared to death, too afraid to show up, and letting their daughter bear the humiliation. TSK, it really could be like that. That incompetent ruler. I heard he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a family called Chun. TSK. What a disgrace to the royalty. The mocking laughter from across the way made another wave of laughter erupt. The people from the Great Zhou were furious, gritting their teeth. They all looked towards Ji Mingyue, fearing she would lose her composure. But surprisingly, Ji Mingyue remained calm, her palace attire fitting perfectly, showcasing royal dignity. However, no one saw that in the wide sleeves, her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. "Don't mind it." Chen Chang'an's hand rested on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, seemingly giving her immense security and strength. Engaging in a war of words with these clowns is simply a waste of breath. When it's time to take the stage, I will help you smash their mouths one by one. All right. Ji Mingyue nodded firmly, her whole body filled with power. Chapter 43. The Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race. Facing numerous jeers, Ji Mingyue's expression remained calm, surprising countless people. If it were her in the past, she would have panicked. However, now, with the royal family in decline, only she could hold up the pillars. After all, behind her, Chun Chang'an was supporting her. On the other hand, the two external aides invited by the great Zhou displayed expressions of disdain. TSK, being humiliated and yelled at like this, yet not daring to utter a word, truly worse than that useless prince, Ji Tsongshan. His words, though light, were heard by everyone in the great Zhou. This caused the royal family members to look at Ji Mingyue with discontent. At that moment, when the atmosphere was extremely strange, the ruler of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, flew to the center. His gaze first swept coldly over Qin Chang'an, and then retracted, his voice booming. The time has come. I respectfully welcome the Sword Master from the Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race. As his words fell, the venue instantly quieted down. All faces filled with respect, looking towards one direction. The Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race. That was an extremely powerful force. Here in Dongzhou, above Dongzhou are the 4 great holy lands. And towering over the 4 great holy lands is the Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race in the Yanhuang Great Domain. Within the Yanhuang Great Domain, there is a top-tier protective force for the human race. That is the Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race. Wielding the sword of the human race, safeguarding the laws of the human race. It is an important force protecting the human race from being devoured by foreign races. And the leader of the Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race is the Human Race Empire. Within the Human Race Empire, there is indeed a human emperor. Back to Dongzhou. In every session of the 4-Nation Grand Competition in Dongzhou, they always invite a sword master to supervise and witness. After all, the sword master represents the entire human race on one hand, and on the other hand, represents the righteous messenger of the human race. As for the spiritual energy and opportunities in the Dongzhou secret realm, these sword masters naturally do not covet, because in the Yanhuang Great Domain, there are more such secret realms. What these sword masters enjoy is the process of law enforcement and justice. This allows them to gain more merit and experience in the Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race, working towards future promotions and entry into the imperial capital of the human race, which is the imperial capital domain of the human race. There are the guarding families of the human race, major imperial clans, etc., all incredibly splendid. Amidst the eager gazes of everyone, a figure slowly rose into the air. This was a middle-aged man, dressed in a silver long robe, carrying a unique long sword on his back. His gaze was sharp, slowly sweeping around, and anyone caught in his gaze would feel a stinging pain in their eyes, lowering their heads in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Holy Emperor Realm. Shock and awe surged in everyone's hearts. Only a strong person at the Holy Emperor Realm could stand suspended like this. Even a Heavenly King realm would only be a temporary levitation. Yet, the sword master before them walked on air as if it were solid ground. Welcome, sword master. Even the ruler of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, had to slightly bow and clasp his hands in respect when facing the sword master from the Sword-Holding Palace of the Human Race. All others also instantly bowed in respect. Ha ha ha, Brother Mo, it's good to see you. At this moment, a voice that startled everyone suddenly rang out. 2 men slowly drove a flying vessel out, smiling at the sword master before them. It was the leader of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei, and his brother, Zhao Tianli. Heavens, they actually know this sword master. It's not surprising they know him. After all, Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the Taitsong sword sect of the Holy Land, and Zhao Tianli is an elder of the Qingxian Holy Sect of the Holy Land. The Southeast Wind Alliance is impressive, backed by 3 great nations and supported by 2 major sects of the Holy Land. Seeing Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli being so familiar with the Swordmaster, discussions erupted among the crowd. Soon, sympathetic gazes fell upon the people of the Great Zhou. After all, with such a powerful force suddenly rising in Dongzhou, a place where resources are already limited, wouldn't that mean? Pushing one force off the stage? If so, the previously weak Great Zhou is likely to become a stepping stone for the Southeast Wind Alliance. More gazes landed on the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance. It was suddenly evident that they were all on high alert, seemingly confident. In an instant, everyone anticipated what would happen next. It would definitely be the Southeast Wind Alliance stepping in, and the Great Zhou being kicked out in a pitiful outcome. The next moment, a multitude of gloating gazes shot at the young talents of the Great Zhou, making them uneasy and unable to remain calm. They initially thought that even if they finished last, they could still have 100 spots to enter the Dongzhou secret realm for cultivation. But if the Southeast Wind Alliance intervened, they could imagine they would probably be directly kicked out. In an instant, the faces of the young talents turned pale. Ji Mingyue tightly grasped Chen Chang'an's arm with one hand. She looked at Chen Chang'an, who was standing beside her, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly, giving her a reassuring glance. As expected, seeing my Great Zhou being bullied, they all started to act rampantly. Yixvangu spook fighting thought. His eyes filled with coldness. Lord Duanmu sighed, looking at the young talents in the arena. Even if Ji Songhai were still alive, they would still be weak. Looking at the young talents opposite, there were several in the Heavenly King realm, and the gap between both sides was simply vast. Thinking of this, he looked at the two external aides from the Great Zhou. At this moment, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun both showed extremely ugly expressions. They initially thought of just coming to tag along, and even if they lost, they could still enter the secret realm for cultivation. But now, the outcome was unpredictable. It seemed that the Southeast Wind Alliance was well prepared, and their familiarity with the Sword Master was probably to ensure they could also get involved. Yixvangu spoke lightly. Old Ancestor, can't we stop this? Ji Mingyue asked worriedly. We can't stop it. Chen Chang'an spoke at this moment. They will likely use the excuse of only the strong can enjoy absolute resources, and with the support of the Sword Master, the Southeast Wind Alliance will definitely be able to step in. Ji Mingyue's face turned slightly pale. Brother Chang'an, what should we do? Most of our young talents have low cultivation, and it's difficult to defeat any of their four forces. It's fine. Chen Chang'an glanced at the young talents of the four forces opposite, disdainfully saying, just a bunch of useless people. What? Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang looked at Chen Chang'an in shock. Useless people? That's too arrogant. Chen Chang'an didn't reveal his aura, so they couldn't gauge his depth. But no one expected that in a short time, Chen Chang'an had already entered the Heavenly King realm. If this were to be said, it would not only be unbelievable, but would also stir waves in countless hearts. Therefore, although Chen Chang'an could fight above his level, they still thought he was at the 9th level of the Martial Heaven realm. The 9th level of the Martial Heaven realm would not have much effect here. After all, this was a team battle. Moreover, most of the opponents were at the late Heavenly King realm, which was definitely Hell mode. There wasn't even a glimmer of hope. The two exchanged glances, seeing despair in each other's eyes. Only Ji Mingyue looked at him with admiration, saying, Yes, Brother Chang'an, I believe in you. The Eastern State's secret realm is a blessed land bestowed upon the human race of the Eastern State by the heavens, concerning the future of our humanity. Only the absolute elites among the human race, and even the powerful prodigies, can enter it. At this moment, the ruler of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, spoke loudly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the audience. The quota for cultivators entering has been fixed at 1,000 people. The first place will have 400 spots. The second place 300, the third place 200, and the fourth place 100. At this point, Dong Yinglai paused. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was suddenly interrupted. Ruler of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, we refuse to accept. A loud shout suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look over. Chapter 44, Betrayal of the Allies. It turns out to be Zhao Tianwei. Hiss. Everyone gasped, displaying expressions of anticipation. Oh, I wonder what instructions Leader Zhao has. Dong Yinglai feigned a look of mild surprise and asked casually. Dong Xian, since we have entered the secret realm of Dongzhou, it concerns the future of our human race. The capable must enter, and naturally, the incompetent must be replaced. As he spoke, he glanced with a hint of a smile towards the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Everyone was instantly in an uproar. They intend to replace the Great Zhou Kingdom. Hee. Dong Yinglai chuckled lightly. The Southeast Wind Alliance is filled with talent and heroes. It's understandable that you wish to enter the secret realm for cultivation. However, The 1,000 slots for entering the secret realm cannot be changed. Of course, I know that. Zhao Tianwei, with a meaningful smile, scanned the surroundings and declared loudly, so what I mean is, the capable should enter. We also want to participate in the grand competition, and if our ranking is 5th, then naturally we cannot enter. Wow. The scene erupted in chaos. The young talents of the great Zhou Kingdom immediately became restless. If the Southeast Wind Alliance also participates in the grand competition, then their entering 4th place is simply a pipe dream. Indeed, the two external allies invited by the great Zhou, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, instantly turned pale. The competition among the 4 nations has always been a chaotic battle. Whichever force can prevail until the end will definitely be first. They do not want to be crushed by the other forces. At this moment, Dong Yinglai smiled as he glanced at the calm-faced swordmaster in the sky and respectfully said, "Swordmaster, the Southeast Wind Alliance is also the most important force in my Dongzhou. They want to participate in the 4-nation grand competition. I wonder what your esteemed opinion is?" This middle-aged sword wielder is named Mo Haichao. He glanced indifferently at the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance, then turned to the great Zhou Kingdom and spoke with authority since they want to join the grand competition. "I have no objections. It only requires the consent of your 4 nations." Upon hearing this, everyone revealed meaningful smiles. But just as his words fell, Ji Mingwei suddenly spoke up. The great Zhou Kingdom agree." Wow, what? The great Zhou Kingdom actually agreed? Is this woman crazy? Countless people showed puzzled expressions. In their view, the great Zhou Kingdom should have been the first to oppose. Unexpectedly, Ji Mingwei agreed as soon as she opened her mouth. So they all thought Ji Mingwei had gone mad, wanting to give up the qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation. Preparing to give up? The young talents of the great Zhou Kingdom looked at Ji Mingwei with faces full of confusion. But Ji Mingwei was looking at Chen Chang'an. It was Chen Chang'an who had made her agree. Chen Chang'an said lightly, "Since the Southeast Wind Alliance wants to meddle in this, it's useless for us to oppose. It's better to let them in and then break their legs." Lord Duanmu and Ji Xuangu looked at him with complex expressions and then nodded slightly. Now, they could only rely on Chen Chang'an to turn the tide. Since the great Zhou Kingdom has agreed, we, the Southern Ming Kingdom, also agree. We, the Finyu Kingdom, also agree. We, the Dongxin Kingdom, also agree. Subsequently, the other 3 countries also expressed their agreement. Thus, the originally 4-nation competition suddenly added another force. That is the Southeast Wind Alliance. Wait a minute. At this moment, among the crowd of young talents from the great Zhou Kingdom, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong stepped forward simultaneously. They respectfully said to Dong Yinglai, "Dong Xian, we are the external allies invited by the great Zhou Kingdom." "Oh." Dong Yinglai raised an eyebrow. "You are from the Tianyin sect?" "That's right." Meng Kaijun replied respectfully, but with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "Hee. So it turns out to be 2 young talents from the Tianyin sect. What do you wish to say?" Dong Yinglai asked, seemingly having guessed something, with a faint smile on his face. Earlier, Leader Zhao was right. Those who can enter the secret realm are indeed the capable. Meng Kaijun declared loudly. "But Li and I do not wish to be with this group of waste from the great Zhou Kingdom. Because even if we lose, we would not accept it. That would be extremely unfair to us." "Exactly. I have heard that Leader Zhao loves talent. I wonder if Leader Zhao's camp would be willing to take us in?" Li Hong also spoke loudly, looking down on the young talents of the great Zhou Kingdom. However, as soon as their words were spoken, the scene erupted again. Wow, the great Zhou Kingdom is really something else. Who would have thought that the external allies they invited would turn against them at such a critical moment? Ha! It's simply laughable. Oh, now, there's a good show to watch. These 2 are young talent from the Tianyin sect. The Tianyin sect is also a first-rate sect. Without their 2 powerful allies, the great Zhou Kingdom is likely to fare even worse. TSK, it's true that the wall collapses and everyone pushes it down. The poorer they are, the more ghosts they see. Who asked Princess Ji Mingwei to agree to let the Southeast Wind Alliance in? Now it's all good, ha. TSK, perhaps she also wants to end this quickly and leave with her tail between her legs. That's true. The great Zhou Kingdom has declined, and the longer they stay here, the more embarrassing it gets. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's betrayal was something no one had anticipated. It instantly caused a huge uproar and unrest. Even the young talents of the great Zhou kingdom were dumbfounded. Their previously relied-upon allies had abandoned them to join the enemy camp just when it was time to fight. This left them feeling incredibly embarrassed and angry. Instantly, their anger turned towards Ji Mingyue. Some royal princes lost their rationality and began to rage. Ji Mingyue, are you out of your mind? Who allowed you to agree to let the Southeast Wind Alliance enter the competition? Now it's all good. We might all be eliminated. What are you thinking? As the words fell, Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an instantly turned their gazes over. Chen Chang'an squinted. He remembered this guy, whose name seemed to be Yizang Tian. Ji Mingyue was taken aback, then sternly spoke. Shut up. Anyone who dares to be disrespectful to this princess will be punished with 100 strikes. As she spoke, she turned to Meng Kaijun and Li Hong and said coldly, since you wish to exit our great Zhou camp, then get lost. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong curled their lips, seemingly indifferent to Ji Mingyue's attitude. The two of them looked expectantly at Zhao Tianwei. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Tianwei's mouth. Since you two young friends wish to join my Southeast Wind Alliance, I naturally welcome you. Thank you. Leader Zhao, Meng Kaijun, and Li Hong were overjoyed. They finally had a chance to enter the secret realm. Damn the great Zhou kingdom for almost ruining their good fortune. The scene turned spectacularly, and countless people cast strange looks at the people of the great Zhou. The young talents of the great Zhou felt like they had thorns in their backs, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chen Chang'an ignored all the gazes and gently placed a hand on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, calming her nervousness. Although Ji Mingyue maintained the dignity of the great Zhou princess, he could see that she was somewhat guilty. Then, let the grand competition begin. At this moment, Dong Yinglai scanned the surroundings and spoke. Chapter 45, Three-Way Battle. Everyone stopped discussing and looked towards the arena. At this moment, two floating fighting platforms stood in midair. All the spectators sat on flying boats surrounding them. Since there were 5 factions, one of the fighting platforms would have a three-way battle. The victorious side would then compete with the other winning faction from the second platform for first place. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was stunned, revealing thoughtful expressions. There were 2 fighting platforms. On one platform, there would be 3 factions, so if the other 2 factions united, it would create a significant disadvantage for the single faction. I have no objections. At this moment, Ji Mingyue was the first to step forward, taking a deep breath to hide her own anxiety and fear, and said loudly, moreover, we don't need to draw lots. Our great Zhou is willing to enter the three-way battle platform. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people looked at her in shock. The Lord of Dongxian is right. In the Dongzhou secret realm, naturally, the capable enter. Therefore, our great Zhou is willing to eliminate those useless ones, one by one. Ji Mingyue spoke again. Everyone looked at her in astonishment. Ji Mingyue, are you crazy? If we voluntarily go to the three-way battle platform, the 2 factions on the opposite side will definitely cooperate to deal with us. One of the talents from Great Zhou, Ji Songtian, shouted angrily. Shut your mouth. Ji Mingyue's voice suddenly turned cold. Duan Mucong stepped out in an instant and slapped Ji Songtian on the mouth. Bang! He was instantly knocked to the ground. You! Ji Songtian was stunned, his face flushed, and his eyes filled with rage. After all, she is the crown princess. If you continue to be unreasonable, I will have you executed. Lord Duanmu looked at him coldly. This guy still thought his brother Ji Tsongshan was the crown prince? Even if Ji Tsongshan were here, he wouldn't dare to retort. After all, Ji Mingyue had Chen Chang'an backing her. Good, good, good. Ji Songtian's face twisted with malice as he spoke in a low voice. I'll see how you all end up. Ji Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, having dealt with the troublemaker in her team, and secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an nodded at her. Ha, good. Since that's the case, we will accommodate you, great Zhou. Let's draw lots for the other factions. Dong Yinglai said with a faint smile. The other factions seemed to have completely disregarded Great Zhou. Then, Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Fenyu Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance began to draw lots. Fenyu Kingdom versus Southeast Wind Alliance on the first fighting platform. Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and Great Zhou would have a three-way battle on the second fighting platform. Seeing this result, everyone looked at the people from Great Zhou with pity. Among the three major kingdoms, Dongxian Kingdom was the strongest, followed by Nanming Kingdom. Unexpectedly, in the first battle, Great Zhou faced the strongest Dongxian Kingdom and the second strongest Nanming Kingdom. The battle begins. Dong Yinglai shouted, "Those participating in the battle, please enter the fighting platform." As the words fell, 20 figures had already landed on the second fighting platform. They were the talents from Dongxian Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom. Judging by the aura they released, they were all at the King realm. The strongest among them was Dong Lianxing, a 6th-level king from Dongxian Kingdom, and Nan Hong, a 5th-level king from Nanming Kingdom. On the side of Great Zhou, it was much more pitiful. Besides Chun Chang'an, who was unknown to others and at the 3rd level of the King realm, there was also Ji Sangtian, who was at the 1st level of the King realm. But what was even more surprising was that Ji Sangtian glared coldly at Ji Mingyue and huffed, "Ji Mingyue, I'm still your royal brother. Don't use your identity as the crown princess to suppress me. This situation was caused by you. You want us to fight against such powerful opponents? Are you crazy? If you want to go, go ahead, I'm not going." As he spoke, he looked at the others. "Have you all thought it through? If we get beaten up on stage, it'll be a lifelong shame. This is not a battle of the same level. We will definitely lose." As Ji Sangtian's words fell, the other talents shrank back one by one, not daring to go up. Ji Mingyue's body swayed slightly, her face showing anger. You all. But she was just a woman and had always been gentle, even after becoming the crown princess for a short time. She found it difficult to suppress the crowd. "Don't worry, it's fine. This group of cowards going up is useless. I can handle it alone." Chun Chang'an patted Ji Mingyue's shoulder, disdainfully glancing at Ji Sangtian and the remaining 8 talents, clicking his tongue at their extremely ugly expressions. Then, Chun Chang'an flew towards the fighting platform. Instantly, he attracted everyone's attention. "Ha ha ha, no way. Great Zhou only sent one person up? TSK, that group of cowards." Seeing the powerful lineup of Dongxian Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom, didn't even dare to go on stage? My goodness, what a huge embarrassment. Countless people began to mock. This made Ji Sangtian and the other talents' faces look as if they had eaten a fly. On the fighting platform, Dong Lianxing carefully observed Chun Chang'an. Suddenly, a faint killing intent appeared between his brows. "You're the one who killed my royal brother Dong Lianxian? You are Chun Chang'an from the Chun family of Great Zhou?" His words instantly drew Dong Yinglai's cold gaze onto Chun Chang'an as well. "Huh, so you are that useless Dong Lianxian's brother? What? Do you want to go to hell to see him?" Chun Chang'an spoke blandly. "Oh, you still have some backbone." Dong Lianxing's expression turned sinister, his gaze cold. He spoke in a low voice, "Kid, this is not the royal city of Great Zhou. You don't get to be arrogant here. Soon, I will smash your mouth, then crush your bones, and then crush your little brother, making you suffer the same fate for the sins you committed against my royal brother." Dong Lianxing said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Huh." Chun Chang'an revealed an extremely disdainful sneer. Who crushes whom is still uncertain. Dong Yinglai looked coldly at Chun Chang'an, then turned to Ji Mingyue. "The time has come. Is Great Zhou really only sending one person?" All the talents from Great Zhou looked extremely ugly, hesitating one by one. "Fourth prince, are we really not going to the stage?" Someone among the Great Zhou talents timidly asked. If you want to go, then go. This prince will not go." Ji Sangtian's face was gloomy. "This is a certain loss. If we go up, are you stupid? Moreover, don't you all realize? That kid Chun Chang'an offended the opponent, and they might use lethal force. If we go up, we will only become their punching bag." As his words fell, the other talents lost the courage to go up. "Are you kidding? We are at the Tianwu realm, going up to fight against those at the King realm, and they are filled with killing intent. They will definitely use lethal force." Instantly, everyone shivered and stopped looking at the platform. The old ancestor of the Ji family looked coldly at these cowardly, unfilial descendants, too lazy to say much. Lord Duanmu sighed repeatedly. With such spineless young people, how could Great Zhou rise? Thinking of this, the two of them actually grew fonder of the arrogant and unruly Chun Chang'an. On the fighting platform, Chun Chang'an spoke. "Let's begin. Those useless ones coming up is of no use." As he spoke, he looked at the 20 people opposite him and said, "If they come up, it will only slow me down in sweeping away these 20 pieces of trash in front of me." With Chen Chang'an's words, he offended 3 factions instantly. In an instant, angry glares turned towards him. Ji Songtian, although he did not dare to confront Chen Chang'an, had an extremely ugly expression on his face, gritting his teeth. Dong Lianxing, Nan Hong, and the others were stunned. They did not expect Chen Chang'an to be so arrogant. He called us trash, and I want to see what abilities this guy has. Come on, let's tear this kid into pieces. But the people in his camp became furious one by one. Chapter 46, Frantic Smash. Dong Ying glanced deeply at Chen Chang'an, the man who had killed one of his sons. Was he truly fearless or just ignorant and arrogant? He then withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. In this 3-way battle, the ranking will be determined by the order of defeat, being knocked out, surrendering, or being thrown off the fighting stage. All count as defeat. Injuries are inevitable, but lethal force must not be used without reason. Those outside the fighting stage may not interfere. This battle will be witnessed by the sword master. As Dong Ying spoke, he looked at Mo Hai Zhao, warning that anyone who defies the rules would face punishment from the human clan sword palace. After finishing, he flew back to his ship in Dongxian country and shouted, "The battle begins." Instantly, everyone turned their attention to the second fighting stage. There were a total of 21 people. Unsurprisingly, the 20 from Dongxian country and Nanming country stood together, mockingly gazing at the solitary Chen Chang'an. Countless expressions of pity appeared on many faces, seemingly predicting the brutal scene of Chen Chang'an being thrown off the stage. "Prince of Dongxian, why don't you go up? After all, you have a grudge against this kid," Nan Hong said, crossing his arms mockingly. Both factions naturally wanted to first throw Chen Chang'an off the stage before turning against each other. "Good. This kid has been too mouthy earlier. I'll smash his white teeth first." Dong Lianxing grinned sinisterly, twisting his neck and cracking his knuckles. The others crossed their arms, showing expressions of anticipation. In their eyes, dealing with Chen Chang'an was a task that the Prince of Dongxian could handle alone. But just then, Chen Chang'an, dressed in white and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, suddenly struck, becoming a white shadow that darted across the stage. Whoosh! An unimaginable speed. It was shocking. In an instant, he was in front of Dong Lianxing. Before he could even react, let alone withdraw his mocking expression, he felt a massive impact to his chest. Boom! A colossal explosion sounded as a violent force instantly caved in Dong Lianxing's chest. Agonizing pain spread throughout his body, filling his eyes with a blood-red hue. His body was sent flying like a broken sack, blood spraying up to 3 meters high. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, their eyes widening in horror. "Ah! What? He ambushed. Chen Chang'an, you actually ambushed." The fighting stage fell into chaos. Some questioned Chen Chang'an, while others rushed to check on the fallen Dong Lianxing. The spectators erupted in uproar, their faces filled with astonishment, because the aura Chen Chang'an unleashed was distinctly at the 3rd level of the King realm. Moreover, his displayed combat power far exceeded the scope of his realm. Dong Lianxing, lying on the ground, coughed blood repeatedly, his body convulsing wildly, eyes bulging, breath faint. Clearly, he had lost his fighting capacity. He was severely injured. Countless people gasped in shock. One strike had incapacitated Dong Lianxing, who was at the 6th level of the King realm. How could this be? Countless people were left with this question mark. "Quick, get it together. He just ambushed," Nan Hong shouted at the stunned crowd. But at that moment, Chen Chang'an was already in front of him, a faint golden light emanating from his body, and he struck down with a punch. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous roar erupted as Nan Hong's face was smashed into a bloody mess. Just as he was about to be sent flying, Chen Chang'an grabbed his foot and swung him like a weapon, violently sweeping towards the others. The face of another genius was smashed down by Nan Hong's head, blood gushing out, and with a scream, he spun and flew away. Rumble! The scene instantly became chaotic. "Your Highness!" The remaining geniuses from both countries were horrified, hurriedly pulling out their weapons, wanting to attack Chen Chang'an. But infuriatingly, Chun Chang'an was dragging both Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong by their ankles, using them as weapons. He easily swung them like two clubs, smashing them down on others. Ah! Qin Chang'an, you despicable! The geniuses from Dongxian country and Nanming country were left dumbfounded, then began cursing. They carefully dodged the two human-shaped weapons in Chun Chang'an's hands while trying to counterattack, but there was simply no way to strike back. The royal bloodline within Chun Chang'an activated, a layer of golden light enveloping him, and he wielded the two king realm figures with incredible ease. Another genius was struck in the chest by Dong Lianxing's head. Boom! Instantly, his chest exploded, blood splattering, and his entire ribcage caved in, his back protruding. A shrill scream erupted as several more were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang! The arena was filled with continuous roars and cries of anguish. Outside the stage, countless people were left dumbstruck. Duan Mucang and Ji Xuangu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Third level of the King Realm. Oh my god, when did Chun Chang'an advance? This kid is incredible. The two exchanged glances, each seeing deep shock reflected in the other's eyes. The other geniuses from the great Zhou stood frozen in place. They couldn't imagine or believe that the one rampaging on stage, using the princes of two countries as human weapons, was their own genius. Chun Chang'an. Boom! Another genius from Dongxian country was brutally smashed in the groin by the head of the human weapon, Nan Hong. Bang! In an instant, a heart-wrenching cry rang out. Chun Chang'an swung Dong Lianxing with his left hand and Nan Hong with his right, violently smashing them into the others. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Soon, all 18 geniuses on the opposite side were brutally smashed away by Chun Chang'an, using Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong as weapons. Not a single one could remain on the stage. Chun Chang'an sneered, then clashed Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong together like two massive weapons, creating a loud, banging sound, taunting. Heh, as expected of princes, both their skins are tough. Using them as my weapons is worth it. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, regardless of gender, regardless of who. At the moment Chun Chang'an began his display of power, everyone's pupils shrank to the utmost, as if pierced by steel needles. Almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, unable to close for a long time. Ji Mingwei was completely stunned, her heart racing, the starlit gaze in her eyes shimmering with colors. That majestic figure battling fiercely in all directions lingered in her mind. The people from Great Zhou, even Ji Tsangtian, who had previously disobeyed, were left dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost, a wave of regret flooding over them. Chapter 47. Reckless Cruelty. Originally calm and indifferent, Mo Haichao suddenly stood up, his authoritative eyes filled with shock and horror. Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli also had their eyes widened in disbelief. Dong Yinglai and the ruler of the southern Ming kingdom, Nanzhan, clenched their fists tightly, desperately controlling themselves, unwilling to get involved. However, as they watched their sons suffer, being used as weapons in the fight, waves of humiliation and anger gradually boiled within them. After a moment of silence, the surroundings erupted with a deafening sound wave. What the hell? This is unbelievable. What happened? The prince is being treated as a human weapon? To deal with the talents of their own country? This is too cruel. This kid, although he is also at the king realm, he is facing 20 opponents who are also at the king realm, and yet he crushes them effortlessly. Am I seeing this wrong? My God, this is insane. I can't believe it. The princes of two countries are being swung around as weapons? This is too embarrassing. Countless people were discussing, dumbfounded. Most of them were just here to watch the show, so they didn't belong to any faction. Thus, amidst the discussions, there were also numerous mocking voices. The buzzing and mocking sounds finally made Dong Yinglai unable to contain his rage any longer. He soared into the air above the fighting platform and shouted at Chun Chang'an, "You brat, let go of my son. The arrogant little brat, let go of my Hong." The ruler of the southern Ming kingdom, Nanzhan, was equally furious and instantly appeared in the sky above the fighting platform. The two of them shouted sharply. The aura they unleashed was that of a half-emperor realm. This aura caused the surroundings to be filled with howling winds, shaking mountains and earth, extremely terrifying. At the same time, it suppressed all waves of discussion. Moreover, the aura they unleashed made Chen Chang'an's robes flutter wildly. But to everyone's astonishment, Chen Chang'an was not afraid at all. Instead, he clapped the two people in his hands together, like two clappers. As their heads bled and they howled in pain, he lifted them up, their heads pointing towards Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan as he shouted, "Dong Xian's ruler, Southern Ming's ruler, you two have quite the audacity. How dare you interfere with the duel in front of the Swordmaster? What are you trying to do? Are you so arrogant as to not take the sword palace of the human race seriously? Do you want to rebel against the human race? Do you want to be a traitor to the human race? Huh? Say something." Chen Chang'an's voice was even louder than theirs. The sound rolled like waves, surging in all directions, leaving everyone once again dumbfounded. The sword palace of the human race represents the entire human race and Dongxian Kingdom. These are merely small nations among the human race, simply incomparable to the sword palace. At this moment, Chen Chang'an actually said they did not take the sword palace seriously, instantly scaring their legs to tremble. You son of a bitch. Dong Yinglai had held back for a long time, but could not find any words, so he could only curse loudly. He quickly looked at Mo Haichao, Swordmaster. "We didn't mean that." Nanzhan also gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the urge to jump down and kill Chen Chang'an. After all, it was previously stated that the Swordmaster of the human race would supervise the competition, and they naturally did not dare to interfere recklessly. Dongxian's ruler? What about me? Did I violate any rules? Chen Chang'an looked at him mockingly and said lightly, "I didn't intentionally kill anyone. They're only seriously injured. If you don't believe me, you could check. They definitely still have a breath left. I can guarantee that." Chen Chang'an declared earnestly. Seeing their increasingly ugly expressions, he continued, "But who knows for how long? After all, everyone's constitution is different. If they die, that's just because their constitution is poor. You." Dong Yinglai's eyes were almost bursting with rage. He bit his back teeth hard, pointing at Chen Chang'an, almost spitting blood from anger at Chen Chang'an's words. As a dignified ruler of a country, even if threatened and ignored, no one had ever dared to use his own son as a weapon and point at him while scolding. This was simply a disgrace. "Chen Chang'an, that's enough." Nanzhan also spoke darkly. "You've already won. Let go of Nan Hong and Dong Lianxing." "Oh." A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth. "But no, they haven't passed out yet, nor have they fallen out of the ring, and they haven't admitted defeat themselves, so I haven't won yet." Saying this, he clapped the two he was holding together again, producing a dull sound of collision, like two long boards clapping against each other. Dong Lianxing and Nanzhan immediately screamed in agony again. At this moment, not only were they bruised and battered, but they were also completely bloodied. "Chen Chang'an, don't go too far." Watching his son being casually slapped around by Chen Chang'an, Dong Yinglai had lost all demeanor of a ruler, his whole body trembling with rage. "Dong Yinglai." Chen Chang'an pointed at him with Dong Lianxing and shouted, "Have I violated any rules of the duel? No, right? Instead, you have repeatedly interfered with the duel. You have ulterior motives. You were the one who read the rules earlier, and you are also the one who is blatantly violating the rules. Do you really not take the Swordmaster seriously? Do you really not take the Sword Palace of the human race seriously? Huh." Saying this, he looked at the dark-faced Mo Haichao and said sternly, "Swordmaster, they do not take you seriously. Are you really willing to be humiliated like this?" Montag Haichao's mood twitched violently. His face instantly darkened. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching as well. This guy. Countless people gasped in astonishment, dumbfounded at Chen Chang'an's performance. Simply unbelievable. The ruler of Dongxian and the ruler of Southern Ming. Don't be impulsive. Step back. This is the grand competition of the four nations. And countless talents from Dongzhou are watching. What do you want to do? Finally, Mo Haichao spoke darkly. Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan clenched their fists tightly, seeing Chen Chang'an actually turning the tables on them, their gazes cold and fierce. Yet, upon hearing Mo Haichao's words, they did not react or refute. If the other party were not the swordmaster of the human race, they would have already cursed. "Calm down, damn it. It's not your son being swung around and beaten. Let's see you stay calm. Wow, look, they really are lawless. It's one thing to be arrogant in Dongzhou, but now they are in front of the Swordmaster. And yet they are so unruly. TSK, TSK. It seems they really do not take the sword palace of the human race seriously. Chun Chang'an once again exaggeratedly shouted, Swordmaster, do you just allow others to provoke your authority like this? Aren't you angry? Hit him. Hit him hard. Hit him until even their mothers don't recognize them. Chun Chang'an's words made countless people twitch their mouths and roll their eyes. Mo Haichao finally lost his composure. His voice turned extremely cold. Ruler of Dongxian, ruler of Southern Ming, step back. Sensing his anger and overwhelming killing intent, Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan's hearts raced. Swordmaster, please calm down. We were reckless. Finally, the two took a deep breath. After giving Chun Chang'an a fierce warning glance, they retreated back to their respective flying ships. All right, Chun Chang'an, you may continue. Mo Haichao's gaze fell on Chun Chang'an again. If you throw those two out, then you will win. Now, Dong Lianxing and Nanzhan have lost their fighting ability. But they haven't passed out nor fallen off the fighting platform, and they haven't personally admitted defeat either. Moreover, the two of them are still moaning in pain. So the battle naturally has to continue. It's not over yet. Just when everyone thought Chun Chang'an would throw the two out and happily end the fight, another twist occurred. Chun Chang'an suddenly shouted again. Oh my, master with the sword, really? Is that all? They disrupted the order of the duel. Can it really be resolved with just the words step down? Shouldn't there be a punishment for them? That would be a disregard for your authority, master with the sword. It would also be a disregard for the human race's sword palace. Even if this gets to the human emperor, your handling of this surely won't earn you any praise. As Chun Chang'an spoke, he threw the two people on the ground, then stepped on their faces with his feet, grinding and mocking. Otherwise, the duel won't end so easily. I'm doing this to clear your name. Master, you understand, right? Chun Chang'an's words shocked the crowd again, and countless people felt their hearts leap to their throats, staring at Chun Chang'an in disbelief. He has gone mad. He actually mocked and threatened the master with the sword, asking the master to punish the two national leaders. This is simply insane. Ha! Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong, under Chun Chang'an's feet, cried out in agony. The atmosphere in the arena froze. No one dared to speak, and it became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Chun Chang'an in astonishment. He actually questioned the master with the sword. Moreover, it seemed he was using those two to threaten the master. If you don't punish those two national leaders, I won't end the battle so easily and will continue to torment them on stage. Chapter 48. Fair and Just. Everyone showed a look of shock, staring in horror at Chun Chang'an. You are Chun Chang'an, right? Good. I remember you. Mo Haichao's eyes flickered with cold light as he finally spoke meaningfully. After a moment's thought, he continued, although the rulers of Dongxian and Nanming were a bit impulsive, they did not cause any substantial interference. But before he could finish, Chun Chang'an punched his chest and suddenly exclaimed, ah, puff. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his face instantly turned pale. He pointed at Mo Haichao with a mournful expression. Swordmaster, those two are half-emperors. I'm just a little junior, and I was scared to the point of internal bleeding. Is this not interference? Do you, Swordmaster, protect them just because they are rulers of small nations? You are the overseer of the grand competition, the so-called impartial sword-bearer. If this is so unfair, then I refuse to accept it. I will appeal to the human race sword palace. Chun Chang'an's words were forceful and heartfelt, causing everyone around to lean back in astonishment. Hiss, Montag Haixiao found it, feeling that this guy was troublesome. Moreover, it seemed that Chun Chang'an was not afraid of his imperial pressure. He was performing so poorly in front of him, spitting blood from being intimidated by those two. Damn, do you think I'm blind? It was clearly you who hit yourself. And he wants to appeal to the human race sword palace? This is a threat to him. Goodness, he dares to threaten me. He, a dignified sword-bearer of the human race, a protector of the talented, is actually being complained about by a talented individual. The consequences would be severe. His anger surged, and his heart nearly exploded, yet he still suppressed it, staring at Chun Chang'an, speechless for a long time. Everyone around held their breath. thinking that Mo Haichao would angrily strike at Chen Chang'an. But to their astonishment, two loud slaps echoed through the air, landing on the bewildered faces of the Dongxian and Nanming rulers. This not only stunned the two of them, but also left everyone else in shock. Countless people gasped in unison. Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan's faces turned extremely ugly, as if they had eaten something disgusting, yet they did not dare to explode in anger. Chen Chang'an, those two have already been punished. The competition continues. Mo Haichao's voice seemed calm, but he spat it out through gritted teeth. Ah, Fine, Fine, Fine. Truly worthy of the sword master. Indeed fair and just. Chen Chang'an smiled, then kicked the two, Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs, sending them flying. As they fell off the competition platform, Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhan caught them. The two returned to their respective flying ships with ashen faces, needing to be treated. This round, the Great Zhou Nation wins. Montag Haishao Spolkadakli. Boom! The result was beyond everyone's expectations, like a thunderbolt, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Whispers and murmurs formed a terrifying wave of sound that swept in all directions. Chen Chang'an left the competition stage and returned to the Great Zhou Nation's flying ship. Ji Mingyue immediately rushed over, but just a step away from Chen Chang'an. She abruptly stopped. Her eyes were misty with tears. She sniffed, and with her lips trembling, she said, "Brother Chang'an, are you okay? You scare me to death. This. Mingyue, we won." Chen Chang'an smiled and said, "It seems that this time, the number of people from our Great Zhou Nation entering the secret realm for training is not just 100. Ji Mingyue nodded heavily, her eyes sparkling with tears, looking at Chen Chang'an as if he had become the only one in her world. Young friend Chang'an. Beside them, Ji Xuangu spoke hoarsely, his eyes filled with deep admiration. What kind of family is the Chen family? In the 20 years I've been in seclusion, they have produced such an extraordinary talent like you." Chen Chang'an smiled and said, "Predecessor, you flatter me. We're just a bit stronger than others." As he spoke, he made a gesture with his fingers. Everyone was instantly speechless. Just a bit stronger? But they did not know that when Chen Chang'an said a bit stronger, he meant a lot. He, young Master Chang'an, is truly a blessing for our Great Zhou Nation. Duanmu Fuju came back to his senses and exclaimed. Ji Xuangu nodded heavily, looking at Ji Mingyue with a gratified expression. Although the descendants of the Ji family were all so useless, at least they had such a beautiful princess. The important thing was that this princess had made a very clever move. Chen Chang'an did not say much, but at this moment, his gaze suddenly fell on Ji Tsongtian and that group of so-called Great Zhou talents. Under his gaze, those talents dodged their eyes one by one, their faces filled with awe. Ji Tsongtian was so frightened that he stumbled back a step, nearly falling over. "A group of cowards? I'm quite looking forward to it. Who among you dares to shamelessly enter the secret realm for the spots I've earned?" Chen Chang'an's words made each of them tremble, their faces turning red. Whether before the battle or after, they did not dare to provoke Chen Chang'an. After all, Chen Chang'an's notorious reputation was well known in the Great Zhou royal city. Moreover, now he had even pressed the princes of Dongxian and Nanming to the ground. It was clear they were nothing. On the other side, at the location of the Southeast Wind Alliance, Zhao Tianwei stared fiercely at Chen Chang'an's figure, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Chang'an had killed his son, Zhao Zihan. He is indeed arrogant, not even afraid of the sword-bearer, Zhao Tianli said coldly. Zhao Tianwei then looked at the complex-faced He Wuching beside him. "Elder He, are you sure Chen Chang'an has a powerful protector behind him?" He Wuching shook his head slightly. "I don't know. There was indeed one back in the Great Zhou Palace. Could it be that Ji Xuangu?" Zhao Tianwei asked with a frown. "Absolutely not," He Wuching affirmed. "Although Ji Xuangu is a Saint Emperor, he is only a first-level Saint Emperor. If it were someone of that level, I wouldn't be afraid at all." "Exactly. Our ancestors are all first-level Saint Emperors. With our 4 families united, we have 4 of them, so we certainly wouldn't fear that old man Ji Xuangu," Zhao Tianli scoffed. At this moment, Zhao Tianwei took a deep breath. The Chen family. Where exactly did this family come from? They had been so low-key before, but now they are all extraordinary, simply a group of old schemers. Hearing this, Zhao Tianli also fell into deep thought. Chen Chang'an's methods were ruthless. and his attitude was arrogant, frightening the three nations and the Southeast Wind Alliance into thinking wildly. Those who didn't know would think that Qin Chang'an came from those holy places, even if they were from a holy clan. They would not dare to disregard the sword-bearer, unless it was an imperial clan. Hiss. Upon thinking of this, everyone gasped, but quickly threw away this unrealistic thought, because it was simply impossible. On the first competition stage, the talents of the Wind Feather Nation and the Southeast Wind Alliance had originally wanted to watch the show. They expected to see how Qin Chang'an from the Great Zhou Nation would be embarrassed and thrown off the stage. But to everyone's shock, Qin Chang'an was completely unharmed. He even brutally defeated the princes of Dongxian and Nanming, and even forced the rulers of these two nations to be slapped by the sword-bearer. This was simply unbelievable. Even Meng Kai-jun and Li Hong, the two external aides, were left speechless. As a result, the Great Zhou Nation was at least in the top two. This felt like a dream, making it hard to believe. However shocked they were, they still had to fight next. Thus, the prodigies of Fengyu Nation began to battle with the people from the Southeast Wind Alliance. But what was shocking was that, in addition to the two foreign aides, Meng Kai-jun and Li Hong, the Southeast Wind Alliance also had a powerful, mysterious figure. That person turned out to be at the 8th level of the King Realm. Chapter 49, Battle Against the Southeast Wind Alliance. As the aura of an 8th level Heavenly King erupted, all eyes turned to her. It was a figure in a gray robe, with half of her face covered, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. It was unclear whether she was male or female, but judging by her tall stature and curvaceous figure, she seemed to be a woman. As she showcased her skills, everyone's attention in the arena was focused on her. 8th level Heavenly King. A 30-year-old 8th level Heavenly King. This left countless people in shock. She was even stronger than Dong Lianxing, who was a 6th level Heavenly King. But Dong Lianxing had already hit the age of 30. Where did the Southeast Wind Alliance find such a genius? Could it be from a sacred land? Ji Xuangu asked in confusion. Sacred land? That's a possibility. Lord Duanmu said solemnly. Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the Taitsong Sword Sect, and Zhao Tianli is an elder of the Qingxian Sacred Sect. But it's unknown which of these two sacred sects this young genius hails from. Qin Chang'an's gaze also fixated on the gray-robed figure, his eyes narrowing. An 8th level Heavenly King, if I unleash my tyrant's fury combined with the evil blood god technique and activate the martial aperture realm, plus the guardian sword, I should be able to suppress her. With this thought, Qin Chang'an withdrew his gaze. At this point, the once defeated geniuses from the three countries of Dongxian, Nanming, and Fengyu engaged in a chaotic battle among themselves. They would eventually decide the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. However, they were already injured and unable to fight again. After some coordination, it was decided that they would compete again in 3 days. As a result, the faces of the geniuses and high-ranking officials from the three countries turned extremely grim, as if they had swallowed excrement. They had always been in the top ranks. Even if the Southeast Wind Alliance wanted to enter, they thought they would force the Great Zhou Kingdom out. But they never expected to dig a pit for themselves. This was utterly humiliating. The emergence of the genius Qin Chang'an from the Great Zhou Kingdom meant that the Southeast Wind Alliance also had a monstrous talent. And he was not even considered an external aid. The Southeast Wind Alliance shamelessly claimed that he was one of their own. This was simply outrageous. However, the battle for the 1st and 2nd rankings still had to take place. After all, the Southeast Wind Alliance suffered minimal losses. Thus, Mo Haichao floated into the air and spoke with authority. The 4-country genius competition will now enter the 2nd round. This battle will decide the 1st and 2nd places. Please have the geniuses from the Southeast Wind Alliance and the Great Zhou Kingdom come up to the competition platform. After his words, he left the middle of the void. Then, the 9 geniuses from the Southeast Wind Alliance flew down to the competition platform. On the Great Zhou Kingdom side, Ji Mingwei grabbed Qin Chang'an's hand and suddenly said, Brother Chang'an, why not let Ji Tsangtian and the others help you? That way, you'll have 9 helpers. Upon hearing this, Ji Tsangtian and the other geniuses looked at Qin Chang'an with hopeful expressions, filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, even if they lost by going up, they would still secure 2nd place, so they naturally wanted to show their faces. Ji Mingwei was simply worried about Chen Chang'an being at a disadvantage. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Chang'an patted Ji Mingwei's hand. He looked at Ji Tsongtian and the others and mocked. No need. These 9 weaklings will only hinder my sword-drawing speed. As for those 10 bugs opposite, I can crush them at will. Chen Chang'an's words caused Ji Tsongtian and the others to change their expressions drastically. Their faces filled with anger. They turned red in indignation, but dared not vent their anger on Chen Chang'an. Meanwhile, the 10 members of the Southeast Wind Alliance on the opposite side were instantly filled with rage. What? He dares to call us bugs? How outrageous! Young master, let's torture him to death later. That's right, he's too arrogant. Let's smash his teeth. Among the Southeast Wind Alliance, there was also a 5th-level Heavenly King genius, Zhao Ziyang. At this moment, his face was gloomy as he looked at the arrogant Chen Chang'an flying onto the platform, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone, do not underestimate him." After that, he looked at the gray-robed figure and asked, "Miss Ning, what do you think? Can you defeat him?" The gray-robed figure was named Ning Tingyu. Her cold voice resounded, "This child is extremely dangerous." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyang's heart tightened. To be considered extremely dangerous by an 8th-level Heavenly King like Ning Tingyu. Just how monstrous was this person? No wonder he was so arrogant. As Chen Chang'an reached the competition platform, the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, all with vigilant expressions as they watched Chen Chang'an. The 4-country genius competition begins. Mo Haichao's calm voice echoed from above. On the competition platform, facing opponents several small realms higher than him, Chen Chang'an did not act carelessly and directly took out the Guardian Sword. Then he burst forth with speed, using the Chen family's Thunder Extreme Phantom, while simultaneously activating the Martial Aperture Realm. With a loud boom from within him, his speed exploded several times. He then activated the Evil Blood God technique, bathing in a bloody aura. In an instant, Chen Chang'an's blood and energy surged violently. A faint blood mist enveloped his entire body. The Burial World sword technique struck instantly. From the speed to the explosive power of his spiritual energy, and then the momentum of his entire being culminating in his sword technique. Chen Chang'an executed everything in one seamless motion. He appeared before Ning Tingyu in an instant, swinging his sword horizontally at her neck. Ning Tingyu was also incredibly fast. Her body leaned back slightly, and she quickly retreated. Chen Chang'an's eyes flashed with cold light as he surged forward, bringing down the Guardian Sword. Boom! The Guardian Sword unleashed a thunderous force, seemingly aiming to cleave Ning Tingyu in two. However, Ning Tingyu responded calmly. Her movements were extraordinarily agile, sometimes elusive, sometimes shadowing Chen Chang'an, causing his attacks to repeatedly miss. Chen Chang'an relied on his heavy sword, while Ning Tingyu formed a ghostly figure, swiftly dodging. Chen Chang'an's explosive power was incredibly strong, creating a terrifying force that spread like a violent hurricane in all directions, creating an astonishing momentum. The clash between the two instantly drew the attention of the entire arena. The geniuses from the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered at the edge of the competition platform, watching in awe at this fierce duel. They dared not approach. Even the strongest Meng Kai-jun, Li Hong, and Zhao Ziyang could only test the waters at the edge of the storm created by their battle, unable to enter. The powerful spectators around them couldn't help but change their expressions. They had never seen such a formidable Chen Chang'an. An 8th-level Heavenly King was actually fighting on equal terms with his opponent. His ability to battle across realms was truly abnormal. In just a brief moment, the aftermath of their battle left the competition platform in disarray, marked by traces of disaster and destruction. Boom! After another intense clash, the two stood still at their respective positions, opposing each other from a distance. When the battlefield suddenly fell silent, everyone's heart seemed to stop, holding their breath in astonishment, because in the next moment, a terrifying battle might erupt on the competition platform. Meng Kai-jun, Li Feng, Zhou Zian. All the geniuses of the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu, ready to strike, watching Chen Chang'an warily. In this moment, no one dared to underestimate this young genius from a previously lowly kingdom. At that moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly let out a loud roar. shooting up into the sky. Then he unleashed an astonishing aura, like a rolling wave, crashing down towards Ning Tingyu and the others. Chapter 50. Locking in first place. Chen Chang'an activated the second form of the evil blood god technique again, shaking the mountain and shattering the sea. Boom! An astonishing momentum descended like 1,000 mountains sinking. Before he even arrived, a gust of wind suddenly descended, causing Ning Tingyu and the other skin to ache. The spear shot out like a dragon. Ning Tingyu let out a low roar, and a long spear shot straight up, instantly producing a series of dragon roars. Roar! Faced with such a powerful spear strike, Chen Chang'an swung down his sword again. The burial world sword art shattered the heavens. At the same time, he activated the Emperor's bloodline. Roar! In an instant, a 10-jong-tall giant, shimmering with golden light, appeared behind Chen Chang'an, roaring, its sound waves filling the world. Resembling an ancient deity, it bestowed powerful strength upon Chen Chang'an. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, and a violent wave of energy spread in all directions. You! Ning Tingyu exclaimed. Her long spear was cleaved away by Chen Chang'an's giant sword, and her entire body was suddenly sent flying sideways. The other outstanding talents let out miserable howls as if a cannonball had fallen among them, instantly blasting them all apart. Rumble! The competition stage shook violently. When everything came to a halt, the ground was littered with groaning talents. At the same time, the incredibly hard competition stage had cracked with countless fissures, as if it were about to be shattered by Chen Chang'an's sword. Chen Chang'an wore a faint smile as he approached Ning Tingyu. You, what do you want? Ning Tingyu spoke darkly, a hint of panic flashing in her starry black eyes. He, of course, is to defeat you all, Chen Chang'an said, then kicked her in the backside, instantly sending her flying sideways. You. So infuriating. Feeling her rear end being kicked hard by Chen Chang'an, Ning Tingyu, suspended in midair, instantly turned red with shame and anger. Even with her mask on, the panic in her eyes was still visible, sparkling with light. Chen Chang'an ignored her and went directly to Meng Kaijun and Li Hong. Looking down at the two with a mocking expression, "Oh, it's you two, what a coincidence." Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Chen Chang'an, you. What do you want to do? Don't make a move, we admit. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong trembled as they spoke, wanting to admit defeat, when suddenly, Chen Chang'an kicked them in the mouth. Bang! The two were instantly sent flying, their teeth all knocked out, their mouths a bloody mess. They let out piercing screams, their faces filled with terror. Oh, so you guys are this useless, TSK, really lets me see something. Chen Chang'an sneered, pretending to be innocent. What did you say? I can't hear you. Saying this, he stepped forward, kicking each of them hard on the head. Boom! In an instant, their heads burst with blood, and the two screamed again as they were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. If not dead, they were severely injured. Hiss! The remaining outstanding talents gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. We admit defeat. Zhao Ziang and the others quickly spoke up. It was a joke. Even the 8th level Ning Tingyu lost. How could they have the strength to continue fighting? Better to conserve their strength and at least secure second place. The Southeast Wind Alliance has admitted defeat. The battle is over, and the Great Zhou Kingdom has secured first place. In the sky, Missouri Haichao's expression was complex, but he immediately spoke up. At the same time, he fixed his gaze on Chen Chang'an, seemingly wanting him to continue attacking and break the rules. Chen Chang'an curled his lip, then flew towards Ji Mingwei and the others. The arena was once again filled with shock, except for the few exchanges at the beginning between Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu. Everyone else was completely crushed. This is simply unbelievable. Zhao Tianbai, Zhao Tianli, Montak Haixiao, and Dong Yinglai. All the strong figures had extremely grim expressions. They looked at Chen Chang'an's arrogant back, their hearts deeply shaken. The Great Zhou Kingdom had unexpectedly produced such a powerful and monstrous genius. In the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp, everyone was exhilarated, especially those low-profile officials who had come along. They all looked at Chen Chang'an with excitement, their hearts surging. First place. First place. After 30 years, the Great Zhou Kingdom finally reclaimed first place. Brother Chang'an, you're amazing, Ji Mingwei joyfully said, hugging Chen Chang'an's arm. Let's go back to the base and wait. The secret realm may not open until 3 days later. After all, the other 3 countries still need to compete before entering. Chen Chang'an smiled. Okay. Ji Mingwei nodded heavily, her heaving chest rising and falling with excitement. Beside her, Ji Xuangu and the Lord of Duanmu were greatly shaken and quickly used the most precious and advanced long-distance communication stone to send this good news back to the Great Zhou royal city. When the news that the Great Zhou Kingdom won first place in the 4 countries talent competition reached Chang'an City, at first, everyone couldn't believe it. But as more and more messages came back, along with increasingly detailed reports, everyone began to believe. The specifics were interpreted one by one. First, the Great Zhou Kingdom was looked down upon by everyone. Then the Southeast Wind Alliance used connections to ask the Swordmaster for help. Thus, the Southeast Wind Alliance successfully intervened. After that, the 4 countries competition became a competition among 4 countries and 1 alliance, 5 forces in total. And the force ranked last would be eliminated and lose the qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation. This was already a disastrous start. After all, whether it was Dongxian, Nanming, or Fengyu or the Southeast Wind Alliance, their outstanding talents were all stronger than those of the Great Zhou Kingdom and had higher realms, all being at the king level. Moreover, the 2 foreign aides that the Great Zhou had painstakingly invited also turned against them at the last moment. This left the Great Zhou in a more embarrassing position. Even the outstanding talents of the Great Zhou, led by Ji Tsongtian, were all afraid to fight, not daring to take the stage. But just when everyone thought the Great Zhou Kingdom would make a fool of itself, the young master of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, appeared out of nowhere. He first forcefully swept away the most powerful Dongxian Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom. Finally, in the finals, he completely suppressed the 8th-level foreign aid from the Southeast Wind Alliance, winning the championship. He secured first place for the Great Zhou Kingdom in the competition. This incredible turnaround process was detailed and transmitted back by the viewers, causing a sensation throughout the royal city. It stirred up a huge uproar. Chen Chang'an's name became resoundingly famous once again. And when this news reached the palace, Ji Wentian, who was still recovering from his injuries, rolled out of bed and laughed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the palace. Then, bringing a group of younger generations from the Ji family. After a moment's thought, he personally went to the Chen family to take away most of the younger members of the Chen family. Then, joyfully headed towards the mountains where the Eastern State's secret realm was located. Chapter 51, Assassination. In the mountains of the Eastern State's secret realm, at the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chen Chang'an and a few others were resting in the camp. That night, under the cover of darkness, Chen Chang'an quietly sneaked into an independent camp using the Chen family's extremely peculiar movement technique. Inside, there were 2 young men wailing and filled with anger. Damn that Chen Chang'an, he's dead for sure. How dare he go all out against us? That's right. Once we return to the Tianyin sect, we'll make him pay. I swear I won't rest until I avenge this. Ouch, it hurts so much. Damn it. I was planning to enter the secret realm to cultivate, but I ended up in this mess. In the dimly lit room, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun were lamenting and cursing Chen Chang'an. But in the next moment, a cold flash of sword light suddenly darted through their pupils, reflecting the most terrifying figure in their eyes. It was the man they wished they could devour. But soon, the 2 fell into eternal darkness. After decapitating Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, Chen Chang'an quietly sneaked back to his room under the cover of night. Those 2 had crossed him, and Chen Chang'an didn't mind taking them out in the middle of the night. Otherwise, once they returned and recovered, they would come back to trouble him. Just because killing was not allowed during the competition didn't mean it was forbidden afterward. When he returned to his room, Chen Chang'an was taken aback. What are you doing here? He put away the guardian's sword in his hand, calmly sat down at the nearby table, and poured himself a cup of tea. The person in the room was Ji Mingwei. Brother Chang'an, did you go kill someone? Sensing the bloodlust on Chen Chang'an, Ji Mingyue asked with concern. Chen Chang'an nodded. Then I want to go back tonight. I'll stay here all night. Ye Mingyue spoke seriously. Chen Chang'an was stunned, but quickly understood her intention. She wanted to be her own witness, to prove that she had been with him all night. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chang'an shook his head. Mingyue, there's no need. That Tianyin sect is not a concern for me. It's just a first-rate sect in the Eastern Qian Kingdom. My Chen family is not afraid of any first-rate forces in the Great Zhou Kingdom. No, I'm staying here tonight. I can't let you be left with any excuses. Ye Mingyue insisted earnestly. It's fine, I don't mind, Chen Chang'an replied. But seeing Ji Mingyue's stubbornness, he had no choice but to agree. Instantly, Ji Mingyue's pretty face lit up with joy. Then I'll sleep on the bed, and you can cultivate beside me. Chen Chang'an nodded, took a few sips of tea, and began to sit cross-legged to cultivate. The competition over the past 2 days had made him more proficient in controlling his own techniques. Moreover, his combat experience had become even more stable, something that other peers could not achieve. A night passed without a word. The next morning, when the Southeast Wind Alliance discovered that Li Hong and Meng Kai-jun were dead, they immediately became agitated, especially the ruler of Dong, Yinglai, and others. After all, the Tianyin sect was the pride of their kingdom, and if something happened to them, they naturally had to do something about it. Instantly, they focused their suspicion on Chen Chang'an, regardless of whether he was the one who did it. They didn't want him to have an easy time. Thus, a large group of disgruntled young elites gathered outside Chen Chang'an's tent. Chen Chang'an, you despicable and shameless person. How dare you assassinate Li Hong and Meng Kai-jun in the middle of the night? That's right, Chen Chang'an, come out. Such a despicable act. You are not worthy to be called a genius of the Eastern State. You've assassinated the Tianyin sect's pride. They won't let you off easily. You will have to bear the consequences of all this. The young people were shouting and cursing furiously when Chen Chang'an opened the tent and appeared, sleepily alongside Ji Mingyue. Everyone outside was stunned. Even Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, were also taken aback. What the hell? You all have gone mad, shouting so early in the morning. Chen Chang'an glanced at the crowd and spoke indifferently. Princess, what are you all doing? Duanmu Tsang hesitated to speak, but soon, both he and Ji Xuangu were grinning widely. Ji Mingyue slightly nodded at Duanmu Tsang and the Ji family's elder, then coldly shouted at the others who were clamoring. You were saying that Li Hong and Meng Kai-jun are dead? What does that have to do with my brother Chang'an? Upon hearing this, the others immediately shouted, Princess Mingyue, those two had a grudge with Chen Chang'an. It must be him who killed them. His actions are despicable and unworthy of being a genius of the Eastern State. TCH, if you say brother Chang'an killed those two, where's your evidence? Ji Mingyue glanced at the crowd with royal dignity, disdainfully stating, I was with my brother Chang'an all night. Can he split himself to go kill? What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at the two of them in disbelief. What is there to be surprised about? He is my prince consort, personally bestowed by my father. The emperor. Is it rare for me to sleep with my consort? Ji Mingyue's every move exuded majesty, and yet her words were so natural and imposing. Even Chen Chang'an was taken aback. That's right. Do you want to slander our prince consort? Ji Xuangu said happily, coldly addressing all the young elites. Instantly, the pressure on the crowd of young elites increased significantly. Chen Chang'an is the prince consort of Princess Mingyue, so of course, she will favor him. As a witness, this doesn't count. One young elite shouted loudly. That's right, this doesn't count. He must have secretly gone to kill Li Hong and Meng Kai-jun. Yes, we refuse to accept this. We refuse to accept a genius who acts so despicably. The crowd shouted in unison. Just then, Chen Chang'an walked out, facing the shouting crowd with a cold smile. Who doesn't accept this? Come and duel. Saying this, he pointed at the one who spoke out. Is it you who doesn't accept? Come, let us have a life-and-death duel to the death. That person instantly flinched, stumbling back. No, I want to duel with you. It was ridiculous. Even someone at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm was beaten by Chen Chang'an, let alone them. TCH, what do you mean you don't accept? If you don't accept, come beat me. Stop just talking nonsense. Chen Chang'an shouted loudly, coldly, saying, as for Li Hong and Meng Kai-jun, their deaths were due to their own weakness. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't go assassinate them last night. I was busy being lovey-dovey with my Mingyue. Chun Chang'an spoke without a hint of shame. He certainly wasn't afraid of the Tianyin sect. He just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble before entering the secret realm. Otherwise, what if he admitted to assassinating them? So what? Chun Chang'an was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Nanzhan, and others came in angrily, joining forces. Chapter 52. Standing Tall. Hee, what do you guys want? If you intend to bully the younger generation, this old bone of mine won't agree. Seeing that the elder from the opposing side had appeared, Ji Xuangu stood up coldly for the great Zhou kingdom. In response, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Nanzhan, and others turned to look at him. Almost simultaneously, 4 elders appeared behind the 4 of them. All of them exuded a powerful aura, all being level 1 Saint Emperors. Ji Xuangu, you old man, how come you're still not dead? Are you looking to have a go with us? TSK. Let this old man see if your bones are still tough. The elders from Dongxian Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom mocked. However, Ji Xuangu did not back down, sneering. If you're not afraid of death, I can fight you. Even if I can't kill you in one blow, I can make you severely injured. Do you dare to gamble? As he spoke, Ji Xuangu directly burned his vital energy, creating a monstrous wave of power that intimidated all around, displaying a desperate stance. You old man, are you crazy? The elder from Dongxian Kingdom shouted angrily. Are you really going to risk your life for Junior? Humph, that's my great Zhou Kingdom's son-in-law. If you dare to bully him, our great Zhou Kingdom would rather be shattered than yield. Ji Xuangu glared fiercely, not showing any weakness. At this point, not only were the 4 major forces stunned, but even the people from Great Zhou Kingdom were also bewildered. They never expected their royal family elder to be so tough. The elder from Ji family, Chun Chang'an, is a person of despicable character. He is unworthy to become a genius of East State. Nor can he enter the East State's secret realm. At this moment, Dong Yinglai spoke lightly, his gaze extremely sharp, and added, Your great Zhou Kingdom must not deceive yourselves. You son of a BTCH. I don't want to hear baseless accusations. If today you want to strip Chang'an of his title as a genius and his qualification to enter the secret realm, I'll risk my life to ensure you don't have it easy. Come on, let us fight to the death. As he spoke, Ji Xuangu's killing intent surged, and the aura of a level 1 Saint Emperor erupted again, almost on the verge of collapse. It was a momentum that suggested a life-or-death battle at any disagreement. Duan Mutsong was the same. He shouted loudly, That's right, you dare to unite to bully our great Zhou Kingdom. We will bite a piece of flesh from you, even if we die. After saying that, the elders from Great Zhou Academy appeared one after another, all at level 10 heavenly kings. The Great Zhou Kingdom's army received orders and prepared for battle. At this time, Ji Mingyue also raised a royal princess token, shouting with extraordinary momentum. Yes, in an instant, the thousands of soldiers from Great Zhou Kingdom were filled with killing intent. Dong Yinglai and the others frowned. They intended to suppress Chun Chang'an's arrogance, but they did not want to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Great Zhou Kingdom at this moment. Moreover, the swordmaster Mo Hai Zhao was still here. He would just stand by and watch the human kingdoms fall into war. That's right. Whoever dares to bully my son-in-law Ji Wentian, even if it means dragging the entire Great Zhou Kingdom in a battle, I will fight to the death. Just then, a flying ship approached with a rumble. On the ship was Ji Wentian, who hurried over, looking spirited. Along with him were the younger generation of the Chun family. Who dares to harm our Chun family's young master? Kill! A group of young boys shouted loudly, their killing intent boiling. The ones leading the Chun family were not one of the 9 clan elders, but several ordinary elders. They saw the standoff below and erupted into battle stances. Upon seeing the newcomers, Dong Yinglai and others' faces instantly darkened. The ruler of Great Zhou Kingdom, I didn't expect you old man to show up too. Dong Yinglai sneered. Humph, since you old man have come, why can't I come? Ji Wentian coldly replied, immediately coming to Ji Mingyue's side. Mingyue, are you okay? Father, I'm fine, why did you come? Ji Mingwe's face was filled with joy. Ha! My great Zhou kingdom has achieved first place. How could I not come? As he spoke, he looked at Chun Chang'an with eager eyes. Chang'an, my dear nephew, are you all right? I'm fine, your majesty. Chun Chang'an smiled and responded. The others then reacted and bowed to Ji Wentian. Ji Xuangu slowly withdrew his burning vital energy, but still maintained a combat-ready posture. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite. No need to be polite. Ji Wentian waved his hand and quickly asked, what exactly happened here? Duanmu Tsang immediately approached and explained the situation to Ji Wentian. Upon hearing that his daughter had spent a night with Qin Chang'an, his eyes lit up even more. His face was beaming with joy, and when his gaze fell back on Ji Mingyue, he smiled and said, Mingyue, you did very well. No one knew whether his praise referred to Ji Mingyue preparing everyone for battle or something else. Turning his head, Ji Wentian looked at Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan, the two rulers seemingly gaining confidence, and said proudly, what do you mean, two rulers? Are you looking to go to war with my great Zhou kingdom? My great Zhou kingdom can accompany you to the end. Hearing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan exchanged glances, their faces extremely gloomy. It was extremely unwise to go to war with great Zhou kingdom at this moment. Moreover, according to He Wuqing's words, that mysterious level 1 Saint Emperor had not yet appeared. They were afraid of hitting a brick wall. The few of them silently exchanged glances and could only temporarily give up. He, the ruler of great Zhou kingdom, is joking. If it weren't for Chun Chang'an's actions, we naturally wouldn't rashly revoke his qualifications. Zhao Tianwei coldly spoke, his gaze landing on Chun Chang'an. But remember, heaven is watching, and the wrath of Tianyin's sect will eventually explode on the murderer. Let us go. After saying that, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nanzhan could only leave with cold snorts. Ji Mingyue and the others were greatly shaken, especially Duanmu Tsang and Ji Xuangu. Most notably, Ji Wentian felt extremely delighted. They finally understood the words Chun Chang'an said that day. As long as you are strong, the other party may not dare to fight to the death with you. Sure enough, it really was like this. Seeing them leave, Ji Wentian warmly greeted Qin Chang'an. Dear nephew Chang'an, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you, our great Zhou kingdom would have suffered greatly. You are a great contributor to our great Zhou kingdom. I don't even know how to reward and thank you. He had adopted the method given by Chun Chang'an, temporarily suppressing the illness within him, and had shed his previous sickly state. Moreover, his complexion was becoming more and more rosy, and as he held Chun Chang'an's hand, he became more and more excited. In previous years, Great Zhou Kingdom had always ranked last in the competition, and entering the secret realm could only allow 100 people. But now, it was a full 400. Training in the East State's secret realm, even if it wasn't a complete transformation, it would still be a significant step forward. This was an immense gain for the next generation of Great Zhou. What excited him the most was that his waist had finally become firm this time, and it felt so good. In the past, he would be polite and even dare not breathe heavily in front of Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan. He had never felt so proud and ready for a fight today. All of this was brought about by Chun Chang'an. He single-handedly crushed all the geniuses of the other 4 forces. He even dared to confront the Swordmaster, causing those 2 rulers to lose face. This was simply a historical breakthrough for Great Zhou Kingdom. These facts made him excited and thrilled, and more importantly, such a prodigious person was actually with his precious daughter. It was simply a double happiness. He was overjoyed. If he could bind himself to the Chun family, what was there to fear from the Eastern Xian Kingdom? What was there to fear from the Southeast Wind Alliance? They were all nothing. Looking at Chun Chang'an again, he was eager as if he had seen his long-deceased father. Ah no, this was his most beloved son-in-law. Even if he had killed his 2 sons, he wouldn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of sons. But the prodigy Chun Chang'an, there was only one. Chapter 53, in the style of a great villain. Next, the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom quieted down, yet it was incredibly lively. After all, the ruler of the country had arrived. He was celebrating with the talented individuals and began to lavish rewards upon everyone. 3 days later, the Eastern Xin Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, and Fengyu Kingdom decided on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. This time, Fengyu Kingdom was disappointingly placed 5th. They glared resentfully at the members of the Southeast Wind Alliance. If it weren't for their interference, they would have secured 3rd place, or at least 4th, allowing them to enter the secret realm along with the top 100 talents. Now, they have been eliminated. Sigh. The ruler of Fengyu Kingdom sighed heavily, only able to lead his people in training outside the secret realm mountain range. In the Great Zhou camp, Chen Chang'an was discussing with Ji Mingyue and others which talents should enter the secret realm. This time, they were going to let 400 people in. Undoubtedly, Ji Wentian had entrusted Chen Chang'an with the authority to select everyone entering the secret realm. Chen Chang'an was not polite about it. All the dozens of young members from the Chen family could enter, even if other talents were dissatisfied. They dare not voice their complaints. After all, this was a qualification Chen Chang'an had fought for, and no one dared to object. Brother Chang'an, our victory is all thanks to you. Who can enter the secret realm for training depends on your decision. You have the final say, Ji Mingyue said softly, looking at Chen Chang'an. Hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Cong both nodded slightly in agreement. The other ministers dared not oppose, instead watching Chen Chang'an with eager expressions, seemingly wanting him to take their juniors inside. However, Ji Zongtian and the 8 individuals who were supposed to compete earlier turned pale. Their worries had indeed come true. Chen Chang'an immediately spoke, saying that whether the others could enter depended entirely on his mood. But as for those 9, he pointed disdainfully at Ji Zongtian and the others, saying, "Trash, you only deserve to survive in a garbage bin. You don't deserve to enter the secret realm to train with us talents. So all 9 of you, get lost." Ji Zongtian and the others instantly looked extremely ugly. He quickly turned to Ji Mingyue, pleading, "Mingyue, please help me persuade young Master Chen. I also want to enter the secret realm for training." Ji Mingyue quickly waved her hand. "No, I can't make that decision either. Who told you to be too cowardly to even step onto the arena during the grand competition?" Ji Mingyue thought of how Ji Zongtian and the others hadn't even dared to step onto the arena. Naturally, she had no good expression for them. If it weren't for Chen Chang'an being there that day, the face of the Great Zhou would have been lost long ago. She certainly wouldn't give her royal brother a good face. Feeling Ji Mingyue's disdain and disappointment, Ji Zongtian dared not approach, looking at her with panic and fear. Noticing some ministers signaling him, he hurriedly walked in front of Chen Chang'an, bowing respectfully, "Chen, young Master Chen, I was selfish and incompetent before. I have offended you with my words. I hope you can overlook my faults for Mingyue's sake. From now on, whatever guidance you have, I will never question it." Chen Chang'an smiled without looking at him. "You, Prince Tianqi, are being too serious. I have already forgotten about the previous matters." "Nonsense. How could someone so cowardly be worth his concern?" Ha, 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 ha. Hearing Chen Chang'an call him Prince Tianqi, Ji Zongtian forced a smile, not daring to say anything else. Since young Master Chen doesn't mind the previous matters, then could we also be allowed to enter the secret realm for training? After all, we are also talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Yes, young Master Chen is magnanimous and won't hold our mistakes against us. We will follow young Master Chen from now on. That's right, young Master Chen is the foremost talent of the Great Zhou. Whatever young Master Chen says goes. The other 8 talents chimed in, all looking anxious as they flattered Chen Chang'an. After all, entering the secret realm for training was a transformative opportunity. It was said that after 3 months of training there, one could match the progress of others in 3 years. If others got in, their cultivation would fall behind. Get lost. None of you are allowed to enter. What garbage are you? Chen Chang'an's words once again sentenced them to death. Instantly, the 9 talents' faces turned extremely ugly, as if they had eaten something disgusting. Chen Chang'an, don't get carried away. Don't think that just because you won the grand competition, you can represent the Great Zhou Kingdom. Ji Zongtian said angrily, his face extremely unsightly. At this moment, Ji Wentian happened to enter with several guards. His eyes brightened as he quickly approached, respectfully bowing, "Greetings, Father." Ji Wentian frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Ji Zongtian before warmly looking at Chen Chang'an. "Huh, my dear nephew Chang'an, are you all ready? Thank you for leading the team into the secret realm." "Ready." Chun Chang'an replied. Father, Ji Tsongtian was about to speak to Ji Wentian when he was interrupted. Get lost. How could I have such a cowardly son? Also, Chun Chang'an can represent the great Zhou kingdom. If you question him, you are questioning me. What? Do you want to rebel? Facing Ji Wentian's heavy words, Ji Tsongtian was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. Father, spare me. I wouldn't dare. Oomph. Ji Wentian snorted coldly, no longer looking at him, and turned back to Chun Chang'an with a smile. Chang'an, it's time to set off. Chen Chang'an softly acknowledged get, rising to prepare to leave with those determined to enter the secret realm. As he passed by Ji Tsongtian, he kicked him aside. Get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. Ji Tsongtian knocked down, instantly froze, his facial features trembling uncontrollably, and gradually his whole body began to shake. After everyone had left, he lowered his head deeply, and a crunching sound began to emerge. He had bitten down hard on his molars. The overwhelming anger and humiliation nearly drove him mad. But Chun Chang'an's imposing presence made him dare not approach to speak, only able to emit powerless low growls. The other 8 talents turned pale, collapsing beside him, not daring to speak. Outside the camp, Chun Chang'an walked unhurriedly. The young talents of the Chun family were joyfully surrounding him. They had never experienced anything like this. So many from the Chun family were entering the Eastern States' secret realm for training. Among the crowd, Chun Xian glanced at the inside of the tent, quickly coming to Chun Chang'an's side and whispering, Big brother, your earlier demeanor was just like the great villain in a story. That Ji Tsongtian probably hates you to death. Hearing this, Chun Chang'an glanced at him, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered, I know, so how about you help me kill him? Chun Xian's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he nodded firmly. Chapter 54. Entering the Secret Realm. Haha, you little rascal. Seeing this, Chun Chang'an happily hugged his shoulder tightly. However, Chun Xian noted this down. By the way, big brother, 8th Master asked me to bring you something. Chun Xian slapped his forehead, as if suddenly remembering something, and quickly took out a spatial ring and handed it to Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an was stunned. What did 8th Master give me? He then probed into the spatial ring with his spiritual sense and suddenly discovered a sword box and a sword manual. Big brother, the sword box contains 8th Master's Broken Army 16 swords and the sword manual. Chun Xian said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an was taken aback. Broken Army 16 swords? Although he had never heard of it, 8th Master was a sword cultivator. How could what he gave be inferior? He felt overjoyed and quickly put it away. Subsequently, everyone boarded the flying ship and headed towards the entrance of the Eastern States secret realm. On the flying ship, Chun Chang'an stood at the front of the deck. Behind him were 400 young talents from the Great Zhou Kingdom. The future of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Not far away, Zhao Tianwei and others looked gloomily at the flying ship of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Elder, Zhao Tianwei spoke in a low voice. Alliance leader, I am here. A gray-robed old man with short hair and a square face responded in a deep voice from behind. You take 2 people, disguise yourselves as young people under 30, and mix into the secret realm. Then, Zhao Tianwei said, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. Eliminate all the talents of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the people nearby were momentarily stunned. Then each revealed a sinister smile. A good plan, Alliance leader. Another old man sneered, those young people are the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom, especially that Chun Chang'an. If they all die, the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom will become even more difficult, Although the words of a few people were quiet, several young people still heard them. The talents led by Zhao Ziyang all displayed fierce gazes. Ning Tingyu, with half her face veiled, frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a complex expression. She then looked across at the man in white, as handsome as a celestial being, biting her silver teeth. That scoundrel libertine, lecher, how detestable. Thinking of how Chun Chang'an had kicked her, and sent her off the competition stage, she felt immense shame and anger. The fiery sensation still lingered in her behind, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She took a deep breath to calm her thoughts. At this moment, 4 individuals appeared. The ruler of Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Yinglai, the ruler of Nanming Kingdom, Nanzhan, and the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Jiwentian. The three of them stepped forward and took out a token, holding it high. Even the unwilling ruler of Fenyu Kingdom, Feng Mingho, reluctantly took out the National Lord's token. Although the talents from other countries cannot enter the secret realm, losing is losing. The Southeast Wind Alliance has replaced his Fenyu Kingdom. Countless spectators around were mocking him, responsible for opening the secret realm's entrance. Yet he could not enter, making him the butt of others' jokes. Buzz. Despite this, Feng Mingho still activated the token in his hand. Then 4 beams of light shot out from the golden token, piercing into the great formation ahead. Boom! The earth shook and the space twisted. Instantly, a massive gray vortex appeared in the void ahead. The vortex spun continuously, emanating rich spiritual energy. This spiritual energy invigorated everyone, each one looking greedily at the entrance of the vortex. The Eastern State's secret realm opens for 3 months. After 3 months, everyone must come out regardless of life or death. Otherwise, when the secret realm closes, those inside will be crushed to death by the Great Formation. Don't ask me why, because I don't know either. However, during this period, you can leave at any time. But once you leave, you cannot re-enter. As the supervisor, Mo Haichao from the Human Race Sword Palace coldly declared the basic rules for entering the secret realm. Inside is the core area with the richest spiritual energy in the entire Eastern State. Every minute and every second is extremely precious. I hope you do not waste your cultivation time on fighting, Mo Haichao said, casting a cold glance at the young talents. He was warning everyone not to kill each other. Please rest assured, Lord Swordbearer, we will focus on breakthroughs or seeking opportunities, and everyone will refrain from reckless actions. Zhao Ziang from the Southeast Wind Alliance said with a smile. Mo Haichao glanced at everyone indifferently. That's best. Cherish the opportunity to cultivate well. In the future, you may have the chance to become a guardian swordbearer for the human race. After speaking, he stepped into the air, clearing the way for the vortex. Go in now. During this period, I will guard here until the secret realm closes. The young talents from the 4 major forces were all extremely excited, respectfully bowing to the swordbearer, Mo Haichao, before orderly entering the secret realm. Chun Chang'an did not bow, just looked at Mo Haichao with a hint of surprise. After all, Mo Haichao was a saint emperor, and although he had intentionally helped the Southeast Wind Alliance, he was still a sword bearer, meant to protect the human race. Unexpectedly, he was quite competent in this regard. This world is vast beyond measure, not only inhabited by humans, but also by other races. Thus, the human race sword palace, which has always fought for the human race, deserves the respect of Chun Chang'an and others. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, the entire world transformed into a beautiful ocean. At a glance, it resembled a fairyland, lush and green, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, and spiritual beasts roaring. The spiritual energy here was almost in a misty state, enveloping the entire expanse, making everyone gasp in awe. Then, their bodily pores opened wide, greedily absorbing this spiritual energy. Under the dense spiritual energy, countless tall flowers and plants, towering trees brimming with vitality, and powerful spiritual beasts emerged. Be careful of the spiritual beasts here. They're far more terrifying than those outside. Indeed, if everyone wants to cultivate, the first thing is to find a safe place. No wonder it's called the blessed land of Eastern State. The spiritual energy here is shockingly abundant. I feel my heavenly martial realm bottleneck loosening. Various exclamations rang in his ears. Chun Chang'an surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze deep within. Here, as long as no half-emperor old fellows entered. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Even that level 8 Tian Wang Ning Tingyu was kicked off the stage by him, right? Big brother, which direction should we go? Chen Xian asked softly beside Chun Chang'an. Coming in with Ji Mingwei, similarly, Brother Chang'an, you take the lead, we will all follow you. Watching the other forces' teams begin to disperse in search of safe places to cultivate, the Chun family disciples clustered behind Chun Chang'an. The other young talents of the great Zhou Kingdom did the same. After all, following a strong person is the safest way to develop quietly. Chun Chang'an chose a direction and led the young talents of the great Zhou Kingdom deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to them, among the crowd of the Southeast Wind Alliance. 6 pairs of sinister eyes were fixated on the direction Chun Chang'an was leaving. Meanwhile, in Dongxin Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom, there were also several pairs of cold eyes watching the direction in which Chun Chang'an and the others departed. Chapter 55. Surround and Capture. Not long after, Chun Chang'an and a group of people found a safe valley. Here, they had the mountains at their back and large stones on both sides for protection, with only one path leading in. Defending, it was easy. It was a situation where one could hold off 1,000. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingwe leaned against Chun Chang'an, her face flushed with excitement. So many people entering at once was a sight not seen in 30 years. I really don't know how to thank you. Hey, princess, you're being too polite. What do you have to thank for? Young Master Chun is your husband. Exactly, you are all one family. If Chun Chang'an became the prince consort, wouldn't he be our future ruler? As Ji Mingwe's words fell, some outstanding talents spoke up, their faces full of flattery. If Chun Chang'an were the prince consort, then if Ji Mingwe became the empress. But saying it now felt a bit like a backhanded compliment. Chun Chang'an silently looked at those speaking, revealing a cold smile. Ji Mingwe also felt it was inappropriate and scolded. You all better watch your mouths, or be careful for your lives. The few people immediately fell silent. Brother Chang'an, I'm planning to break through to the heavenly martial realm here. Are you going to practice with us? Ji Mingwe looked at Chun Chang'an, filled with hope. Chun Chang'an gently shook his head. Mingwe, you take everyone here to practice. I will go look for opportunities and treasures. Big brother, isn't that very dangerous? Chun Xian expressed concern. Chun Chang'an looked at him. It's fine. You and the Chun family disciples guard here. As long as you set up the defensive array formation given by Second Master, no one can break in. Be wary of the people from the other 3 forces. You can't trust any of them. Chun Xian nodded seriously. Yeah, big brother, don't worry, we know what to do. Brother Chang'an, be careful. I'm afraid they will seek revenge on you. Ji Mingwe said. Don't worry, if you have anything, remember to use the communication stone to contact me. Chun Chang'an instructed. Although there were many outstanding talents in the Great Zhou Kingdom, numbering 400, he was the only strong one. The rest were mostly in the heavenly martial realm, with some even at the earth martial realm. Compared to the other 3 major forces, they were pitifully weak. After instructing everyone, Chun Chang'an turned and left. Would they let him quietly stay here to practice for 3 months? That was impossible. Killing and seizing treasures were his main methods of leveling up. Moreover, I hope you 3 major forces talents won't disappoint me. A chilling smile appeared at the corner of Chun Chang'an's mouth. If the talents from the 3 major forces came to kill him, he wouldn't mind tossing them into the god burial coffin to become his nourishment. Roaming outside, he hoped to attract firepower and not let all the hatred fall on Chun Xian and the others. Sure enough, as Chun Chang'an wandered in the forest, he sensed several hidden auras rushing toward him from afar. Can't hold back so soon. Chun Chang'an coldly smiled, accelerating his speed and quickly flying forward. Chun Chang'an's speed was incredibly fast. Under the Chun family's speed techniques, the Thunder Extreme Phantom, he almost became a blurry shadow. Behind him, pursuing from 3 directions, were a total of 9 figures. They actually came from 3 different groups. They exchanged glances and then nodded in tacit agreement, surrounding and pursuing Chun Chang'an in 3 different directions. In the wilderness jungle, Chun Chang'an moved swiftly, dashing forward. He ran without flying low, as that would consume too much spiritual power. During this time, he avoided the encirclement from behind while observing the camps of the outstanding talents from the other 3 forces. He silently noted their locations and marked them on his death blacklist. Thus, relying on his unparalleled speed and agility, he circled in the jungle for 2 days, becoming familiar with the terrain around him. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, his body swaying, and in an instant, he reached a thicket, holding his breath and hiding, his gaze fixed on the void ahead, flickering with a cold light. Soon, several long rainbows whizzed toward him. These auras were all at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. TSK, you 3 forces really think highly of me. Chun Chang'an coldly sneered in his heart, narrowing his eyes as he looked in one direction. A few miles away in that direction was a valley where the talents of the Southern Ming Kingdom practiced. Since that was the case, I won't be polite either. Chen Chang'an thought, then stealthily moved toward that camp. In the high sky, several powerful figures looked down at the tall trees and dense jungle below, their eyes revealing shock. That kid, his speed is astonishing, and his spiritual power is endless. Damn, this little rat can really run. Great Elder, why don't we just slaughter the talents of the great Zhou kingdom instead of wasting time chasing Chen Chang'an? Who doesn't he know? But in their camp, there's actually a royal-level defensive formation. We can't break it for the time being, damn it. Where did they get a royal-level defensive formation? In the sky, 3 elder-like figures discussed darkly. Upon entering here, they didn't even bother to hide anymore, revealing their true forms. They clearly wanted to wipe out all the talents of the great Zhou kingdom. But soon, they discovered something unusual. Oh no, someone has died for no reason in our camp. Quick, let us go back and check. The 3 elders were shocked, their figures transforming into long rainbows as they flew toward the southern Ming kingdom. Soon, they spotted Chen Chang'an below, continuously killing the talents of the southern Ming kingdom. Instantly, their eyes widened in fury. In their sight, Chen Chang'an was slaughtering the talents from their own country. Stop, you little thief! How dare you? I will crush you to pieces. Come and take your life. The 3 shouted, their figures soaring like shooting stars toward the ground. Boom! Dust rolled, and the earth trembled. As Chen Chang'an was placing one corpse after another into the god burial coffin, he quickly tidied up and fled rapidly. Fighting against 10th-level heavenly kings was somewhat troublesome, but killing their talents was as easy as cutting vegetables for Chen Chang'an. What are you doing? An elder exclaimed in shock. He witnessed the unbelievable scene of Chen Chang'an actually collecting corpses. Another elder, not caring about anything else, pointed fiercely toward Chen Chang'an. In an instant, a storm formed from his finger, suppressing toward Chen Chang'an. Boom! The ground shook, countless splintered woods flying. But Chen Chang'an's figure had already vanished from the spot. Ah, damn it! The elder saw Chen Chang'an escape and then looked at the wrecked camp, with Southern Ming Kingdom's talents crying out in pain, and his anger boiled over. Chase! The 3 elders gritted their teeth, almost spitting out the word. Then the 3 rushed in the direction Chen Chang'an had left. Chapter 56. The 16 swords of breaking the army. The commotion here attracted the attention of 6 elders from 2 other countries, who quickly swooped in, howling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A total of 9 figures rushed through the air. In their line of sight, Chen Chang'an's speed was astonishingly fast, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Die for me. In midair, figures on the treetops unleashed energy attacks towards Chen Chang'an below. Boom, 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 boom. From a distance, wind blades and fireballs formed out of thin air, relentlessly bombarding Chen Chang'an's retreating figure. Chen Chang'an, let's see where you run. The elders in the air sneered coldly, quickly surrounding him. The 3 elders from a southern Ming kingdom were especially furious, their spiritual energy transforming into spiritual power, crashing down in waves. On the ground, Chen Chang'an dodged the attacks from above while rapidly strategizing. Dongxin Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, how shameless of you to send old geezers to chase me. Chen Chang'an snorted, accelerating once again. Thus, both sides continued their cat-and-mouse chase into the deep night. Taking advantage of the darkness and his speed, Chen Chang'an narrowly avoided one dangerous attack after another. At this moment, he crouched in a thicket, holding his breath, quietly waiting for the sound of rushing figures to fade away. Half an hour later, just as Chen Chang'an was about to move, he suddenly heard several chaotic footsteps. He immediately froze, holding his breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. Soon, 3 figures entered his field of vision, yawning and chatting as they pulled out their weapons. Clearly, they had come out in the middle of the night to relieve themselves. Hey, do you think our elders can catch that Chen Chang'an? One asked. TSK. How big can this place be? Even if they can't catch him, they could trap him. Then he won't be able to cultivate in peace. Exactly. We can't let the genius from the great Zhou kingdom cultivate in peace for 3 months. Right, there are limited resources. Those useless waste from the great Zhou kingdom shouldn't come here. It's strange, the Great Zhou Kingdom's training camp has a defensive barrier. Even our elders can't easily break it. As the group chatted, the information they revealed made Chun Chang'an breathe a sigh of relief. The defensive formation set up by Second Uncle was not something they could forcibly break. TSK, this works out nicely. I can have some fun with you guys. Thinking this, Chun Chang'an's eyes erupted with extreme killing intent. The Sword of Guardian appeared in his hand, and in an instant, he lunged towards the three. The cold, killing intent spread instantly, the eerie cold light reflecting in the eyes of the three. In the next moment, before they could make a sound, their heads flew off, landing in the thicket. Puff! The headless bodies fell to the ground, making gurgling sounds as blood pooled. A black vortex appeared in Chun Chang'an's hand, and a powerful suction immediately pulled them in. This was the mouth of the god burial coffin, specifically designed to refine human corpses. Keek. Kid, keep killing. The more people you kill, the more blood energy you absorb, seizing their spiritual power, and then it will nourish you, helping you grow faster. The voice of the coffin master echoed in Chun Chang'an's mind, causing his spirit to tremble slightly. Kid, are you feeling merciful? Let me tell you, they all want to kill you. Killers are meant to be killed. The voice of the coffin master continued, making Chun Chang'an's eyes narrow. A hint of bloodlust spreading in his pupils, giving him a somewhat ferocious look. He quickly bit his tongue to regain some clarity. Coffin master, you have some issues. TSK, what issues do I have? Kid, I'm doing this for your own good. Once you're strong enough, those 9 guys will be nothing. The voice of the coffin master continued to mock him. Chun Chang'an did not respond. However, what he said made sense. He thought, his figure rapidly disappearing into the night, and the spiritual power absorbed from the corpses he had killed over the past 2 days began to flow back to him. His aura was rising at an alarming speed. The 3 people he had just killed were geniuses of the Dongxian Kingdom, since they had appeared there. Their camp must be nearby. Thinking this, Chun Chang'an held his breath and slowly approached the front. Soon, he saw flickering lights ahead, accompanied by the sounds of snoring. After getting closer, he hunted down 2 more people, changed into their clothes, and donned a black veil that covered half his face. He then swaggered toward their camp. Hey, back from relieving yourself? A genius guarding the entrance of the camp yawned, smiling and greeting. Since some geniuses inside the camp also wore black veils, Chun Chang'an's disguise went unnoticed. Moreover, they were all proud geniuses, dealing with each other infrequently, and there were many people around. Thus, after Chun Chang'an lowered his head and gave a soft he successfully entered. Due to the dark night, the others had no idea that the person in Dongxian Kingdom's genius attire was actually Chun Chang'an. Once inside their camp, he found that most people were meditating while others were sleeping. Above, spiritual energy was rapidly gathering, forming a vortex of spiritual energy storm above their heads. Chun Chang'an's eyes narrowed, taking advantage of the night. He boldly sat at the back of the group. Since there were 300 geniuses from the Dongxian Kingdom, no one noticed that an outsider had blended in. Chun Chang'an sat cross-legged, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly discovered that they were using a gathering array for spiritual energy. No wonder so much spiritual energy was converging here. Well then, I won't hold back, Chun Chang'an thought, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then began to operate the Chun family's Imperial Emperor Heart technique. In an instant, the swirling spiritual energy in the air began to converge towards Chun Chang'an. Moreover, as he absorbed it longer, the speed gradually increased. In this moment of peace for cultivation, no one noticed anything amiss. Even the 3 elders from the Dongxian Kingdom who had come to assassinate Chun Chang'an were oblivious that their target had infiltrated their training team. Afterward, Chun Chang'an sent his spiritual technique into the spatial ring given by 8th Uncle, beginning to practice the sword techniques provided by him. The 16 swords of breaking the army. Chun Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he opened the explanation of the sword manual. Inside, it detailed the techniques and corresponding sword moves, focusing on speed and assassination, controlling wind, piercing wind, blazing wind, raging wind, attacking in small areas with high explosive damage, breaking void, breaking shadow, breaking enemy, breaking formation, large-scale destruction, large area attacks, chasing clouds, breaking moon, chasing stars, howling sun, attacking in small areas with infinitely stacking attack power, 10 slashes, 100 layers, 1,000 stabs, 10,000 kills. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an's breath quickened. 16 flying swords, a full 16, each corresponding to different moves, and operating all 16 simultaneously would unleash even more terrifying attacks. This would greatly test one's mental strength. Chen Chang'an murmured to himself. Eighth Uncle's sword techniques were indeed extraordinary. Although he had the sword techniques from the god burial coffin, those were for heavy swords. The light swords and flying swords given by Eighth Uncle were completely two extremes. Chen Chang'an thought to himself and quickly began to meditate and cultivate in his mind. Just like that, he surprisingly cultivated for 10 consecutive days in the cultivation team of the Eastern Xian Kingdom. During these 10 days, his realm astonishingly reached the 4th level Heavenly King realm. At the same time, he could now control 4 flying swords with his breaking army 16 swords. They were respectively wind control, wind piercing, fiery wind, and violent wind. This gave Chen Chang'an a strong confidence to deal with those 9 10th level Heavenly King old men. Damn it, it's strange. Where did that kid Chen Chang'an run off to? Another day passed, and 3 old men returned to the Eastern Xian Kingdom's camp with puzzled expressions on their faces. They were all filled with disbelief. Could he be inside their camp? Impossible. Our people have been guarding outside the Great Zhou's camp and haven't seen Chen Chang'an return at all. That's strange. The 3 old men discussed among themselves as they walked into the camp. Just then, one of the white-haired old men suddenly spoke up, right? The elder of the Southeast Wind Alliance suggested that all 3 of our forces cooperate. First, we should break through the Great Zhou Kingdom's defense barrier, then go in and eliminate all their outstanding talents. Second elder, should we agree to this? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an, who had been meditating behind the crowd of their outstanding talents, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 57 United Threat. Great Elder, let's agree on this. Not only are there most of the geniuses from the Great Zhou Kingdom, but also all the descendants of the Chun family, and that Princess Ji Mingwei. The second elder spoke coldly. That's right, as long as they all die, whatever happens here, right or wrong, won't it be decided by us 3 forces? Another elder also spoke coldly. Yes, who told the Great Zhou Kingdom not to send in protectors? TSK. They can only blame themselves for being too rule-abiding. The great elder of the Dongxian Kingdom also said in a gloomy voice. The 3 reached a consensus, and the one who was the great elder immediately took out a communication stone. Soon, the elders from the Southern Ming Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance responded to them. The 3 elders received the information, grinned savagely, and then looked at the group of geniuses. All of you geniuses, pause your cultivation for a moment. Let's gather. The great elder said to everyone. All the geniuses who were cultivating opened their eyes and stopped. Among them was the prince of the Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Lianxing, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with killing intent, and gritted his teeth, asking, Great Elder, have we caught Chen Chang'an? Hand him over to me. I will skin him alive. Rest assured, Prince, although we haven't found Chen Chang'an yet, we have now united all the forces of the other 3 factions to jointly break through the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp. And then, at this point, the great elder grinned and said, Let Prince do as he wishes. He. Dong Lianxing let out a gloomy chuckle. Very good, that's best. That Ji Mingyue is Chen Chang'an's woman. I want to torment her mercilessly and directly play her to a pulp to vent my hatred. Dong Lianxing, thinking of how he was treated like a human weapon by Chen Chang'an, was filled with rage, wishing to return the favor. The great elder smiled slightly and said respectfully, As long as we capture everyone from the Great Zhou Kingdom, Your Highness can do whatever you want and vent your frustrations. That's right. This is the consequence of offending the prince of the Dongxian Kingdom. That despicable commoner Chen Chang'an will also meet a terrible end. Another elder chimed in with a sinister laugh. Good, very good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly, Dong Lianxing said with silver teeth, his eyes showing madness and fervor. Just thinking about torturing Chen Chang'an and violating the princess of the Great Zhou Kingdom almost drove him to madness with excitement. Soon, More than 290 people began to charge towards the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp with great momentum. As for the fact that a Chun Chang'an had mixed in among them, they were completely unaware. As they walked, Chun Chang'an kept following behind the crowd, his eyes filled with a murderous intent and a cold smile on his lips. Soon, the three forces gathered. However, the Southern Ming Kingdom had lost dozens of geniuses to Chun Chang'an, leaving them with only about 100. Thus, the total number of the three forces was only around 500. But that was enough. The fire of anger fueled their fighting spirit. They gathered outside the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp, looking at the transparent defensive barrier in front of them and the Great Zhou geniuses sitting cross-legged inside. Dong Lianxing from the Dongxian Kingdom, Nan Hong from the Southern Ming Kingdom, and Zhao Ziyang from the Southeast Wind Alliance all had cold glints in their eyes. Seeing the three major forces approach aggressively, Ji Mingyue in the Great Zhou camp had an extremely cold expression. She walked to the front of the formation and coldly questioned, Dongxian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, what do you want? What do we want? Ji Mingyue, hand over Chun Chang'an. Otherwise, we will break through your defensive barrier and kill all of you. Dong Lianxing, wrapped in bandages, and Nan Hong walked together, speaking angrily. The suave and uninjured Zhao Ziyang also stepped forward and coldly laughed. Ji Mingyue, Chun Chang'an killed my brother. I'm here to avenge him. As long as you hand over Chun Chang'an, we won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong instantly understood. That's right, Ji Mingyue. You obediently open the defensive barrier. As long as you hand over Chun Chang'an, I promise we won't make things difficult for you. I promise. Nan Hong also spoke gloomily. Among their three forces, Dong Lianxing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziyang were considered the leaders. The three elders who had mixed in were also following their orders. However, Chun Chang'an is not with us. Finally, one of the geniuses from the Great Zhou Kingdom suddenly spoke up. Shut up. Ji Mingyue abruptly looked at that person and said sharply. The geniuses from the Chun family, led by Chun Xian, all shot piercing gazes at him. Princess, they just want Chun Chang'an. Let him go out to settle this matter. We can't let it bring trouble to us. Another person spoke up with an innocent face, as if he was doing it for everyone's good. Chun Xian was instantly enraged. Well, you dogs, the opportunity to enter for cultivation was fought for by my elder brother. And you guys are so quick to betray him. Facing the newly entered Chun Xian, that person seemed not to be afraid at all, speaking sarcastically. Chun Xian, your elder brother caused this enmity. We can't just bear it, can we? Another person said nonchalantly. Exactly. Why should we? We can enter for cultivation because we are geniuses of the Great Zhou, not because of Chun Chang'an. Upon hearing this, the other Qin family members also became furious and shouted, Nonsense! Without our young master, could you enter for cultivation? You can eat shit. That's right. A bunch of ungrateful dogs. What right do you have? It's because our young master fought for the first place. Were you all? If it weren't for our young master, you'd be eating shit in the Great Zhou royal city, let alone entering here for cultivation. Hee hee. The disciples of the Chun family pointed at those few people and shouted angrily. Seeing their team about to cause a commotion, Ji Mingyue coldly shouted, Enough! Stop it! The princess has spoken. Chun Xian also stopped the agitation of the Chun family disciples. They all stopped and clustered around Chun Xian. After all, aside from Chun Chang'an, Chun Xian was the only one who commanded the respect of all the family disciples. Young Master Xian, what do you say we should do? We will do it, a Chun family disciple said. With the elder brother not here, we will listen to the princess. Chun Xian said seriously. Everyone could only look at Ji Mingyue. I will not hand over Brother Chang'an. I absolutely will not. Ye Mingyue assured. Upon hearing this, those geniuses who feared getting into trouble suddenly had ugly expressions, their gazes darting around as if weighing something. Outside the barrier, Dong Lianxing and the others saw the Great Zhou geniuses about to fall into internal strife and instantly revealed contemptuous expressions. As expected, a group of cowards. The three exchanged glances, and then Dong Lianxing spoke first. Great Zhou geniuses, listen up. I will give you another chance. Even if Chun Chang'an is not inside, that's fine. As long as you close the barrier and let us in, we promise not to kill innocent people. Only the Chun family disciples. That's right. If you stubbornly resist, Once we break through your barrier, all of you will die. Zhao Ziang also stepped forward and sneered. Don't think we can't break your barrier. We have 9 experts at the peak of the king realm here. Saying this, he pointed to the 9 elders. The 9 elders instantly understood and quickly released their powerful aura at the peak of the king realm. In an instant, the proud talents of the great Zhou kingdom all had increasingly grim expressions. Some even weakened and directly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 58, Internal Strife. Upon seeing the talents of the great Zhou kingdom, except for the Chun family disciples who showed no fear, the others looked cowardly. Dong Lianqing narrowed his eyes. The Chun family disciples must not be spared. Each one has too strong a disposition. Zhao Ziang spoke softly. I don't want any of them to survive. They all must die. Dong Lianqing couldn't heed Zhao Ziang's words, his gaze cold. Let us put some pressure on them. It's possible that we won't even need to attack, and they will collapse from within. Zhao Ziang continued to speak softly, then waved his hand. Instantly, 9 elders at the 10th level of the heavenly king realm, along with all the talented disciples, took up a stance to attack. Among the crowd, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, watching the people from the great Zhou kingdom. He wanted to see if Chen Xian and Ji Mingyue could handle such a predicament. So he continued to lie low. As the 3 forces prepared to attack the barrier, the talents of the great Zhou kingdom panicked. Princess, look, they're about to attack. You can't put us in danger. One of the talents said, his face changing drastically. That's right, Princess, quickly open the barrier. They won't kill us. They will only kill the Chun family disciples. There are over 500 of us, and our barrier won't hold for long. We must save ourselves. Another talent said, glaring viciously at the others, yelling, let us unite and subdue the Chun family disciples. There are only over 50 of them. They are definitely not our match. Hurry, otherwise, if the barrier opens, we will all die. The other talents were a loss. They looked at the sullen-faced Chun Xian and others, as well as the cold-faced Ji Mingyue, and found it hard to make a decision. Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, Aoqi, you 3 are outrageous. Ji Mingyue glared at them and shouted angrily, I am the crown princess and the leader here. When did it become your decision? The 3 named looked evasive, but soon became resolute. Mu Sang pointed at Ji Mingyue and said, Princess, we're not disobeying you. But you can't risk all our lives for a Chun Chang'an. Wu Changhen added, exactly, they only want to kill the Chun family disciples. Why should we all die? Aoqi scanned the crowd, speaking coldly. Everyone, if you don't want to die, then unite and open the barrier. Let the Chun family disciples bear all the consequences. Not us. In response to their words, a few hesitated and joined their rebellion. Boom! At that moment, countless energy beams struck their barrier, shaking the ground violently. Musan, Wu Changhen, and Aoqi's faces changed drastically. This is bad. They're going to start attacking the barrier. Do you still want to be stubborn? That's right. Let us unite. We want to live. As long as we are alive, we can continue to cultivate here in peace. Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoqi shouted repeatedly. As the outsiders, led by Dong Lianqing, began to bombard the formation, their hearts grew even more frantic. Dozens more joined their rebellious camp. You, damned, dare to defy me. I will exterminate your 9 clans. Ji Mingyue pointed at them, angrily speaking. Princess, you are Chun Chang'an's woman. You might as well think about whether you can walk out of here alive. Aoqi sneered. He had long since disregarded Ji Mingyue's threats. Chun Xian looked at them with indifference and suddenly spoke. You fools, do you really think that once the barrier opens, they will let you go? That is the biggest joke. They dare to act, which means they are determined to kill us all. Chun Xian's words stunned Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoqi. The followers behind them also hesitated. Mu Sang snorted coldly. Chun Xian, this is all your brother's doing. It has nothing to do with us. They can't possibly kill us. Truly foolish and ignorant. Chun Xian sneered, already disdainful of talking to them. He was so calm because the defensive barrier was made by his family's second master, and it shouldn't be so easily broken. Moreover, his elder brother Chen Chang'an would never just watch them die. Therefore, the only thing Chun Xian had to do was to eliminate these ungrateful dogs. With that thought, Chun Xian looked at the Chun family disciples. Brothers, who dares to touch our Chun family disciples? We swear to take them down with us. That's right. Young Master Xian, at worst, will fight to the death. Fight to the death. The Chun family disciples raised their weapons, shouting loudly, their fighting spirits soaring. Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki quickly gathered around 100 people. The remaining ones watched from the sidelines, not helping either side. The royal family disciples were only about 20 to 30, and they all stood behind Ji Mingyue. The 400 people who entered the Great Zhou Kingdom had strangely split into 4 factions. This made Ji Mingyue feel powerless as the crown princess. She was unable to command the crowd. At this moment, Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki looked outside the barrier and shouted loudly, Prince Dongxian, if we open the barrier, you want to kill us, right? Upon hearing this, Dong Lianxing revealed a playful smirk, but nodded seriously, of course. I guarantee in the name of the prince that I will not kill you. I will only kill the Chun family members. However, if we break the barrier ourselves, then don't blame us for being rude. Saying this, he waved his hand, stopping those who were attacking the formation, then looked mockingly at the chaos inside the Great Zhou barrier. Hearing this, Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Then they led their 100 or so people, looking fiercely at Chun Xian. Aoki coldly spoke, Chun Xian, we are all from the Great Zhou Kingdom. If we start fighting, it will be quite embarrassing. I know barriers usually have the property of allowing those inside to exit, while preventing entry from the outside. So, I ask all the Chun family disciples to get out. As soon as he finished speaking, all the talents behind him rejoiced. If they could let the Chun family disciples leave to die without having to fight them, it would be perfect. They could also ensure their natural sense of security inside the barrier. Hee, you really are daydreaming. Chun Xian sneered, slowly stroking the pendant in his chest, a killing intent gradually spreading in his eyes. Chun family disciples, kill them. Wipe out these ungrateful bastards. Chun Xian shouted as he raised his knife and charged at Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki. He roared, my brother won first place back. Fighting for the right to cultivate here. You are not worthy of it, die. Boom. Mu Sang, Wu Changhen, and Aoki were taken aback. They didn't expect Chun Xian to dare to take the initiative. Caught off guard, Mu Sang's head was suddenly struck and sent flying. Wu Changhen and Aoki hurriedly dodged in terror. Kill them, kill these bastards. The other Qin family disciples charged fearlessly. The remaining Wu Changhen and Aoki looked at the deceased Mu Sang, their expressions turning vicious as they shouted. Since the Chun family disciples want to die, let us fulfill them. Kill. After saying this, Wu Changhen and Aoki led around 100 people toward the 40 to 50 Chun family members. The battle erupted in an instant. Chapter 59. Shocking Chun Xian. Puff, puff. In just one encounter, countless heads flew off, and the one who decapitated them was none other than Chun Xian. Oh my God, how is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Most of them were students from the Great Zhou Academy, and just a few months ago, Chun Xian was still a grade C student, clearly only at the Xuanwu realm. He was bullied by the Liu, Wang, and Wu family students back then. Now, Chun Xian's strength had surprisingly reached the level of an A-grade student, which was the Tianwu realm. Chun Xian, you old sly fox, have you been hiding your cultivation? Wu Chang'en's face was filled with disbelief. Chun Xian was actually at the Tianwu realm now. How could this be? In such a short time, Chun Xian had crossed 2 major realms. How did he do it? This is insane. Ha-mph, traitors, d. Chun Xian, while stroking the pendant on his chest, had an increasingly ferocious look in his eyes. The first time killing someone made him somewhat nervous, but he still went for it, taking a deep breath, silently telling himself, hold on, Chun Xian, you can do it. You must not let your big brother down, with big brother not around. The Chun family disciples rely on you to lead them. Master, please grant me strength. As Chun Xian thought this, the tower-shaped pendant on his chest emitted a faint glow again, and then his aura continued to erupt with incredible intensity. Kill. Chun Xian's eyes turned red. His face twisted in fury, and he charged forward. Caught off guard, Wu Chang'en's heart was instantly pierced through. You How is this possible? I am at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm. How can you kill me? Wu Chang'an's face was filled with terror, and the intense pain from his heart plunged him into eternal darkness. Wow! The people around erupted in disbelief, looking at Chen Xian with fear. Indeed, including Mu Sang and Wu Chang'an at the forefront, several followers were all instantly killed by Chen Xian. This was something that all the young talents of the great Zhou never expected. Heavens, apart from Chen Chang'an, the Chen family had another prodigy in Chen Xian, who is only 15 years old. If that's the case, isn't he on par with Chen Chang'an? Hiss! The young talents of the great Zhou all gasped in shock. Their faces blank. The remaining members of the Chen family were even more formidable, each with impressive strength. The remaining Qi, leading about 100 people, had actually fallen to the disadvantage. The Ji family royal members all rose up to help the Chen family kill the traitors. At this moment, Ji Mingyue spoke coldly. The Ji family royal disciples gritted their teeth and charged up. If it weren't for Chen Xian's display of power, they wouldn't dare. But now that the Chen family disciples had the upper hand, they were eager to beat the drowning dog. And you all? Ji Mingyue looked at the remaining neutral parties. Speaking icily, the quota for entering the training was fought back by Chen Chang'an. If you are not loyal to my great Zhou and dare to betray Chen Chang'an, you will die too. The neutral group was taken aback, glancing at each other, and someone seemed to see the situation clearly, thus rushing towards Qi and the others to hold them back. The remaining people had no choice but to join in one by one. Now, Qi and the others' plan to subdue the Chen family disciples and break the barrier was thoroughly shattered. Puff! Finally, during the fight with Chen Xian, Qi was pierced through the chest by Chen Xian's sword, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Xian, you are something else. Despite feeling unconvinced in his heart, Qi still admired Chen Xian's prowess. That sharp sword technique, the extremely fast speed, and the desperate fighting style made him timid. And then he was pierced through the chest. I want to ask you, are you not afraid of death? Why do you fight me to the death? Because my fifth master is a physician. Chen Xian snorted coldly, his sword stirring again. In an instant, Qi spat out a larger mouthful of blood. He looked around with a sinister smile, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, you fools, do you really think you can survive? Fools, hand over the Chen family disciples, and that is the best way. You still dare to help the Chen family? A bunch of idiots. After finishing his words, he directly lost his breath. The remaining people looked at each other in shock. However, facing the murderous Chen Xian, leading 40 to 50 Chen family members, they did not dare to move at all. The 100 or so corpses lying on the ground were the best proof of the Chen family disciples' ferocity. Chen Xian, are you okay? Ji Mingyue hurriedly came to Chen Xian, asking with concern. Princess sister, I'm fine. Chen Xian showed a shy expression, scratching his head. Everyone was instantly speechless. The young man in front of them clearly looked harmless, but the earlier ruthless killing made them all tremble. Sure enough, his brother Chen Chang'an is ruthless. He is also ruthless, but pretends to be a little sheep. Instantly, the other young talents distanced themselves from Chen Xian. Only the Chen family disciples excitedly gathered around Chen Xian, all with excited faces. It's good that you're fine. Ji Mingyue sighed in relief, suddenly noticing Chen Xian's arm was cut, and immediately exclaimed. Then she quickly found a bandage and started wrapping it for him. This made Chen Xian extremely awkward. Even facing the previous slaughter, he wasn't as nervous. Young Master Xian, that's our big sister-in-law. Why are you so nervous? Exactly. Big sister-in-law is bandaging her little brother-in-law. There is no need to be so tense. The Chen family disciples teased one after another. Instantly, Chen Xian became even more nervous. Meanwhile, Ji Mingyue's face showed a hint of joy and shyness. You guys, you have some guts, daring to tease me. Chen Xian immediately put on a stern face towards the Chen family disciples. The Chen family disciples all laughed, completely ignoring the tension of the great enemy in front of them. This scene left even Dong Lianxing and the others dumbfounded. He roared, damn it, were those earlier ones all useless? Zhao Zhang curled his lips. These Chen family disciples completely looked down on us and were still messing around? break through their turtle shell for me. I want all the Chun family to die. Nanon spoke en greedy. Damn it. The other 9 elders were also filled with rage. Unexpectedly, Dong Lianxing stirred up the internal strife among the great Zhou young talents with just a few words, only to be obliterated by Chun Xian. This Chun family is indeed terrifying. And at the very back, Chun Chang'an, who was covering half his face, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was surprised that his cousin had become so powerful. However, his prowess was a good thing, and Chun Chang'an felt proud of him. Thinking of this, Chun Chang'an secretly glanced at everyone, looking for an opportunity to strike. But soon, he realized something was off. Where is Ning Tingyu? She is not here. Thinking of this person, Chun Chang'an quickly began to search. But he still couldn't find that woman. Everyone, make a full effort. We must quickly break through their defensive barrier. At this time, a voice came from the front belonging to Dong Lianxing. Yes, everyone shouted, then unleashed all their cultivation, crazily gathering powerful attacks, seemingly trying to shatter the great Zhou young talent's defensive barrier in one blow. Seeing this, Chun Chang'an took a few steps back, falling behind everyone, his eyes flashing with cold light. Good opportunity. Chapter 60. Control the wind, pierce the wind, blazing wind, fierce wind. Buzz. Over 500 powerful spiritual energy attacks coalesced, instantly causing the space to tremble. Behind, Chun Chang'an was no different. However, in front of him, there were 4 swords without hilts. Buzz. The 4 swords hovered in front of Chun Chang'an, emitting intense vibrations. Everyone exerted their full strength to attack the defensive barrier. At this moment, Dong Lianxing shouted again. Yes, the crowd responded loudly, and then countless powerful energy attacks fell on the barrier ahead like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. The enormous roar caused the entire forest to shake. Control the wind, pierce the wind, blazing wind, fierce wind. Kill. At the back of the crowd, Chun Chang'an shouted in a low voice. Then the 4 swords, 2 fingers wide and 3 feet long, whistled and shot forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 swords flew out with a piercing sound, followed by a series of sword cries. Where did the sword cries come from? My God, such terrifying sword cries. There are actually sword cultivators among our ranks. Several old men at the front, all at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, were filled with excitement. But in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 rainbows were as fast as thunder, and they didn't strike the great Zhou's barrier. Instead, they instantly pierced through the back of the 4 old men's heads and shot out from their foreheads. The 4 old men were filled with terror, and before they could scream, their bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Whoosh, 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 whoosh to control the wind, pierce the wind, blazing wind. Fierce wind, swords continued to hum. It was as if they pierced through the void, instantly shooting towards the foreheads of another 4 old men. The terrifying sword energy spread out, causing countless people to feel a chill. What? 2 old men didn't have time to react, and their foreheads were pierced, dying on the spot. The remaining 2 old men hurriedly dodged. The sword light grazed their temples, cutting off a large portion of their long hair. Clang! The sword light whistled, and the others hurriedly dodged. This looking at their fallen long hair, the remaining 3 old men, still alive, were all covered in cold sweat, their scalps tingling. Enemy attack. Dong Lianxing and the others finally reacted and quickly scattered in panic. But the 4 flying swords continued to fly around the crowd. Buzz! Clang! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Another genius's forehead was pierced, blood spraying out, and cries of anguish erupted, with countless people dying on the spot. Run. There are sword cultivators ambushing us. The originally orderly attack on the great Zhou's defensive barrier turned chaotic. Countless people had their foreheads pierced, or their heads flying up. The 4 flying swords mercilessly harvested lives. Finally, under the combined defense of 3 old men, along with the strongest Dong Lianxing, Nan Hong, Zhao Zhang, etc., they managed to repel the flying swords. At the same time, they discovered Chun Chang'an, who had half of his face covered. It's you. Dong Lianxing looked at Chun Chang'an, whose cold eyes were the only visible part, and immediately recognized him. Those were a pair of extremely arrogant, contemptuous black cold eyes. He went crazy instantly. The enemy he had been pursuing was actually among his own ranks. It was simply infuriating. He is Chun Chang'an. Dong Lianxing nearly roared through gritted teeth. As soon as he spoke, the three old men were suddenly horrified. Young Master Run, this Chun Chang'an has advanced in cultivation. He is already at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm, and his flying swords are very strange. The three old men were not fools. Chun Chang'an was alone, and it would be too easy for him to kill their young master. Even though they were all at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, they no longer had the confidence to suppress Chun Chang'an in one go. Thus, the remaining three old men, each representing a major faction, hurriedly took their young masters and fled. Upon seeing that it was actually Chun Chang'an, Chun Xian and the others inside the barrier were overjoyed and immediately opened the barrier. Big Brother is back. Brothers, let's charge out and support Big Brother. Chun Xian roared, leading the charge as soon as the barrier opened. The other Chun family members were even braver, each like a killing god, going berserk. Ji Minghua looked at the remaining people and coldly said, "Aren't you going to help?" The remaining people came to their senses and rushed out to assist. Thus, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded. Originally, over 500 people, aggressively aiming to kill all the geniuses of the Great Zhou due to Chun Chang'an hiding among their ranks, achieved a backstab. After killing 6 elders, the remaining people didn't even dare to resist and simply ran away. Now, Chun Chang'an's flying swords made them understand what fear truly was. Whoosh, 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 even running fast couldn't match the speed of Chun Chang'an's flying swords. In just a few breaths, over 400 geniuses had died under Chun Chang'an's flying swords. The three factions were left with only a pitiful few dozen escaping. This was an incredibly humiliating event for them. "Big Brother, are you okay?" Chun Xian hurriedly approached Chun Chang'an with concern. "I'm fine," Chun Chang'an replied, then patted Chun Xian's shoulder, saying appreciatively, "Chun Xian, you did very well earlier." He didn't ask Chun Xian why his cultivation had advanced so quickly, as everyone had their own secrets. It's because Big Brother taught well, Chun Xian said shyly. Chun Xian was being modest. At this moment, Ji Minghua quickly walked over, her face filled with emotion. "Brother Chang'an, if it weren't for young Master Chun Xian's decisiveness, we would have been in danger." The Chun family members all nodded, looking at Chun Chang'an and Chun Xian with admiration. The other geniuses of the Great Zhou were similarly awed, looking at the Chun family with deep respect in their eyes. Chun Chang'an nodded, scanning everyone, and said lightly, "I'm afraid they won't dare to come again. You all go back into the barrier, make good use of the time, and start cultivating." The geniuses of the Great Zhou nodded and returned to the barrier to continue their cultivation. After all, it wasn't them who killed the others, so they didn't bother to worry about the consequences. Ji Minghua looked at Chun Chang'an, worried. "Brother Chang'an, we killed so many of their geniuses. Will it provoke a national-level conflict for our Great Zhou?" "It's fine. Cultivating in the secret realm, no one can guarantee that nothing will happen. Since they dare to attack us, they must be prepared to be killed." Saying this, he looked at the members of the Ji royal family. "You all take the princess back to cultivate." "Yes." The Ji royal family members were momentarily stunned, but still respectfully replied, "You go back and cultivate first." Chun Chang'an continued to say to Ji Minghua, "All right, then be careful." Ji Minghua, although innocent, seemed to have seen through many things since she took on national affairs. She knew that Chun Chang'an had important matters or his own secrets. So she had to turn and return to the barrier to cultivate. "Big Brother, what do you need us to do?" At this moment, Chun Xian spoke. "Gather all the bodies outside. I need to dispose of them," Chun Chang'an said. "Okay." Chun Xian didn't ask further, leading the remaining 40 or so Chun family members to move all the bodies to the nearby woods. Then they were forced by Chun Chang'an to return to cultivation. After they all left, Chun Chang'an began to throw all these bodies into the god burial coffin. Chapter 61. Something happened in the secret realm. Chun Chang'an's spiritual awareness spread out as he observed the surroundings while quickly absorbing everyone's spiritual power through the god-burying coffin. Soon, his cultivation level surged again, like a volcano erupting within him, ultimately reaching the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. With this 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, I am confident that I can slay those 3 old men at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. Chun Chang'en's gaze was intense as he glanced towards the direction of the Dazhou Kingdom's genius camp. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he quickly departed. His goal was clear: the remaining dozens of people from the other 3 major forces. Since you are ruthless and want to kill all the geniuses of my Dazhou Kingdom, I won't mind burying all of you here, Chun Chang'en whispered softly, like a ghost hiding in the forest. Meanwhile, Dong Lianxing and the others were not willing to leave so quickly. After all, the aura here was dense, a sacred place for cultivation. If they left after just half a month, it would be a huge waste. So they gathered together, set up a camp, and prepared stronger defenses. Chun Chang'en, you despicable. Damn it, this palace will definitely crush you into ashes. Dong Lianxing shouted angrily in the camp. Nan Hong and Zhao Ziyang also had extremely grim expressions. They had been fully confident in burying the geniuses of the Dazhou Kingdom here, but unexpectedly, they were backstabbed by Chun Chang'en, especially for the people of the Nanming Kingdom. Most of their geniuses were dead. Only Nan Hong, the prince, and the national protector elder from his family remained. As for the current situation, we need to send someone out to inform your kingdom's ruler and my father about what happened here. In the crowd, only Zhao Ziyang maintained a calm demeanor and quickly proposed a strategy. After all, the formations here were special, and ordinary sound transmission stones wouldn't work at all. That's right, let my father send more people in. We must kill that Chun Chang'en. Dong Lianxing gritted his teeth and said, his gaze scanning the geniuses present. Instantly, the geniuses shrank back, lowering their heads. They didn't want to leave the secret realm at this moment, because once they went out, it would be difficult to come back in. Moreover, who could guarantee that Chun Chang'en wouldn't ambush them on their way out? Letting them go out was simply sending them to their deaths. Zhao Zhang continued, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on a national protector elder from the Nanming Kingdom. Nan Hong was taken aback. Zhao Ziyang, what do you mean? Let your national protector elder go out to send a message, Zhao Ziyang said lightly. I know your elder specializes in speed. It was evident when he took you away earlier. Dong Lianxing quickly nodded in agreement. Brother Nan, you wouldn't want us all to die here, right? If those geniuses go out, who can match Chun Chang'en? Only your elder, with his speed, can definitely get out quickly. As he spoke, he also looked at the national protector elder from the Nanming Kingdom. The elder was a small-statured man with sharp eyes, and lightning flickered around him as he moved. Nan Hong hesitated for a moment, but quickly agreed, as this was indeed the only solution. He then looked at the elder, who nodded slowly and vanished from the spot. At the entrance of the secret realm, although the spiritual energy here was not as rich as inside the secret realm, the energy spilling from the teleportation vortex still made it denser than any other place in the eastern state. Besides the 5 major forces, countless others were sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Buzz. At that moment, someone noticed a rumbling coming from the teleportation vortex, as if someone was about to come out. What is going on? Someone is coming out? It's only been half a month. Could something major have happened inside? It can't be. Those are the strongest geniuses in the entire eastern state. What could possibly happen? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. However, Dong Yinglai, Nan Zhan, and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a barely perceptible joy. They thought that Chun Chang'en and the others might have perished in the secret realm. The Dazhou Kingdom, led by Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duanwu Tsang, looked at the entrance vortex with puzzled expressions. Buzz. At that moment, a figure in a gray robe, with half of his face covered, appeared. Upon his arrival, he immediately approached Nan Zhan and whispered something. Wow, what? In an instant, Nan Zhan's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten something foul. This commotion caused everyone to look at them, confused. Dong Yinglai squinted, slightly frowning. Nan Zhan looked at him, and then turned to enter the ship. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances and quickly flew over to enter the ship's cabin. Soon, angry waves seemed to emanate from within. Not long after, the 3 of them emerged together. They respectfully bowed to Mo Haichao, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck of another ship. Dong Yinglai, with a sullen face, spoke loudly, Lord Swordmaster, Our three forces geniuses encountered a royal-level spirit beast nest in the secret realm. The geniuses faced a surprise attack, suffering serious casualties. Therefore, we request to go in and bring out the injured. Nan Hong also wore a worried expression and earnestly pleaded for the Swordmaster's approval. Lord Swordmaster, we know that entering like this goes against the rules. But those are our human race's future geniuses. That would be an incalculable loss. Zhao Tianwei also spoke urgently. With their words, an instant uproar broke out among everyone present. A royal-level spirit beast? And a surprise attack? That's terrifying. There's always been a physical gap between humans and spirit beasts. A Heavenly King Rel powerhouse may not even be a match for a Heavenly King-level spirit beast. Moreover, from their words, it seems it's a spirit beast nest, so there might be more than one. No wonder they were so anxious. Mo Haichao opened his eyes and deeply locked gazes with Zhao Tianwei. They were old friends. How could he not know that the other was trying to pull something? However, he also disliked Chun Chang'an, so he decided to turn a blind eye. All right, we must ensure the safety of our human race's geniuses as much as possible. Moreover, once you go in, you need to bring the injured out for treatment as quickly as possible. After thinking for a moment, Mo Haichao agreed. But he also secretly warned them not to go too far. Wait, at this moment, the Dazhou Kingdom sensed something was off. But before Ji Wentian could continue speaking, Dong Yinglai interrupted. Lord Swordmaster, for the sake of fairness, I suggest Dazhou Kingdom also send someone in. If the ruler of Dazhou Kingdom wants to go in, I have no objections. His words completely blocked Ji Wentian's doubts. Dazhou Kingdom's ruler, do you have any objections? Mo Haichao asked Ji Wentian lightly. I have no objections. Yeventian replied. Thus, the four forces, under the leadership of their rulers, ancestors, and 10 national protector elders around the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, entered the secret realm. Under the watchful eyes of Dong Yinglai, Nan Hong, and Zhao Tianwei, an intense killing intent erupted in their eyes. Chapter 62. The Source Tao Lotus. The reason they didn't reveal the truth was that it was too embarrassing. After all, they cheated by sending in 9 old men, yet they were still backstabbed? Just the thought of it would make them the laughingstock. This was also a blatant violation of the rules. Even Mo Haichao probably wouldn't dare to help them. So they concocted a lie, claiming they entered to rescue the prodigies. Moreover, they went all out, plotting to involve even the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom and others. Inside, they intended not only to kill Qin Chang'an and the others, but also to slaughter the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom and all the high-ranking officials. If people were to discover their scheme, they would undoubtedly say they were ruthless enough. Too crazy. Meanwhile, after Dong Yinglai and the others entered the secret realm, they suddenly found that the spiritual energy in the secret realm began to stir. What was that? Everyone was stunned and looked towards the core of the secret realm. There, amidst the dense mist, a brilliant light flickered. It was that blinding white light that stirred the entire spiritual energy of the secret realm, causing an astonishing storm of energy to erupt and become agitated. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others were all shocked amid such a frantic storm of spiritual power. They quickly spread their spiritual senses, trying to detect what was happening deep within the secret realm. But as their senses extended, an extremely rich source aura violently impacted everyone's minds. That source aura entered their bodies, making everyone's minds and senses suddenly clear several times over. Even the long stagnant bottleneck seemed to loosen at that moment. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even Ji Xuangu and the ancestors of the other 3 forces widened their eyes in disbelief. As Saint Emperor Realm beings, they knew deeply what that aura represented. My God, that was spiritual energy condensed to the extreme, solidified into a form. That was Source Spirit Crystal. A solidified Source Spirit Crystal? How immense and rich was that spiritual energy? Moreover, such pure source power could definitely enable a half-Emperor Realm cultivator to successfully advance to the Saint Emperor Realm. The one who exclaimed was Ji Xuangu. He immediately realized how terrifying his words were, so he quickly shut his mouth. But it was too late. As soon as the sound was made, all the half-Emperor Realm cultivators present had their eyes widen, and a fiery light erupted in their trembling pupils. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar of this shocking news, everyone's pupils dilated to the extreme. They didn't even care about the fact that their country's prodigies were killed anymore. Everyone followed suit. Dong Yinglai shouted and charged towards the core area. Zhao Tianwei and the others were equally unwilling to lag behind. Ji Wentian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly awakened as if from a dream, and he shouted, pulling along Duanmu Tsang, Ji Xuangu, and 10 national protectors, rushing straight towards the core of the secret realm. In an instant, over 50 10th-level King Realm cultivators surged into the secret realm. 4 half-Emperor Realm cultivators and 4 first-level Saint Emperor Realm ancestors. With their addition, the spiritual energy in the air once again boiled. The absorption speed of high-level cultivators for spiritual energy is something those prodigies could not compare to at all. At the same time, at the core of the secret realm, Ning Tingyu was half kneeling on the ground, gasping heavily, a silver spear in her hand. The silver spear emitted faint golden light in circles while exuding an astonishing aura. It was actually a royal-grade spear. Although she was covered in blood and in a wretched state, her fighting spirit was still high, and her sharp gaze was fixed ahead. In front of her, several dozen feet away, a black dragon was roaring. Roar! The dragon had a body over 30 feet long, angrily roaring at Ning Tingyu, its menacing fangs dripping with saliva, and as it lunged forward, it stirred up a foul wind. Bang! Ning Tingyu suddenly leaped high, dodging the dragon's sweeping attack. The ground cracked and stones flew. Hey! Ning Tingyu yelled as she leaped into the air, her spear thrusting out repeatedly, shooting beams of spear light towards the dragon. Bang, bang, bang! Roar! The dragon let out a piercing shriek. Its head, as large as a small mountain, continued to open its bloody maw, its ominous fangs radiating a terrifying light, biting fiercely towards Ning Tingyu in midair. Crack! Another explosive sound erupted as Ning Tingyu dodged again. But her fiery gaze remained fixed on the back of the dragon, where a crystal-like, beautiful lotus was located. That was the solidified source power condensed to the extreme, a tangible solid form, a source Tao lotus, and the dragon before her was the spirit beast guarding this source Tao lotus. Ning Tingyu knew that to obtain the source Tao lotus, she would naturally have to battle this dragon. Thus, their clash caused a change in the heavens and earth, forming a massive vortex of spiritual power in the air. This led to Dong Yinglai and the others detecting the commotion. Such a huge disturbance naturally caught Chen Chang'an's attention as well. At this moment, even Chen Chang'an was rushing towards the core of the secret realm. As he ran, his heart sank. What was going on? Why were so many powerful auras surging at the entrance? Were they still following martial ethics? While running, Chen Chang'an's body suddenly came to a halt. That was at least 50 to 60 terrifying auras rapidly approaching. He speculated whether those Eastern Inxing bastards couldn't play fair and directly flip the table, allowing all the strong from their 3 forces to come in. Just then, Chen Chang'an sensed an earth-shattering battle wave coming from the core of the secret realm. At the same time, there was a familiar aura. It was that, Ning Tingyu. No wonder he hadn't seen her earlier. It turned out she was here for resources. Good grief. Chen Chang'an's eyes flickered as he quickly made a decision. Conceal his figure and wait for an opportunity to act. If there were resources, seize them. If it was dangerous, then run. Thus, Chen Chang'an continued to approach the core of the secret realm. At the same time, Dong Yinglai and the others also drew closer. In an instant, the scene at the core was reflected in everyone's sight. Everyone's pupils widened to the extreme, bursting forth with fiery colors. It was a lotus blooming beautifully like crystal, radiating a faint gray-white light, with a stem about half a foot tall and a flower width of about 3 feet, with 9 petals, each crystal clear like crystal glass. It grew quietly in the middle of a pool, surrounded by circles of spiritual energy storms. Or perhaps that dragon was originally a water snake beneath this pool, transformed through the nurture of the source Tao lotus. That. Ji Xuangu's eyes widened, and a trembling voice exclaimed in astonishment. My God, that is not only a solidified source spirit crystal, but it has also taken the form of a plant. This. It has become sentient. Dong Yinglai couldn't help but exclaim as well. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. If it was a solidified source spirit crystal, like water turning into ice, it would still be astonishing, but it was nothing compared to the impact of the entire crystal having taken form. That lotus-shaped spirit crystal was sentient. Having become a Tao lotus, it could grow. It would get bigger and gather more source spiritual power. Chapter 63. The Supreme Treasure That Drives the King Realm Crazy. Dong Yinglai's brief statement ignited the excitement and desire within everyone, like a volcano erupting, instantly boiling over countless times. To put it bluntly, the Tao lotus before them had already bloomed with 9 petals, which could directly elevate 9 half-emperor realm powerhouses to the Saint Emperor realm. Moreover, once a petal was plucked, it could regenerate. It could be said that as long as this Tao lotus was nurtured, it could continuously produce Saint Emperor realm powerhouses, right? Although there would be time limitations, at least the bottleneck issue would be eliminated, wouldn't it? Thinking of such terrifying aspects, no one spoke for a time. They concentrated all their cultivation and power on their speed. The violent aura caused the surrounding space to stir dramatically. They even directly ignored the battle between Ning Tingyu and the dragon. However, as the spear in Ning Tingyu's hand erupted with overwhelming power, everyone's gaze instantly fell upon her. A royal weapon. That was actually a royal-grade weapon. Where did this person come from? Someone exclaimed. Soon, countless eyes fell upon Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Tianwei shook his head, saying that while she was invited back by the Southeast Wind Alliance, he did not know her true origin. However, one thing was certain. She must be from one of the 4 holy sects of the Holy Land. Everyone's hearts tightened. At that moment, with a piercing wail, the King Gray Dragon was actually pierced through the head by Ning Tingyu's spear, dying tragically on the spot. Boom! The dragon fell into the deep pool, creating violent waves. At the same time, it also caused the crystal-like source Tao lotus to float up. Suddenly, a hand like a creamy white jade reached out towards the root of the Tao lotus, seemingly trying to grasp it. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others' eyes widened, and an intimidating aura radiated from them. Stop! 4 Saint Emperor Realm Level 1 and 4 Half-Emperor Realm powerhouses shouted in unison. All the pressure and momentum instantly overlapped like a storm, crashing towards Ning Tingyu, who was holding the source Tao lotus. But to their immense anger, Ning Tingyu completely ignored them, her hand emanating a gentle light, instantly enveloping the source Tao lotus, and then storing it in a storage bag that looked like brocade. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the 8 people, she swept her silver spear horizontally, and in an instant, the royal aura erupted, causing all the intimidation to collapse. She was also sent flying far away, dozens of feet away from the crowd. However, the pressure from the Saint Emperor realm still caused a trace of crimson blood to spill from her mouth. The world trembled as the rich spiritual energy instantly disappeared, and the chaotic spiritual energy storm suddenly ceased. Only Ning Tingyu stood proudly with her spear in hand, facing the crowd. The gray bag hanging at her waist emitted a drool-inducing white light. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and many elders behind them all froze in place, their faces instantly darkening like a layer of black mist. In the shadows, Chun Chang'an approached, taking everything in with his eyes, and a glint of brilliance burst forth in his gaze. Ah! Young friend Chang'an, why are you here? Ji Xuangu found Chun Chang'an suddenly. Ji Wentian and Duanmu Cang's faces lit up with joy as they hurried to Qin Chang'an's side with the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Qin Chang'an was taken aback. He hadn't expected that under the dense spiritual power storm, he could still hide. Now that the storm had dissipated, he was immediately discovered. Qin Chang'an steadied his mind and whispered, with such a commotion, "Of course, I had to come and see." Saying this, he looked at Ji Wentian, "Your Majesty. How did you get in?" "In them." Qin Chang'an pointed at Dong Yinglai and the others, his eyes filled with vigilance. Ji Wentian quickly explained that Dong Yinglai and the others had encountered an attack from king-grade spirit beasts in the secret realm. Then he nervously said, "By the way, young nephew Chang'an, where are my daughter Mingwei and the others?" "They're fine," Qin Chang'an replied calmly. Suddenly, his heart sank. The other party hadn't mentioned sending elders in to hunt down the great Zhou geniuses, but instead spoke of an accident. They had also brought in the main fighting strength of the great Zhou kingdom. That meant danger, extreme danger. Their intentions were so sinister. Chen Chang'an exclaimed inwardly, his eyes flashing with unusual light. However, Chen Chang'an's appearance did not attract the attention of Dong Yinglai and the others. At this moment, all their gazes were firmly locked onto Ning Tingyu. Seeing such a tense atmosphere, Chen Chang'an quickly whispered, "Your Majesty, we should leave." "How can we leave?" Ji Wentian was taken aback. "That's the Source Dao Lotus. The first wave of harvest could at least elevate 9 half-emperor realm powerhouses to Saint Emperor." Ji Wentian's eyes were also filled with a fervent desire. Such a spiritual treasure, who wouldn't be tempted? But would they give us a share? Chen Chang'an whispered. To be honest, they had already mixed in 9 elders earlier, intending to slay all the geniuses of our great Zhou kingdom. Later, I managed to kill most of them. There was no spirit beast attack. They wanted to come in and wipe us all out. As for letting you in, they just wanted to eliminate any potential threats. Your Majesty, if you die, the great Zhou kingdom will surely perish. Chen Chang'an spoke quickly. Yixfungu Guspet. Ji Wentian's eyes widened, flashing deep fear, and his body trembled. But that is a spiritual treasure that can elevate me to the Saint Emperor realm. Ji Wentian's face showed immense pain. And if the other 2 countries obtained such a treasure, gaining more Saint Emperor powerhouses, wouldn't our great Zhou kingdom be in greater danger? Ji Wentian, who usually wasn't very bold, surprisingly found the courage to want to stay and spoke very realistically. Ordinary interests would make people weigh the risks. But when the temptation is great enough, desire will overcome reason. Moreover, the temptation before them was enough to drive all King Realm cultivators mad. Furthermore, this was a secret realm covered by layers of formations. Any incident could be blamed on spirit beasts or the upheaval of the secret realm, making it the perfect place for murder. Miss Snink, this secret realm belongs to our East State. It's inappropriate for you to monopolize the Source Dao Lotus. Dong Yinglai finally spoke. Thinking for a moment, he said with authority, "How about this? You take 1 petal, and we will handle the rest. How does that sound?" "That's right, as long as Miss Ning needs any treasures. Anything we have in East State, we will gladly offer to repay young friend Ning's great kindness." They thought of the best solution. That was to leave a petal for Ning Tingyu, and then she could naturally leave safely while also gaining the friendship of Dong Yinglai and the others. They believed this was definitely a good deal. After all, at this moment, Ning Tingyu was alone and couldn't consume an entire Dao Lotus. However, Ning Tingyu's words completely surprised Chen Chang'an. "Humph, I discovered this, and I defeated the dragon guarding it. This Dao Lotus is naturally mine. You all step aside." Her words made the atmosphere in the arena suddenly tense. TSK, TSK. This woman is simply asking for death, Chen Chang'an murmured, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Ning Tingyu. Chapter 64, He is a Sword Cultivator. Upon hearing Ning Tingyu's words, Dong Yinglai and the others' faces darkened considerably. They certainly didn't want to let the extraordinary spiritual treasure slip away for nothing. "Ning girl, you might as well hand it over. Considering you're an invited guest of our Southeast Wind Alliance, I guarantee you won't suffer any loss," Zhao Tianwei said in a low tone. Meanwhile, nearly 40 people began to surround Ning Tingyu. "Oomph," Ning Tingyu scoffed, her voice growing colder. "Do you dare to rob something from my 100-flower mortal sect? Are you tired of living? 100-flower immortal sect." Hearing those 4 words, the crowd narrowed their eyes in surprise. Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, thinking, is this girl out for her first experience in the field? She's doomed. The 4 great sacred sects of the Holy Land are the Taitsong Sword Sect, the Qingxian Sacred Sect, the 100-flower Immortal Sect, and the Sun, Moon, and Star Island. Although the 100-flower Immortal Sect is a sacred sect with immense power, mentioning it here, under such great temptation, would not instill fear in them. Instead, it would provoke their murderous intent. Dong Yinglai and Zhan and Zhao Tianwei exchanged glances and made a decision in unison. Zhao Tianwei said coldly, 9 petals, just right for our 3 forces to each take 3. As for the entire Dao Lotus, we can cultivate it together. How about that? It's fair. Dong Yinglai nodded in agreement. Good. Ninjan also spoke, a killing intent beginning to spread in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ji Wentian's face changed drastically. Hey, you three, how could you forget about our great Zhou kingdom? Hearing this, Qin Chang'an slapped his forehead, realizing the trouble. Ji Xuangu looked at Ji Wentian with a displeased expression. At this point, the best strategy was to leave. Who would have thought you would want to meddle in this? Sure enough, Dong Yinglai's gaze slowly turned to Ji Wentian. I haven't forgotten you, don't worry. Your lives will also be left here. Hee, Qin Chang'an, it's great that you're here, you're dead. Nanzhan's cold gaze fell on Qin Chang'an as he spoke in a low voice. Qin Chang'an shrugged, knowing that the only option now was to fight. Ji Xuangu ignored the dazed Ji Wentian and prepared for battle. You are bold. Ning Tingyu's voice suddenly turned cold. What courage does a small nation from Dongzhou have to offend our holy land? And you, Zhao Tianwei, although you are from the Taitsong sword sect, you are just a mere outer elder. Do you dare to kill me? I am the saintess of the 100-flower immortal sect. Ning Tingyu still tried to use her identity to suppress everyone, wanting them to fear her. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect such a mindless woman to actually be the saintess of the 100-flower immortal sect. Zhao Tianwei thought of those terrifying women, and his murderous intent intensified. It's a joke. You won't be killed by us. You'll perish in the perilous lands of the secret realm. That's right. We can all testify to that. Moreover, the sword master can also testify for us. Dong Yinglai sneered, his face filled with malice. We came to save the outstanding talents of various nations. Who would have known that the great Zhou kingdom and you would be devoured by those countless king-level spirit beasts? Ning Tingyu tightly gripped the silver spear in her hand, her pair of pitch-black eyes incredibly cold. Kill! Seeing this, Dong Yinglai and the others ceased their chatter, and with their words falling, they charged forward. Zhao Tianwei and the others did the same, all rushing towards Ning Tingyu. To avoid complications, they decided to attack together. You think you can kill me? Do you even qualify? Ning Tingyu coldly scoffed, and her spear instantly swept towards the attackers. Boom! Facing the full force of a half-emperor realm expert, she chose to withstand it head-on. This made everyone frown slightly, but soon, they felt a terrifying aura emanating from Ning Tingyu. Half-emperor realm. Why you? You are actually half-emperor realm. Dong Yinglai exclaimed in shock. Boom! In an instant, the crowd engaged in battle, and as they twisted and turned, their hearts grew increasingly alarmed. Even Qin Chang'an was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this woman before him to be a hidden powerhouse. She had concealed her cultivation. Did she deliberately let him kick her off the competition stage earlier? Qin Chang'an was filled with confusion. But at this moment, he had no time to think further. Nanzhan led his men charging in. In an instant, the strongmen of the Nanming kingdom clashed with those of the great Zhou kingdom. Qin Chang'an, you injured my son Nanhong and slaughtered the talents of my Nanming kingdom in the secret realm. You will die. Nanzhan's half-emperor realm aura erupted, and with astonishing momentum, he appeared before Qin Chang'an, slashing a knife towards his neck. Boom! Qin Chang'an shouted, activating the evil demon blood god technique, the Overlord Heart method, the Overlord bloodline, and the martial aperture realm, all at once. Boom! In an instant, Qin Chang'an's aura underwent a tremendous transformation. Hey! Qin Chang'an shouted fiercely, a giant sword appearing in his hand, sweeping violently. Boom! The knife and the heavy sword collided, unleashing a violent energy that spread in all directions. Thud! 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 Both of them were forced back several dozen feet. How is this possible? 5th level of the Heavenly King realm? Why you? Nanzhan's face was filled with astonishment. But before he could finish speaking, several chilling sword cries rang out. Swish, swish, swish. Wind manipulation, wind penetration, blaze wind, and fierce wind. For long swords whistled as they directly aimed at Nanzhan's forehead, neck, heart, and dantian, piercing fiercely. King-level armor, activate. With Nanzhan's roar, a yellow defensive shield appeared around him. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light crazily stabbed at his shield, causing his expression to change drastically. Swish. But in the next moment, The four flying swords suddenly soared into the sky and then plunged down violently. Sizzle. Ah! In an instant, 4 elders from the Nanming Kingdom had their heads sliced off by the flying swords. What? The elders of the Nanming Kingdom and the great Zhou Kingdom were taken aback. They looked in terror at the 4 flying swords. And Ji Xuangu, who was fighting with the elder of the Nanming Kingdom, had his eyes erupt with fiery light. A sword cultivator. Qin Chang'an, you are actually a sword cultivator? Upon hearing this, the elder of the Nanming Kingdom's face turned extremely dark as he roared. Don't let Qin Chang'an escape. He is a sword cultivator. Also, be careful of his flying swords. Swish, swish, swish. But as soon as he finished speaking, several elders from the Nanming Kingdom had their foreheads pierced through, dying on the spot. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Nanzhan's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked towards Dong Yinglai, shouting, Elder of Dongxian Kingdom, hurry up and suppress Qin Chang'an. He is a sword cultivator. What? The elder of Dongxian Kingdom, who was surrounding Ning Tingyu, along with the elders of the Southeast Wind Alliance, suddenly looked over. Dong Yinglai and Zhao Tianwei's faces changed drastically. A sword cultivator. That is a freakish cultivator capable of killing from 1,000 miles away, possessing immense explosive power and attack strength. Realizing this, the elder of Dongxian Kingdom instantly lost his composure and rushed towards Qin Chang'an to suppress him. Chapter 65. Eat it. Protect Chang'an. Upon seeing this, Ji Xuangu shouted. Ji Wentian also regretted it and anxiously said, Chang'an, my dear nephew, you must not be in danger. Your Majesty, take care of yourself first. Duanmu Tsang said helplessly. If he had known earlier, he should have listened to Qin Chang'an and left first. Alas, it's all my fault, I was greedy. Ji Wentian said helplessly. But who could help Qin Chang'an now? Ji Xuangu was entangled with the ancestor of the southern Ming Kingdom. The other elders were even more useless, only able to protect Ji Wentian. Thus, Qin Chang'an had to face the ancestor of the eastern Xian Kingdom and the southern Ming Kingdom's ruler, Nanzhan. In an instant, he was at a disadvantage. Qin Chang'an held the Sword of Guardian, his momentum soaring. For flying swords circled around him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. From time to time, he would launch sneak attacks, forcing the two opponents to divert their attention to deal with his flying swords. In this way, Qin Chang'an stubbornly held out against the attacks of a Saint Emperor and a half-emperor. Although he was at a disadvantage, killing him was not that easy. On the other side, Ning Tingyu, despite her exceptional talent and deep foundation, was being beaten back, spitting blood under the siege of a Saint Emperor, 2 half-emperors, and over 20 10th level kings. Boom! Dong Yinglai and the others attacked with lethal moves, showing no mercy. When Ning Tingyu made a mistake, they pounced on her, causing her to spurt blood, her body flying away like a withered leaf. Swoosh! Her hat tore apart, revealing her full head of black hair. A gust of wind blew, and her long hair danced wildly, unveiling her true appearance that she had always concealed. Hiss! Seeing this face, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and others were momentarily stunned, their pupils losing focus. It was an indescribable face, stunningly beautiful, even more so than a world-class beauty. Even Dong Yinglai, who had seen countless women, was taken aback, murmuring, no wonder she is the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Her looks are indeed breathtaking. That pair of seemingly divine features was as exquisite as if sculpted by a master from the celestial realm. Every inch of her skin seemed capable of captivating souls and stealing hearts. Zhao Tianwei suddenly shivered, taking a deep breath. Then his face filled with murderous intent. He said coldly, what a pity, such a beautiful woman is about to perish. Kill her and seize the origin Tao Lotus on her. As he spoke, Dong Yinglai also regained his senses, and he and Zhao Tianwei attacked simultaneously. In an instant, 2 palm lights materialized out of thin air, carrying terrifying momentum, and struck fiercely towards Ning Tingyu's forehead. Just then, the swords whistled, and the 4 flying swords rushed towards them. The 2 were terrified, and their palm lights could only strike the 4 flying swords. Bang! The flying swords were knocked away, and their palm lights instantly collapsed and dissipated. Chen Chang'an's figure appeared beside Ning Tingyu, and he spoke without hesitation. Give me the origin Tao Lotus. But it's mine. I worked hard to kill the flood dragon to get it. Why should I give it to you? Even now, Ning Tingyu stubbornly replied. Despite being in a dire situation, covered in blood, she still looked defiant. Slap! Chen Chang'an slapped her face, coldly scolding, if you don't have your life, what use is that lotus to you? Hand it over to me, and you might have a chance to survive. Chen Chang'an's slap stunned her momentarily. She stared at Chen Chang'an's cold face, wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. She gritted her teeth and threw her gray storage bag to Chen Chang'an. She realized that he was also being pursued, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So she could only temporarily trust Chen Chang'an. When the others saw Chen Chang'an had obtained the Tao Lotus, they immediately wanted to rush forward. Stop! Step one more step, and I'll destroy it, Chen Chang'an said coldly, holding the storage bag. Instantly, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nan Zhan, and others dared not advance. Chen Chang'an, you dare? Dong Yinglai glared at Chen Chang'an, roaring. Humph. Do you think I dare or not? Chen Chang'an replied, taking out the origin Tao Lotus from his storage bag. In an instant, a rich spiritual energy surged, causing everyone around to be in high spirits. Chen Chang'an, don't be impulsive. If you destroy it, none of you will escape. And I guarantee you will wish you were dead, Zhao Tianwei said coldly. Hee. Chen Chang'an sneered and directly tore off a petal from the origin Tao Lotus. What? What? Chen Chang'an, what are you doing? Stop! Dong Yinglai and the others roared in shock. They all looked at the petal in Chen Chang'an's hand. Feeling intense pain, this sudden change made everyone stop fighting. Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and the others gathered around Chen Chang'an. Next to Chen Chang'an was a shocked Ning Tingyu. You damn brat, that is my Tao Lotus. What do you want to do? Shut up. Chen Chang'an shouted angrily at her. You dare to threaten me? Ning Tingyu was dumbfounded. She was the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. Whether it was the other 3 major sexmen or the princes of those royal families in the sacred land, who wasn't courteous to her, who wasn't polite to her. This guy in front of her not only kicked her, but in the competition, but also slapped her earlier. Now, he was so fierce toward her. How infuriating. Thinking of this, even the fearless her felt aggrieved. Chen Chang'an didn't care about her feelings. He grinned savagely and shouted at everyone, get back. All of you, 1,000 feet away. Otherwise, no one will get this Tao Lotus. As long as you retreat 1,000 feet, I will immediately drop the Tao Lotus. And then you can come to snatch it. Dong Yinglai and the others were taken aback. But they soon guessed Chen Chang'an's plan. He wanted to drop the origin Tao Lotus and then escape with his people. Chen Chang'an, you better keep your word and drop the Tao Lotus. Otherwise, Zhao Tianwei threatened coldly. Step back quickly. Chen Chang'an didn't want to hear his nonsense, and the 4 flying swords immediately pointed at the remaining stem of the Tao Lotus. Chen Chang'an's hand, holding the 9 lotus petals, also slightly closed, unleashing destructive power. Fine. Chen Chang'an, you're something? Dong Yinglai commanded everyone to retreat quickly. Seeing this, Ji Xuangu grabbed Chen Chang'an with one hand and Ji Wentian with the other, whispering, young friend Chang'an, I'll take you away later. Duanmu Tsang and the others thought Chen Chang'an was waiting for the enemies to retreat 1,000 feet before dropping the Tao Lotus and escaping. So they all got ready to flee. But Ning Tingyu didn't move at all. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Chang'an. She felt that this young man wouldn't be willing to run away in disgrace. Sure enough, when Dong Yinglai and the others retreated to 1,000 feet away, they coldly said, Chen Chang'an, drop the Tao Lotus and then hurry to escape. But to everyone's astonishment, Chen Chang'an stuffed the 9 petals of the Tao Lotus directly into his mouth and quickly swallowed them. You, Chen Chang'an, are you crazy? You damn it. They could only be in a state of impotent rage. After all, it was too late to stop Chen Chang'an from 1,000 feet away. Even Ning Tingyu, Ji Xuangu, and the others beside him never expected that Chen Chang'an would directly swallow those Tao Lotus petals. Boom! At that moment, the aura on Chen Chang'an erupted again like a volcano. Chapter 66, Crazy Breakthrough. Instant kill of the Elder. Chen Chang'an felt every cell in his body, every vein, and every pore rapidly expanding. Then his dantian seemed to form a cosmic black hole, crazily devouring the 9 pieces of Tao lotus leaves. Boom! The aura on Chun Chang'an's body was boiling rapidly, and the dantian, acupoints, and all martial arts realms within him were breaking through one after another. Buzz! Chun Chang'an let out a low roar, and the people beside him were instantly pushed away. Even Ji Xuangu was no exception. They all stared at Chun Chang'an in shock. Chun Chang'an crouched down, holding his head, feeling as if his whole body was about to explode, with the spiritual energy inside him boiling madly. Beside him was the guardian sword, and 4 flying swords were spinning around him for protection. In front of him, the fallen root of the original Tao lotus was grabbed by Ning Tingyu, who looked at Chun Chang'an in disbelief as he actually consumed 9 lotus petals raw. She scolded, "Kid, are you crazy? This is the original Tao lotus. Each petal carries immense spiritual energy. Your body won't be able to handle it, and you'll explode to death." Ning Tingyu's face was complicated as she felt the overwhelming spiritual power radiating from Chun Chang'an, causing his entire body to redden as if it were about to split apart. Somehow, she let out a quiet sigh. What a pity for such a monstrous talent to die. At that moment, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Zhan, and others surrounded Chun Chang'an, all filled with rage. "Chun Chang'an, you bastard! How dare you directly eat the Tao lotus? You're dead!" Dong Yinglai roared. "Don't waste words with them. Kill them all." Zhao Tianwei echoed with fury. As they spoke, the people around them rushed forward. Boom! At that moment, an extremely violent aura erupted, creating a shocking wave of energy that spread in all directions. Buzz! The ones about to rush forward, including Dong Yinglai and the others, were instantly stopped as if caught in a gale, their bodies freezing in place. How is this possible? How could you possibly digest those 9 petals? Dong Yinglai's pupils contracted rapidly, shocked. Zhao Tianwei and the others were similarly wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Chun Chang'an was slowly standing up, his aura skyrocketing. King Realm. Level 6. King Realm. Level 7. King Realm. Level 8. Buzz! He had jumped 3 small realms in an instant. Hiss! Seeing Chun Chang'an digest the Tao lotus at such speed and rise 3 small realms, the surrounding people gasped in shock. Even Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu, who knew Chun Chang'an was a monster, were completely dumbfounded. Freak! He really is a freak. Even Ji Xuangu, who had experienced countless storms, looked as if he had lost his soul. Ji Wentian and the others were the same. How long has it been since Chun Chang'an returned from the Demon Burial Abyss? From having no cultivation to now being at King Realm level 8? Even Ning Tingyu from the Holy Land had never seen such a monstrous advancement. "You, who are you? How can you directly digest the Tao lotus?" Ning Tingyu murmured, her alluring lips parting as if capable of drawing souls away. But at this moment, no one noticed her. All eyes were on Chun Chang'an. "Kill him. He must not live," Dong Yinglai shouted. With such a freakish Chun Chang'an allowed to grow wildly, it would be a nightmare for their 3 forces. Hearing this, 5 of the National Guardian Elders from Dongxian Kingdom reacted quickly, their figures soaring into the air, their weapons erupting with destructive cold light. Young friend Chang'an, be careful." Ji Xuangu and the others rushed towards Chun Chang'an. He. Facing the 5 rushing at him, Chun Chang'an sneered, "Who wants to seek death? Come on." Bang! He suddenly drew the guardian sword beside him, and the burial world's sword technique erupted, instantly killing. Swoosh! The overwhelming sword might exploded, piercing one person's chest at incredible speed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The remaining 4 flying swords flew mercilessly. With Chun Chang'an's unparalleled spiritual power support, the wind control, wind piercing, scorching wind, and fierce wind, swords emitted piercing roars. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the other 4 King Realm level 10 elders from Dongxian Kingdom had their foreheads pierced, and in a split second, they were nailed to the ground. 5 pairs of eyes went blank, their pupils filled with disbelief. He. Chun Chang'an sneered contemptuously, his voice deep and hoarse. "I gave you all a chance earlier, but you were useless. Now I will bury you all." Bang! The guardian sword continued to slash down, the overwhelming sword might erupting fiercely, falling on the five elders, instantly turning their bodies into scattered bones and limbs flying in the air. All of this happened in the blink of an eye from Dong Inglai's command to the five National Guardian Elders attacking. The five Guardian Elders died tragically, their bones gone. The splattering blood mist blurred the vision of Dong Inglai and the others, piercing Ji Xuangu and the others' eyes and hearts, forcing them to stop in shock. Staring at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an, you. Ji Wentian's face twitched repeatedly. How did you become so strong? Ning Tingyu's beautiful eyes shimmered with a captivating light. The man before her was definitely not a match for King Realm level 10 before. Unexpectedly, after eating the Tao Lotus, he not only didn't explode to death, but instead his combat power skyrocketed. So terrifying. Chen Chang'an. Dong Inglai gritted his teeth and spoke. His five National Guardian Elders were killed in an instant, which was beyond his expectations and comprehension. Even if he could fight across levels, he believed that. But how could it turn into an instant kill across levels? Chen Chang'an had a faint smile on his lips. Dong Inglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, all of you come. I will bury you all. As he spoke, with a bang, a gigantic bronze ancient coffin appeared next to him, measuring 5 to 6 zhang long. Crack, crack, crack. The coffin lid on the bronze ancient coffin slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black, abyss-like coffin mouth. Looking at such an eerie coffin, Dong Inglai and the others' hearts raced. Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and the ancestors of their three forces could not smile. Chen Chang'an's ability to instantly kill 5 King Realm Elders, along with the appearance of this strange bronze ancient coffin, made them, the overlords of Dongzhou, feel an unsettling fear in their hearts. Chapter 67, Everyone Must Die. Pretending to be mysterious. Dong Inglai snorted coldly. The long spear in his hand erupted with a momentum that could shatter the heavens, instantly stabbing towards Chen Chang'an's chest. A sneak attack. He is at the half-emperor level, and still resorts to sneak attacks. The terrifying storm it stirred up was simply indescribable. It seemed that in an instant, the black long spear in his hand would pierce through Chen Chang'an's chest. Dong Inglai's mouth curled into a sinister grin as he continued to exert more force. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, a cold smile on his lips, and with his right hand, he swiftly lifted the guardian's sword, blocking it in front of his chest. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a sound that pierced the eardrums. The space shook and the earth cracked. Rumble! An invisible shockwave instantly surged in all directions, causing countless people's skin to sting and their robes to flutter. Hiss! Bang, bang, bang! Chen Chang'an wielded the guardian sword, continuously blocking Dong Inglai's thrusts with the spear. At the same time, his 4 flying swords formed a deadly momentum. Puffed, puffed. Dong Inglai dodged 3 of the flying swords, but the last one, the Gale sword, directly pierced through his head. From Chen Chang'an's direction, one could clearly see the hollow inside Dong Inglai's head and the scene behind him. Thud! In Dong Inglai's trembling pupils, there was a clear expression of disbelief and an unwillingness to close his eyes. The ruler of Dongxian Kingdom is dead. The remaining people showed expressions of shock. Dong Inglai is dead. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords would not give them a chance to react. Amidst the howling, 4 or 5 elders at the 10th level of the King Realm had their heads pierced. Some screamed in terror. The remaining Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, and their ancestors were all shocked to the extreme, staring at the figure of Chen Chang'an wielding the giant sword. What kind of background, what kind of talent could produce a freak that completely transcended understanding and twisted common sense, instantaneously killing those at the 10th level of the King Realm, killing a half-emperor in 3 moves? If given time to grow, wouldn't he be able to dominate the entire eastern state? With his thought, a chilling and murderous intent surged wildly in their hearts, especially in the hearts of the ancestors of Dongxian Kingdom. The desire to kill Chen Chang'an was incredibly strong. Chen Chang'an musti. Zhao Tianwei's voice involuntarily squeezed out between his clenched teeth. Rumble. Kill. Chen Chang'an must not leave here alive. Zhao Tianwei and the others roared, one by one lunging at Chen Chang'an like hungry wolves. vowing to protect Chun Chang'an with their lives. Yixvangu roared, Yeventian Duan Muzunk. And others also recognized Chun Chang'an's immense potential and immediately ordered people to protect him. With Chun Chang'an, their great Zhou kingdom would surely rise. Rumble. In an instant, both sides clashed again. Meanwhile, Ning Tingyu, who was covered in blood and had been seriously injured, was frantically consuming medicine to suppress her injuries and fight back. The roar resounded again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Another dozen elders at the King Realm had their heads severed by Chun Chang'an, and he kicked their bodies and heads into the coffin of the gods. The ancestors of Dongshin Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, Southeast Wind Alliance, and Zhao Tianwei, Nanzhan, etc., looked at Chun Chang'an, who could still kick bodies into coffins during battle, and they couldn't help but feel fear. This guy, whether in battle experience or combat mentality, was exceptionally outstanding. It made them jealous to the point of madness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chun Chang'an's 4 flying swords were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, causing the heads of their elders to fly one by one. You all step back and guard the surroundings, not letting anyone escape. Chun Chang'an roared at Ji Xuangu and the others. Ji Xuangu was taken aback, but he saw Chun Chang'an rampaging through the battlefield, and he was deeply shocked. Even he, a first-level Saint Emperor, couldn't help at all. Moreover, Chun Chang'an clearly intended to kill them all. What a ruthless young man. Such a terrifying young man. Never seen in ages. Young friend Chang'an, be careful. I assure you, no one will escape. Ji Xuangu's eyes glinted coldly. They had no choice but to listen to Chun Chang'an. So he shouted at Duan Muzong and the remaining 5 elders of the great Zhou kingdom to surround the area. Yes, the elders of the great Zhou kingdom were stirred up with overwhelming waves in their hearts. From being hunted to now wanting to encircle them and not let them leave. This completely overturned their perception of the great Zhou kingdom. Even Ning Tingyu was dumbfounded. She glared at Chun Chang'an a few times and then quietly left. She had obtained the root stem of the origin Dao lotus. Although the petals had been eaten by Chun Chang'an, she could still grow flowers as long as she cultivated the root stem. Chun Chang'an, I remember you. Ning Tingyu snorted coldly, her figure disappearing from spot. At this moment, no one was paying attention to her. The people of the great Zhou kingdom were all focused on the remaining 3 major forces, preventing them from escaping. And the others in the 3 major forces also had compelling reasons to kill Chun Chang'an. Tyrant's fury. Explode. Blood demon light opened. In the arena, Chun Chang'an activated his Tyrant's fury and evil blood god technique. Instantly, golden light enveloped him, surrounded by blood-colored energy, and in an instant, it stirred up a wave of energy that spanned thousands of feet. Boom! The violent energy instantly suppressed the 3 Saint Emperor-level figures right in front of him. Those were the ancestors of the 3 major forces. Bang, bang, bang! Chun Chang'an's combat power surged rapidly. The Guardian Sword erupted, and all the weapons charging towards him were shattered. What? The arena erupted with exclamations, screams, and the chaotic sounds of explosions. Those elders of the King Realm were killed one after another by Chun Chang'an or became headless corpses. The elders of the great Zhou kingdom watching around gasped in shock. As they looked at Chun Chang'an, their eyes gradually filled with deep fear. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the only ones who could engage Chun Chang'an were Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, 2 half-emperors. They were extremely cautious, barely avoiding having their heads severed by Chun Chang'an. The other 3 elders were their ancestors. First level, Saint Emperor. The 3 ancestors were increasingly shocked as they fought, their eyes reflecting astonishment, bewilderment, and an inexplicable confusion. Over 30 elders at the 10th level of the King Realm had perished at his hands, and he seemed unwilling to let the remaining 5 go. What kind of freak is this? Nanzhan and the others were deeply shaken. You all must die. Chun Chang'an coldly laughed as he spoke, his figure charging out, once again activating the martial aperture realm. His speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he zipped past Nanzhan's side. All of Nanzhan's spiritual energy instantly collapsed and shattered. His body, along with the long sword in his hand, was cleaved in half by Chun Chang'an. turning into two segments of a body, which, under the erupting power of Chun Chang'an's demonic soul, shattered again and fell, already becoming a rain of blood mixed with sand. The ruler of Nanming Kingdom, Nanzhan, is dead. Chapter 68, Total Annihilation. The remaining three ancestors, along with Zhao Tianwei, a total of 4 people, had their pupils rapidly dilate and then crazily constrict. Half Emperor realm power. Zhao Tianwei spoke with a trembling voice. His words seemed to be forced out with great difficulty from his throat. After Chun Chang'an unlocked the first realm of the martial aperture, his combat power skyrocketed. That was indeed the power of the half-emperor realm. He looked at Chun Chang'an, unable to believe his eyes for the first time in his life, and even more so, unable to believe his spiritual perception. The sovereign, the ancestor of the southern Ming kingdom, widened his eyes, trembling with extreme horror. The ancestor of the eastern Xin kingdom was the same, because the sovereign of the eastern Xin kingdom, Dong Ying, had also died. This time, it was simply a case of losing more than one gained, losing both the wife and the soldiers. Zhao Tianwei's shock hadn't yet turned into fear when that terrifying demonic pressure suddenly approached. "Ah, Tianwei, you must run," the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance shouted, not wanting his descendants to die right before his eyes. Boom! He instantly slashed at Chun Chang'an with a sword, blocking Chun Chang'an's path. The might of the Holy Emperor realm erupted to its peak. With such a significant gap in realms, he believed Chun Chang'an wouldn't be able to easily cross it. "Rage soul, unleash for me." Chun Chang'an sneered and roared. With a loud boom, his momentum surged again. The first realm of the martial aperture, the demon soul, and the second realm, rage soul. Under the state of these two realms being unlocked, not only was Chun Chang'an's soul enhanced, but so was his strength, shaking mountains and seas. At the same time, Chun Chang'an continued to activate the second form of the evil demon blood god technique. In an instant, his power erupted in a way that surpassed comprehension. The guardian sword in his hand struck down fiercely on the ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Boom! The explosion rang out in front of the ancestor, and his long sword shattered in his terrified gaze. Chun Chang'an's guardian sword continued to smash down with a weight of 10,000 pounds. Boom! His 2 arms shattered, and his body smashed down from the air, penetrating deep into the ground, buried along with his piercing screams by the collapsing earth. Soon, deep underground, the faint life force instantly vanished. The ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance dead. The remaining ancestors of the Eastern Xin Kingdom and the Southern Ming Kingdom finally felt fear and wanted to escape. But they were horrified to find that Chun Chang'an was already charging at them. First was Zhao Tianwei, who looked at the murderous Chun Chang'an with a face full of terror. Chun Chang'an shouted angrily, and the guardian sword in his hand came crashing down. "Chun Chang'an, stop! Do you want the great Zhou Kingdom to become mortal enemies with our 3 great powers?" Boom! Just as his words fell, they were accompanied by Chun Chang'an's sword strike. The defensive barrier and treasure armor on Zhao Tianwei shattered like thin paper. A deep gash was also cut across his chest. Boom! As his body flew out, he could no longer withstand the violent sword pressure from Chun Chang'an and was directly split in half. I am an outer sect elder of the Taitsong sword sect. After those astonished words left his mouth, he fell silent, completely dead with his eyes wide open. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 4 flying swords sealed off the retreat of the remaining 2 ancestors. The 2 of them looked at Chun Chang'an with horror on their faces, still desperately resisting. But they were already terrified. How could they have the fighting spirit to match the maddened Chun Chang'an? 2 first-level Holy Emperor realms were completely suppressed by Chun Chang'an, who was at the 8th level King realm. This was a nightmare they had never encountered in their lives. Earlier, they had wanted to kill Chun Chang'an and everyone with him. That thought had now become their most ridiculous, saddest, and most foolish joke. "Chun Chang'an, I will fight you to the death." The ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom howled in despair, his spiritual energy erupting wildly. Countless sword lights surged with killing intent, instantly enveloping Chun Chang'an. The burial world sword technique shatter heaven. How could Qin Chang'an fear him? The sword technique, with thunderous illusions and immense destructive power, surged forward, clashing head-on. Boom! The surrounding space violently shook, distorting the void. The furious heavy sword struck down. The ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom was like a hammer struck by heaven, his whole body violently shaking. His face turned as pale as paper, blood gushing from his lungs to his throat, which he swallowed back down. He shouted in anger, all the blood energy, spiritual power, and soul within him burning wildly. I will drag you down with me. The ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom howled, the overwhelming sword light crashing toward Qin Chang'an like a raging tsunami. Boom! 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 The heavy sword in Qin Chang'an's hand was like a towering giant mountain, firmly protecting his front, becoming an indestructible shield. At the same time, two flying swords howled, continuously slicing at the body of the ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One sword after another, the sword energy buzzed, piercing the eardrums painfully. In an instant, the ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom was torn to shreds, quickly pulling him into the abyss of death. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the frenzy of sword energy slicing, the ancestor of the Southern Ming Kingdom was completely shredded, becoming a sky full of flesh. Not far away, the ancestor of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, entangled by the other two flying swords, watched this scene with a tingling scalp. His spine and every bone in his body was crazily surging with a biting chill. Sizzle. Now, the four flying swords had locked onto the area around the ancestor of the Eastern Xian Kingdom, sealing off all his escape routes. What level of sword is this? The ancestor of the Eastern Xian Kingdom was filled with astonishment. The sharpness and sturdiness of this flying sword were simply abnormal, surpassing the king-level weapon in his hand. If he wasn't careful, he would lose a piece of flesh to that flying sword. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze meeting Qin Chang'an's eyes, which could shatter his liver and gall. Qin Chang'an. His trembling teeth struggled to utter these three terrifying names. The world before his eyes had turned into an endless darkness. His head had already disappeared from his body. The burial world's sword technique, instant kill. Qin Chang'an softly chanted, his figure already in front of his headless body, grabbing it and throwing it into the burial god coffin. I even prepared the coffin for you. Isn't that generous enough? Saying this, he continued to direct the flying swords, sucking in all the scattered heads, bodies, and flesh into the burial god coffin, refined by the burial god coffin. Thus, all who entered from the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance, their sovereigns, elders, and ancestors, were all annihilated by Qin Chang'an. Around them, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, Duanmu Tsang, and the remaining 5 national guardians were all dumbfounded. They all had their mouths agape, their throats struggling to move, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. The young man before them, like a god of slaughter, had done something earth-shattering today. Chapter 69, Total Annihilation. Half-Emperor Realm. Oh, ancestor. Ji Wentian turned his head in a daze, looking at the equally stunned Ji Xuangu, Chang'an. Killed the rulers of 2 countries. What about us? He finally came to his senses. Qin Chang'an had killed the rulers of the other 2 countries, as well as the leader of a major power alliance. Wouldn't that plunge the great Zhou kingdom into war? Ji Xuangu was also at a loss. He was just an ancestor and had never dealt with state affairs. He did not understand why such an extraordinary monster appeared in the small region of Dongzhou. And moreover, this monster was one of their own from the great Zhou kingdom. Was this a blessing or a curse? Ancestor, the ruler. At this moment, Duanmu Tsang's voice was low and serious as he stared intensely at the two. We are in the same boat as Qin Chang'an. Do not even think about backstabbing him, or else he, or the Qin family will be even more terrifying than the other 3 powers. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian looked at Duanmu Tsang's fierce and determined face and took a deep breath. Duanmu Fu Master was right. Ji Xuangu secretly gritted his teeth. Holding his sword, he suddenly lunged at the other 5 elders of the great Zhou kingdom. Swish, swish, swish. Boom. The sudden eruption of the Emperor's aura and the overwhelming killing intent left the 5 elders of the great Zhou kingdom unable to react. Their bodies were crushed into pieces by Ji Xuangu. Ji Wentian took a deep breath. He knew that the ancestor did this to prevent the news from leaking out. Not only about Chun Chang'an's killings, but also that strange bronze ancient coffin. Just a glance at that bronze ancient coffin made their heads feel painfully uncomfortable. That must be one of Chun Chang'an's foundations. Buzz. At that moment, the god-burying coffin absorbed so much of people's spiritual energy, blood essence, and cultivation, and once again erupted with a roar. All of it returned to Chun Chang'an. Boom! Chun Chang'an's body erupted once more like a volcano. His cultivation skyrocketed at an alarming rate. 9th level of the Heavenly King Realm. 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Buzz. It seemed like some shackles were broken, yet not fully shattered, causing Chun Chang'an's realm to enter the Half-Emperor realm. Hiss. He has reached the Half-Emperor realm. Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Song's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out. What the hell? What kind of freakish upgrade speed is this? Could it be because of that bronze ancient coffin? The three exchanged glances, all feeling extreme shock. Who? Chun Chang'an retracted the 4 flying swords, clenched his fists, feeling an explosive power coursing through him. As his fingers contracted, it felt as if space itself was being torn apart. What terrifying physical strength! Chun Chang'an felt excited. He stored the god-burying coffin away and held the enormous guardian sword. Then his cold gaze fell upon Ji Xuangu and the other two. In an instant, Ji Xuangu and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They saw Chun Chang'an's secret. Would he kill to silence them? At this moment, Ji Wentian, the dignified ruler of a nation, almost knelt down. Chun Chang'an rested the giant's sword on his shoulder and strode towards the three. Even Ji Xuangu couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The current Chun Chang'an was no longer his match. Chang'an, young Master Chun, you can rest assured we absolutely won't speak of this, Ji Xuangu hurriedly said. His throat struggled to swallow. Life and death depended on Chun Chang'an's whim. That's right, young Master Chun. I'm also very familiar with your second master. I assure you, the three of us won't tell anyone, Duanmu Song quickly added. Young Chang'an, I've always regarded you as my son-in-law. Although I am timid and afraid of death, I would never harm my own daughter. Ji Wentian repeatedly patted his chest to assure. Bang! Chun Chang'an heavily thrust the sword into the ground, startling Ji Wentian and the others. They looked at Chun Chang'an in fear, waiting for him to speak. My future world is certainly not limited to this small place of Dongzhou, Chun Chang'an said, looking at the three, but I grew up in Chang'an City. And Chang'an City is my home. As long as you do not betray me, do not betray the Chun family. I naturally will not do anything to harm the Great Zhou Kingdom. If the Great Zhou Kingdom is in trouble, my Chun family will not stand by idly. After Chun Chang'an finished speaking, he stored the heavy sword. Ah, yes, young Chang'an, you are right. The Great Zhou Kingdom will always be your home. Ji Wentian quickly responded, feeling relieved. As long as the Great Zhou royal family treats the Chun family well, if the Great Zhou Kingdom is in trouble, the Chun family will not ignore it. This made him feel much more at ease, at least with the Chun family and the terrifying Chun Chang'an around. The Great Zhou would not necessarily fear the other countries wanting to wage war. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Song also breathed a sigh of relief. Young Chang'an, what should we do next? Ji Wentian asked nervously. After all, the previous battle was already a fact. We'll do what they do on the first day of the month. We will do it on the 15th. Chun Chang'an sneered. We will completely annihilate the remaining members of the three powers in the secret realm. Every word Chun Chang'an said made Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Song gasp in shock. They exchanged glances, both filled with extreme coldness and determination. This was the only way to go. At this time, Chun Chang'an scanned the surroundings. Where is Ningtingyu? Oh no, it's bad. She knows what happened. Moreover, she took away the root of the origin Dao lotus. Ji Wentian lamented, feeling pained. Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes. That woman was the saintess of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Silencing her wouldn't be easy. Forget it. That Dao lotus was originally found by her. I got the lotus petals, and she took the roots, which is understandable, Chun Chang'an said, his gaze falling on the pool. There! A root of the origin Tao lotus was nurturing along with a flood dragon. It might not be that simple. You three, go to the camp of our great Zhou kingdom's top talents. Find Mingyue and Chun Xian. Then take them to kill Dong Lianxing and the others. Chen Chang'an instructed Ji Wentian. In his tone, there was no hint of politeness, but rather it sounded like an order. However, Ji Wentian was overjoyed, nodding in agreement without any complaints. After all, with Chen Chang'an's monstrous talent and terrifying upgrading speed, he would soon grow to an incalculable level. He would be a soaring dragon in the sky. Being able to help Chen Chang'an now was indeed taking on a great karmic responsibility. Ji Xuangu also nodded in agreement. So after knowing the direction, the three of them quickly left, asking no more about what Chen Chang'an would do. After all, the current Chen Chang'an was no longer their junior. His strength stood there. After they all left, Chen Chang'an approached the pool. Looking at the extremely rich spiritual energy and the terrifying aura spreading within, he narrowed his eyes and jumped in. Chapter 70. The Inheritance of the Black Dragon God. Glug! Glug! The chilling sound of bubbles echoed in Chen Chang'an's ears, and his eyes narrowed. As his body gradually sank, the glugging sound ceased, and the surroundings fell into an eerie and terrifying silence. The sounds no longer spread, and the water ripples ceased to move, as if the underwater world had suddenly frozen. With only scattered lights, like fireflies, suddenly spreading around, covering the deep waters that could not be seen. Chen Chang'an was stunned. This was not a small pool at all. It was like entering the world beneath the sea. Old Coffin, is there really a treasure here? Chen Chang'an asked in his heart. It was the coffin spirit from the god burial coffin that had led him to this pool earlier. TSK, you little brat, you really know nothing. A pool that can nurture the origin Tao lotus and transform a small water snake into a flood dragon can't be simple, can it? There are probably terrifying existences here that even the four great nations of Dongzhou cannot handle. That's why they created layers of barriers to cover this place, preventing others from discovering it while allowing their descendants to come in and cultivate. Perhaps they are also hoping for a fated person. The previous emperors of those four great nations must not be simple. Old Coffin's words echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind, causing him to feel greatly shaken. He found it reasonable. Just then, a vast and deep aura, like an endless abyss, surged over Chen Chang'an, making him want to resist, but Old Coffin's voice suddenly rang out. Don't resist. This pressure cannot harm you. Oh, am I that powerful? Naturally, a mere being from a low-dimensional universe thinks it can harm a body forged over 100 years. What a joke. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. The god burial coffin helped him to reshape his body, which was no ordinary body. The terrifying pressure that suddenly appeared before him could not intimidate his soul or body. The aura ahead erupted in momentary chaos, followed by shock and astonishment. Then, powerful spiritual senses swept toward Chen Chang'an, seemingly trying to see what kind of monster he was. Suddenly, a very faint sound of surprise was heard. Chen Chang'an squinted sharply. Beneath this pool, there was indeed a terrifying existence. He looked ahead, and beneath the scattered lights, there was actually a massive palace. There was such a huge palace underwater. Chen Chang'an was stunned. Buzz! Suddenly, the palace's main door opened with a buzz, and a giant vortex appeared, sucking Chen Chang'an in. Chen Chang'an couldn't resist at all, and soon he found himself inside the palace. As he entered, it seemed that all the sounds, auras, and even light from the outside world were completely isolated by this palace. Chen Chang'an wanted to extend his spiritual senses outside the palace, but discovered an empty void. Such a bizarre isolation was utterly spine-chilling. Buzz! Suddenly, the space ahead twisted, blurred, and trembled. Then a pair of enormous eyes appeared. They were incomparably large eyes, elongated with gray sclera, and the pupils were filled with rings of yellowish light, surrounded by specks of green dots. The massive pupils reflected Chen Chang'an's figure in a white long robe, looking disheveled. Clearly, it seemed that Chen Chang'an was completely locked in by these eyes. Splash! At this moment, the enormous pupils seemed to be trembling as if the massive body hidden in the darkness was moving. With the turbulence, There were sounds of chains rattling as if being pulled. Hee hee, a little human has actually come. How interesting. A powerful, heavy, ancient voice suddenly rang in Qin Chang'an's ears and deep within his soul. It seemed that his body leaned forward a bit, and the reflection of Qin Chang'an in the pupils grew larger. The ancient voice continued, "Since you have come here, you are fated to be my disciple. Kid, do you wish to become my disciple? I will grant you all my inheritances. Come, release your soul and accept my inheritance mark. Once you obtain my inheritance, you will become a king, a saint, or even a lofty holy emperor, or perhaps you could become a true quasi-immortal as told in legends." The ancient voice kept resonating, filled with temptation and longing. But Qin Chang'an remained unmoved. His gaze fell on the walls and the ground around him. Complex patterns were drawn all around, emitting faint glows. Old coffin, is this a great formation? Qin Chang'an had been by the side of the second master since childhood, who was a formation master, so he naturally understood a bit. This palace before him was clearly a spirit-gathering, great formation. It attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to gather here, then transformed into surging, liquefied spiritual energy. This palace was a treasure. Seeing Qin Chang'an silent, the ancient voice continued to tempt him. "Kid, don't you want to obtain my inheritance? As long as you become my disciple, this 5-element spirit-gathering palace will also be yours. It can gather all the spiritual energy from the 8 directions of heaven and earth, making it perfect for cultivation." The ancient voice was thunderous, and the enormous pupils slightly constricted, carrying a heart-pounding pressure. "Kid, secret realms, opportunities, inheritances, treasures are the things you humans most desire. Come, release your soul and accept my inheritance." "Who are you?" Qin Chang'an finally spoke. "Hee hee, a cautious little human. Not bad, not bad. You're still qualified to be my disciple." The ancient voice continued. "I hail from the God Realm's Black Dragon God clan, the supreme ancient Black Dragon God." As its proud words echoed, a terrifying dragon might erupted with a thunderous roar. It made Qin Chang'an's body feel heavy as if it were bearing an immense stone. "Damn, what a big boast." Old Coffin's voice rang in Qin Chang'an's ears. Qin Chang'an was calm, his expression steady. The enormous dragon pupils were astonished. In the reflection of the dragon's eyes, Qin Chang'an still stood proudly, with no sign of trembling or fear as it had imagined. "The inheritance of the Black Dragon God clan? All right, I am willing to accept your inheritance." Qin Chang'an said with a hint of a meaningful smile. Smart kid, come, release your soul, and let me grant you the Black Dragon inheritance." As the words fell, 2 yellow rays of light shot out from the enormous pupils, instantly entering Qin Chang'an's brow and into his sea of souls. Chapter 71. The Magic Dragon's World-Burning Technique. At the same time, within Qin Chang'an's soul sea space, an earth-shattering black dragon appeared. It was a giant dragon with 9 claws, 6 pairs of black wings, and its body covered in black scales. As it emerged, Qin Chang'an's soul sea twisted wildly, as if it were about to shatter. "Ha ha! Foolish human boy. Your soul, I will consume it, and your body, I will take it too. I can finally escape this cursed place and return to my dragon clan in the East Abyssal Sea. Ha ha! And you, that despicable and detestable divine monkey, as well as the vile academy, head you Chinin, wait for me." The black dragon roared fiercely, its anger palpable. With a thunderous roar, it seemed ready to collapse Qin Chang'an's entire soul sea. Qin Chang'an's soul body clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony. Ugh! Qin Chang'an's soul body let out a painful howl. "No, didn't you say you would grant me your inheritance? Why are you consuming my soul?" Qin Chang'an roared unwillingly. "Mwahaha! I've been trapped in this 5-elements demon suppression palace for 80,000 years. Finally, a boy with a decent physique has entered. Of course I will seize his body and escape. I must take my revenge. You Qianin, you Qianin, you Qianin, and my daughter too. TSK, TSK. You foolish human boy. Do you really think a lowly insect like you can become a disciple of my noble ancient demon dragon? You might as well take a look at yourself in the mirror. The massive body that spread across the heavens. terrifying like the endless deep seas dragon might, made Chun Chang'an feel minuscule before it. At this moment, the gigantic black dragon soul looked down on Chun Chang'an, like observing an ant. But strangely, it was screaming names unfamiliar to Chun Chang'an, seemingly filled with hatred for those people. Suddenly, the black dragon sniffed sharply, and its dragon eyes trembled violently, exuding an unimaginable rage. How dare you? You have the aura of those 9 people, as well as the aura of the Academy's people. Ugh, you are dead. The black dragon seemed to have sensed an enraging presence, a deeply ingrained memory. It no longer wished to waste words with Chun Chang'an and lunged at him with a fierce bite. What? Chun Chang'an couldn't hear what the black dragon had said earlier. Seeing it pounce, he waved his hand fiercely. Boom! Suddenly, a colossal coffin appeared beside him. The God Burial Coffin. At this moment, the God Burial Coffin appeared in Chun Chang'an's soul sea, becoming even larger than the black dragon's soul. The coffin's entrance, like a black hole in the universe, emitted an incredibly terrifying, devouring power. What the hell is this? The black dragon's enormous eyes suddenly constricted, and it swung its massive tail and flapped its enormous wings, seemingly wanting to escape the coffin's mouth. But it was evidently futile. Its entire dragon body was abruptly pulled into the God Burial Coffin, and then the coffin lid slammed shut with a bang. Inside the God Burial Coffin, the black dragon's roars echoed, followed by frantic pounding against the coffin lid. Bang, bang, bang. But the coffin lid remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. After an unknown period, the frantic struggles and soul-shattering dragon roars gradually weakened, ultimately vanishing entirely. Then, strands of dragon soul power condensed within Chun Chang'an's soul sea, becoming his subordinate soul. It was an enormous black dragon soul. It seemed to form a totem of Chun Chang'an's soul. At the same time, it carried the inheritance of the dragon soul itself, a technique from the demon dragon itself, Magic Dragon's world-burning technique. Chun Chang'an's heart rejoiced, and he used his spiritual sense to check it out. First move, Angry Dragon Fire Breath. Second move, Extinguishing Song Flame Rain. Third move, Dragon Flame Falling Stars. Fourth move, Demon Fire Burning Heaven. Fifth move, Demon Dragon Suppressing the Vault. Sixth move, Dragon Flame Domain Fire. Chun Chang'an's eyes lit up with excitement. This looked extremely advanced. If combined with his God Burial Sword technique and Evil Demon Blood God technique, it would be incredibly violent. He memorized the inheritance of the black magic dragon, then withdrew his consciousness and returned to his body. As the black dragon's soul was devoured and refined by Chun Chang'an's God Burial Coffin, the enormous pupils in the scene lost their luster, slowly turning gray, and finally dissipating into ash. TSK. It's a good thing I have the God Burial Coffin to refine the dragon's soul. Otherwise, I would have been seized. Chun Chang'an thought. Just as he was about to see how to leave, his body was pushed out by some force. When he emerged in the water, the palace before him quickly shrank, emanating a deep yellow light, then slowly floated in front of Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an understood everything. The 5 Elements Demon Suppression Palace before him was clearly meant to suppress that demon dragon. But since the dragon was dead, this palace had completed its task and became a masterless object. Chun Chang'an extended his palm and caught the small palace in his hand. In an instant, it seemed as if countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth surged toward him, entering his own meridians and spreading to every cell and pore in his body. This made Chun Chang'an's heart tremble greatly. Ha! Feeling Chun Chang'an's uncontrollable excitement, the coffin elder let out a calm laugh. You boy, your fortune is quite deep. Not only have you become friends with me, but you also have my protection. Now you've obtained this inheritance from the ancient ancestor dragon, the black dragon, after being demonized. It seems your future will be unimaginably terrifying. Thank you, coffin elder. If it weren't for you, I would have been consumed by that dragon's soul earlier. Chun Chang'an cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to the space before him. Ha! I hope you won't regret befriending me in the future. The coffin elder continued to emit a meaningful laugh. Chun Chang'an straightened his posture and slowly stored the 5 Elements Demon Suppression Palace in his embrace. not paying much heed to the Coffin elder's words. He smiled and said, "The future is for later. For now, I must focus on the present." "Good boy." The Coffin elder chuckled. Boom! Just then, the entire underwater world began to tremble violently. The demon dragon suppressed here is dead, and you've reclaimed the 5 elements demon suppression palace. There are no more spiritual treasures controlling the spiritual power between heaven and earth. This secret realm is about to collapse. Hurry and leave. The Coffin elder's hoarse voice rang out. Chun Chang'an was taken aback, just about to express his regret, but then suddenly thought. The 5 elements demon suppression palace was in his hands. Could he not establish a terrifying spiritual cultivation secret realm in the Chun family? Thinking of this, Chun Chang'an's breath quickened, and he swiftly shot out of the water's surface, arriving in the outside world. Boom! The entire secret realm was shaking violently, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth was raging rapidly. These spiritual powers seemed to have been frightened, becoming immensely chaotic, and then began to explode. Boom! Layers of defensive barriers surged and collapsed, and the entire space became blurred and distorted, accompanied by the sound of spiritual explosions. Chun Chang'an chose the direction of Dong Lianxing and others' camp and rushed over at top speed. Chapter 72. A Sword Shatters. When he arrived not far from the Donglian Star camp, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Song, along with Chun Xian leading the Chun family members, were fiercely attacking the defense barrier of Donglian Star and others. Countless terrifying energies struck the defense barrier but could not break it even a bit. Yeventian, you are insane. Do you dare to come and kill us? Donglian Star roared. Great Zhou Kingdom, just wait for your destruction. By then, the Ji clan royal family, no matter who it is, will all die. Nan Hong roared, filled with extreme hatred for the people of Great Zhou Kingdom, especially for Chun Chang'an. And you, Ji Mingyue, I will definitely play you to ruin. Let all the geniuses of Dongxian Kingdom take their turns with you, so that Chun Chang'an will have a green light on his head. Donglian Star continued to roar. Zhao Ziang had a gloomy face. If it weren't for the combined defense formations of their 3 forces, they would have probably been broken through by Ji Xuangu, especially the people of the Chun family, whom he despised immensely. The Chun family had an abundance of resources, even producing spiritual bombs. Does the Chun family have masters proficient in formations and manufacturing? But how could that be? Such talents are only found in sacred places. Facing the insults and curses from Donglian Star and Nan Hong, Ji Mingyue, though angry, did not lose her rationality and coldly snorted, "Humph, who dies first is not certain." Saying this, she looked at the dozens of people inside. You 2 kingdom lords, the alliance leader, the ancestors, and all the national guardians have all been killed by my brother Chang'an. Humph, and all of you will die too. Ha, that's right. What are you being so arrogant about? A bunch of trash. When my son-in-law comes, all of you will be turned to dust. Ji Wentian also snarled. For the first time, he felt courageous, and his voice was a bit louder. This feeling was extremely refreshing. Ha ha ha! Donglian Star burst into laughter. He scoffed at Ji Mingyue and Ji Wentian's words. Could Chun Chang'an kill all their ancestors and kingdom lords? Kill all their elders? They would rather the sun rise from the west, or a sow climb a tree. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The rich spiritual energy of the entire world began to boil madly. The layers of secret realm barriers that enveloped all around began to crash and break apart. Heavens! What's going on? What happened? Is it an earthquake? Countless people exclaimed. Why is this spiritual energy so violent? It seems like it's about to explode. What on earth has happened? Countless people were in shock. Everyone don't mind it. Since Big Brother has ordered us to kill the people in front of us, we must break their barrier and kill them all. Chun Xian shouted. Yes. The Chun family disciples roared in anger, their fighting spirits soaring as they desperately attacked the defense barrier of Donglian Star and others. Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu exchanged glances, both shocked at the fighting will of the Chun family disciples. Moreover, they executed their young master's words without reservation. We will also strive to attack. Yixvangu shouted. Thus, one by one, they unleashed earth-shattering killing moves toward the defense barrier of Donglian Star and others. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if countless dazzling fireworks exploded on the defense barrier set up by Donlian Star and others, then vanished. This made the entire barrier tremble, like a transparent film with huge dents appearing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But as Donlian Star and others continuously infused spirit stones, filling it with spiritual energy, the defensive capability of the entire barrier was replenished. Ji Xuangu frowned upon seeing all this. Ji Mingyue was equally shocked. She exclaimed, "This defense barrier, although not as good as the previous one from the Chun family, is still very sturdy. Where did they get it from? It must be that Zhao Tianwei obtained it from the Taitsong sword sect," Duanmu Tsong said solemnly. His gaze fell on Zhao Ziyang and the sword that served as the formation's eye. "I just don't know where Brother Chang'an has gone. The violent spiritual power in this world is also unknown for what reason," Ji Mingyue said with a worried expression. Buzz. At that moment, the heavens buzzed, and 4 long swords whistled down, directly stabbing into the barrier. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, the power on the barrier was rapidly dissipating. Not good. Those are Chun Chang'an's 4 flying swords. The pupils of Donlian Star inside the barrier shrank sharply, and he shouted urgently. Zhao Ziyang's pupils trembled violently, reflecting the sword light filled with fear of Chun Chang'an. It was these 4 flying swords of Chun Chang'an that had caused over 400 deaths among the people of their 3 forces. Quick, everyone, channel your own spiritual power into the defense barrier. We cannot let that demon Chun Chang'an break our barrier. Otherwise, we are done for. Zhao Ziyang shouted anxiously. To them, Ji Wentian and the others might not kill, as they had to consider the impact between nations. But that guy Chun Chang'an was simply insane. Everyone inside the barrier poured their spiritual power without reservation, shooting towards the heavens and flooding into the barrier. This caused the areas where the barrier had been pierced by the 4 swords to receive an energy replenishment, as if the cracks were being smoothed over. Buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 swords suddenly flew up into the heavens and then quickly descended, rotating around a young man standing in midair, dressed in white, with long hair flowing without wind. This scene left the people of Great Zhou Kingdom dumbfounded. The newcomer looked like a celestial descending to the mortal realm, with sword light howling around him, and his long hair fluttering made him even more handsome. Big brother. Seeing the newcomer, Chun Xian exclaimed in delight. Young master! Young master! The Chun family disciples shouted excitedly. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue gazed at Chun Chang'an walking through the air, her eyes filled with stars. Yixvungu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Tsong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chun Chang'an had finally arrived. It seemed that once he arrived, they had a backbone. The other geniuses of Great Zhou looked at Chun Chang'an in the sky with respect and awe. Chun Chang'an nodded at all of them. Then a massive and heavy guardian sword appeared in his right hand. With the appearance of the guardian sword, his momentum surged once more. Everyone suddenly gasped. That feeling was like a giant mountain pressing down, causing their souls to tremble. Even Ji Xuangu felt huge waves in his heart. Heavens, he has become stronger again. The sword technique of the burial world, shatter the heavens, shake the mountains, and tsunami, Chun Chang'an shouted, swinging the guardian sword fiercely towards the barrier in front of him. Suddenly, it was as if a towering mountain appeared behind him, descending with a world-destroying force. Boom! The immense power stirred up by Chun Chang'an's heavy sword fell like 1,000 mountains, bursting forth with a terrifying momentum between him and the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, emitting blinding purple light, then crazily twisted like bubbles in a storm, with countless spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of the ice surface cracking continued to explode, flashing with chilling spiritual energy. Below the barrier, as Donlian Star and others' pupils rapidly enlarged, they saw that the barrier had broken. That figure, like a god of death, slowly floated above their heads. A killing intent so rich that it sent all of their souls flying erupted suddenly from his person. Ji Xuangu and the others, who had been bombarding the barrier for half a day, were actually shattered by Chun Chang'an with a single sword. So terrifying. Chapter 73. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Ignoring the trembling and terrified gazes below, Chun Chang'an slightly lowered his eyes, raising the heavy guardian sword slowly, then swiftly bringing it down. The burial world sword technique shattered the heavens. Boom! The massive and heavy guardian sword erupted with brilliant sword light, unleashing a destructive sword might that crashed down. The remaining geniuses from the three factions felt as if they were being crushed by mountains, the terrifying sword might instantly compressing their bodies into blood mist. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, their bodies exploded, spilling blood everywhere, a horrifying sight. Dong Lianqing struggled to speak. He had never seen someone so much younger than himself unleash such terrifying power. His throat could not produce a sound, and in his still dazed eyes, there was no longer fear nor the light of wanting to live. Because the death range enveloped by Chun Chang'an's sword light was simply inescapable. All that remained was his bewilderment before dying. He could not understand why Chun Chang'an's speed of advancement was so monstrous. Boom! Before his consciousness faded, his body also exploded into countless pieces of flesh. Nan Hong was in the same situation. His body was torn apart by the terrifying sword might, and the pain made him let out a beastly roar. Various spiritual treasures and robes on him flashed simultaneously, but still, under the sword might that transcended comprehension, he was crushed effortlessly, and then his entire being was torn apart. Zhao Ziyang's upper body rolled onto the chaotic, muddy ground, sensing the rapid fading of his life force. His increasingly blurred gaze fixed on Chun Chang'an's figure. "You are at the half-emperor realm. How is this possible?" Dust swirled. The earth shattered, completely entombing Zhao Ziyang's last remnants eternally, and his final thought was endless regret. The Southeast Wind Alliance had gone to great lengths to enter this place, this damn secret realm, yet they encountered such a devil. Thus, apart from the great Zhou kingdom, everyone who entered the secret realm perished. Over 500 geniuses, dozens of national elders, 3 ancestors, 2 national lords, 1 alliance leader. None escaped. All became nourishment for Chun Chang'an's burial god coffin. What national lord, what crown prince, what Saint Emperor realm ancestor, in Chun Chang'an's eyes, all enemies are but weeds. Demon dragon burning world technique, furious dragon fire breath. High in the sky, Chun Chang'an continued to slowly lift the heavy sword in his hand. He wanted to release once the inheritance he obtained here to test its power. Roar! As Chun Chang'an raised the giant sword, a black dragon-shaped phantom hundreds of feet long appeared around him, its densely packed black scales exuding unparalleled ferocity, its head resembling that of a deer or crocodile, now roaring menacingly, exuding earth-shattering might. Boom! Black flames erupted from Chun Chang'an's giant sword, and as he continued to strike down, they transformed into hundreds of feet of flaming sword light. Buzz! The hundreds of feet of sword light fiercely slashed down, causing the already violent spiritual power storm between heaven and earth to twist the surrounding space madly. Crack! As a sword fell, the ground ahead trembled for countless miles. And in the next moment, mountains crumbled and the earth split. Rumble! The violent turbulence caused countless spiritual energy explosions throughout the secret realm. Boom, 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 boom. The frenzied spiritual energy exploded wildly, with countless black flames devouring everything, burning endlessly. Balon Yi, Duangwu Yinentian Yimingyue, and the Chun family disciples, all the geniuses of the great Zhou kingdom, stared blankly at the godlike figure in the sky. Everyone was pierced to their souls by the immense destructive power unleashed by Chun Chang'an. How terrifying is Chun Chang'an? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling wind swept as Chun Chang'an slowly stepped into the air before everyone. He glanced at Chen Xian and the Chun family disciples, and upon confirming they were unharmed, his gaze fell on Ji Mingyue and the others. Chang'an, brother. Ji Mingyue's heart was deeply stirred. What kind of parents could raise such an extraordinary man? He is so strong. Ji Xuangu was also shaken, unable to recover for a long time. He had been at the first level of the Saint Emperor realm for many years, and throughout his life, he had not seen anyone who could rival Chun Chang'an's prodigy. At this moment, in Chun Chang'an's hands, He feared he could not withstand even one blow. You all need to injure yourselves a little. Going out in perfect condition will raise suspicion. Chen Chang'an spoke. Ah, yes. What Chang'an said is right. Ji Wentian reacted quickly, hurriedly picking up a sword and fiercely slashing at his own hand. Instantly, blood flowed freely. The others, seeing this, understood Chen Chang'an's intention. So one by one, they made themselves bloodied and disheveled, as if they had just been pulled back from the brink of death. Once everyone was ready, Chen Chang'an led them out of the secret realm. Bang! At the entrance of the secret realm, in a large camp, Feng Mingho smashed the table in front of him to pieces, cursing the Southeast Wind Alliance. Father! Feng Zhaofan quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Father, do not be angry. It is what it is. We cannot change it. The children will work twice as hard and will not let everyone fall behind the other four major forces. He was the crown prince of Fengyu Kingdom, and this time he lost to the Southeast Wind Alliance in the competition, which they had not anticipated. Watching others enter to cultivate this time was quite uncomfortable. If they had known this would happen, they would not have agreed to let the Southeast Wind Alliance interfere. After all, who would have thought that the Great Zhou Kingdom would win? And win first? You don't understand. Feng Mingho sighed. Some things cannot be compensated for with diligence. That is a tremendous opportunity. Alas, such a pity. His face was filled with regret. At this moment, an elder beside him, the national master of Fengyu Kingdom, comforted him. There is no need for the national lord to worry too much. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Our failure to enter the secret realm for cultivation may not be a bad thing. He looked at the spirited geniuses of Fengyu Kingdom and sighed. Look at our country's geniuses. When have they ever had such great cohesion and such unwillingness to give up and strive hard? Hearing the words of the national master, Feng Mingho looked at the determined faces of the crowd, and his expression softened. Yes, you are right, national master. Just then, a guard rushed in hastily. When he reached Feng Mingho, he immediately knelt down, his face filled with excitement, reporting to the national lord, something big has happened in the secret realm. Quickly speak. Feng Mingho's previously relaxed heart tightened again. He feared other forces had gained huge resources inside, while his Fengyu Kingdom could only watch helplessly. Everyone looked at the guard. National Lord, the secret realm has collapsed. It is said that aside from those who escaped from the Great Zhou Kingdom, everyone else inside has died. The guard quickly reported, disbelief written all over his face. The scene fell into silence in an instant, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 74. The Collapse of the Secret Realm. Moments later, Feng Mingho took a deep breath. What nonsense are you talking about? What happened? Feng Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a moment ago, they were regretting not being able to enter the secret realm. Now, most of those who entered the secret realm are dead. The ancestors, rulers, princes, elders, and prodigies of Dongxian Nation, Nanming Nation, and the Southeast Wind Alliance are all dead inside the secret realm. This time, the guard trembled as he spoke again. Moreover, the Sword Master is currently blocking the people of the Great Zhou Nation along with the other three major forces, questioning them about what exactly happened. After the guard finished speaking, there was a long silence in the room. After a long moment of shock, everyone gasped in disbelief. They exchanged glances and, finally, their eyes fell on the Grandmaster. The old man also looked bewildered. He had previously said that fortune and misfortune are interconnected, and not being able to enter the secret realm might be a blessing. Did he really hit the nail on the head? My goodness, am I that lucky with my words? As Feng Mingho's expression shifted from shock to realization, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, unable to contain himself. Although, it's not good to gloat, but the gloom in his heart was instantly swept away, and he felt like laughing out loud. However, he still suppressed it. He could only make eye contact with the Grandmaster and let out a low chuckle. The others also came to their senses, and, one by one, the prodigies, while feeling lucky, also emitted low laughter. Thus, a series of eerie low chuckles echoed throughout the room. The guard looked at the people inside in horror, utterly confused. Feng Mingho never expected that their devastating defeat in the competition, which prevented them from entering the secret realm for cultivation, had actually allowed them to escape a calamity. Let's go check on our allies. After all, they lost so many people. With a wave of his hand, Feng Mingho led everyone out of the camp, heading towards the entrance of the secret realm. The corners of his mouth were nearly reaching the back of his head. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, time rewound to half an hour earlier. Watching the spiritual energy inside the secret realm boiling madly and the ground shaking violently, Mo Haichao felt a shock in his heart. What is going on? What happened inside the secret realm? As a member of the human race's Sword Palace, he naturally knew what the spiritual energy secret realm represented. Generally speaking, a place that can condense vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual power would have a gathering array. However, as a sword master, he had seen many holy places and high-level spiritual energy secret realms in the Yanhuang Great Region. Therefore, he would not covet a small secret realm. And in his view, the level of this secret realm would be very low. But now, the chaos in the spiritual energy and the violent collapse of the secret realm could only be due to the gathering array being taken away or destroyed. Sir, what exactly happened? Zhao Tianli's face was filled with shock. His brother, nephew, and all the strong members of the Southeast Wind Alliance were inside. Now, he anxiously wanted to go in, but he crashed into the raging spatial vortex in front of him. Without the combined strength of the four major forces, it was impossible to open it. Something major has happened inside. Everyone thought this, their eyes revealing horror. Buzz. Boom. Boom. At that moment, all the defensive barriers in the front space shattered in an instant. Finally, a huge mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a desolate mountain range, the earth shattered. Countless spirit beasts turned into corpses, and countless towering trees uprooted. In the air, various explosions of spiritual energy flickered, and clusters of black flames ravaged the mountaintops. Thick black smoke billowing, a scene of devastation. Boom! 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 Soon, from the rolling black smoke and gray mist, a large group of people flew out in a disheveled manner. Upon seeing this group, Mo Haichao and Zhao Tianli rushed forward. As they got closer, their eyes quickly narrowed. They were all people from the Great Zhou Nation. Each was covered in blood, their breaths chaotic, faces full of terror. Upon seeing Mo Haichao approach, Chun Chang'an and others, who had pretended to escape, all showed fearful expressions. Chun Chang'an shouted, "Swordmaster, run! The entire secret realm is collapsing. Run! There are many king-level spirit beasts inside, crazily killing people. We've lost many. Montag Haixiao was stunt. Could it really be a tide of king-level spirit beasts? Isn't that just a lie told by Dong Yinglai and the others?" Even Zhao Tianli was bewildered. He couldn't think too much and shouted urgently, "Where are the others? How did you escape?" "They." Chun Chang'an gasped for breath and interjected. There were sounds of barriers exploding everywhere. The sounds of spiritual energy exploding everywhere. It was because the spiritual energy was too dense, leading to various massive explosions, and countless powerful spirit beasts went on a rampage. They all went crazy. Chun Chang'an's words, combined with the numerous wounds on his body and the terrified looks of the great Zhou people, made Mo Haichao's heart sink. We were lucky to escape because we were near the exit of the secret realm. The great Zhou nation has also lost many people. At this moment, Ji Wentian spoke with a grim expression. The great Zhou nation indeed lost many people. All 10 of their protective elders were dead, and dozens of prodigies also perished. But this was a minuscule loss compared to the 3 major forces that had been completely wiped out. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the fact that Chun Chang'an could fabricate such a lie so casually. The prodigies of the great Zhou looked at Chun Chang'an with awe, not daring to expose the truth of the matter. After all, their families were in the great Zhou and had been threatened by Ji Wentian with the threat of their 9 clans. Yes, it was terrifying. That spiritual energy storm seemed to have gone out of control, killing so many of us. Even more terrifying were those king-level spirit beasts. Each one went on a rampage, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Indeed, the people from the other 3 nations seemed to have approached the core area, where it was even more horrifying, with destructive storms numbering in the hundreds. Fortunately, we initially only cultivated near the entrance. You all know that our overall strength is weak, and we didn't dare to get too close to the core area. Among the crowd from the great Zhou nation, Chun Xian, Duanmu Cong, Ji Shuang, Ji Mingwei, and others each gasped for breath, recounting their experiences inside. Every sentence they spoke required deep breaths, their faces filled with fear and anxiety. Zhao Tianli stood by, utterly bewildered. This was completely inconsistent with what he knew. The information he received from the elder of the Southeast Wind Alliance was that Chun Chang'an had backstabbed them, causing most of their prodigies to die inside. But Mo Haichao was unaware of this. Chun Chang'an, you're talking nonsense. You're lying. This sudden change must be your doing. Zhao Tianli finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily at Chun Chang'an. Chapter 75. Turning the Tables. Chun Chang'an looked at him as if he'd seen a ghost and suddenly shouted, Zhao Tianli, what do you mean? Do you think I can blow up the secret realm? You really overestimate me. And why are you here dawdling and questioning me instead of rushing in to save people? Oh, I see. You want your brothers to be dead so you could take their place, right? That's why you're stalling and coming up with such absurd excuses. You have ulterior motives. Chun Chang'an's words made the remaining members of the Southeast Wind Alliance look at Zhao Tianli with strange expressions. The people stationed here from Dongxin Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom also realized what was happening. At this moment, the various defensive barriers of the secret realm had collapsed, making it possible to enter. However, when they tried to go inside, they discovered that the violent spiritual energy storm was something they couldn't withstand with their physical bodies. Thus, tens of thousands of people found themselves helpless at the entrance of the secret realm. Mo Haichao stared intently at Chun Chang'an. He always felt that Chun Chang'an was up to something. But what infuriated him even more was that Chun Chang'an immediately began to roar at him disrespectfully. Montak Haixiao, why aren't you rushing in to save people? There are all the best talents of our Dongzhou in there. Hearing this, Mo Haichao said in a deep voice, such a terrifying spiritual energy storm. Even I cannot do anything. You are the sword bearer of the human race, wielding the sword of the human race and protecting the path of human talents. Chun Chang'an shouted, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. In all directions, countless people on the floating ships looked towards him with strange expressions. The Sword Bearer Palace was specifically established to protect the talents of the human race. They wouldn't interfere if the talents fought among themselves, but if the talents were harmed by foreign races or natural disasters, as sword bearers, they had the duty to save them. Chun Chang'an was standing on a moral high ground to slap Mo Haichao's face hard. Countless people stared at Chun Chang'an in shock. They were astonished that he had the audacity to confront the sword bearer. That secret realm was collapsing even space itself. If I could withstand the turbulent space and the slicing of the spiritual energy storm, I would have rushed in long ago without needing you to tell me. Mo Haichao was furious, his official hat blown off in anger, and his hair stood on end. Even though sword bearers had the responsibility to protect the talents of the human race, it had to be under the premise of their own safety. And here was Chun Chang'an, piling on one big hat after another. It truly made him hate. Chun Chang'an was even more enraged, pointing his finger at Mo Haichao's nose and scolding. You are in the Holy Emperor realm with absolutely powerful strength. If it weren't for you supervising, we wouldn't be able to cultivate inside without any defenses. We all trusted you so much. Look at what you've done. You're just hesitating and dragging your feet? Is this all you can do? Are you ashamed of your own face? Huh? And you're simply bringing shame to the human emperor. Everyone looked at Chun Chang'an, who was spewing saliva in astonishment. Especially those from the Great Zhou Kingdom who knew the inside story were shocked by Chun Chang'an's skill at turning the tables. They had come out to face Mo Haichao's questioning. Unexpectedly, Chun Chang'an had started to interrogate him instead, questioning why he allowed these things to happen. Gasp! The people around looked at the sternly scolding Chun Chang'an with blank faces. It felt as if his family had died inside. Chun Chang'an revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had a grudge with Mo Haichao. If it weren't for the other party's powerful status, he would have killed him. Facing the Swordbearer Palace, he also couldn't be sure whether the group at home could withstand it. Chun Chang'an. Mo Haichao's hair was about to explode. He glared angrily and said in a deep voice, I don't care who you have behind you. If you dare to disrespect me again, you should think about how to save the talents inside. Chun Chang'an interrupted him rudely. then angrily turned to the stunned Ji Mingyue, winked at her, and said, "Mingyue, let's go." Saying this, he took Ji Mingyue's small hand and called out to the Chun family members, quickly walking towards their camp ship. Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu looked at each other, seeing the complexity in each other's eyes. Then they called to everyone, lowered their heads, stifling smiles, and followed Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an's words made Mo Haichao's mentality explode. His gaze was fixed on the twisted secret realm, and his hands and feet trembled violently. Then, suppressing the urge to spit blood, he charged in. There was no way. Since Chen Chang'an spoke so righteously, if he refused to go in, it would be a disgrace to the sword-bearer. It would also bring shame to the sword-bearer palace. Boom! 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 As Mo Haichao rushed in, an earth-shattering explosion erupted inside the secret realm. This commotion made Zhao Tianli, who also wanted to enter, twitch violently at the corners of his mouth. He was only half an emperor. Was he going in there to die? At this moment, he remembered the words of the elder from the Southeast Wind Alliance. Chen Chang'an had killed over 400 talents and 6 elders with 4 flying swords. Something was off. Chen Chang'an was definitely up to something. Zhao Tianli's face turned grim, and he immediately led his people to chase after Chen Chang'an and the others. In the air, the onlookers revealed expressions of glee. They had no qualification to enter the secret realm, so they could only cultivate around the entrance. But what happened today was beyond everyone's expectations. The secret realm collapsed. Countless people died inside. Chen Chang'an from the great Zhou kingdom angrily scolded the sword-bearer, saying he was inactive and afraid to die. He almost made the sword-bearer spit blood. This made countless people feel inexplicably delighted, as if to say, "If I can't have it, neither can you, and you lost face." Among these people, the intact members of Fengyu Kingdom had extremely strange expressions. They had lost their qualification to enter the secret realm due to their defeat. Instead, all the talents had survived. Suddenly, the ruler of Fengyu Kingdom, Feng Mingho, became excited. He clenched his fists tightly and swung a punch, exclaiming, "Great! All our talents survived. Soon, the strength of our Fengyu Kingdom will definitely rise." Hearing this, the other members of Fengyu Kingdom showed fiery light in their eyes. Stop! In the sky, Zhao Tianli, leading more than 20 flying ships, caught up with the 10 or so ships of Chen Chang'an and others. He quickly surrounded them. On the central dragon-shaped ship of the Great Zhou, Chen Chang'an, Ji Mingyue, Ji Wentian, and a large group of people came from the cabin to the deck. Seeing Chen Chang'an and others appear, Zhao Tianli roared, "Chen Chang'an, tell me, what exactly happened in the secret realm? Was it you who caused my brother's deaths?" Zhao Tianli's eyes surged with murderous intent as he shouted. Chapter 76, National Protector, however. In response to Zhao Tianli, there was only one cold word from Chen Chang'an. Kill. As the words fell, Chen Xian led the Chun family disciples and charged ahead. Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Tsang also led the generals of the Great Zhou Kingdom, bursting forth with killing intent. Seeing this, Zhao Tianli's pupils suddenly contracted, and he roared, "Ji Wentian, you have all gone mad. You!" Swoosh! But in the next moment, a sword light shot into the sky and directly pierced through his brow. Zhao Tianli could not understand until his death why the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom dared to take action directly. Moreover, damn it, why was Chen Chang'an's flying sword so terrifying? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords, Wind Control, Wind Piercer, Blaze Wind, and Fierce Wind, constantly flew, harvesting the heads of those at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. Screams of misery echoed continuously. With Ji Xuangu and Chen Chang'an, both Saint Emperor-level powerhouses, present, Zhao Tianli and the others were no match and were all slaughtered one by one. The officials of the Great Zhou Kingdom, who were unaware of the situation, were all stunned on the spot. They were from the Foreign Affairs Department, and this time they were led by a tall, solemn-looking elder. He hurried to Ji Wentian's side and said in terror, "Your Majesty, what is going on? Why are we killing them all? Isn't this plunging our Great Zhou into chaos? Jiba, I tell you from now on, our Great Zhou Kingdom will not fear anyone in the Eastern State. Ji Wentian looked at Chun Chang'an commanding the flying swords. His gaze intense as he spoke. Order that when we return to Chang'an City, Chun Chang'an shall be immediately appointed as the national protector of our great Zhou kingdom. His position shall surpass mine and that of all the ancestors. Boom! His words caused the heads of all the great Zhou officials to buzz, as if they had turned into mush. National protector? What kind of title is that? One that surpasses the monarch? Previously, those powerful offerings were generally referred to as national elders. Yet, Chun Chang'an was directly appointed as the national protector. Your Majesty, all the officials were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to speak, Ji Wentian coldly interrupted them. Do not think about opposing this. Even if I wish for my nephew Chang'an to accept this title of national protector, he may not be willing. The officials instantly fell silent. They looked towards the figure commanding the 4 flying swords, slaughtering all around, their hearts swaying. Over the past half year, whether it was Chun Chang'an or the Chun family, they had given them an unfathomable feeling. If Chun Chang'an really became their national protector, then their great Zhou would undoubtedly rise. Ziba! Ji Wentian looked at him again, saying, as the head of our great Zhou Foreign Affairs Department, if you can face the various nations with pride, you will also feel great. As the head of the Foreign Affairs Department, Ji Ba was completely bewildered. The great Zhou kingdom's foreign relations had always been weak, and that was because their monarch was weak. But the current monarch had an imposing presence, exuding killing intent and looking down upon all. This made them feel somewhat unaccustomed. The other officials in the Foreign Affairs Department also looked at that figure in white, like a celestial being, and their hearts surged. Then one by one, they respectfully responded, their faces suddenly filled with excitement. No one wanted to face foreign diplomats feeling as humble as a servant. They didn't even dare to retort when insulted. But soon, they became worried. If the great Zhou monarch became strong, then the situation for the great Zhou might not be optimistic. What kind of storms would the great Zhou face? And they also did not know if that Chun Chang'an, the newly appointed national protector, could help the great Zhou withstand it. Just as the officials were feeling complicated emotions, Chun Chang'an and the others had already completely annihilated Zhao Tianli and the others. Nephew Chang'an, I wonder if you have any objections to my earlier proposal? Seeing Chun Chang'an's killing intent recede and return to the deck, Ji Wentian asked with a beaming smile. Their previous conversation was not quiet, and Chun Chang'an, with his keen hearing, naturally heard it. Chun Xian and the others looked at their young master one by one. National Protector? This title is quite impressive, especially since it holds more power than the monarch. This made all the members of the Chun family look at Ji Wentian in surprise, not expecting him to have such boldness. But only Ji Wentian himself knew that even if Chun Chang'an's status was higher than his own, if he became his son-in-law, he would still be the father-in-law, thus still a generation above him. Thinking of this, Ji Wentian felt as if he had eaten honey, and his expression became even friendlier. Ji Minghua looked at Chun Chang'an with joy, hugging his arm and saying, Brother Chang'an, you must agree, this is the national protector. The resources and benefits you will receive will definitely not disappoint you. Chun Chang'an thought for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, this matter, I still need to return and discuss it with the elders of the Chun family. I dare not decide on my own. Yes. It's rare for nephew Chang'an to have such filial piety. Ji Wentian hurriedly agreed. If the elders of the Chun family also agreed, it would mean the entire Chun family was in agreement. Duan Mutsang and the others all beamed with joy. So, the flying ship continued to rumble towards Great Zhou's Chang'an City. One day later, when the Chun family and others were half a day's distance from Chang'an City, a distortion suddenly appeared in the void ahead. Then, mud-like formations obstructed their path. Buzz! Dozens of flying ships slowed down and then stopped amid a series of rumblings. Not good. Enemy attack. More than 5,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom, under the loud shout of a middle-aged man resembling a general, went on high alert. The other talented individuals and the Chun family disciples appeared on the deck one by one, looking ahead. Inside the flying ship, Chun Chang'an, Ji Wentian, Ji Minghua, and others were sitting together enjoying tea when they heard that someone had intercepted them, revealing puzzled expressions. Besides Zhao Tianli, The people from Dongxin Kingdom and Nanming Kingdom no longer had the strength to stop us. So who was it? Ji Xuangu asked, puzzled. Let us go out and take a look. Chen Chang'an straightened his clothes and stood up calmly. Ji Wentian said worriedly, All right, nephew Chang'an, let us be cautious. Chen Chang'an nodded. So, the 4 or 5 of them went to the deck. On the opposite side was just a single flying ship. But the people standing on that deck were all at the initial stage of the Saint Emperor realm. The initial stage refers to levels 1 to 3, while levels 4 to 6 are mid-stage, levels 7 to 9 are late stage, and level 10 is the peak. There were a full dozen of them. Seeing these dozen people, Chen Chang'an and the others were instantly bewildered. Where did so many Saint Emperor-level powerhouses come from? Chapter 77. Taitsong Sword Sect Li Tianyun. You must be Chen Chang'an. The leader among the group facing him was an old man in a gray robe with short hair, who spoke coldly. Who are you? Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes as he looked at the more than 10 people in front of him. It was you who killed Zhao Zihan. The old man's gaze gradually solidified with coldness. Zhao Zihan. Chen Chang'an's pupils constricted as he clasped his hands behind his back, momentarily unable to recall who this person was. But Ji Wentian suddenly remembered. Chang'an, Zhao Zihan is the son of Zhao Tianwei, the one who was disrespectful to me in the palace and got kicked in the balls by you. His words instantly ignited a murderous intent in the air. The temperature dropped rapidly. Chang'an. The short-haired old man's eyes were fierce as he gritted his teeth and uttered Chen Chang'an's name, each word dripping with deep hatred. At such a young age, you are so ruthless. Today, I will make you aware that the methods you used on my grandson back then, I will return to you 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The old man's words left everyone from the great Zhou kingdom dumbfounded. Zhao Zihan was actually his grandson? This old man in front of them was Zhao Tianwei's father-in-law? Duanmu Cong's eyes turned as he quickly understood something and whispered beside Chen Chang'an. Your Excellency, it's no wonder that Zhao Tianwei could become an outer elder of the Taitsong Sword Sect. It could be due to this old man. Duanmu Cong even called him Your Excellency. But in his view, Chen Chang'an would likely accept this position. However, Chen Chang'an did not react much. Instead, his eyes narrowed. That's right, this old man, judging by their attire and the symbols on their clothes, should be an inner elder of the Taitsong Sword Sect. Ji Xuangu also spoke solemnly. As his words fell, everyone from the great Zhou kingdom collectively gasped. They never expected that the strongest backing of the Southeast Wind Alliance was not Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, or even their Zhao family's ancestor. Instead, it was Zhao Tianwei's father-in-law, an elder from the Taitsong Sword Sect. The short-haired old man unleashed his aura, locking onto Chen Chang'an and the others. In his eyes, they could not escape, and he was thinking about how to torture Chen Chang'an to relieve his hatred. His daughter, Lin Yinyan, was Zhao Tianwei's wife, and Zhao Zihan was his most beloved grandson, and he was called Li Tianyun, the 9th elder of the Taitsong Sword Sect. You are mistaken. At this moment, Chen Chang'an spoke. Oh, kid, are you still trying to quibble? Li Tianyun said darkly. Everyone looked at him. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingwa looked at Chen Chang'an nervously and spoke. I not only killed one of your grandsons, but I also killed your other grandson, Zhao Zhang. Chen Chang'an seemed to be stating a common fact. Since these people would not let him off, he would not back down. He would just fight. But his words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Li Tianyun. W.H. What? Kid, what did you say? Li Tianyun's pupils trembled rapidly. A sudden pain shot through his heart, and then an even greater rage was about to explode in his chest. But at that moment, a flying sword suddenly expanded rapidly in his vision. Damn it! Li Tianyun's palm burst forth with powerful energy and struck out fiercely. Boom! A flying sword was knocked away. But the sword energy that nearly froze his entire body still existed. Behind the knocked-away sword, another flying sword appeared. W.H. What, you vicious brat? Oomph. Li Tianyun snorted coldly, his aura suddenly bursting forth, and a powerful spiritual energy shield formed in front of him. Clang! Crack! Boom! A massive sword sound erupted as the shield before him suddenly shattered, and then cracked open, turning into a sky full of spiritual energy fragments. But that flying sword was also knocked away. Staggering back several steps, Li Tianyun's face was filled with horror. Whoosh! But what made him break out in a cold sweat was that another flying sword followed, like a venomous snake, still aimed at his brow. Oomph! Li Tianyun, a third-level Holy Emperor Realm expert, reacted swiftly even in such a critical situation, thrusting a long sword out. Uft. The sword light exploded as the flying sword and his long sword's tip pierced each other. Amidst a series of ear-piercing sounds, Li Tianyun's long sword shattered piece by piece. WH. What? How could this be? This is a king-level weapon. Li Tianyun's mind roared, unable to believe the facts before him. 3 flying swords. One was knocked away by him, one pierced through his defensive shield, and one shattered his king-level sword. If there were one more. With this thought, Li Tianyun's soul trembled, as if he were still being watched by a venomous snake. Puffed. Just then, another long sword whistled towards him. Li Tianyun could not dodge this time at all. Puffed. In an instant, it pierced through his brow. Blood gushed wildly from his brow, and his eyes widened in disbelief. 4 flying swords. How could one person control 4 flying swords? How much mental power and spiritual awareness would that require? How could it be possible? Thud! Li Tianyun fell onto the deck of their flying ship, dead in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No one reacted in time, as Qin Chang'an summoned the flying swords, one after another. Even though Li Tianyun had blocked the first 3 flying swords, the final and most powerful fierce wind sword still took his life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 flying swords flew back and hovered in front of Qin Chang'an, emitting a series of sword cries. Qin Chang'an sneered mockingly. Since you love your grandson so much, I will send you to the Yellow Springs to reunite with him. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining people finally reacted. The 10 or so Holy Emperor Realm experts looked bewildered, then transformed their shock into furious curses. Kid, you dare to kill our elder? One long-haired elder roared. Kill them all for our elder's revenge. Puffed. But as soon as his words fell, his brow was pierced. As he fell, his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Puffed. The flying swords buzzed again, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, shooting toward the remaining ones. Everyone be careful. The remaining people shouted loudly, quickly defending themselves. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, various explosions flashed above their flying ship. The others attacked from a distance, surrounding them with those at the Tianshi realm level 10 and above, leaving no one to escape. Qin Chang'an held the guardian's sword high, shouted loudly, and then charged forward. Ji Xuangu, with a face full of shock, shook his head with a wry smile, leading everyone from the Great Zhou to surround the area. Chapter 78. Killing the Holy Emperor. The elders of the Taitsong sword sect never expected that they would be ambushed in this remote area of the eastern state. It was an enormous humiliation. This time, they only followed Elder Jiao to the eastern state to meet his grandson. Unexpectedly, they encountered a personal guard team of Li Yinyin along the way. Li Tianyun naturally recognized them and intercepted them. Upon learning that his grandson had been killed, he rushed to Chang'an City. However, upon arriving in Chang'an, he heard that Qin Chang'an had gone to the secret realm in the eastern state. So, he took his people to the secret realm. Coincidentally, they met along the way. Thus, such an event occurred. At this moment, the elders of the Taitsong sword sect, caught in battle, were filled with regret. Li Tianyun was seeking revenge for his grandson, but they were innocent. Moreover, the kid named Qin Chang'an in front of them not only had terrifying combat power, but also possessed incredibly powerful techniques. Perhaps even the saints and saintesses of the holy grounds could not compare to him. Where did this freak come from? One elder, with a bitter expression, resisted Qin Chang'an's attacks and shouted loudly, "Young friend, you have a grudge with Li Tianyun. There's no need to kill us all. Devil Dragon Burning World Technique. Angry Dragon Fire Breath." Qin Chang'an completely ignored him, and the giant sword in his hand instantly erupted with black flames. Boom! A raging black dragon coalesced behind him, emanating a terrifying pressure. What martial skill is this? The elder was dumbfounded, looking at the coalesced spirit beast phantom. Could it be a martial soul? Or a battle totem? Burial World Sword Technique. Trois Swoosh! But in the next moment, his throat was pierced by a sword. Pain and death filled him with endless terror. Chun Chang'an, do you really want to be irreconcilable with our Taitsong sword sect? Let us go, and we can let this matter rest. As another elder fell under Chun Chang'an's sword, the remaining elders panicked and shouted. Ha! Chun Chang'an sneered. Do you think I'm foolish? Since we've started fighting, it's better to kill them all than to leave future troubles. With another swing of his sword, a violent sword aura, wrapped in terrifying black dragon fire, smashed down upon him. Boom! The scorching heat burned the surrounding space, causing it to sizzle with smoke. That elder, amidst a tragic scream, was reduced to ashes. The remaining elders trembled in fear and retreated wildly. Chun Chang'an was simply not someone they could contend with. Chun Chang'an, another elder shouted angrily. You have extraordinary talent. Don't deceive yourself. It's just that Li Tianyun has a grudge with you. We don't. That's right. How about this? You join our Taitsong sword sect, and with your talent, our sect master will definitely take you as a direct disciple. Yes. If you kill Li Tianyun and the 7 or 8 of us elders, this matter will be over. Otherwise, wait for the entire Great Zhou to bury you. The remaining elders hurriedly spoke, some comforting, some trying to win him over, and some threatening. They were doing everything possible to protect themselves. Hee. Chun Chang'an coldly laughed, his entire body shimmering with a layer of golden light, covered with flickering lightning. Thunder Extreme Phantom. Boom! His speed accelerated again, like a lightning person flickering in the void. Swish, swish, swish. Croatzel. Shatter Sky. Ziz. In the blink of an eye, the remaining elders' heads flew off. The last elder fled in terror. Wind Control Sword, Piercing Wind Sword, Blazing Wind Sword, Fierce Wind Sword. Kill. Swoosh. For long swords flew out, transforming into 4 streams of light that instantly pierced the last elder's back head, neck, back, and thigh. Swoosh. In an instant, amidst his screams, that elder was split into 4 pieces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 flying swords whizzed back, collected by Chun Chang'an. Everyone in the Great Zhou was dumbfounded. Looking at Chun Chang'an's figure, they felt fear from the depths of their hearts, even their souls. Killing the Holy Emperor realm, like killing a chicken. Hiss. Chun Chang'an. So terrifying. Among the crowd, Chan Xian's gaze was fiery as he thought. No wonder he asked my big brother. Your big brother is something else. His advancement speed is too fast, and his learning and comprehension ability is also against the heavens. From a tower-shaped pendant on Chun Xian's chest, a woman's astonished voice emerged. Hee, master, that's my brother. Of course, he's powerful. He has had extraordinary comprehension since he was young. Chun Xian said with a silly smile. Kid, don't you want to seize the position of the Chun family head? Aren't you afraid of being overshadowed by your brother? The woman's voice from the tower-shaped pendant teased. What does that matter? My brother is powerful. He will protect me in the future. I am powerful. I will protect my brother in the future. If both of us are powerful, no one will dare to bully us. Chun Xian said, clenching his fists tightly. Silly boy. After the woman's voice from the tower-shaped pendant expressed complexity, it fell silent. Chun Xian's gaze remained fixed on Chun Chang'an. At this moment, someone remembered that Chun Chang'an was their national sovereign. That. In an instant, everyone became excited. But soon, some began to worry. Chun Chang'an had offended the Taitsong sword sect. That was a holy sect. Listen, at this time, Ji Wentian, noticing the complex expressions of the crowd, walked over and coldly spoke, I don't care what you heard or saw today. You must not speak of it. Otherwise, even if the national sovereign does not act against you, I will exterminate your 9 clans. Everyone was horrified and responded respectfully. Yes, your majesty, we don't know anything. Indeed, the national sovereign is the sovereign of our Great Zhou, and we are all willing to bear the consequences of what the national sovereign does. Some officials spoke in awe. However, Ji Wentian did not speak, only snorted coldly. But he too was worried. Upon reflection, Chun Chang'an had offended the Jun family of the Holy Ground. Now he had added the Taitsong sword sect. It was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ji Wentian felt helpless. Let us take a gamble. Ji Xuangu said quietly. Old ancestor, I understand, but This gamble will cost the entire Great Zhou. Ji Wentian said helplessly. Do you think, based on your previous behavior, how long can the Great Zhou hold on? Ji Xuangu said coldly. Ji Wentian was stunned, his face flushed, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at Ji Mingyue, who was mesmerized by Chun Chang'an, and his determination grew stronger. Chun Chang'an scanned everyone in the Great Zhou. Everyone he faced lowered their heads in awe, except for the Chun family disciples and Ji Mingyue. Their eyes were filled with heat and admiration. No wonder he was the young master of the Chun family, able to kill at the Holy Emperor realm. So impressive. That. Young Master Chang'an Wei, Ji Wentian said with a face full of flattery, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Let us head back first. The entire Great Zhou may not be peaceful from now on. Chun Chang'an looked at Ji Wentian meaningfully and said, I hope you can withstand it, National Sovereign. Ji Wentian looked completely confused, then smiled and said, Yes, with the Chun family as the guardian clan, our Great Zhou kingdom is not afraid. Chun Chang'an said nothing more and walked into the cabin. Ji Wentian warned everyone again sternly that if they didn't want their 9 clans to be exterminated, they should keep their mouths shut. Chun Xian and the other members of the Chun family then went to destroy the flying ship of the Taizong sword sect, looting all the resources and treasures. Chapter 79. Resource allocation. Then Chun Xian took the resources from the elders and went to find Chun Chang'an. In the cabin, Chun Chang'an was sitting by the table, leisurely drinking tea. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful princess, Ji Mingyue, was helping to brew the tea. If this scene were seen by the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, they would surely be astonished. A princess of a nation actually serving tea like a maid. However, Ji Mingyue showed no displeasure. Instead, she appeared even happier. All of this made Chun Xian feel that it was only natural. His elder brother was impressive. So what if a princess was serving him tea? Elder brother, princess sister. Chun Xian respectfully saluted the two. Chun Xian, there's no need to be so polite. Ji Mingyue smiled sweetly and poured him a cup of tea as well. Sit down, Chun Chang'an said with a smile as he looked at him. Chun Xian sat down a bit awkwardly, then cautiously picked up the tea that Ji Mingyue had brewed for him and took a careful sip. All right, elder brother. These are the spatial rings from those more than a dozen Saint Emperor-level powerhouses. There are also some that you asked us to collect in the secret realm. As if recalling the purpose of this visit, Chun Xian took out a large pile of spatial rings and placed them on the table. Instantly, waves of rich spiritual energy emanated from these spatial rings. The storage space of Saint Emperor-level powerhouses contained countless treasures, which were beyond estimation. Moreover, they came from the Holy Land. Even Ji Mingyue looked at the spatial rings on the table with surprise, showing a look of astonishment, but without greed. Chun Chang'an took out 2 portions and returned them to Chun Xian, saying seriously, Chun Xian, you and the other brothers of the family should share these. No. Elder brother, this is too much. We feel unworthy to accept it. Chun Xian hurriedly waved his hands. I'm giving it to you, so you must accept it. Chun Chang'an said firmly. The enemies we provoke are increasing, and you are the ones I trust the most. You should cultivate well, so that you can help me when the time comes. Hearing this, Chun Xian had no choice but to accept it and nodded seriously. Elder brother, I understand. I will definitely instruct those kids to work hard in their cultivation. And this 2 portions, you take back to the family and show filial piety to the few elders. Although they may not appreciate it, it is still our filial heart, isn't it? Chun Chang'an continued. In the future, if there are matters, let them support us more. Chun Chang'an then took out another 2 portions, saying it was for the 9 elders and the family head. Hearing this, Chun Xian grinned and accepted it. He felt that this was feasible. After all, having elders backing him at home was important, and showing filial piety was a must. Keeping 60% for himself should be enough to break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Chun Chang'an looked at Ji Mingyue again. Ye Mingyue blinket. Brother Chang'an, what do you want to say? Chun Chang'an smiled. You are already the crown princess. This time when you return to Chang'an City, I hope you can learn to win people's hearts, not to be too naive, and also learn to recruit troops and expand your own influence. If anyone dares to speak ill of the Chen family or me in the future, it will be your time to strike hard and sweep everything away. Moreover, I may not trust your father, but I trust you. I hope you won't let me down." Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and continued, "I hope that in the near future, you will be the great empress of the great Zhou, shaking the world." Ji Mingyue was someone he had known since childhood. That little girl who used to follow him around calling him brother had finally grown up. When the Chen family first moved to Chang'an City, the strength they displayed made countless people wary, especially the 9 elders, who swept through other families in various fields. At that time, Ji Wentian wanted to win over the Chen family. The elders of the Chen family had taken Chen Chang'an to the palace a few times. Ji Wentian had also brought Ji Mingyue to the Chen family. Moreover, later on, Chen Chang'an displayed his talent as a prodigy to win the friendship of the Chen family. Ji Wentian named him after the Chang'an in Chang'an City. Chen Xian thought that the two characters Chang'an were quite suitable. Thus, Chen Chang'an's original name, Chenin, was changed to Chen Chang'an. As he reminisced about the past, his gaze reflected the cute and innocent Ji Mingyue. Chen Chang'an fell silent. His stage lay in the broader world, the Holy Land, the Yanhuang Great Domain, the legendary Imperial Continent, the Starry Sea spoken of by the COFFIN Elder. Though the girl before him was infatuated with him, it didn't mean they would become partners. He could only hope that everything would be well in the future. After all, she was a childhood friend, and she treated him quite well, almost to the point of blind admiration. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ji Mingyue was stunned for a moment before nodding dazedly. I will definitely not let Brother Chang'an's expectations down. My father said he will cultivate me well." As she spoke, she suddenly looked dejected, as if sensing that Chen Chang'an's departure in the future would mean they might not meet again for a long time. So she could only sigh and secretly encourage herself. When the great Zhou Kingdom's flying ship returned to Chang'an City, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, because at this moment, they should still be cultivating in the secret realm. How did they come back? Not long after, when news spread that the secret realm had collapsed and that the Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance had suffered a massive disaster inside. With nearly all who entered being wiped out, it was like a thunderous wave that shook the entire Great Zhou. These news spread at an astonishing speed, sweeping through the entire East State. It was as if a violent earthquake had occurred, causing countless people to erupt in excitement, while many were left in shock, unable to believe it. When Ji Wentian returned, he immediately put Chang'an City on lockdown. All those who had gone to the secret realm, including those prodigies, elders, and officials, were gathered in the palace by Ji Wentian. They were temporarily allowed to cultivate in the palace, with ample resources provided. This posture clearly indicated that they were under house arrest. However, Ji Wentian's words were to help them heal. Each of them had sustained serious injuries, and the royal family had the responsibility to provide care. Those who wanted to understand what happened in the secret realm were also turned away. However, the prodigies of their families were still alive and had left messages for them, which reassured those forces. The only ones not invited into the palace were the disciples of the Chen family. Chen Chang'an brought Chen Xian and about 40 to 50 people back to the Chen family at the first opportunity. In the Chen family's council hall, the family head Chen Xiantong and the 9 clan elders were seated in the upper positions. Below them stood a row of young juniors, full of vigor and impressive presence. Chen Xiantong scanned the crowd with satisfaction, finally focusing his gaze on Chen Xian and Chen Chang'an. "Chang'an, please tell us what happened in the secret realm." Chen Xiantong asked lightly, with a hint of a smile on his face. The other 9 clan elders also turned their gazes toward Chen Chang'an, filled with satisfaction and appreciation. Chapter 80. Heading to Zhongzhou. Chen Chang'an's mouth curled up. These clan elders, each one is an old fox. He didn't believe that they didn't know about what he did in the secret realm. However, Chen Chang'an still obediently recounted the whole story. The main point was filial piety. Of course, he concealed the matter of the demon dragon inheritance. After Chen Chang'an finished speaking, everyone in the room widened their eyes, leaning back in shock. "Wow, Chang'an, you brat, you've reached half-emperor realm?" "Oh." Chen Jiu's eyes widened, rolling around in disbelief. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. The others, although they had some idea, were still genuinely shocked. After all, When Chun Chang'an went to the secret realm, he was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm. Now, he had actually reached half-Emperor realm. It was only about a month, right? This terrifying speed of advancement made even the well-informed feel their hearts racing. Chun Xiantong narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with Chun Yi, Chun Er, and others. They all saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Chun Xiantong turned his astonishment into seriousness. Chang'an, head of the family. Chun Chang'an put on a respectful listening posture, completely shedding his previous arrogance. This obedient demeanor made Chun Jiao, who was secretly protecting him, click his tongue in amazement. He even cursed this brat. The others followed suit, completely shedding their reckless demeanor from the secret realm. They seemed like a group of well-behaved boys who had returned home after making a mistake. That said, you have offended the Taitsong sword sect, and it's a serious offense. This matter is a bit big. Chun Xuantong's face became extremely serious, and that was one of the 4 great holy sects, and in terms of strength, it was even the strongest among the 4. As he finished speaking, except for the 9 clan elders who remained calm, those younger members of the Chun family, who followed Chun Chang'an, became restless and worried. After all, the Holy Land must have powerful beings at the Holy Monarch realm. They were unsure if their Chun family could handle it. They all looked hopefully at the 9 clan elders. However, the 9 clan elders were said to only be at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. Please punish me, head of the family. Chun Chang'an looked like he had caused a great disaster, respectfully saying, if the Taitsong sword sect sends someone and the family can't withstand it, the head of the family can hand me over. The trouble I caused has nothing to do with Chun Xiantong and the others. After Chun Chang'an's words fell, Chun Xiantong and the others shouted in unison. Big brother, no. Chun Xiantong said anxiously, head of the family, if you hand over Big Brother to die, then I'm also willing to follow Big Brother to death. I am also willing to follow the young master. That's right, I'm also willing. Although we didn't have a part in killing those elders of the holy sect, we participated in plundering their treasures. Exactly, if the people from the Taitsong sword sect come, we are willing to fight to the death with the young master. Looking at the fervent crowd, Chun Xiantong rolled his eyes and scolded with a smile. Enough, you little brats. He then pointed at Chun Chang'an. What nonsense are you talking about? Our Chun family has never had the habit of handing over family members to the enemy to survive. Thank you, head of the family. Chun Chang'an cupped his fists in salute, showing utmost respect. Chang'an, do you have any plans going forward? At this moment, Chun Yi smiled and asked, please, head of the family, and all the elders, make the decision. I will follow it. Chun Chang'an still respectfully cupped his fists, his attitude sincere. Hee this brat. He kicked the ball back to us. Chun Er waved his goose-feather fan and smiled gently. This kid is quite clever. Chun Lu, with gray hair and a long beard, spoke with a kind face. Chun Chang'an said nothing and smiled as he watched the elders perform, because he knew that these elders must have already arranged his next itinerary. All right. Chun Xiantong nodded and smiled. We plan to let you go to Zhongzhou. Go to Zhongzhou. Chun Chang'an was taken aback. Even Chun Xiantong and the others were curious and stopped talking, perking up their ears to listen. Going up from Dongzhou, the larger area is collectively called Beiwang. There are 5 states within Beiwang. Chun Chang'an and the others are in Dongzhou. As for the 4 great holy lands, they are in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is far superior to Dongzhou in terms of spiritual energy and talent. Head of the family, Big Brother offended the Taitsong sword sect. Why are you still sending him to Zhongzhou? Isn't that? At this moment, Chun Xiantong said with a worried face. Chun Xiantong, don't speak carelessly. Chun Chang'an looked at him and comforted. Although the head of the family is sending me to Zhongzhou, it definitely doesn't mean I'm going to die or throw myself into a trap. The head of the family must have his own arrangements. Xiantong, don't worry. Letting your big brother go to Zhongzhou is naturally something I discussed with the elders. Chun Xiantong smiled. He was still very happy about the good relationship between the 2 brothers. Yes, I was reckless. Chun Xiantong sighed in relief and smiled. So everyone looked at Chun Xiantong, wanted to see what he was planning by sending Chun Chang'an to Zhongzhou. I am sending you to Zhongzhou to participate in the sword-bearer examination and become a sword-bearer. After Chun Xiantong finished speaking, the room fell silent. Soon after, the younger generation, including Chun Chang'an, all brightened their eyes. After pondering for a moment, Chun Chang'an also instantly understood the head of the family's plan. Dressed in a black dress, Chun Yi spoke at this moment. That's right, it's to make you a sword bearer. In Zhongzhou, there's also a sword bearer court. That is the branch office of a human race sword palace in every great wild area. If you become a sword bearer, you can solve 3 problems. First, you can resolve the conflict between you and Mo Haichao. Second, with the backing of the human race sword palace, the Taizong sword sect will not dare to touch you. Third, as a sword bearer, even if the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Southern Ming Kingdom, and others know that you killed their monarch, they will not dare to invade our great Zhou Kingdom. After Chun Yi's words fell, everyone instantly woke up. Even Chun Chang'an felt that the elders' plans were simply perfect, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As for whether Chun Chang'an could pass the examination, they directly ignored it. After all, Chun Chang'an's talent was evident. Yes, Chang'an listens to the family's and elders' arrangements. Chun Chang'an nodded in agreement. As for you, Chun Xiantong, just stay in the family and practice hard. Chun Xiantong continued. Dad. Chun Xiantong was stunned. Head of the family, I want to go too. If Chang'an goes to Zhongzhou, he will face targeting from the Jun family, assassination from the Taizong sword sect, and that Ning Tingyu from the 100 Flowers Immortal sect is also a trouble. If he brings you along, you will just be a burden. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiantong and the others looked awkward. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed the case. If Chun Chang'an couldn't defeat them, wouldn't running away be an option? So Chun Xiantong and the others could only secretly vow to practice hard in the family. Chapter 81. The Gifts from the Clan Elders. Next, Chun Chang'an went to the palace. He shared his itinerary with Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Ji Mingwei. Ji Wentian was very shocked, but he also thought that Chun Chang'an's method of participating in the sword-bearer assessment was excellent. As long as Chun Chang'an became a sword-bearer, all the problems of the great Zhou Kingdom would be easily resolved. Although Ji Mingwei was reluctant, she also felt that it would be a good thing for Chun Chang'an to become a sword-bearer. Thus, she could only wish him all the best in her heart. 3 days later, in front of the Chun family gate, many people had gathered. A grand flying ship was stationed at the entrance. Today was the day Chun Chang'an would go to Zhongzhou to participate in the sword-bearer assessment, and Ji Wentian, Ji Mingwei, and everyone from the Chun family were there to see him off. There were also countless students from the Great Zhou Academy, all looking at the handsome Chun Chang'an with envy. Now, Chun Chang'an was practically a legend in the Great Zhou Kingdom. At just 21, he was at the brink of the Saint Emperor realm. If this were to be known, it would be astonishing, even without mentioning it. He had already secured the first place for the Great Zhou Kingdom in the competition among the 4 nations, making his position irreplaceable. Moreover, he was also a protector of the nation, and now he was going to participate in the sword-bearer assessment. If Chun Chang'an became a sword-bearer, he would not only bring glory to the Great Zhou Kingdom, but also to the entire Eastern Zhou, because no human sword-bearer had ever appeared in the Eastern Zhou. At this moment, Lord Duanmu stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the clan elders of the Chun family, then loudly addressing the students of the Great Zhou Academy. You must train hard, and I hope that in the future, you can follow in the footsteps of the national honor. He continued, I hope that when you go to the Holy Land and the Yanhuang Great Domain, you will be able to see the back of the national honor. Below, the Great Zhou students were all excited and filled with passion. Even just seeing the back of the national honor was enough for them. On the other side, Chun Xiantong smiled at Chun Chang'an, saying, Chang'an, be safe on the road. I understand. Head of the family, Chun Chang'an respectfully replied. He then bowed farewell to the other clan elders. Gentlemen, I am leaving. Chun Chang'an said reluctantly. Go on, go on. The 9 clan elders nodded with smiles. But gentlemen, I am all alone, weak and helpless. Alas, what a hard life. Chun Chang'an put on a miserable expression. The 8th and 9th elders rolled their eyes at him. This kid was actually putting on a sad show. Gentlemen, Chun Chang'an shouted again. I am pitiful, alone and helpless since childhood, with no father-s love and no mother-s affection, left here alone. I have never been far from home. Seeing that the 9 clan elders did not react, Chun Chang'an continued, Gentlemen, my pockets are empty. I feel insecure. Big brother, I still have the spirit stones you gave me. At this moment, Chun Xian took out a space ring and eagerly handed it to Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an shot him a glance, saying, "Get lost. I don't want your spirit stones." Ah! Chun Xian was taken aback. "Gentlemen," Chun Chang'an continued with a woeful look. All right. Chun Xiantong rolled his eyes at Chun Chang'an and waved his hand. "They all have things to give you." "Really? Thank you, gentlemen." Chun Chang'an was overjoyed. The items left by the 9 clan elders must be treasures. He quickly rubbed his hands together and walked up to the elders. Grinning, "Gentlemen," Chun Chang'an took the gift from the elder and found that he had given him a black bead. "At a critical moment, you'll know its function," Chun Yi said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, elder." Chun Chang'an bowed deeply in respect and then moved to the second elder. The second elder gave him 3 pouches, saying that they could be opened at critical moments or life-and-death crises. The third elder provided a music score, saying it was meant for someone who would help Chun Chang'an for a while. Chun Chang'an glanced at it and saw it was titled Phoenix's Cry Across the World. The fourth elder gave him a heavy black sword, ancient and ordinary, yet solid and powerful. He advised Chun Chang'an to wait until his protective sword could no longer be used before replacing it. The fifth elder gifted him a book on alchemy, saying it was fated and could be given to his eldest disciple. Eldest disciple? Chun Chang'an became interested. However, he couldn't ask too much information, so the fifth elder simply handed him a jade slip containing what he wanted to say. The sixth elder gave Chun Chang'an a chessboard and a set of go pieces. Chun Chang'an didn't know what use they had, but since they were from the sixth elder, he could only accept them for now. The seventh elder was a spirited woman skilled in body refinement. She patted Chun Chang'an on the shoulder, causing him pain. "Haha, Shaoan, you're getting stronger," she said. "By the way, I have a good friend in the Holy Land who can help you if you need it." After saying this, the seventh elder gave Chun Chang'an a copper hammer, saying that if he encountered her unworthy disciple, he should give it to him, stating it was a promise made by the master long ago. Chun Chang'an was bewildered. He didn't know who the seventh elder's friend was, nor had he heard about her disciple. When he reached the eighth elder, Chun Chang'an expressed his gratitude. "Eighth elder, thank you for the 16 swords of the breaking army. Just use it comfortably." The eighth elder replied with a cultured smile, then formed a strand of sword energy into a memory and tapped it on Chun Chang'an's forehead, saying, "Chang'an, this is my experience from practicing the sword, all about the 16 swords of the breaking army. I hope you can comprehend it quickly and command 16 flying swords at the same time." Chun Chang'an was overjoyed. "Thank you, eighth elder." Then, with a smile, Chun Chang'an approached the ninth elder. "Ninth elder, you little rascal." The ninth elder chuckled, then took out a knife wrapped in cloth. "Old Gio has nothing good to give you, but I found you a good helper. In the Holy Land, my little disciple, who is also your little junior sister, you can help me deliver this knife to her." Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an was speechless. Several of the 9 elders were asking him to help find people. Moreover, why were these clan elders all out there taking disciples? After receiving no more gifts, Chun Chang'an bid farewell to Ji Mingyue. Then, under her pitiful, helpless, and reluctant gaze, Chun Chang'an boarded the flying ship. Besides him, there was one other person, Ji Xuangu. He was the guide since Chun Chang'an was unfamiliar with the place. Everyone watched as Chun Chang'an's flying ship soared into the clouds, expressing their sentiments. Ji Wentian suddenly said, "This time, I have a feeling that our great Zhou kingdom will not only produce a sword-bearer, but may also give rise to a figure that will be renowned throughout the holy martial continent." Indeed, Lord Duanmu looked complexly at the clan elders of the Chun family and continued, "In the past 100 years, no prodigy from the Eastern Zhou has passed the sword-bearer assessment, but this Chun Chang'an will definitely surprise us in unimaginable ways." Ji Wentian fell silent, his gaze landing on Ji Mingyue, and he whispered, "Mingyue's temperament seems to need some adjustment. Otherwise, if the position of national leader is given to her in the future, she won't be able to handle it." Lord Duanmu nodded. He understood that Ji Wentian wanted to tie Ji Mingyue and Chun Chang'an together, thereby binding the entire Chun family. Even if the two of them did not become partners, they had already carved out their fates. Chapter 82. Creating Gods and Burying Gods. Above the clouds, the spaceship was flying at high speed. Below, The mountains and rivers were blurring and rapidly receding. Chun Chang'an stood at the bow of the ship, looking down as the people became smaller and smaller in his sight, until the entire Chang'an city became incredibly tiny and then disappeared from view. This departure was different for his last trip to the eastern states' secret realm. This time, he didn't know how long it would take to return. Chang'an City, the place he had lived for 20 years. The Chun family, the home he had lived in for 20 years. If Chun Xiantong is truly my biological uncle, then who exactly is my father? Chun Chang'an felt puzzled. Every time he asked Chun Xiantong and the other elders, they would never give him a clear answer, telling him that he would find the answers himself when he grew up. I have finally grown up, Chun Chang'an murmured. His gaze swept again towards the direction of the burial demon abyss. I will definitely go back in and explore to see what secrets lie inside. Then he closed his eyes, slowly contemplating the challenges he would face next. The Jun family, the Taitsong sword sect. Although he was unsure whether the several elders of his family would secretly protect him, he agreed to leave the great Zhou to train himself, realizing he couldn't rely entirely on his family. A man must grow on his own. What is Chang'an thinking? At that moment, Ji Xuangu approached. His voice softened involuntarily. In front of him was just a young man in his early 20s. At this moment, looking towards the great Zhou, he resembled a child leaving home. His eyes filled with reluctance. Gone was the ruthless and decisive demeanor he had displayed in the eastern states' secret realm. Senior Ji, do you know about the central state? Chun Chang'an did not reply, but instead asked back. I know a bit. Ji Xuangu's gaze grew hazy, as if recalling something. Then he sat down next to Chun Chang'an, took out a jar of wine, and asked with a smile, Want to have a drink? Chun Chang'an thought for a moment, took it, and had a sip. It was spicy at first, but afterward, it was rich and fragrant, with the aroma lingering in his nostrils, leaving an endless aftertaste. No wonder the ancestors of the great Zhou have such good wine. No wonder my second uncle is always looking for you, and the Lord of Duanmu. Chun Chang'an laughed. Ji Xuangu shook his head, saying, Your second uncle's wine is the real good wine, but unfortunately, I can't drink it. Oh, why? Chun Chang'an asked curiously. He doesn't give it to me, and I can't beat him. Ha! The two laughed together. The old and the young gazed at the vast clouds in the sky, drinking and chatting. In the central state, there are 4 great sacred lands: Taitsong Sword Sect, Qingxian Sword Sect, Baiwa Immortal Sect, and Sun Moon Star Island. The places where these 4 forces are located are called sacred lands, because they contain the 4 great spiritual energy secret realms. They also have the best spirit stone mines and resources, so they built their sects there. Therefore, the locations of their sects are sacred places for cultivation. Besides the 4 great sacred lands, there are also 4 great families: the Jun family, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the Lin family. These 4 families are also very powerful, and naturally, their ancestral lands also have spiritual energy secret realms. Other than the 4 great sacred sects and the 4 great families, there is also the sword-wielding court of the human race. The sword-wielding court is a branch under the sword palace of the Yanwang domain, but its strength is also not to be underestimated. Just look at Mo Hai's position to understand that. Therefore, the only force that can contend with the 4 great sacred lands and the 4 great families is the sword-wielding court. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an's eyes shone with determination and fighting spirit. Good. Chun Chang'an took a big gulp of wine, laughing heartily. Central State, I am coming. Let us see the winds and clouds rise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chun Chang'an's 4 flying swords shot out rapidly. In an instant, Chun Chang'an stepped onto the flying sword, soaring through the sky and laughing loudly. Ji Xuangu looked at him with a sense of pride. He was still a child, yet he had such accomplishments, truly enviable. Meanwhile, in the Chun family of the Great Zhou, Chun Xiantong and 9 clan elders were in a secret chamber, discussing something. Suddenly, everyone fell into a daze, as if time had been frozen. After a while, their eyes changed suddenly, as if certain memories had been awakened, their expressions and auras undergoing earth-shattering changes. The mere aura they emitted caused the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch, incredibly terrifying. At this moment, everyone came to their senses, and the 8th elder spoke with a serious expression. Old Ten, Are you sure that the bronze coffin appearing beside Little and is the legendary burial god coffin? The others looked at him in unison. Chun Xiantong shook his head slightly. I don't know. If it's not the burial god coffin, then are we going to go through the great reincarnation divine art again? Saying this, he looked towards the sixth elder. Sixth brother, your divination technique is unparalleled. Can you tell if that is the burial god coffin? It is indeed the burial god coffin. The sixth elder nodded, smiling meaningfully, saying, that burial god coffin is the core source of cosmic disaster, a terrifying object that can bury countless living beings. Even the immortal land and the three great sacred lands would be shaken if they knew about it. This time, we have finally calculated it with our Changsheng divine mansion. The others breathed a sigh of relief, but soon their faces flashed with anger. This anger made the heavens and earth tremble. The eldest elder's gaze was icy. The son of our Changsheng divine mansion, as eighth elder dares to touch, they are seeking death. As for the matters of the divine realm, let us not talk about them for now. The second elder reminded. The eldest elder fell silent, surrounded by a terrifying magical aura. This time, we will use the burial god coffin to create an innate true god. The boy Chang'an is our hope, and we hope he won't be obstructed by the strange coffin spirit on him, hindering our creating god plan. The second elder's goosefeather fan stopped moving, his gaze narrowing. But we're creating gods. The burial god coffin is about burying gods. Then, saying this, his eyes were filled with complexity. Everyone looked towards the sixth elder sitting at the table, gazing at the chess pieces in front of him. The sixth elder's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, as if the board represented the starry universe, and the pieces represented all living beings. Sixth brother, have you seen something? The second elder asked with confusion. No. The sixth elder's face gradually turned pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Even sixth brother. You can't calculate the heavenly secret? The eighth elder exclaimed in astonishment. It's not that I can't calculate, the sixth elder said gravely, but there is simply nothing to calculate. He looked at the black and white chessboard before him, covered with intricate Tao patterns, with waves of profound Tao nourishing within. Chang'an's fate is under the protection of our Changsheng divine mansion, but with the presence of the unparalleled great evil, the burial god coffin attached to him. It is simply beyond the Tao and, similarly, does not exist as a heavenly secret that can be probed. The sixth elder's expression was complicated as he said, therefore, we should try to minimize our interference in Little N's growth. As long as we don't let him fall, it will be fine. Otherwise, it will only be counterproductive. Everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, the seventh elder expressed his concern. Sixth brother, if the burial god coffin accompanies Chang'an as he grows. That would be a terrifying monster, one that could annihilate the world. Will he become a world-destroying demon? As soon as the words fell, everyone's gaze focused intently. No. At that moment, Chun Xiantong spoke up. We all know the nature of this child Chang'an. He is only ruthless when dealing with enemies. And as you can see, his cultivation level has advanced rapidly. If it really is because of the coffin of the god of death, it would definitely affect his mind and drive him to kill indiscriminately. But he hasn't harmed anyone unrelated to him. That's right, in the Eastern States' secret realm. He only targets those who have grievances with him. Master Ju nodded. Then let's go with the flow. We just need to provide guidance. At this moment, Master Air spoke up, his feather fan fluttering again, his eyes narrowed. Hoping that our true body can quickly find the villain who harmed our Shao 100,000 years ago in the myriad worlds. Chapter 83. Trouble and effort. The power and mystery of the Chun family in Zhongzhou City far exceeded Chun Chang'an's imagination. The gentlemen are setting up an astonishing chess game. But Chun Chang'an was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was on a flying ship. The ship roared through the high sky, with countless clouds blurring in the background. Half a month had passed. In the vast sky, Chun Chang'an was joyfully piloting his flying sword amidst the clouds. Just then, a tremendous roar came from the horizon, as countless clouds were parted and a flying ship sped toward them. Chun Chang'an immediately flew back to his own ship and stood guard with Ji Xuangu. Looking at the distant ship and sensing its furious aura, Ji Xuangu complexly said, "It's fine. They're coming to find me. We should not be in danger." "Oh, Chen Chang'an looked at him in confusion. Ji Xuangu, you finally dared to leave Dongzhou. As the ship approached, a middle-aged woman appeared at the bow, glaring at Ji Xuangu. Ji Xuangu clearly feared this person, his eyes showing a hint of evasion. The middle-aged woman also exuded a powerful aura, being at the late stage of the Saint Emperor realm. However, she did not seem to harbor any malice. Her gaze toward Ji Xuangu was filled with complex emotions, a mixture of deep love and deep resentment. You said you would go back to be the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom and never come out of Dongzhou. You refused my courtship under the pretense of protecting the Ji family. You infuriate me. I could just kill you. The middle-aged woman still retained her charm, her body curvaceous and full, resembling a ripe peach. In the midst of her furious scolding, she slapped him. Boom! Ji Xuangu did not resist, nor could he. He was instantly knocked down. His hat flew off, and a large chunk of his beard fell out. Chen Chang'an grinned, baring his teeth, and began to drink the fine wine that Ji Xuangu had treasured. During these past half-months, Ji Xuangu had corrupted him, teaching him to drink. Moreover, Chen Chang'an could tell that this woman seemed to have a history with that old man Ji Xuangu. He watched the drama unfold with detached amusement. Oh, you old geezer. You've grown some guts. You don't even contact me anymore. Yet you let me come help you with your so-called junior protecting you? The middle-aged woman came in front of Ji Xuangu, twisting his ear and scolding him. Ouch, that hurts, that hurts. Have some mercy, there's a kid here, Ji Xuangu said, tilting his head helplessly as his ear was pulled. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. It turned out this middle-aged woman was invited by Ji Xuangu to help protect him. The middle-aged woman also noticed Chen Chang'an, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Not some worthless junior. Why didn't you say so earlier? How come you're so handsome and well-behaved? She changed her expression rapidly, and in an instant, slapped Ji Xuangu away again. Bang! Ji Xuangu crashed into the wall of the distant ship, sticking to it in A shape. Hiss! Chen Chang'an couldn't help but suck in a breath, thinking how could this middle-aged woman treat her old inferior like this? It was simply violent. Oh, what a handsome young man. Not bad. Not bad. A fine talent, much better than that old geezer so bad. The middle-aged woman circled around Chen Chang'an, sizing him up as she spoke. I have seen the senior. Chen Chang'an stood up and slightly bowed. Good. The middle-aged woman laughed heartily. My name is Fei-Xin. What's yours? Chen Chang'an, he replied. Fei-Xin. That name is quite interesting. It's our first meeting here. Sister will give you a meeting gift. Fei-Xin smiled satisfactorily and took out a storage ring, handing it to Chen Chang'an. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations inside, Chen Chang'an gasped. Good heavens! With his sensitivity to spirit stones, there were probably at least 100,000 spirit stones in there. Take it. You're a junior of Xiao Xuangu, so you're also my junior, Fei-Xin said with a smile. Then, thank you, senior. Sister Fei. Chen Chang'an smiled and accepted it. Hearing you call me sister makes me even happier. Fei-Xin nodded repeatedly. Good, don't hang around at Xiao Xuangu, or you might be led astray. Xiao Xuangu? Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Xuangu with a strange expression. Ji Xuangu looked as if he wished he could find a hole to hide in. The dignity of the great ancestor of the great Zhou kingdom was completely lost. And so, on the journey to Zhongzhou, another person joined them, adding to the lively atmosphere. Chen Chang'an occasionally probed Fei-Xin, wanted to hear about the romantic past between the two of them. It was clear that Ji Xuangu feared he was not worthy of Fei-Xin and thus slipped back to the great Zhou kingdom. Meanwhile, Fei-Xin was trapped by her family, not allowed to leave Zhongzhou. After Ji Xuangu returned, he never went back to Zhongzhou to find her. Thus, the two missed each other for most of their lives. Chen Chang'an's eager demeanor made Ji Xuangu feel quite helpless. Time quickly passed, and drinking turned into a gathering of 2 elders and 1 youth. Another half-month went by. After switching to Fei-Xin's ship, their speed increased significantly. One day, they arrived in front of a colossal city and came to a stop. This giant city was incredibly magnificent, with city walls towering 100 feet high. Inside the walls, the houses were densely packed, and the end could not be seen from afar. The city gate was also immense, with a continuous flow of people coming in and out, bustling with activity. "This is Zhongzhou City," Fei-Xinc said, pointing, "Look over there." She pointed to a giant floating city in the clouds, which was the residence of the human race's swordholder court. Chen Chang'an gazed at the magnificent floating city in the sky and exclaimed, "Sister Fei, how can such a big city not fall down? Because if it fell, it would crush the people on the ground." Fei-Xinc replied earnestly. "Chen Chang'an, you make a good point. I can't argue with that. You might be the only one from Dongzhou coming to participate in the swordholder assessment. Unlike other places, such as Beizhou, Nanzhou, Shizhou, and local families in Zhongzhou, there could be thousands of participants." Fei-Xinc continued. "So many." Chen Chang'an was surprised, looking at the awkward Ji Xuangu beside him. "So our Dongzhou is really lacking, just me?" "Yeah." Ji Xuangu nodded. "You saw it too. Even Dong Xian Kingdom's Dong Lianxing and others are only at the mid-stage of the Heavenly King realm. If they came to participate in the swordholder assessment, it would be embarrassing." Chen Chang'an nodded. "Indeed, it's all about fate. Reincarnation is a skill. Little Chang'an, if you become the first in the swordholder assessment, you'll be famous in the North Wilderness." Fei-Xinc laughed, filled with anticipation. Over the past half-month, she had learned about Chen Chang'an through Ji Xuangu and was astonished by his talent. A 21-year-old half-step Saint Emperor. Although there were those in Zhongzhou, it cannot be compared to Dongzhou. After all, there were many spiritual energy secret realms here, and Dongzhou had only one. Soon, the three of them disembarked from the flying ship and walked toward the city gate of Zhongzhou City. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from afar. "Zhou, isn't this the turtle-shelled Ji Xuangu? How dare you come to Zhongzhou?" Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu's expression immediately turned cold. Chapter 84, Apologizing to Sister Fei. Chen Chang'an looked over at the sound. Coming from the other side were a middle-aged man and woman, along with a young woman with a proud expression. Fei-Xinc's eyes revealed a killing intent upon seeing the middle-aged woman, while Ji Xuangu's gaze toward the middle-aged man showed resentment. This surprised Chen Chang'an. What a complex relationship. Ji Xuangu gently tugged at Fei-Xinc's sleeve, reminding her to stay calm, saying it was all old matters. Do you still like her?" Fei-Xinc glared at Ji Xuangu. Ji Xuangu's face turned awkward, and he exclaimed, "Of course not." At that moment, the three approached Chen Chang'an's group. The middle-aged man looked soft-hearted and greedily stared at Fei-Xinc's, saying, "Junior sister, why are you still hung up on this waste? Don't you know my feelings for you?" The middle-aged woman beside him sneered. "That's right. Back then, Ji Xuangu admired me. Not you, senior sister. Later, I helped you get rid of him and ended up with senior brother." Saying this, she wore a proud smile. "Senior sister, come join me in becoming senior brother's partner. The three of us can fly together in the future." The young woman just coldly turned her head away. Chen Chang'an was confused by their words. What is going on? Fei-Xinc's expression turned cold. "You two dogs should go double fly somewhere else." Ji Xuangu's face also looked very ugly. Chen Chang'an pondered. It seemed these two middle-aged people were a couple. They weren't angry at Fei-Xinc's words, which was surprising. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Chen Chang'an. "Oh, Ji Xuangu, I heard you brought a junior to participate in the swordbearer assessment." He chuckled. "In that corner of East State, can there really be any geniuses? Isn't that just asking for humiliation?" He then looked at Chen Chang'an. "Kid, I advise you to hurry back. You don't want to be scared into wetting your pants. That would be utterly humiliating. Ha ha ha." His loud voice drew the attention of countless people around, who looked on with strange expressions. "My God, someone from East State is here for the swordbearer assessment? Isn't that something that hasn't happened in a century? That's really strange. Where do they get the courage?" "Yeah, I heard that in East State, if a young person reaches the king level, it's already impressive. TSK, king level? We have plenty of those here. And the renowned geniuses of Central State are all at the early Saint Emperor level. Ha ha, of course, if a Saint Emperor goes to East State, they could become an ancestor-level figure. TSK, they're really weak over there." Countless people were discussing animatedly. The middle-aged couple in front of Chen Chang'an, along with the proud young woman, wore expressions of arrogance and disdain. Fei-Xinc's glared at the middle-aged man, a killing intent swirling within her. They claimed to be indifferent, but insulting Chen Chang'an, whom she liked, was unacceptable. Don't act rashly. They want us to lose face here and prevent Chang'an from entering Central State City. Ji Xuangu's expression darkened as he grasped Fei Xinxi's hand. Chun Chang'an squinted. They were targeted as soon as they arrived. Was someone orchestrating this? The Jun family? The Taizong sword sect? Or perhaps Montag Haixiao? Fei Xinxi was silent for a moment before turning to leave, saying, "Let's go." But just then, the daughter of the middle-aged couple suddenly mocked. "Humph. Is this the genius of the Fei family from back then? Being my father's concubine is your honor. What a joke. And you're still so arrogant." Fei Xinxi became furious. Just as she was about to speak, Chun Chang'an dashed forward. His speed was incredibly fast. And with the short distance between them, even the couple couldn't react before Chun Chang'an slapped the girl across the face. Slap! She flew back and crashed hard onto the ground. The ground cracked, her hair disheveled, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe Chun Chang'an actually dared to strike her. The middle-aged man was stunned and hurried to help. "Ah, daughter, are you all right? How dare you, kid? You hit my daughter." The middle-aged woman glared fiercely, angrily chastising Chun Chang'an and preparing to attack him. But a figure appeared in front of her. Slap! Another heavy slap sent the middle-aged woman spinning 360 degrees before crashing down next to her daughter. "Fei Xinxi, what are you doing?" Seeing his daughter and wife attacked, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth at Fei Xinxi. "No matter what, my daughter is not someone you can insult." Fei Xinxi coldly snorted, and when their juniors attack, let them handle it themselves. "Ah, I will kill you." At this moment, the young woman on the ground had a twisted expression, unsheathing a long sword and charging at Chun Chang'an. King level 8. In East State, this level could indeed wipe out all the young people. But in front of Chun Chang'an, it was still insufficient. Oomph! With a cold snort, Chun Chang'an punched her sword away, then swiftly grabbed her hair and dragged her to Fei Xinxi's side. "Apologize to Sister Fei." The young woman howled in rage. "You!" Slap! Chun Chang'an slapped her left cheek. "I am from the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land. How dare you hit me?" Slap! Chun Chang'an slapped her right cheek again, coldly saying, "Apologize." The young woman screamed furiously, "You dare to hit someone from the Lin family. You will die. You will die." "Ah!" Chun Chang'an took out the guardian sword. The heavy and broad sword pressed against her neck, forcing her to kneel instantly. Chun Chang'an squinted his eyes and calmly whispered in her ear, "Do you believe I will chop off your head?" As he spoke, the sword began to cut in slowly. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. They never expected Chun Chang'an to be so ruthless, and he wasn't afraid of the Lin family. "Kid, how dare you?" The middle-aged man's eyes were about to pop out, and the middle-aged woman looked the same. Both wanted to rush over to stop him, but they were blocked by Fei Xinxi, whose late-stage Saint Emperor aura erupted, forming a tremendous pressure that pressed down on the two of them. "Cool, mate. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Today it's either you die or I die." Seeing Fei Xinxi ready to fight for her life, the middle-aged couple was completely stunned. With their understanding of Fei Xinxi, she could definitely do it. Ji Xuangu sighed and also prepared to fight desperately. At this moment, the young woman in front of Chun Chang'an finally became afraid. If a fight broke out, no matter the outcome for Chun Chang'an and his group, she would be the first to die. "I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Uncle Fei, please forgive me. You are my father's junior sister. Just let it go." She quickly apologized, her face filled with fear. She was scared. Slap! Chun Chang'an slapped her on the head again, instantly stunning her. "I already apologized. Why are you still hitting me? You knew she was your uncle, yet you still mocked her? Do you even have any family education?" "Huh?" Chun Chang'an scolded angrily. "Ah. Yes, my Lin family has no education. Uncle Fei, please forgive me." The young woman begged for mercy repeatedly. Little did she know, her words had completely shamed the Lin family. The surrounding crowd fell silent, each person staring in shock. Chapter 85. The Scholar in Simple Clothes. Chun Chang'an finally let go of her and walked in front of the imposing Fei Xinxi. "Sister Fei, she has already apologized." As Chun Chang'an spoke, he glanced at the middle-aged man from the Lin family. "That brat doesn't even deserve to carry your shoes. Yet he wants you to be his concubine? Oomph." Upon hearing this, Fei-Shinzi was overjoyed. Haha, you're right. She then retracted her aura, but still stood protectively in front of Qin Chang'an. Lin Han, Guru. Keep your daughter's foul mouth in check. If there's a next time, I'll smash it. The middle-aged couple ignored Fei-Shinzi's words and hurriedly embraced their bloody daughter, their eyes fixed on Qin Chang'an. Kid, you got some guts. Lin Han Qin Chang'an remained silent, calmly meeting his gaze. Guru, heartbroken, held her daughter tightly. Qingru, how are you? Are you all right? Her daughter, Lin Qingru, was trembling all over, her face filled with terror. She had never encountered such a situation before. Her neck had been cut open by an inch. If it had been any later, her head would have fallen off. At that moment, dozens of powerful auras suddenly surged from the distance. Upon seeing this, the crowd quickly dispersed. The Lin family members had arrived. Among them were 3 late-stage Saint Emperor Realm experts. At the forefront was a short-haired old man whose aura was even more profound, stronger than Fei-Shinzi's. Fei-Shinzi was at the 7th level of the Saint Emperor Realm. That old man might be at the 9th level. The gray-robed old man stepped into the arena, his gaze falling on the bloodied Lin Qingru, and said darkly, "Who did this?" "Grandpa." Upon seeing the arrival, Lin Qingru's pale lips trembled slightly, revealing a look of grievance. "Dad, it was that brat who did it." Guru pointed at Qin Chang'an with a twisted expression. Upon hearing this, he swung his fist towards Qin Chang'an's head. The pressure from the 9th level Saint Emperor Realm erupted with a thunderous force, overwhelming the surroundings. As he attacked, everyone's expression changed dramatically, and they hurriedly retreated. Qin Chang'an was about to resist when Fei-Shinzi had already blocked in front of him. "Humph, you old geezer, dare to lay a hand on a junior." Fei-Shinzi also threw a punch. In an instant, 2 massive fists formed in front of them and collided fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and both parties were sent staggering back several dozen feet. The gray-robed old man looked at Fei-Shinzi with a grim expression. "Fei family, well done, cultivating such a talent." The Lin family is also good at bullying the weak." Fei-Shinzi retorted coldly. "Grandpa, kill him. Kill him for me." At this moment, Lin Qingru glared at Qin Chang'an with hatred, yelling. Seeing his granddaughter like this, the gray-robed old man's heart ached. A murderous intent erupted in his eyes. "Fei-Shinzi, this brat is dead today. Even if the head of your Fei family comes, he won't be able to save him." Fei-Shinzi sneered. "Then step over my corpse first." Ji Xuangu stood silently beside Fei-Shinzi, filled with fighting spirit. "All right, very good." The gray-robed old man gritted his teeth and sneered. "Even if I kill you, your Fei family won't dare to make a sound. Do you believe it?" As he finished speaking, the Lin family's experts surrounded Qin Chang'an and the others. Qin Chang'an looked at Fei-Shinzi, puzzled. "Sister Fei, why are you protecting me like this?" "Just for you calling me sister. I will protect you today," Fei-Shinzi declared firmly. Just then, another group of people rushed over. Seeing them, everyone revealed mocking expressions. The Fei family. The Fei family was merely a second-rate family and could not possibly contend with one of the 4 great families, the Lin family. The newcomers were none other than the head of the Fei family, Fei Chai. Fei Chai, are you going to stand up for your daughter today?" The gray-robed old man said disdainfully. "Oh dear, Elder Lin, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Fei Chai hurriedly said as he approached the crowd. "I am here to announce something. Half a month ago, Fei-Shinzi left the family, which means she is no longer a member of the Fei family." Saying this, he turned to the gray-robed old man. "Lin Tong, with a flattering expression, Patriarch Lin, she offended you. That's her own affair. Please don't involve the entire Fei family." The crowd immediately murmured in surprise. They did not expect the head of the Fei family to come not to support, but to expel Fei-Shinzi from the family. Fei-Shinzi's gaze turned cold, her expression devoid of emotion. She had long been disappointed with this father. "Ha ha ha. Fei Chai, you know your place." Lin Tong's eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Qin Chang'an and the others. "Kill." In an instant, the murderous intent from the Lin family surged. "Chang'an, wait. Sister and this old geezer will hold them off. You escape quickly," Fei-Shinzi said solemnly. "If I could die alongside you, I have no regrets," Ji Xuangu replied calmly. They were ready to burn their vitality and unleash everything for a final fight. Chen Chang'an said nothing but tightly gripped the guardian sword in his hand, staring intently at the Lin family trio, Lin Han, Gu Rou, and Lin Qingru. If a fight broke out, the three culprits he most wanted to kill were them. 4 flying swords floated behind him, poised for action. Buzz! Just as the battle was about to erupt, a sword cry suddenly pierced the heavens. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears and looked up at the sky in fear. Bang! A wooden sword suddenly plunged down between Chen Chang'an, the Lin family, and the Fei family. Boom! Everyone was knocked back from the shock. The killing intent in the arena was instantly suppressed. Oh, what a lively scene. Did you ask me before bullying my disciple? Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man slowly walked over. He was dressed in simple clothes, clean and tidy, slightly faded. His demeanor was scholarly, with a faint smile on his lips. As he approached, he held a gourd-shaped wine flask, occasionally taking a sip, with a satisfied expression on his face. Upon seeing this person, Lin Tong's eyes narrowed and then turned serious. Scholar in simple clothes, it's you. Hee. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. The scholar in simple clothes smiled without sincerity, then walked to the embedded wooden sword, propping it up with one hand. He looked at Fei Xinxi. My dear disciple, you haven't come to see your master in a long time. I've become so poor I can't even afford a drink. And I sold my sword, leaving only this peach would sword your master wife left me. He then looked at Ji Xuangu with a face full of disdain. TSK, TSK. This old geezer is the one you were so infatuated with back then? He looks too shabby. Gulp. The arena fell into a deep silence. Ji Xuangu's face was bitter as he swallowed hard, staring blankly at Fei Xinxi. He's actually your master? His words awakened everyone present. What? Fei Xinxi's master is actually the scholar in simple clothes? Hiss. Countless people gasped in shock, because the scholar in simple clothes was known to be a sword sovereign. Chapter 86. Now burying people, later burying immortals. Sword cultivators, like martial cultivators, correspond to the same realms. However, they start from the Sword King, corresponding to the Heavenly King realm. Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Lord, Sword Venerable, Sword Sovereign. So, it's the commoner scholar from the Changsheng Academy. Lin Tong spoke faintly, but his expression darkened. He never expected that behind this effort, there would be a commoner scholar. The faces of the Fei family members turned even uglier, looking as if they had swallowed a fly. That's the Sword Lord, the commoner scholar known as the King of Swords and the Gentleman of Swords. He hasn't died? How could that be? But the commoner scholar ignored the shocked gazes around him and said, "Get lost." Lin Tong's face instantly turned dark, but he didn't dare to explode. The Sword Lord could kill him as easily as squashing an ant, unless he let the family's ancestor take action. But even if the ancestor of the family was a holy monarch, how could they offend a Sword Lord without reason? At this moment, an elder beside him whispered, "Elder Lin, there's no hurry, he's dead for sure." Hearing this, Lin Tong seemed to think of something, pondered for a moment, and unwilling to confront the commoner scholar directly, he coldly snorted and led the Lin family away. Lin Han, Gu Rou, and Lin Qingru, though gritting their teeth against Chen Chang'an, could only leave in a dejected manner. Everyone sighed instantly. The situation had taken such a turn. Wow, this is unbelievable. The one who has been in Fei family for many years is actually at the 7th level of the Holy Emperor realm. Upon returning, he encountered his former rival and had a conflict. And the young man she brought turned out to be so ferocious. That's right, that young man came from Dongzhou, and Dongzhou has such a fierce person. TSK, TSK, if it weren't for the commoner scholar's appearance. The 3 of them would probably be done for today. Indeed, although the Changsheng Academy has declined and only has a few people, a Sword Lord is still quite intimidating. Yes, after all, he is a sword cultivator. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. In the arena, Fei Xinxi's face became serious as she hurriedly went over to respectfully bow and greet her master. You still know I'm your master? The commoner scholar snorted, then turned his gaze to Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu. I've met the seniors. Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu both cupped their fists in salute. Thank you for saving my life, senior, Ji Xuangu said with great respect. However, The commoner scholar ignored him and focused on Chun Chang'an, revealing a meaningful expression. Let's go. Then he turned and walked away, hand behind his back, whistling. Brother Chang'an, let's go. Fei Xinxi pulled out the wooden sword stuck in the ground and followed. Qin Chang'an and Ji Xuangu quickly followed. Along the way, Chun Chang'an was full of curiosity. Old Ji, what's the background of the Chongqing Academy? Qin Chang'an asked curiously. That was a major force in Zhongzhou 1,000 years ago, but I don't know why it suddenly declined, and, according to some ancient records, the Chongqing Academy was a terrifying existence 100,000 years ago. Ji Xuangu said with a look of emotion. It is said that when the Chongqing Academy was at its peak, it could contend with the sword palace of the human race, and even surpass it. But beyond that, I don't know much. So powerful. Qin Chang'an gasped. Naturally, Ji Xuangu said excitedly. I didn't expect that Miss Xinxi would become this commoner scholar's disciple. It is said he has disappeared for countless years, and no one knows where he went. There are rumors that he went to the Yanhuang Great Domain, or the imperial capital of the human race. As Ji Xuangu spoke, Qin Chang'an was quite curious. Many places he had never even heard of. As they walked, they quickly arrived at a tavern in the city. Opened 4 top-quality rooms. After the commoner scholar gave the order to the tavern waiter, he pointed to Ji Xuangu and Qin Chang'an. They'll pay. I'll do it. Ji Xuangu suddenly jolted and hurriedly ran over to pay with spirit stones. A dignified ancestor of a nation now became a little follower. This old man. Qin Chang'an found it amusing. Then bring all the best wine and dishes in your tavern up here. I haven't eaten for 300 years. My mouth is so bland. The commoner scholar continued to give orders to the waiter, then walked towards the second floor. Soon, the waiter prepared a sumptuous feast. After the 4 of them had their fill, the commoner scholar looked at Qin Chang'an. Your name is Qin Chang'an, right? Yes, senior. Qin Chang'an replied respectfully. When I was at the city gate, I noticed you had 4 flying swords. Are you also a sword cultivator? Yes. Did you want to make a move then? Yes. What was your confidence level? 90% confidence in killing that family of 3 and 60% confidence in escaping. Qin Chang'an said seriously. Hearing this, Fei Xinxi, who knew about Qin Chang'an's monstrous talent, was also stunned. What confident kid? Chang'an, you're too impulsive. Sometimes you need to endure for a while, understand? Otherwise, you might suffer. Fei Xinxi suddenly said, then turned with a grateful look, but thank you for standing up for my sister. Saying this, she glanced at Ji Xuangu. Unlike some old geezers who were so cowardly back then, I was willing to submit, and he didn't even dare to take off my pants. Oof. Hearing this, Qin Chang'an was stunned. This Miss Fei is quite a fierce person. Ji Xuangu's face turned even redder. The commoner scholar could only drink quietly, his cold gaze continuously falling on Ji Xuangu, increasing the pressure on him. Some things can be endured, but some cannot. For example, standing up for the girl you love. Even if it means death, there are no regrets. At this moment, Qin Chang'an said solemnly, Ha ha ha, Chang'an is the best. Fei Xinxi laughed heartily and said happily, In the future, if anyone bullies you, I will fight them too. Afterward, the group chatted for a while before each returned to rest. After all, it was Qin Chang'an's first time in Zhongzhou City, and he still felt curious. This Zhongzhou City was even bigger than Chang'an City. After returning to his room, Qin Chang'an began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Late at night, Qin Chang'an quietly slipped out from the window, now dressed in night gear, disappearing into the night sky. In the adjacent room, the commoner scholar was gently polishing his wooden sword. His hand paused for a moment. Then he revealed a trace of appreciation and continued polishing. It seemed the peachwood sword in his hand was a treasure. The Lin family also had people participating in the sword-bearer assessment, as becoming a sword-bearer represented entering the greatest power of the human race. That was the sword palace of the human race. This could not be compared to any Holy Land sect or Holy Land family. At this moment, there were thousands of human prodigies in the city wanting to participate in the sword-bearer assessment. Moreover, there were quite a few people from the Lin family this time. It was very easy to find out their gathering place, as they did not conceal their movements. Tianjiao Building. This is where the Lin family's group was staying. In the darkness, Qin Chang'an heard the voice of the COFFIN elder in his mind. TSK, kid, isn't that big-breasted sister of yours asking you to endure a bit? Endure my ass, Chun Chang'an whispered. You can endure it. After all, that Lin Tong is at the 9th level of the Holy Emperor realm. You can't beat him. The Coffin Elder advised. You're right. I'll endure him. Chun Chang'an said. What do you mean? The Coffin Elder was confused. But that family of 3, I can't endure. Chun Chang'an gritted his teeth. If one cannot endure a small inconvenience, they will disrupt the grand plan. The old man of the coffin advised. The old man of the coffin, they are threatening me. And if they dare to threaten me, I will bury them with you. Chun Chang'an gritted his teeth and said, Otherwise, why would you be called the god of burial? I want to bury people now, and in the future I will bury immortals, gods, and the great worlds of the heavens. Chun Chang'an's bold words delighted the old man of the coffin. Such ruthlessness and a mindset capable of destroying worlds are what he desired. Chapter 87. The sword-wielding man in the green robe. Good. Well said. The Coffin Elder exclaimed excitedly. Coffin Elder, can you help me conceal my aura? I really don't want to be chased by that old man at the 9th level of the Holy Emperor, Chun Chang'an continued. The Coffin Elder replied, You little rascal. So you were waiting for me here. It can only be half an hour. That's enough. Chun Chang'an was overjoyed. Soon, Chun Chang'an arrived outside the window of Lin Han and Gu Ro's room. He quietly peered through the gap in the window and saw Lin Han and Gu Ro. At that moment, they were facing each other calmly, engaged in mutual combat. Shortly after, they began to nibble on each other. While nibbling, Lin Han shouted, You scheming little minx. Before long, a series of not-so-harmonious sounds emerged, sounding quite uncomfortable. Coffin Elder, what are they doing? Chun Chang'an asked curiously. They should be playing Do Di Zhu, the Coffin Elder replied. Do Di Tzu? What is that? Chun Chang'an was full of curiosity. In the past, I went to a place called the Milky Way with my previous master. The people that like to play little games for 2 people. And this game is called Do Di Zhu. Generally, Do Di Zhu is played with 3 people, but this one can be played with 2. Whoever loses kneels on the ground. The Coffin Elder explained seriously. Damn it, does this Coffin Elder think I don't understand? Chun Chang'an thought to himself. Coffin Elder, you old rascal, do you think I'm clueless? Then why ask? I just want to know if you, a tool spirit, understand these things, and if you have any thoughts about female tool spirits. Chun Chang'an grinned, his gaze fixed on the 2 inside. The Coffin Elder responded. You little rascal, really just get ready. That old guy can't hold on much longer. The Coffin Elder said seriously. How do you know, Coffin Elder? Chun Chang'an asked, puzzled. Look at his movements speeding up. At this rate, if he doesn't slow down, it will be dangerous. The Coffin Elder said gravely. What is slowing down? I can't explain it to you. I'll take you to the Milky Way later, and you'll understand. The people there are all experienced drivers, especially those who love reading novels. Each one looks good and can make a lot of money. Chun Chang'an nodded slightly at this. He became interested in the Milky Way. Once he becomes strong, he might go there to take a look. Get ready, that guy has accelerated. The Coffin Elder reminded. Chun Chang'an nodded, for flying swords hovering beside him, ready to strike. Just then, Lin Han inside suddenly seemed to be in great discomfort and yelled, Die. Chun Chang'an seized the opportunity, and the 4 flying swords shot in. Without any warning, the 4 flying swords pierced in at an extremely terrifying speed. 2 pierced into Lin Han's rear as he was lying down, while the other 2 pierced into Gu Ro's thighs from below. The 2 swords sent chills through both of them. In an instant, both died. They never expected that someone would dare to assassinate them, especially at such a critical moment. Anyone who has done this knows that during those critical seconds, the body is completely relaxed, unable to sense the danger outside. Damn it, kid. Your killing method is a bit improper. The Coffin Elder exclaimed. Chun Chang'an ignored him. After killing Lin Han and Gu Ro, he began to loot the treasures in the room. Then he went to the next room, swiftly killed their daughter Lin Qingru in her sleep before leaving gracefully. In the dark of night, Chun Chang'an ran wildly. Ha! Killing people and robbing treasures feels so good. Who told you to say, I pee my pants? At that moment, the Coffin Elder suddenly said, Someone is following you. Chun Chang'an's heart sank. Where? 100 feet to your left. Whoosh! Chun Chang'an sent the 4 flying swords directly shooting over. Clang! The 4 flying swords collided there, creating a sound of metal clashing. At the same time, a huge spark erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 flying swords flew back, vibrating violently. Just then, a woman dressed in a green robe, with a graceful figure and exquisite features, slowly stepped out of the darkness. When Qin Chang'an saw her clothing, his eyes narrowed, especially on her ample chest as she walked. It swayed. At that moment, at the pointed part, there was a symbol of 2 crossed swords stacked on shield. That was the mark of the sword wielder. Sword wielder. Just as Qin Chang'an was about to speak, her figure quickly blurred in his vision. Whoosh! Her hand reached for Qin Chang'an's face. Thunder shadow. ZZ. Arcs of lightning erupted from Qin Chang'an's body, and he swiftly dodged. Wow, such speed. The woman in the green robe sneered. You dare to kill in Zhongzhou City? You clearly don't take us sword wielders seriously. As she spoke, a powerful aura erupted from her body, a terrifying holy emperor's pressure overwhelming Qin Chang'an. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 4 flying swords were actually controlled in the void, emitting rapid sword cries. Qin Chang'an narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Break the void. Break the shadow. Break the enemy. Break the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 more flying swords appeared. They were the void-breaking sword, shadow-breaking sword, enemy-breaking sword, and formation-breaking sword. These 4 flying swords were even more powerful than the previous 4, capable of inflicting high explosive damage in a small area. During his time in Zhongzhou, Qin Chang'an had not been idle. He had integrated most of the sword cultivation insights given to him by the 8th Elder. At this moment, he finally controlled 4 more swords on top of the original 4. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 4 flying swords unleashed unparalleled sword might, instantly tearing through the Holy Emperor's pressure from the woman in the green robe. The 8 flying swords then revolved around Qin Chang'an. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They formed a powerful sword barrier that shattered the Holy Emperor's pressure, pressing down on Qin Chang'an. Seeing this scene, the woman in the green robe's eyes flashed with surprise. What powerful spiritual power! Your swordsmanship is also quite terrifying. But Qin Chang'an did not respond. Instead, he directly stepped onto the flying sword. Rise. Whoosh. Qin Chang'an transformed into a long rainbow, shooting directly into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. This commotion caused several elders to appear in front of the woman in the green robe, all bowing respectfully. Madam, no need to chase. The woman in the green robe waved her hand. But he killed Lin Han of the Lin family, Gu Rou of the Gu family, and the genius Lin Qingru. Several elders said coldly, he is a sword cultivator and might be here to participate in our sword wielder assessment. The woman in the green robe replied. The faces of the elders froze, and one of them said, but the Lin family and Gu family are families with holy monarchs. We saw nothing, did we? The woman in the green robe smiled. As human sword wielders, we never lie, unless the other party is a genius. This is what Lord Fan taught us. The elders fell silent. Lord Fan, that is a terrifying existence. The elders helplessly spoke in unison. Yes, we saw nothing. Chapter 88. Either roll or die. When Qin Chang'an quietly returned to his in-room, he closed the door and turned around, suddenly frozen. Inside his room, it was dark, and 3 people were sitting there. The scholar in plain clothes, Ji Xuangu, and Fei Xinzi. What are you 3 doing? Playing Goditsu? Qin Chang'an asked with a smile. Then, pretending nothing was wrong, he began to take off his night clothes. Doujitsu? What's that? The scholar in plain clothes asked curiously. It's a 3-player game, played by unorthodox people who like to mock unhealthy activities. Qin Chang'an casually replied. Gravekeeper. Who's the unorthodox person? I'm not even human. The gravekeeper thought to himself. Fei Xinzi was not concerned about Doujitsu. Instead, he stared at Qin Chang'an and asked, did you go kill Lin Han and Gu Rou? Hearing this, Ji Xuangu's eyelids twitched. Qin Chang'an glanced at him and said lightly, and their daughter. These words instantly silenced Fei Xinzi and Ji Xuangu. This isn't the great Zhou kingdom. You can't do whatever you want here. Be careful. Fei Xinzi said helplessly, but he was also quite pleased. After all, it was good that the annoying Lin Han and Gu Rou were dead. I understand, Qin Chang'an nodded, not refuting. The other party was also looking out for him. Fei Xinzi rubbed his temples and asked, but this is Zhongzhou City. Have you been discovered by the sword bearer? Yes, Chen Chang'an's answer shocked Fei Xinxi and Ji Xuangu, their expressions changing drastically. Why are you so startled? At this moment, the scholar in plain clothes spoke up. This kid came back just fine, proving that the sword-bearer couldn't catch up to him. Fei Xinxi and Ji Xuangu both breathed a sigh of relief. You brat. If the Lin family or the sword-bearer come asking tomorrow, you must never admit it. Understand? Fei Xinxi instructed. I understand, Chen Chang'an nodded. If they suspected him, let them produce evidence. Moreover, with the scholar in plain clothes here, if they wanted to force a confession, they'd have to see if he was willing. You really are like this old man said, never willing to suffer losses, Fei Xinxi said helplessly. I don't offend others, and I don't get offended. If someone offends me, I will make them fear me, or I will kill to stop the killing, eliminating risks. This is what my family teaches, Chen Chang'an said seriously. Hearing this, even the scholar in plain clothes looked at Chen Chang'an with curiosity. Hee, your family teaches you like this? Chen Chang'an looked at him in confusion. Senior, do you know my family? The scholar in plain clothes was stunned, then took a sip of wine and laughed. I don't know. Chen Chang'an became suspicious. Seeing this, the scholar in plain clothes waved his hand. All right, this kid is back. You all should go back and rest. Fei Xinxi and Ji Xuangu nodded. After they left, Chen Chang'an lay on the bed, slowly recalling. Gravekeeper, there's so many strong people here. Well, so what? The Gravekeeper replied. Apart from controlling the four swords, breaking Void Sword, breaking Shadow Sword, breaking Enemy Sword, and breaking Formation Sword, I also need to master the later styles of the Burial World Sword technique. Chen Chang'an declared. You don't have the cultivation level. You can't unleash the power of those later styles, the Gravekeeper said. Chen Chang'an nodded. Then let me enter your world and try. After saying that, Chen Chang'an disappeared from his spot. Above the bed, a palm-sized bronze ancient coffin floated. The Burial World Sword technique consists of instant kill, throat sealing, sky shattering, earth destruction, star cutting, moon falling, sun breaking, immortal slaughtering, and divine shaking. Chen Chang'an had previously only mastered the sky-shattering style. At this moment, he began to attempt to practice earth destruction and star cutting. A night passed. When Chen Chang'an emerged from the burial god coffin, he sat on the bed, feeling a bit disappointed. Gravekeeper, the time wasn't enough. If only you could open the time wheel. Training inside for 100 years while only a year passes outside. That's a terrifying thing, Chen Chang'an thought to himself. Of course, he wanted to continue training inside. You need to find the Wheel of Time, the Gravekeeper said. But this world may not have it. After all, the Wheel of Time can only be created by deities who understand the laws of time and have cultivated the divine authority of time. I wonder if there are any powerful beings who cultivated time, divine authority, that have fallen in this world. You should find their caves or places of demise. The Gravekeeper anticipated Chen Chang'an's question and answered one by one. Chen Chang'an nodded. At this moment, a commotion came from outside. Chen Chang'an hurriedly walked out. He found Fei Xinxi and Ji Xuangu blocking a group of people, led by Lin Tong. At this moment, Lin Tong's eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to eat someone. After all, his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter had all died. Fei Xinxi, my son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter are dead, Lin Tong said coldly, his words laced with a terrifying killing intent and resentment. Oh, they're dead? Fei Xinxi and Ji Xuangu feigned shock. Congratulations. Your son and granddaughter are dead. I heard you only had one son. Oh no, you're going to be extinct. Fei Xinxi laughed. Lin Tong stared fiercely at Fei Xinxi. You and Lin Han used to be part of the Qing Xian sacred sect. Why are you so vicious? Hey, old man, what do you mean? Fei Xinxi replied indifferently. Did you do it? Lin Tong gritted his teeth. Hee, where's the evidence? Fei Xinxi shrugged. The reason they suspected Fei Xinxi was that they believed Chen Chang'an didn't have the strength. Only Fei Xinxi did. Fei Xinxi. From now on, we won't die. We won't rest. Lin Tong spat each word through clenched teeth. I'm so scared. Fei Xinxi rolled his eyes at him, unconcerned. At this moment, someone else walked out from the side room. It was the scholar in plain clothes. As he stepped out, everyone from the Lin family took a step back. The scholar in plain clothes yawned. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tong and the others, saying indifferently, Shut up, either roll, or I'll kill you all right now. So you can go down and reunite with that damned Lin Han. Lin Tong's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He respectfully addressed the scholar in plain clothes, "Senior, get lost." Before he could finish, the scholar in plain clothes said lightly. Lin Tong's face froze. He cast a resentful glance at Fei Xinxi, then at Chen Chang'an, before leaving in defeat. Faced with a strong sword monarch, unless they brought their ancestor to negotiate, there was no way they would provoke him for a non-core junior. "Let's go. Treat me to something to eat. I'm starving," the scholar in plain clothes said, and headed towards the first floor. "Oh, yes, yes." Ji Xuangu sighed in relief, then happily led the way. With this powerful backing, everyone could feel a little safer for now. Meanwhile, in the Jun family, the third elder of the Jun family finally waited for the guard he sent to investigate the cause of Jun Wujian's death to return to the Jun family. At the same time, the third elder of the Jun family learned that Chen Chang'an had appeared in Zhongzhou City and had a conflict with the Lin family. Scholar in plain clothes? Could it be him? The third elder of the Jun family, named Jun Yihan, looked at the information in his hand, his face filled with horror. Back in Chang'an City, he had wanted to make a move against Chen Chang'an, but there was secretly a powerful sword cultivator protecting him. At this moment, he suspected that person was the scholar in plain clothes. Chapter 89, either talk about feelings or fight. Looking at Jun Yihan's dark face, the kneeling guard continued, saying that all of this was caused by a woman named Gu Qingsheng. He then explained the conflict involving Chen Chang'an, Jun Wujian, and others, as well as Chen Chang'an's background. These matters were not secrets in Chang'an City and could be easily investigated. After listening, Jun Yihan's expression turned even colder. They all said that Chen Chang'an had entered the burial demon abyss? Not necessarily. Jun Yihan's mind quickly filled in the blanks. Soon, he reached a conclusion. His eyes brightened. Yes, that's it. It must be like this. In the year that Chen Chang'an disappeared, he was probably taken away by the scholar in plain clothes. This led to his significant increase in strength, and his protector behind him is the scholar in plain clothes. Moreover, as soon as Chen Chang'an arrived in Zhongzhou City, the scholar in plain clothes appeared as a devoted master. This might be a cover. His true disciple. Is that Chen Chang'an? The guard below, hearing Jun Yihan's voice, quickly filled in the blanks as well. His eyes brightened, and he cupped his fists, saying, "Third elder is wise. I admire you." "Oomph. A mere little trick can escape my eyes," Jun Yihan said proudly. Suddenly, he thought of something and coldly asked, "Where's that Gu Qingsheng?" "She went to the 100 Flowers Fairy Sect." The guard continued. After he found out that everything was related to a woman named Gu Qingsheng, he specifically checked her whereabouts. In the end, he discovered that the woman had also come to the Holy Land. "Ha!" Jun Yihan sneered. "Didn't she say she was Jun Wujian's woman? Think of a way to see if we can bring her back without alarming the 100 Flowers Fairy Sect." "Yes," the guard replied. "Also, continue to monitor Chen Chang'an and other situation, but do not provoke them." After speaking, Jun Yihan stood up and left, saying, "I need to inform the family head. This Chen Chang'an must not be provoked for now." Chen Chang'an and the Lin family's conflict in Zhongzhou City had become known to almost everyone in the entire eastern state. It even spread in all directions. After all, this involved a scholar in plain clothes, who was a sword sovereign. At the same time, in an inn, a tall and graceful woman stood by the window, speechless for a long time. "Are you sure the young man following Fei Xinxi is named Chen Chang'an?" After a moment, the woman with half of her face covered by a white veil slightly parted her red lips. "Saintess, yes, that Fei Xinxi does call him Chen Chang'an." The several women behind her looked puzzled. They did not understand why their saintess was interested in that guy named Chen Chang'an. The person in front of them was Ning Tingyu, the saintess of the 100 Flowers Fairy Sect. Upon hearing this, her eyes trembled, revealing layers of complex and shimmering light. "Chen Chang'an, back in the Eastern State's secret realm, you kicked my butt, slapped my face. Now that you're here, I will make you pay," she thought angrily in her heart, then waved her hand to dismiss the women behind her. In an instant, she changed into a black tight-fitting outfit, looking spirited and ready to find someone to settle the score. Suddenly, she hesitated. "Forget it, since you helped me out of danger. I'll just give you a small lesson," she said softly, then changed into a pure white long dress, donning a white hat to cover her stunning face, and directly flew out of the window, disappearing into the night sky. That night, The full moon hung in the night sky, with stars twinkling. The entire Zhongzhou city was very lively, with various lights adorning it, making the bustling night market incredibly beautiful. Chen Chang'an was sitting cross-legged in his room, cultivating and comprehending the sword insights given by Eighth Master. Suddenly, he sensed movement at the window. Who? Chen Chang'an opened his eyes abruptly, with 8 flying swords floating in front of him, emitting a buzzing sound. If there was any abnormality, they would certainly rush out to kill and drink blood. Oof. Chen Chang'an. At that moment, a slender white figure slipped in, accompanied by a charming floral scent, making Chen Chang'an even more alert. A woman, and a beautiful woman. Fei Xinshi had said that the prettier the woman, the more deceptive they are. Be careful. Is it you? Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Chang'an was stunned. The person in front of him was Ning Tingyu, whom he had met in the Eastern State's secret realm. Seeing that Chen Chang'an had 8 flying swords pointed at her, it felt like being stared at by 8 poisonous snakes, making her hair stand on end. This guy's promotion speed is so abnormal. But in the next moment, she became furious. Is this how you face an old friend with a sword? Saying this, she crossed her arms, her white dress being pushed down, causing her chest to slightly rise and fall in anger. Seeing that the visitor had no hostile intent, Chen Chang'an retracted the flying swords, but he still looked cautious. What are you here for? Also, we don't seem to be friends, do we? Ning Tingyu ignored him and casually walked over to the table in the middle of the room to sit down. She poured herself a cup of tea and said, "You came here to participate in the sword-bearer assessment, right?" Chen Chang'an looked at her, silent. Meanwhile, in the next room, Ji Xuangu and Fei Xinshi pressed their ears against the wall, seemingly trying to listen to what the other was saying. That woman has no killing intent. She won't harm Chang'an, the scholar in plain clothes said lightly. TSK, this little brother is impressive. Even a saintess has come to find him. Fei Xinshi said proudly. Saintess? Which sex saintess? Ji Xuangu was shocked, and how do you know? TSK, that unique floral scent is from the women of the 100 Flowers Fairy sect. Fei Xinshi said proudly. As for who it is, do I need to guess? The only one who has interacted with that Chang'an kid is the Ning Tingyu you mentioned, right? Upon hearing this,